Chapter 20. Please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. I always read the reviews even if I don't comment on them. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 111 AC Runestone. Rhea Royce POV. A frustrated juvenile cry rang around the training yard. A sound seemed to fuel tired arms and legs as the dark-haired boy leapt towards the man twice his size, only for the man to sidestep away before reaching out and grabbing the boy's arm before sweeping his legs from underneath him, the wooden sword clattering against the ground. The man, the master-at-arms, pulled the boy up and spoke with the boy, but from where she was standing, she could not hear, not that she needed to. The master-at-arms pulled up her boy back to his feet and turned his gaze towards her, looking for direction. She met her son's eyes that sat in a tired and frustrated face, and she simply loudly said again. The frustrated look in her son's face breaking into a look of dismay before it turned into tired resignation. Still, to give him credit, he neither complained or gave up. Instead, he walked towards his fallen wooden sword, his acceptance of his situation apparent. "You're pushing him too far." The words came from an aged and weathered voice, one that had not voiced out a single utterance since they'd arrived at the training yards, and she glanced to her right, to the direction of the voice. Seated on an old chair, seated a white grey-haired man. His gaunt and blocky face was heavily wrinkled and his blotchy skin dotted with liver spots. His hands, white and blessed with long-fingered fingers, were long past the days they could still wield a sword and shield. An old man that was long past his glory days. But, despite all of that, there was still a strong echo present of the fierce Yorbert Royce this man used to be in his gaze, in the way her father caught her attention. "He needs pushing." Rhea returned calmly before she looked back at that training yard, and she saw her son, despite his sluggish movement, was trying with all his remaining strength to strike at the master-at-arms. Life will not be easy for him. Her expression tightened slightly as her brows pulled together slightly as she stared at her 10 days old son, a glimmer of disgust shone in the downward curl of her lips. It would not be long before Baelon was pulled into the Targaryen mess. "Yes," her father said before she heard the cane's butt hit the ground, the chair creaking. Slowly but surely, her father walked towards her until he stood by her. Her father sighed slightly, likely in part due to tiredness of that short walk and likely in part because of her stubbornness on this point. "He does need pushing, but the way you're doing it, Rhea." She turned to him and saw him look at her with a heavy frown adorned on his face. "I know what you'll say. You've said it plenty of times already, father." Rhea spoke up before her father could say what was on his mind. Her father smiled faintly, his head turning towards the training yard, his smile slacking slightly. "And I will keep saying it until you listen, Rhea. I owe it to you both at the least. You can't keep treating him this harshly and undeservedly, and I'm not just talking about the training," her father said to her, and Rhea's lips thinned to a thin line. "Mothering him will not do him any good," Rhea said somewhat harshly as she looked away from her father, even if she could feel that irritating pit in her stomach growing. "It wasn't your fault," her father said quietly. "The attic." "Father, enough." Rhea's voice was sharp and she clenched her teeth slightly before she calmed herself as she watched her son train with the master-at-arms. "Even the merest reminder sets you off, Rhea," her father said with a disapproving note in his voice, and though she was not seeing his face, she could tell he was shaking his head at her. How could it not? She couldn't help but say as she turned her head to her father, haunting memories of seeing her boy falling from his pony, arrows stuck to his shoulder and his leg, flashing in her mind. She breathed in slightly. "I almost lost him in the attack, father," Rhea said with a note of vulnerability in her voice, and she hated it even if her father was the only one she could ever allow to see or hear it. "All because I was ignoring the dangers that comes with who his father is. Who his family is, who her son is chained to." Even now, they were not sure who orchestrated the bandits to attack them. The 6 bandits had ambushed them in the pass that led to the hawking site she'd been taking Baelon for several years. She herself had been struck with an arrow in the ambush and once more during her escape with Baelon, and, had it not been for her and her son's sworn shields sacrificing themselves for her and her son. It could have been the Triarchy, or it could be the Hightowers wishing to rid themselves of the threat her son posed to Alicent's son, or it could be the dozen other enemies Daemon has accumulated. It could even be her grasping cousins, unlikely as it was, and even that thought, that she could even think that one of her house could stoop so low and not think it mad and insulting. The only measure of comfort was that whomever had done it was no expert in orchestrating assassinations, and it was a small measure of comfort, she thought with great bitterness as she remembered the sight of her boy lying in his bed and the fear she held that he may die of poison or infection. She hated it all. The fear. The guilt. The constant worry. How she wished her boy could live out his life in their lands. That is true," her father said before he added, a note of remorse in his voice, "and I, your lord father, was blind as well. I am far more to blame than you are, Rhea. I should have had the wisdom to see you prepared the moment Baelon was entangled with the royal family, more than he already was simply by being born, in the circumstances that he was born by," her father said in a heavy sigh. Ray turned to her father and she saw the tired look on his face and she reached out to his hand which was tight on the banister, placing it on top of his hand, silently reminding him that all was already forgiven. Her father let off a satisfied noise from his throat as he glanced for a moment at her hand before looking at the training yard. It won't be long before he leaves for King's Landing or Dragonstone, Rhea. Do not let him forget that you are his mother. Her father said as he tapped the top of her hand with his other hand before he pulled his hand underneath hers and added, nor let him forget that he is the future of House Royce above all else. It would be all too easy for him to grow into the impression he cannot seek succor from you in House Royce when he surely has need of it. Mayhaps he would not even consider it. Her father said before turned away, slowly walking back into the bowels of their keep, the sound of the cane tapping still audible even after she lost sight of him and her cold expression broke, the words of warning of her father ringing in her mind. Am I truly going too far? She wondered as she turned back towards the training yard, her expression softening in worry, and her mind began to wander away, the pit in her stomach growing to consume her. She needed Baelon to be prepared, to be strong, to never be so vulnerable that his life could be extinguished before he'd even lived, but, in the process, was she pushing him away as much as she was pushing him to be prepared, to be strong? Her eyes fell upon her son and the pit in her stomach seized her as she watched hers on fight still with ferocity despite tired legs, despite tired arms. Her son was much like her, and as much as she did not wish to admit it, her son had Daemon within him. She might despise his father, but she would not deny that there was one trait that she shared with the fool of a man, and that they did not let offense unanswered. Her son was much the same. Her father's warning of Baelon turning away from her, from their house because of her actions. She sighed quietly as she watched Baelon silently, the pearls of worry deepening. She may be seen by many as heartless and cold, more a man than a woman, but she was neither heartless or cold when it came to Baelon, and the thought that she was pushing her son away from her with her actions was disquieting her. Her expression shifted to one of a tired hidden smile. I can't go on like this, father is right. She thought to herself and she let off a heavy sigh. Baelon was the most important part of her life now, a part of her, and she could not allow the Targaryens and their dangers destroy her relationship with her son. To think so much of her life could change by one simple letter. When she was told by her father that King Jaehaerys and Prince Baelon had ordered Daemon to get her with child on the pains of disinheritance and exile, she'd been filled with gleeful mirth, and then great dread when her father told her she must acquiesce, for the sake of their house. For sake of her father, and her mother. By that time, they'd already been married for 3 years, and for nearly all of that time, the presence, rare as it had been, of Daemon had been nothing but trouble and misery. Their marriage had been unconsummated on the eve of their wedding, and even during his time in Runestone, neither of them had been interested in laying with the other. She'd already had the measure of him within days before their wedding, and it was a measure that left her in contempt of the boy who was several years her younger. A hot-headed fool who believed himself to be a gift to all that graced their eyes on him, a man who thought fate had done him wrong by making him a second son, and who thought her to be far beneath him. She could admit to herself, and only to herself, that she'd felt wounded and deeply slighted by this disdain of Daemon, a boy that possessed naught but a title of prince and would inherit nothing yet thought himself better than the heir of Runestone, one of the oldest houses of West Eros, finding her unworthy of him. All of her life, she'd faced challenge from the men around her, the moment her father declared he would not remarry and sire a son, marking her as the future ruler of Runestone, and for her to see that her own husband to be disdained her so, considered her to be lesser to him. Their wedding night had been akin to that of a battlefield, the moment the doors closed, neither of them yielding to the other, and she was certain that only the fear of what his family would do to him had stopped Daemon from attacking her after she'd returned his words of slight with sharper and deeper cuts to his pride. Instead, he'd slipped out of their chambers within the hour, and over the next 3 years, his visits to Runestone were as bitter as the night of their wedding, though his words of slights expanded to slight not only her and her house, but also the Vale itself, marking Daemon as a man who managed to insult the entirety of the kingdom of the Vale. Yet all of that changed when he returned to Runestone in 100 AC, wroth and hateful, a letter from the old King Jaehaerys for the eyes of her father in his hands. She remembered laughing at the threat Jaehaerys and Baelon had wrought on Daemon, the threat of disinheritance and exile that was as good as carried out, yet her laughter had died out when she'd seen her father's grim expression. She'd loved her father and she still did, but on that day, she felt a strong hatred for her father when he all but told her that she must do her duty for their house, for him and for their mother, making her feel as little more than a whore. No matter what she told him, of how unworthy Daemon was of her, of how much he has insulted her and their house, all of it, nothing swayed her father from pleading with her to do her duty, to do what she'd swore on her wedding ceremony, for the sake of him and her mother, who her father had loved so much that he refused to dishonor her memory by remarrying. She shook her head, forcing her mind away from those days, and set her eyes back on her son who continued to spar with Sir Roderick, the master-at-arms, her expression softening further even as the corners of her eyes deepened with worry. One thing she could admit openly, despite how Baelon came about, was that she did not regret having her son. Enough, she said loudly but calmly as she began to walk towards the stairs that led to the training yard, stilling both her brave and dutiful son and Sir Roderick, She arrived at the training yard and she glanced at the knight as she said, "You may leave, Ser." The master-at-arms bowed to her before he turned to her son. "You continue to improve, my lord. If you continue, you will surely become the youngest knight that graced these halls," Sir Roderick said with praise to her son. Her son, his face red with tiredness, his body tense and clearly aching, only nodded sharply, far too sharply for a boy his age, and after that Sir Roderick left, leaving her and her son behind in the training yard. Looking at her son, the looks of Daemon and his father Prince Baelon in his boyish face were undeniable. The ears, the eyes, the mouth and lips, only his nose and his thick curly dark hair marked out his Royce heritage on his face. Baelon looked at her with wary eyes, his body somehow more tense as they were left on their lonesome, something that had not happened since his recovery. "You did well," she said, breaking the lull of silence that had passed between them. Her son's light violet eyes widened in surprise and she suppressed a grim smile as she realized that she'd not praised or said a kind word to her son for a very long time. She felt a deep well of shame built within her. They'd used to be so close and there had been nary a day where they were not joined at the hip. The couplings with Daemon and the pregnancy were ordeals that had made her resentful of the child growing in her belly, yet much of that resentment had fled when the maester had placed the child, her child with his large dark blue eyes and dark tufts on his head, in her arms. There was not a day that she'd not spent with her son, and Daemon's absence had only made them closer with one another, so much so that Baelon had grown to love what she loved, her horses, her hawks. "Thank you, mother," Baelon said, and she could pick up on measures of discomfort in his voice, and she only smiled a little wanly at him as she got closer to him and caressed his cheek, an act that surprised but made her son smile more. She wrinkled her nose in disgust before she smiled a little teasingly. "You smell worse than rust on his worst of days." Her son snorted out a laugh before he winced slightly and she wrapped her arm around his shoulders. He looked up at her with his emotive violet eyes, flashing her a boyish smile she'd not seen in many a day, one she returned, and she knew that all was not lost. She gently led him back towards the bowels of their keep. "I'd have to roll in the pigsty to smell even half as bad as rust." Rust was the bronze-colored horse she'd broken in her youth, and he'd always had a strange smell about him that only worsened with age. She smiled at him as she spoke. "Speaking of rust, it's been some time since we've ridden through the valley. Come in the morn, we could ride out," she asked her son, and he looked at her with wide surprised eyes that quickly narrowed with wariness and suspicion, the moment of levity breaking. "Really?" he asked almost accusingly. Though her son was heavily injured by the attack, nearly losing his own life, he'd not been as nearly as affected as she'd been. She felt somewhat ashamed to say that it contributed to her anger and her treatment of him, that her son had treated what happened as if it was nothing major. "Really?" she said after a few moments. "You've done everything I have asked of you." She smiled a little as she added without much complaint. She lost her smile as she continued somewhat cautiously. "Mayhaps in the coming weeks we could also go hawking too with a couple of Silvertip's younglings." This caused her son to lose his accusatory eyes and wary expression as his expression bloomed with happiness. I would like that, mother." Those words settled that pit in her stomach as easily as water dosing wildfire. Weeks later. The past few weeks had done much to move Rhea past her guilt and fears as she spent time with her son, and she'd noticed that she had not been the only one either. Her father and the rest of the keep were less tense with the reacquaintance between herself and her son, like it had been before the attack. However, neither she nor her father had allowed the keep to be at rest. More guardsmen were hired and trained in the wake of the attack, but there was a general ease that had been missing for more than a year. The news of Daemon's return to Westeros did little to dispel that sense of ease. After all, her wastrel of a husband did not fly to Runestone from his petty war in the Stepstones once, even in the moon since the attack on her son had become known to the rest of Westeros. It did not surprise her. She knew very well that Baelon was not the pristine son he desired, and no amount of similarities took away from the dark curly locks that rested on Baelon's head that reminded Daemon of how unvalorous her son was, and by whom he begot Baelon on. It was clear that his care for Baelon did not extend anywhere close to that of a father. Baelon had only seen Daemon a handful of times before the war in the Stepstones, and she knew that his only interest in Baelon was that his son was to marry Princess Rhaenyra once her son came to age. So when the roars of a dragon could be heard within every hall of Runestone, she was surprised and concerned that Daemon deigned to visit. When she arrived at the gates of the keep, she saw Baelon was already there with his sworn shields at his back, with Daemon walking towards her son with that foul creature Caraxes behind him. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she walked with a quick pace in her steps, her lips turning downward in a barely concealed sneer as Daemon lay his hand on Baelon's shoulder, and when Daemon looked away from Baelon and towards her, a slow smirk grew on his face which made her stop concealing her sneer. "Lady wife," Daemon said in greeting, breaking from his conversation with Baelon, his smirk having grown when he saw how much he'd affected her, and when Baelon turned around, she quickly hid her despise of his father. Baelon, though aware that his father was far more absent than a father should be, was not aware of the animosity between her and Daemon, nor was he, truly, aware that his father cared little for him. Something she was presently regretting with the way Baelon seemed to enjoy being in Daemon's presence. "Daemon," she returned, Far more cordial than he deserved. We did not expect you would be coming. Why would you not expect that I am coming home, dear lady wife? Daemon asked with an infuriating smirk before he looked towards Baelon and patted his cheek. After all, my son and heir is here. Daemon's smirk lost its strength as he looked over Baelon with an intense look that Ray did not like at all. Perhaps we did not expect you because you'd been back in Westeros for over a week, and we received not a single word about when you'd return home. Rhea returned before she smiled a little thinly. A home he'd once called a keep fit only for sheep fuckers. My raven must have gotten lost. Daemon said as he glanced at Ray with an amused glint in his eyes, and Ray narrowed her eyes at his blatant lie. She so wanted to throw back the fact that he never returned or inquired about Baelon after the attack, but she managed to refrain herself if only for the sake of her son. Daemon continued, I always intended to return after I finished my business with my brother. Ray wanted to scoff. Business? Bravos and the Valyrians had withdrawn their support. With their withdrawal came the loss of both wealth and men, leaving Daemon only with his sellsword army that was a shadow of what it once was. And had Viserys not supported Daemon with coin from the Iron Throne, it was very likely he'd had only hundreds instead of the few thousands that he'd had under his command, therefore all but ensuring he lost the war. Somehow, Daemon had achieved the unexpected, and managed to turn around his petty war in the Stepstones that almost resembled success. From what she'd heard, Daemon gotten to corral the Triarchy ships around the bays of one of the islands in the Stepstones through deceit and swept through them with Caraxes, killing a large portion of their gathered strength, including the Captain General Rindun who led the fleet, and then proceeded to harry the Tyroshi shipping lanes with Caraxes, burning ship after ship, bringing slow ruin to the Tyroshi. Her father suspected the attacking of merchant ships was part of a tactic, Daemon's intention of spreading the fear of Caraxes sweeping down on Tyrosh and the other cities. The tactic had worked and brought the Triarchy to the table. Daemon must have reached an agreement of sorts with the Triarchy, after which he'd proclaimed himself king of the Stepstones, though in reality, she considered that his hold over the Stepstones was in name only. He was vain enough to accept such a useless title. Will you stay long? Baelon asked, and Ray could hear the cautious longing in her son's voice. Of course. Daemon said as he turned his attentions to her son, a grin flashing on his face as he grabbed hold of both of Baelon's shoulders. I missed you very much, my son, and we have much to catch up on. For a brief moment, she considered that dying by dragon's fire would be worth it, if only to bring her satisfaction that she brought an end to Daemon. Hours later, Daemon and Baelon spent much of the day in the training yard, where she watched and silently listened from the balcony, with Daemon teaching Baelon among the moments of where he regaled her son stories of battle and war. Baelon seemed to take it all in with much desire, the tales, the lessons, Daemon's presence, and as much as Ray hated Daemon's presence in her home, she could not begrudge her son his father's presence. Strangely, she could see none of Daemon's typical demeanor throughout the day, instead, it almost seemed as if he was enjoying Baelon's presence. The sight only made her contempt for Daemon grow. The audacity to act in such a way, as if he cared for Baelon, when he did not care enough to even once inquire about Baelon's health after the attack, it was shameless, and she was sure that he knew of the lies they'd spread. Baelon need not know, her father had said to her in the weeks after the attack. He does not need to know that his father cares little for him. It is something he must learn for himself in due time, but our enemies must never believe so. She'd not agreed with that sentiment, but she kept her tongue and kept up the lies they told Baelon when he'd asked about his father, lies that they had quietly spread across the Vale for her son's sake. It was clear enough that Baelon was in danger because of Daemon, so his father hoped that by spreading lies that Daemon had promised vengeance against those who attacked his son would prove enough deterrence for them not to try. Thus far, it seemed to have worked. Unfortunately, it also meant that Baelon believed that his father cared for him. Evening came and they dined together, Baelon and Daemon conversing with each other with seemingly mutual interest, and her father interjected here and there. After they ate and shared ale and wine, her father got himself and Baelon excused for the night, leaving behind Ray. She'd gotten a look of warning from her father and Daemon, who smirked at her as soon as the doors to the dining hall closed and was empty of any other than the pair of them. It's time for you to fuck off back to King's Landing, Ray said with venom in her tone before she added, or to those rocks you call a kingdom. I don't care. You will leave. She was rewarded with Daemon leaning back in his chair, his feet rising and placed on top of the dining table, his smirk widening as he met her blistering gaze. I have no intention of leaving any time soon, my dear lady wife, Daemon said with an amused note in his voice, though the way his eyes were hard made it clear he meant it. After all, the war is over and it is time for me to be home. Home? She laughed contemptuously. You called my ancestral home a keep fit only for sheep fuckers full of hairy horse-like shrews for women. Daemon's smirk tilted on its side as he spoke next. It was said with love and in the throes of passion, my dear lady wife. She clenched her hands at the insulting way he was saying lady wife. She knew he wanted her react to his mocking and she wouldn't give in. She scoffed. It was said with as much love and passion as a blackwood would say anything about a bracken. She breathed through her nose as she stared at Daemon. What do you want, Daemon, in return of your departure? Gold? I can give you some if you have need of it. This caused the smirk to fall off of his face. I'm no whore for you to pay off, wife. He said with a dangerous edge to his voice. She laughed. Oh. She said with a mocking smile. You would call receiving gold for service akin to paying a whore? Had or had not all of Bravus, Lord Corlys, even your brother paid you off like a whore? Are you not, then, one of the most used whores in the realm? Her mocking smile deepened at the way his nostrils widened and his feet rose off of the dining table and she see his hand twitching. Careful with your disrespect, you foul-mannered churl of a woman. Daemon seethed lowly as he leaned forward, his expression twisted in an angry scowl. I may well forget that you are Baelon's mother. I, foul-mannered. Ray scoffed before she sneered out. Please, if there one that deserves to be foul-mannered, it is you, Daemon. You are foul-mannered as you are utterly shameless. This time, his hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Shameless. Daemon's eyes flashed angrily as he slowly stood up, his grip on his sword tightening. She smiled coldly at that. Do you think you could walk out of this keep without dying, dear husband, should you even think to do what is on your mind? Ray said with a raised eyebrow as she watched him menacingly get closer to her, her heart beating faster. Though the inkling of fear grew within her that he may well attack her, she knew that he was a cunt-bitten coward and would not dare attack her unless he knew he could get away with it. You dare call me shameless? Daemon said lowly as he eyed her dangerously, seemingly ignoring the warning she'd given him. The overwhelming anger she felt rose within her and she rose to her feet as she said, why would I not call you shameless when you act as if you deserve to be called father by Baelon when you do not care if he lives or dies? She spat out. All of the anger she'd felt by the way Daemon acted with Baelon throughout the day spilled out of her in the vehemence of her words and in her voice. She laughed coldly as she watched him grow angrier and with a sneer she continued, where was the rogue prince when his son and heir was attacked by his enemies? Where was the letter to Baelon, your son and heir, to show that you care about his well-being? She asked with a cold venomous smile, and she enjoyed, even if it surprised her, the flash of guilt across his expression. Yes. She continued, but this time her voice was low, yet it still continued to be as cold as the bite of the cold gales from beyond the wall. That is why you are shameless, Daemon. She tilted her head as she narrowed her eyes harshly. What was it, Daemon? Do you hate Baelon, our son, half as much as you hate me? Before she knew it, she felt two iron-hard grips on her shoulders push her towards the wall and she felt her back smack against the back of the wall, not hard enough to harm her but enough to pain her. Don't ever dare claim I can hate my own flesh and blood. Daemon said with a seething and low voice, his eyes screaming with murder the way he was looking at her. I care for Baelon more than you can ever know, woman. Ah, was the news that I survived the attack what stopped you then? Ray asked, hating how much her voice was shaking. She could not move out from his grip, so firm and painfully was he holding her, and she was only just about able to stop a wince from showing on her face. Something flashed in Daemon's eyes before he recollected himself and simply looked at her with guarded but cold eyes. I did not know until many moons afterwards. He said to her in a cold voice and let go of her shoulders. She looked momentarily surprised before she looked at him with disbelief and suspicion as she touched one of her shoulders. I do not believe you. Daemon snorted coldly as he looked at her with a hint of disdain. I don't care. It is the truth. I only learnt of the attack through rumors which I later had confirmed. Daemon paused with a dark look on his expression before it passed and began to eye her with scrutiny. Imagine my surprise when I also learnt that I had already given word that the perpetrators would suffer my vengeance moons before I had even known of it. It was Baelon's protection. Ray only said. Daemon smiled coldly and it almost seemed agreeable. I approve of that at least. Daemon said with a strange look before a look of raw anger flashed across his face, and it isn't a lie either. I will repay those who dared attack my son and heir. The raw vehemence in his voice when he said that shocked her and she eyed him intently. You care for Baelon? Daemon lost his look of anger and in its place annoyance showed itself. Of course I do, woman. Daemon said with irritation. He is my flesh and blood. You barely could stand him when he was born. Ray said accusingly. You spent more time in King's Landing than you ever did with Baelon. He'd not seen you more than a handful of times growing up. Daemon met her gaze and looked at her angrily. He has my eyes and my father's eyes. Daemon said before he mockingly raised his eyebrows. How can I not stand him? And just because my duties had gotten in the way does not mean I do not care for my own flesh and blood, my own son and heir. To most it would if you could only bring yourself to see him a handful of times. Most can go hang themselves. Daemon scoffed before he scowled at her lightly. What did you want from me? I'd have had to take him from you over your cold body to take him to King's Landing. Ray was sure he more than once contemplated it, and whenever I visited, Daemon sneered out, you'd behave like a half-horsed shrew of a woman bloodthirsty enough to claw out my eyes. Do not lay the blame for your absence on me. Ray said with narrowed eyes. I'm not blaming you, I'm merely saying that I'd rather deal with the rat-infested King's Landing than dealing with you. Daemon said with a mocking smile. Ray scowled, but then she breathed in and out heavily before she set her eyes on him. Then why are you insisting on staying if you rather deal with King's Landing? At this, Damon's expression darkened. Baelon has need of me. Damon said in an uncharacteristically serious tone, so much so that she was taken aback. Damon smiled thinly as he continued, though I have not found out exactly who it was that perpetrated the attack on our son, and yourself. Ray's eyebrows climbed at the tone of voice which had some sense of cautious concern. I am certain that I know who was behind it. Damon said darkly. Your rivals in the High Towers? Ray surmised. The entire realm knew the dislike Otto Hightower, and by extension House Hightower, had with Damon and vice versa. Our rivals, my dear lady wife. Damon said with a cold smile. Do not forget that our son will be king and husband to the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She never forgot. It was what kept her up at night, knowing the danger that Baelon and his children would be if things stayed the same. Alicent's sons would have a very strong claim, if not the better claim according to the laws of the realm. Damon continued. Baelon is a Targaryen. She clenched her teeth but kept quiet, knowing that it was not the time to point that Baelon was a Royce and descended from a male line. Damon looked at her with a cold smirk. And your bloodline is respected across the realm, especially in the Vale and the North. This may be the first time you're not insulting House Royce. Ray said with irritation in her voice. I was loose with my words in my youth. Damon said carefully, and her eyes widened at the admission, which was as close as to an apology without being one, and a flash of annoyance spread on his expression at her reaction. He recomposed himself and continued. My son is half Royce. He carries the blood of kings from both bloodlines, worthy of a future king of the Seven Kingdoms, and the Hightowers know that. A dark look flashed across his face before he met her gaze. Otto Hightower has now been whispering poison in my brother's ear to have him cancel the betrothal to Rhaenyra. My grandfather set out for Baelon and instead marry her to Laenor. Laenor Velaryon was likely the best match for the Targaryens, Ray considered. It brought the Velaryons back to the table and limited the chance of the Velaryons increasing their number of dragons outside of Targaryen control by having Laenor take the Targaryen name. And, if his grace was wise, he could negotiate a match between Laena Velaryon and her son for the slight of taking away the hand of the princess. The major problems with that suggestion, however, was Daemon and, of course, the question of why Hightowers would wish to add 3 dragons to Rhaenyra's strength. Why? She asked with a heavy frown. Why would the Hand want to damage the claim of his grandson with the threat the Velaryons pose? Daemon smirked a little. There are rumors that the Velaryon heir should have been born a woman. Her eyebrows, not for the first time, rose high when she understood before she wrinkled her nose in disgust. Daemon laughed darkly. The boy is a sword swallower. 7 and 10 name days old, the boy has not had a woman, and I have been to Driftmark to confirm that. He prefers the company of his fellow squires than he does a woman. So they hope that no issue is born from their union. Ray surmised after wrestling her mind away from the disturbing thought of the Velaryons' proclivities. Daemon nodded before a dark look crossed his expression. For now, Viserys is not listening. Daemon smiled bitterly. But that snake of a Hand has a silver tongue and Viserys is blind to it. Your brother can't change his mind. Ray said after a few moments of considerations, and after the look she received in return she expanded. To go back on the betrothal your grandsire made would mean that the next king or queen can undo the declarations and agreements of the previous king. It was part of why she never sent a raven to his grace requesting that he cancel the betrothal and let her son carry her family name without any issues. It would be dangerous and foolish considering that he intends the princess to inherit the throne after her. Ray added, and Daemon looked thoughtful. Daemon said with a frown before he turned his gaze towards her with a mocking smile unexpectedly insightful. There he is. Ray scoffed before she looked at him somewhat disdainfully. I can say quite truthfully that much of what you spoke of today is also unexpectedly not as heartless or murderous as you expected. Daemon said with a laugh. That and that you are less of a loitersack fool than I thought you were. Daemon's crinkled in anger before he shook his head and scoffed. Cunt. Bastard. She easily returned. Daemon looked at her with some amusement before he grew serious. I must stay and train my son. In 3 years, he will marry Rhaenyra. He must be capable to defend himself. Her nostrils flared. I have not been absent in my duties to my son. He is being trained every day. I expected no less. Daemon said, surprising once more with his words and tone. You have my gratitude for the son that Baelon is growing up to be. Daemon's usual careless forms of expressions were not displayed presently as he continued. He reminds me much of mine own father. He'll be the great king my father never got to be. Daemon said as he met her gaze. For a few moments neither of them said nothing before she nodded slightly. Very well. I will not oppose your stay. She said, and Daemon ruined it with his arrogant smirk, and she narrowed her eyes as she continued, but only, if you remain respectful. Of course. Daemon said with a smirk as he leaned in a little, and for a moment she thought she may have made a deal with a demon from the 7 hells. I will be respectful, after all, this is my home. Ray bit her tongue and managed to say nothing and decided to walk away, but before she left the dining hall she said one more thing. Do not expect anything more from me, husband. Daemon laughed coldly. I could say the very same for you, wife. I have no want to ever again hear your whimpering moans even if I enjoyed seeing you on your knees. She bit on her tongue and she could taste blood from the effort and she turned around, glaring at him. Neither do I have the interest to hear you grunt like an oiking and squealing pig about to be slaughtered. Damon narrowed his eyes. I do not grunt like a pig. He said slowly. You should ask the whores you pay to tell you the truth, husband. Ray said with a cold smile and she enjoyed the flash of a sour look before she turned around and smiled a little wider as she left the dining hall. Break. Mid to late 111 AC, Corinth. Dorland POV. He watched as the prince studied the portraits, ignoring the alchemist, girl, who produced it and was fidgeting somewhat nervously and likely also because of the after effects of the liquid with a kind of silent focus that felt, quietly suffocating. Dorland turned his eyes away from the prince and back at the portraits, deciding to distract himself with the portraits. These were amongst 4 dozen girl had painted over the span of several days, but these ones were more directly related to the prince and his family. Each of them, all 4 of them, were profound in their own ways, and had they not the connotations that they had, he might even say that they were impressive. Girl was truly talented. One of them, the one that the prince was staring at, showed a pair of flames in the shape of eyes casting over monoliths made of black stone which loomed over red-bricked monoliths, which showed signs of repair but still looked fragile as if they were ready to crumble, whilst there was a familiar blue and maroon-colored dragon in the distance with a shadow that looked like it was chasing the dragon. It was ominous to say the least. It wasn't the only ominous portrait, but it was the most obvious. Yes, that's the best way to put. At least the 4th one, which showed dragons flying over what seemed to be a mountain, wasn't too bad. This. The prince finally broke the silence as he looked towards the 2nd portrait. Do you recall what you saw, what it seemed like? Felt like? The 3rd portrait was a mess of a painting with what looked like a raging impossibly wide river with ships threatening to keel over, but he wasn't sure what it meant. Did it meant Illimari's river would be a problem? I saw an ocean, no, definitely a river that was almost as large as a sea, fast, so fast, able to carry away ships 10 times larger than a galleon. Girl said a little nervously before adding, I think it did. It felt like it did anyway. The prince hummed and waved Girl to continue and Girl did so. I also saw something in the middle of the river, so tall that it could touch the sky, and so strong that it could resist the power of the river, never moving, never shaking. Girl breathed a little nervously before adding. I think, it smelled like the earth, and it felt I was being touched by stone and bark and ice and fire, all at the same time. Girl was confused and disturbed. There was a moment of silence. Anything more? The prince asked and Girl shook his head. No, my prince. That was all on this one. Girl said, already having explained his visions of the other portraits. Thank you for your service, Girl. The prince said after he turned fully to the alchemist, a faint smile on his face. Your service to our people will not be forgotten. Girl smiled somewhat uneasily, but Dorland could see the happiness in his eyes. It didn't surprise Dorland to see the happiness in Girl's eyes. It was well known that those who did well in service to the royal family were often richly rewarded. I live to serve, my prince. After that, Girl left, leaving behind the prince and Dorland alone. It looks like we've truly found the right balance with the shade of the evening. The prince said as he glanced at the door momentarily before looking to Dorland. Dorland inclined his head slightly. Yes, my prince. The elixir, with moderation, seems to detract away the most negative aspects whilst only slightly dimming the intensity and clarity of the visions. Through experimentation, they discovered that diluting the potency of the shade of the evening with water and an herb native to an island in the Jade Sea named Qaat stabilized the visions into something more coherent and less taxing on the body. There were still addictive issues with the shade of the evening, but it was more manageable now. They just had to make sure the individual didn't consume more than 2 doses in a week, and ideally a fortnight would be the best time gap for the next set of doses. The prince said wryly, I'd argue against the point of dimming clarity. It's not as if we were peering through time with the shade of evening in the first place. Dorland smiled a little amused. I suppose so. The individuals who consumed the elixir were never coherent enough to relay what they were seeing in clear terms. This way at least, with the likes of Kurl who possessed significant artistic talent, thanks to his secretive practicing when he was being brought up to be a scribe, they were able to peer into the kind of visions they were seeing without having to subject themselves to the dramatic effects of the shade of the evening. Dorland lost the smile a little as he peered cautiously at the prince. You know what they mean, do you not, my prince? He hadn't asked before, but now. The prince was silent for a moment before he smiled somewhat at Dorland, his eyes seemingly studying him with some curiosity. I do. So do you, of course. Dorland nodded a little hesitantly. I do. I have been careful to misdirect the assumptions to the obvious target. Namely being Mir. Everyone knew a war was on the horizon, the only thing they'd been uncertain about was whether or not it would happen before or after most of their people had left. It was clear now that the war would happen after. Fortunately though, the number who knew where exactly the war would be waged could be counted on one hand. I know. You have my appreciation, Dorland. Your loyalty will not be forgotten. The prince was sincere in his tone, and Dorland could tell that he was also sincere that he knew of his misdirections. The implications did not offend Dorland. The prince frowned a little. I am concerned mostly about the red eyes, the shadow that seems to follow me, and the angry fire-breathing dragons in the west. The second portrait possessed the angry dragons within it. The angry fire-breathing dragons are more or less self-explanatory, the prince said with an amused glint in his eyes before he lost it as he continued with a more grave expression. The shadow is probably as dire as the red eyes, though perhaps more so for me personally. Dorland understood. Assassins. The prince only offered a half-smile before he shrugged almost carelessly. It is a certainty that I am going to offend and upset a great many people. Dorland's eyebrows raised a little at the casual nature in which he said that. I see. Dorland said, unsure what else to say on that. The prince seemed to catch it. Don't worry about it. It'll be handled. The prince said, amused, and Dorland couldn't help but wonder what he meant by that. He didn't dare pry, however, and the prince spoke up again, closing that door shut. The red eyes are more concerning to me, especially what they could mean. The red eyes, that is likely the red god. Dorland mused with some dread. It was the most obvious and direct assumption to make, and Dorland resisted the urge to shudder as the thought of the red god having an oily black stone at a temple altar in Volantis passed through his mind. I hope not. The prince said with grave note to his voice, and Dorland was reminded to the image of the prince shaken and pale in his cabin trying hard to keep his composure. That experience had scarred them both, and yet oddly it also united them in cause. The abominable magic that created that entity, or sustained it, had instilled a deep hatred of all things sacrificial and evil magic in both of them. Some of Dorland's research was looking into the legends of the past, like Lightbringer, which was said to have killed the Night King, a tale that is remembered by many peoples even if there was variation in the tales. That meant that there were weapons in the world, or had been, that could slay these kind of foul entities. He wanted to answer two questions: could he find hints of where and what they were, and could he perhaps recreate them otherwise? Perhaps. Fortunately, the eyes did not seem to be anything more than gazing. The prince said, drawing Dorland back from his thoughts. So observing rather than acting. I think that is most likely. I won't be acting against it or its faith, so it should not be so eager to be a problem for me, the prince said, and there was a strange glint in his eyes that suggested that there was far more he was leaving unsaid. No, I think it is quite possible the eyes are representative. It could be that Volantis will be a problem. The prince smiled somewhat thinly, as it always would have. It's a shame for Orlan is dead. Dorland said with a sigh. He did miss the slippery-tongued mentor of his. Especially in matters like this. Whilst he might not have been off of the old blood of Volantis, he was still a fairly prominent member of society there. The alchemist guild there, whilst not particularly as large as the poisoner, alchemist, guilds in Liss, or as popular, was at least a notable guild. He would certainly have been of some kind of influence there in the past, and he might have been able to help the prince on this matter. His insight on the politics of the Volantine could have been of some use, but not much. We already know much about them anyway. Perhaps if he knew some of the nobility there, perhaps. The prince said with a shake of the head. Still, I do not discount the red priests either. Yes, they could pose a problem. Dorland admitted a little reluctantly. For Orlan did mention that the red priests almost certainly were capable of some amount of magic, most of it rooted in blood magic and sacrificial magic. And, since the prince was most certainly going to war in Essos, the influence of the red faith was going to be a problem too. Much of the SSC worshipped the red god, and if the red priests opposed the prince, even if the red god didn't. At least it doesn't show my death. The prince said with a shake of the head, and Dorland frowned a little at the tone. He knew that the prince thought that the visions were more deterministic, meaning the future was already set, then it was chaotic, but Dorland wasn't in agreement with that idea. Not only because he heavily disliked the idea that choice was an illusion, but also because it meant that visions were more or less pointless. What was the point of being able to peer into the possible futures if they were deterministic? Where not you could change your supposed fate. Where ignorance was truly bliss. He did not wish to believe this world was such a hopeless one, where entities and gods played man like a fiddle in their games. How are the preparations going for the departure? The prince's voice drew him back out from his thoughts, and he blinked a few times before he answered. Preparations are going well. All of our critical goods, tomes, and equipment are all in crates or will be in the next few days. About 2/3 of the alchemists were leaving for Ilmaris, himself included. The rest would remain, and it wasn't hard to understand for what purpose. Even if the stores of wildfire they had, especially with the way of mass-producing wildfire, had more than 100-fold increased their production rates, was far more than what the prince might need, Dorland understood that the alchemists would be needed to deal with the alchemic solution. Good. I will have some of the men come by and load them up on the ships. The prince said to Dorland, and he nodded to that before he frowned lightly. It is a shame we were unable to ascertain the value of the tomes within the Alchemist Guild in Volantis. Dorland said with a faint sigh. Though for Orlan often effused that the Alchemist Guild possessed no great library of tomes on magic, he also knew that For Orlan feared the prince. It was not out of the realm of possibility that For Orlan may have obfuscated the true value of the library within the Volantene Guild. He'd requested several years ago that Prince Aegon see about obtaining more tomes for them, and though the prince had, none of it had come from Volantis, and unfortunately it seemed like the window was closing, or rather it already closed. Mayhaps he'd expected too much from the prince, especially now that the guild had unscrupulous eyes on them because of rumors that wildfire was used during the war in the Basilisk Isles. It likely caused their increased aggressiveness in defending their secrets. And the Volantene Alchemist Guild were not exactly known to be open with their knowledge or their services in the first place. The Alchemist Guild of Volantis was the last order of its kind, an order of pyromancers that gained in prominence in the century after the doom when old Valeria had died and took with it its elders in all things magic. At their height of their power, they claimed they were able to transmute metal, create beings of living fire, and to give true credit, there were rumors some of their magics was used during the Century of Blood when Volantis warred with all of Valeria's daughters, allowing them to capture the likes of Tyrosh and Mir despite their fused stone walls. There was even a gate in the Tyroshi walls that looked like it was built around an opening that looked as if it was molten through, something that gives credence to this rumor. But just as soon as they rose to the upper echelons of power and prominence with their magics, their fall was quick and harsh, and For Orlan had his suspicions that the warlocks of Karth had likely had a hand in the quick demise of many esteemed wisdoms during that era, mayhaps even with the aid of the Faceless Men. And according to For Orlan, the Volantene alchemists possessed no great stores of knowledge, or otherwise, as he once so eloquently told him, I'd never have upset those misery fools if I had known they secreted away tomes of power. But Dorland had long suspected that entirely wasn't the truth, nor did he think For Orlan had been privy to their greatest of secrets. He'd agreed that the loss of the wisdoms was likely the trigger for a great deal of loss of knowledge passed down from the word of mouth, from master to apprentice, but he also reasoned that there had likely been enough old knowledge remaining to entice the guild to continue on their so-called quest for deciphering the higher mysteries and not sell their goods or services to the highest bidder, especially now that the opportunity of earning great riches was before them. Why resist to aid wealthy nobles or cities with casks full of wildfire when it could earn you gold to last you lifetimes instead of earning pitiful amounts by selling medicine and the like if it wasn't to remain unnoticed to the wider world? To keep curious eyes away from the secrets you may hold? Still, Dorland mused, he wondered how long they'd keep control over their members. Even if it took a combination of a man like For Orlan and the safe bosom of a dragon lord to prevent the Volantene from going to further lengths to secure their secrets, Dorland did not think it impossible that the next man who broke rank would open the gates of defectors. Not when nobles could offer a lifetime of luxury and prestige. Or worse, mayhaps they'd wisen up and succumb to the lures of riches anyway, or more likely, to sell wildfire in order to protect their other secrets. Yes, it is. The prince paused before he turned fully toward Dorland and met his gaze. I suppose I may as well inform you that we won't be able to acquire much from the Alchemist Guild in Volantis now, or ever. Dorland took a moment to process before his eyebrows climbed at the comment. I only found out recently that the building that housed the Alchemist Guild burned down with no survivors. The prince said to Dorland with indifference. I see. Dorland said slowly. Yes, it is unfortunate. The prince said with a faint smile that did not reach his eyes. It seems like the entirety of the guild was present at the time. As of right now, it is quite likely our people are the only ones who are capable of producing wildfire and other advanced alchemy. The prince said, and Dorland glanced at the prince, understanding the words for what they were. He doubted that all of the alchemists were present all at the same time in their building. Mayhaps that was indeed the case, after all, they may well decided to do so as to protect themselves from those who wished to take their secrets, but he suspected that the prince specifically had all of them hunted down as much as possible. A glimmer of his understanding showed itself in his eyes. I see. Dorland said carefully as he met the prince's gaze. The world won't miss the stagnant lot. After all, they had done little with wildfire in all those centuries, missing the enormous potential the alchemic liquid had with the way it burnt. The prince began to smile now, though there was a glint in his eyes that Dorland understood very well, and Dorland nodded slowly without saying anything. The message is clear, Dorland thought to himself. Dorland did consider that a large part of the reason of the majority of their guild leaving for Ilmaris, as much as it was to ensure the research and the alchemists were safe, was also because the prince wanted to ensure that none of the more knowledgeable alchemists left. Especially not after the discovery they made, not after how much Dorland had seen wildfire change in terms of value to Prince Aegon, going from valuable to priceless. So much so that Prince Aegon likely made the decision to get rid of the only ones Prince Aegon saw as a threat, and it was doubtless the admittance of the fate of the alchemist was a warning for Dorland to ensure no betrayal would come for Prince Aegon. This side of the prince didn't surprise Dorland. Most of the people in Corinth were fanatically loyal to Prince Aegon and his family. They saw him as righteous, just, and most importantly, caring about them like none others who ruled them had ever done. And nearly all of them never saw how the prince could truly be quite sudden. Dorland said carefully, the question in his words clear. He was curious to know why the prince decided now of all times. Whilst wildfire became valuable and all others who could make it became threats, there was little to no chance of the Volantene discovering what the prince had posited they could do with the wildfire. They behaved unexpectedly and it was the root of their demise. The prince explained and Dorland began to understand a little, especially since he'd understood already the pressures that were on them when some of the escaped corsairs waggled their tongues. I take they were consorting with unsavory elements? Dorland questioned. The prince hummed positively. They were. It was why they met their demise, the prince said with a wry smile that seemed to Dorland to border vindictiveness. They were being courted to be agreeable by one of the free cities. The prince said with a growing coldness in his eyes. Unfortunately for them, it was how and why they met their demise. Fortunately to the world, their loss is of no importance. Save for their tomes. Dorland muttered with a sigh. At this, the prince did smile a little, commiserating. Unfortunately, the only way we could have succeeded in taking what we wanted would have been through storming their building, and storming an alchemist's building is a volatile choice to say the least. Dorland's lips twitched at the dark jest before the prince continued. Whatever we have lost in opportunity, I am sure that the next few years will provide us with greater discoveries of our own. The prince gestured towards the paintings. Through experimentation and through intuition, we'll discover the wonders of this world, both the natural and the mystical. The prince picked up a paintbrush and moved towards one of the blank canvases, and after dipping the tip into yellow paint, he drew a round ball with two hook-like pipes on the white canvas. And this is the first stepping stone to that future, Dorland. Dorland eyed the familiar image and his memories went back to a strange few weeks over a year ago. One of the alchemists managed to find an even stabler solution of wildfire, although it was less potent, but it made it up by using more common ingredients. The alchemist, Eriko the Blue-Browed, a name given to him following an explosion that tinged his brows and hair, a darkly blue for several moons, had written up a report on his findings, focusing on how long the wildfire burnt. The prince had read the findings and the very next day had gone to the blacksmiths with several drawings and ordered the blacksmiths to have the parts made exactly as the prince had drawn it. And they had done so within a few days. 2 domes were made, each of them having stilts welded at their base before they were welded together. Once hook-like pipes were fitted at the seams of the weld between the domes, and then the stilts were connected to a brass base that had 3 legs equally spaced. The odd round cauldron was half filled with water, and then a bowl of carefully measured stabilized wildfire was placed underneath it. Moments later, the wildfire was set alight, and it hadn't taken long before steam began to rise out of the pipe holes, spinning the cauldron. First slowly, then rapidly. And it continued spinning for more than an hour. 1 hour and 22 minutes, according to the scholar gifted in mathematics that Prince Aegon had brought. It was the first time he'd seen Prince Aegon as surprised and as astonished as was halfway through the experiment. It was also the very first time he'd seen the prince as pleased as he was when Eriko told him that his modification of wildfire was able to garner several folds greater quantities of wildfire than the typical methods of production. In the time since, the prince had focused substantial number of the alchemists and scholars to figure out a way to increase production even more, to 100-fold or more increase in the production of wildfire. Prince Aegon had explained the principles of energy transformation, from heat energy to what he called kinetic energy, and explained through the terms of sustenance as the equivalent of heat energy which transformed into forms of energy that can be used to produce work. The prince explained that if wildfire could be made safe, and could be made in plentiful amounts, they could extract this energy and use it for work, like water mills spinning by the force of the water stream, except they could use it to replace simple and laborious tasks in the city and elsewhere. It took some time to understand, and he only got to understand fully what the prince meant when he'd showed Dorland and others the simple but repetitive task of the printing press, which required men to lift and place continuously, but he saw why the prince had seen wildfire as priceless. A future that will also see the guild's future secured. Dorland said with a wry note in his voice. The coin that the guild could and would earn from providing numerous guilds with the stable wildfire concoction to be used for production would undoubtedly be significant. Dorland was looking forward to it, particularly because it could fund countless number of experiments and purchases without needing to rely on the royal family for funding. The prince looked at him with some amusement. Becoming an alchemist should certainly become a coveted position once our new homeland has reached maturity. The prince placed his arms behind his back as he eyed Dorland. My son being amongst its numbers will also do much to improve the guild's standings within our society. Dorland nodded slightly. The young Prince Polaris would, once he was deemed ready, take lessons from himself and a number of other alchemists on alchemy and magic. Dorland was looking forward to it, especially since he got the impression that Prince Aegon believed his son to be talented in magic. The very thought of having a dragon lord aiding him full-time in his research and experiments regarding the slaying of foul beings. It was a shame that Prince Aegon was adamant that Prince Polaris was not to learn any magic until he was well into his teens. Any further progress with the concoctions to deal with the pests in Ilamaris? The prince and he answered the prince's questions before they continued to talk about their other experiments and any new ideas that the guild was looking to pursue. Break. Mid to late 111 AC, Corinth. Ochre POV. He walked through town with his arm interlocked, taking in the sight of so many shops threadbare of all goods, the streets almost chaotic with how many people seemed to walk in a rush. It really is happening. It feels so sudden, so soon, he thought to himself as he watched a family carry their goods and all that they owned through the busy street. You'd think we were under siege. Zhajnitsi joked as she watched the sight with a strange fascination, with her black-brown eyes slightly widened as she took everything in. Both of them had finished their duties with the scholars. Their lessons on administrations and diplomacy were long over, and they'd been tasked to help manage a number of responsibilities within Corinth, such as tax assessments and assisting with fundings and payments for public works. So they decided to spend the day watching the preparation for the long journey to Illimaris, the 7th type of its kind. Though this one was a little more special. This wave would include 10,000 people, the highest number of people leaving at any one time. Not only that, once these 10,000 reached Illimaris, it would also mark the point that there were more people in Illimaris than there were in Corinth, with 35,000 in Corinth and 37,000 in Illimaris. And, of course, this wave also included the prince and his family leaving for Illimaris, including their dragons. So it was understandable, to say the least, that Corinth was chaotic. It's not that bad, Ochre said with a faint smile. He'd long ago learnt that Zhou had a tendency to exaggerate a little, mayhaps a little more than just a little. Zhou looked at him a little unimpressed. Who amongst us has been under a siege? And of course, she was also quite strange in her own little way. No one else would boast being under a siege. The siege lasted but a few days before the sellsword army were paid to go away, he said with narrowed eyes. Zhou had been a slave born in Tolos, and in her childhood, the city had been in a dispute with the sellsword army they'd paid to help defend against a small Kalassar that wandered by the city. So? Doesn't change the fact that I know what a siege looks like, and you do not. So if I say it looks like a siege, it looks like a siege, Zhou said with an unrepentant tone to her voice, and he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, though there was a part of him that wondered how much she'd changed over the past few years. He remembered meeting her as if it was yesterday, this soft-faced young woman with her head bowed and her gentle voice, remindful of so many others he knew in Astapor. Yet when she was self-assured that she was indeed free, assured that she was free to speak as she wished, in moderation though she never truly exercised it, much to his exasperation, assured that she was free, he'd begun to see her value. There was a sharpness in her, one that he himself had, a sharpness that helped you survive when the slightest misstep or wrongly uttered word could see you stripped of your life, though her sharpness was more attuned to diplomacy, able as she was to intuit danger and how to disarm a tense situation using her wiles and wit. It also meant that she could adjust herself to different audiences, and he was one of the few where she could be unrepentantly brash and unrestrained. He wasn't entirely sure if he considered himself fortunate or unfortunate. Anyway, she continued as if she hadn't been childish, and he smiled a little wryly to himself at her sudden switch in expression and tone. I don't see the sense to rush as they are now. They're not meant to leave for another 3 days. Have you not heard? The amount of goods they can bring with them has been limited. There are concerns about weight and the like. He told her, and she blinked in surprise before she frowned at him. Really? There wasn't this issue with the other journeys, she said curiously. The other journeys don't include heavy items and tools like anvils and the like, Ochre said wryly. Many who were joining this journey were amongst those who worked in the textile, porcelain, luxury, and other such industries as well, many of whom were being allowed to bring their tools and equipment with them. To date, most of the people who had gone to Illimaris were men who were involved in more physical-intensive industries, like farmers, builders, lumbermen, and so on, and with their wives, their children, and many of the orphans. Now, much of the rest were beginning their journey. I hadn't heard, Zhou said with a frown before she shook her head. This place is going to be very different, isn't it? She said with a strange note in her voice. It almost sounded like concern. Yes, Ochre admitted. It also won't be long before this place is abandoned. Or at least looks like it's abandoned, he thought to himself. A year, mayhaps a year and a half, he reckoned, would be all that remained until it really was abandoned. The journey to Illimaris was around 4 to 5 moons long, and if they continued to build the galleons, it wouldn't be surprising to him for it to be over in 2 or 3 journeys. We'll be last to leave. Or mayhaps they intend to give the town to us after we're done with our roles. Zhou joked, and he gave her a long look in response before he looked around and tugged her along a little harshly. No one heard, Zhou said with a roll of the eyes, though her voice was substantially lower as she spoke. It won't be long before someone hears if you speak as you are now, Ochre said in a disappointed tone. How is it that you can be so careful yet on other times so reckless, Zhajnitsi? This got her to straighten up a little, and he caught her glance around her as they made their way to the gates of the city before she answered. People rarely pay mind to the conversation of others around, least of all conversations of those who are unimportant as we are, Zhou said with a glint in her eyes. Zhajnitsi. Ochre frowned heavily as he said her name. He knew what she was inferring to, the strange way he and her and the other several hundreds were being taught, all of whom had come from places in Slaver's Bay. To be truthful, their whole journey to Corinth was strange, no matter how thankful he was to Uthric for giving him his freedom. His freedom seemed random, chosen and given on a random whim, and it seemed like it was much the same for many of his fellows from Slavers Bay. And when they arrived, a whole slew of questions were asked of them, to share what they knew of their cities, their neighborhoods, of the families that resided in their cities, and they later learnt that such questions were rarely asked of the other former slaves that came the disputed lands or near it. And it didn't end there, the differences. Where everyone else was more or less free to choose their path had been effectively made, teaching them administration, diplomacy, and managing coin. He did not begrudge this, nor did he begrudge the people of Corinth who'd welcomed him and his fellows with open arms, but at the time, it was different. They knew that now. And, none of them, he and his fellows, were leaving for Illimaris, having been told by the prince himself that their time was not yet to leave for Illimaris, that they still had a role to fulfill for a few years alongside him before they left with him to Illimaris. They begun to understand as to what that role was. It was clear that there was a war coming with Mir, and it was beginning to seem like their fate entwined with that of Essos rather than Illimaris. Zhajnitsi stressing the point of unimportance was related to that. It seemed like their role in the coming war was going to be aid in administrating, or something along those lines. The Free City and Zho was not happy that they were not given a choice in that matter. Not really. Fine, fine. Zho said quickly, and she shook her head. I'll stop. She peered at him and smirked a little teasingly. I won't ruin this well-earned day of ours, she said with a coy note in her voice as she held on more tightly onto his arm. You're a beast. Ochre muttered, though there was a smile of amusement on his face, and she giggled softly at his reaction. This woman. They continued to walk, and almost an hour later they made it to the docks, and he marveled at seeing rows upon rows of galleons and 4 much larger strange-looking ships in the main harbour, crates upon crates of all kinds of sizes being loaded up onto the ships. He'd seen this several times now, galleons being prepared for departure, yet this time, there was a different air to it, almost as if this journey was more than a simple journey. That it truly marked the beginning of the settling of the fabled Illimaris, the promised land. For a moment, he thought of Nymara's 10,000 ships, and he wondered if it was at all similar to how the Roiner must have looked when they stocked their ships and prepared for the journey to Dorne, their last journey. Come, let us eat, we've been walking for some time, Zho said to him, and he agreed. They'd spent much of their free afternoon walking through the city and now the port, and they'd worked up an appetite to be sure. They went to an inn by the main harbour, one that catered mostly to dock workers during the return of merchant ships. These inns were stock full of young and unmarried sailors unwilling to stay with their parents, and a light stew was served up for lunch. He spent much of the meal listening to parts of the conversation of the rather talkative men, and he was amused to hear crassness intermixed with their conversations about Illimaris. The way they talked about a few things reminded him of the harbours in Astapor. The amusement he felt, fell away at the reminder of of Astapor, and his mind drifted away as he began to think about Astapor. He'd been a servant of a middling merchant family for much of his life. He'd been born on an estate on the Worm River, and thusly, much of his life had involved Astapor. A city he hated, but a city that was a part of him. A city that bore arrays of trees, vines, and flowers, and a city that bore the sounds of the howling cries of slaves during the height of noon at the center of the city. Fighting pits that showed and displayed glory and honor, yet could so easily show horrors for the entertainment of the masses. Screams of delight at the gruesome fate of slaves by those who wore slave marks flashed in his mind. The city of Astapor was a well of contradictions that he had yet to settle fully within himself. He kept it in his mind for some time, even as he talked and drank with Zho, and much later, at the turn of the eve, he couldn't help but ask her. Do you ever miss Tolos? Ochre asked Zho, and he could tell that she was surprised by the question. He'd never asked her such a question. No, she said quickly and easily before she added. I hated the city, I hated the people, I hated the other slaves. Zho said seriously before she eyed him intently. Do you miss Astapor? She asked him, and it was a question laced with several different questions. I do not. It was true as well. He hated the city. And, I don't hate the people or the slaves, well, outside of the slavers and the good masters. I would have thought something wrong with you if you did not hate them, Zho said in a half-jokingly. The reason why she likely hated the slaves after all was that they were probably content with their lot in life. Zho was a good reader of people, and it wouldn't surprise him if she picked up on that contentedness. Why ask then? Zho asked with a confused look. Whilst I do not miss Astapor, there are some parts of it that I do miss. At Zho's expression he smiled a little amused. I mean, for example, when I was a young boy, I learnt that there were trees that sprouted fruits that are alike to that of lemons but red in flesh. They tasted very bitter but had a sweetness to them, and they were also very watery. He smiled a little to himself as he remembered those early days. It was during my youth, mere moons after I was sold by my former owner and my likely father. One of the other servants was about my age and showed me around the neighborhood and showed me these fruits. He looked directly into Zho's eyes. The freedmen and the good master families didn't bother with these fruits. I never really learnt the reason why, so throughout my life, I always picked them and ate them when I had the chance. He looked to his drink. I realize now that moments like that helped me more than I could have ever realized, back then. He realized that in those moments, he'd forgotten that he was a slave if only very brief moments. Eating those fruits, picked by his own hands, eating them for his own enjoyment rather than eating food that granted to him by owners, who fed him not for his well-being but to sustain him like livestock. Those moments were rare and precious. I understand. Zhou said a little quietly, and he looked to her and he saw her look away into the distance. I do miss a few things about Tolos, yes. The rest of their eve went by quiet, and their conversation after that solemn moment veered to much more interesting conversation points, like the arrival of the 6 aged gladiators several weeks ago who were mostly amongst the knights and trained men and rarely elsewhere. Neither of them had spoken to those former gladiators, but Zhou had heard that they'd come from Mirian, and that 2 of them had even fought in the Golden Pit, a famous fighting pit that was rumored to have the grandest battles in all of the known world. Both of them were very curious about the gladiators, especially since gladiators were rarely set free and most almost certainly died in the ring. To see men in their 40s after a life of fighting in the pit still live was a great surprise. He wondered how their freedoms was purchased. By the time they left the inn, both of them were slightly drunk, especially after they joined in cheer and drank an entire goblet of ale with the rest of the people in the inn, and they made way to return back to their rooms, or room, with the way Zhou was holding his arm. He looked at her and saw her look at the galleons that they could only faintly see, and he wondered what she was thinking. What are you thinking? She turned to him, a mischievous smile on her face as she spoke up. She said, almost giggling, just wondering if I could get away with marking the ships with a special symbol, she said before she made a lewd symbol with her hand that he could infer was meant to mean a penis. Your chances are very low, you're more likely to fall in the river before you can get even half of it done. He said with a laugh, and she hit him on the arm. I can pull it off, especially if you help me. I can pull yours later. She said with a suggestive wink. He looked at her a little unimpressed. Whatever I do tonight, you're still going to do that tonight anyway. He said with an easy smile. He might have said it was arrogance, but it was true enough. When she was in a mood like this, he could tell he was in for a good night. She narrowed her eyes before she sighed, her cheeks widening as she blew. You're right, harpy be damned. She said with a sour note, and he laughed at her tone. A shame though. She said as she eyed the ships with a strange expression on her face. He studied her expression intently and continued to study her face even as she lost the look once she noticed he was looking. What? She asked with a raised eyebrow. He looked away from her as they walked on the road back to Corinth. What? She asked again, digging her elbow into his side. You could be on one of those ships, you know, if you really wanted to. Ochre said quietly before he glanced at her. Mayhaps he was wrong, but he didn't think he was. She was afraid, and the things she was saying, and wanted to do, were reactions to that fear of hers. He continued, I can speak on your behalf. There are few women amongst us, and the role, he said a little quieter, even though there no one around them for several hundred yards, is likely to be dangerous even if it is for a few years. They are not heartless. Zhou stopped before she looked up and met his gaze with a heavy frown, though he couldn't be sure with how dark it was, even with the gleaming stars overhead. I've already told you, I don't want to go. Zhou said, her voice slightly defensive. I know. Ochre said disarmingly. But if the possibility is there, you should think about it. Ochre said, and he knew that his disarming tone was not calming her as much as he'd like. Or mayhaps you should join the September and become a septa, they definitely can't deny you the chance to go to Illimaris then. He joked. And what about you? Would you go if you could? Zhou asked sharply. Yes. Even if the prince, if Uthric asked you not to? Would you still go? Zhou asked. She knew that there was a large part of him that felt a sense of obligation, something that had grown ever since he'd become free. He had a debt that he may never repay, a debt that he never thought he'd incur, and he owed it to Uthric, and by proxy, the prince. I thought so. Zhou said with a heavy sigh before she said firmly, I'll leave when you leave. Before she looked at him with a sour expression, so stop asking. She said in a voice that was quite petulant as she took hold of his arm, and it made Ochre smile. This woman. They had a strange relationship, but it was one of trust, and at the least friendship. He knew a little about her life in Tolos and the suffering she incurred at the hands of her former masters. The long scar above her left thigh told many a tales, so he knew that such trust and friendship meant more to her than marriage. Not that he would stop asking her. One day she'd agree if only stop him from asking. Fine, I accept that I am stuck with you. He joked. Zhou looked offended at his words, stuck? Pa. You should be grateful I dare put up with you. He laughed, and for the rest of the journey to Corinth, they laughed and joked with one another until they finally reached his home, and by then both of their lips were too busy to utter a single word. Break. Mid to late 111 AC Corinth. Gale POV. Shush, calm Shrikos. Valar intoned with as much as he could as he petted the dragon's snout as he was being led by the dragon keepers up the ramp and into the huge barge that was to carry the dragon for the next 4 moons. The barge was as shapely as a galleon, though it was substantially wider and taller than a galleon, almost 4 times as wide as a galleon. They'd learnt their lessons with their first barges when they'd moved from Dragonstone to Corinth, where the barges had been unable to suitably handle the weight of the dragons and had caused them to slow down their travel substantially. These barges were made to handle the sizes of each dragon, with each barge custom made for each dragon, though Lismaria and Miss Aragorn would share the same barge since they only needed one of them presently, and though the expectation was that the barges should be able to handle the weight of the dragons, the greater concern was whether or not the dragons could be controlled. 4 moons on the open sea was a very long time for dragons to remain idle, even in the presence and care of several dragon keepers on each barge, and it concerned both her and Aegon that the dragons would prove to be unruly with their sons being so young and inexperienced with their dragon bond. It had been why she'd acquiesced and allowed her sons to ride their dragons almost a year ago once she and Aegon had deemed their sons responsible enough. The more they rode, the more they'd grow a bond with their dragons, and they'd seen that happen over the past year as her sons took to ride their dragons practically on a daily basis. Unfortunately, however, Shrikos was quite an unruly dragon. The other dragons, including her Lismaria, had already been homed in their barges, behaving, but Shrikos. She turned towards Aegon, who was watching their son and his dragon. She could see the concern in his eyes. "Are you reconsidering sedating him?" He'd confessed to her that he considered the possibility some time ago, though it wasn't specifically just for Shrikos either. Aegon turned to her and let off a small sigh before he answered. "No. The risk is far too great." Aegon told her, and she knew that he was talking about the possibility of being caught in a storm. Though it was spring, they intentionally pushed back their departure until it was spring. The possibilities of a storm were still there. Yes, the seas should be calm during this season, but nature seldom obeyed sense. The last thing they'd want is for their dragons be sedated during a storm, as good as consigning their dragons to death. "We'll just have to make sure that our ship formation remains exactly as it should be," Aegon added, referring to the 4 ships, one of them being theirs, tugging the barges in a close ship formation. If need be, they could go to the barges and calm the dragons relatively quickly should there be a need for it. Whilst her eldest son's dragons were obeying her boys a lot more since they'd ridden them, subsequently causing the dragons to be less prone to fly on their own, the dragons were ultimately still that, dragons. They were prone to their own desires, and it was part of why they made the barges the way they were, flat and open with a large deck with a hatch that led downward to an inner bay on which they could comfortably land back onto after their flight. They hoped they could address that want of flight of their dragons, however, by allowing their dragons to take flight during the stillest portions of the journey. It took some time, but thankfully Shrikos settled into the bay of the barge after some soothing from Valar, finally taking care of that part of the preparation of the journey, a journey that would start on the morn tomorrow. "You did well, my son," Aegon said with a warm smile for his son as he ruffled their son's hair, and she also smiled at her son. Valar smiled at them. "Thanks." Valar then frowned a little. "I don't think he'll be always in the barge though," Valar said with a note of concern in his voice. "He won't be," Gale reassured. "All of the dragons will be fly a few times." Valar then peeked a little at that. "Can we fly them then?" "Mayhaps," Gale said with great reluctance. She would much prefer if there was no need for any of her boys to be off of their ship. "We'll see. We don't want you or your brothers off of the ship, Valar, even if the seas are calm, so if you can make sure Shrikos is calm during the trip, please do," Aegon said as he met Valar's gaze. Valar sighed, looking a little downcast, but he nodded anyway. "I will, father," Valar promised, and Aegon happily ruffled Valar's hair. "Good boy. Now go to our ship. We will shortly come join you." And soon enough she was left with Aegon after Valar was escorted back to the ship with a few of the guards. The next few hours involved her and Aegon sitting down with the captains of the fleet, each of whom were tasked, amongst many other things, of keeping a log of all that was on board of their ships, including estimations of the weight they carried, along with the dispersion of the supplies each ship kept. The ships that were going to tug the barges, including the one that would carry her family, were purposefully kept as light as possible, so that the speed of the fleet could be roughly remain the same at full sail. The majority of the weight of the barges was not the dragons themselves. Lismaria was mayhaps the exception, as she was several times the weight of Tyrax's, Polaris dragon, which was the heaviest amongst her son's dragons, but the barges themselves. Tons upon tons of hardwood on a widened and enlarged structure was needed to house the dragons, and as such, was the bulk of the weight that they'd be tugging along. The other galleons would be carrying much of the industry of Corinth, the weaving, the porcelain and the many other small industries, and with that came the problem of ensuring that ships were not overloaded. They also talked about the conditions of the ships. After every journey the ships were given to be looked over by a score of dock workers and shipbuilders, and any concerns the captains or any of the crew had about the ships they were captaining. They already talked about it several times over the past few weeks, but it was part of ship maintenance procedures, part of a doctrine that Aegon had obsessively ensured were followed to the letter of the law. Yes, Aegon had naval procedures enshrined into law, and so they had to talk about the last-minute checks that were carried out. By the time they were done talking with the captains, several hours had passed, and Aegon and Gale walked back towards their ship where they'd stayed for the few days. "Now that we're so close to finally seeing Ilmaris with our own eyes, tasting its air with our own mouths and noses, do you think it strange that I consider it almost bittersweet?" Aegon said to her quietly as they walked along the docks of the harbour back to their ship. No. Gale said with a soft smile before she peered towards Corinth. We spent much of our lives, mayhaps the best part of our lives, she said with soft smile as she looked back at Aegon and took hold of his hand. Here. Our family grew here, and our people grew more populous, bringing us good and leal men like Sir Morocco, Gale said as she looked to the steadfast guard that was walking behind them. One of the many former slaves that had been brought into their personal guardsmen and who they entrusted the safety of their family. Sir Morocco bowed his head to her and she could see him walk a little more assured behind them, something she smiled warmly at. Corinth will remain an important part of our history, even centuries from now. She finished. She would not be surprised if there were many places, with time, that were named after Corinth and the streets and areas within Corinth. Aegon smiled at her as he nodded. Mayhaps after I return here, I may find purchase with Prince Jala to ensure that Corinth at least keeps its name. The news of their departure had already spread to the rest of the isle, and likely well beyond it too. For Prince Jala, it was very good news. She remembered what Aegon had told her about the meeting he had with Prince Jala, and the one only a year ago, and she knew that their departure would be seen as a very good sign that they were keeping their promise. They continued to lightly talk and before long, they were at the ship and they were greeted on the deck with the presence of Ethan Celtigar. My prince, my princess. Ethan said with a bow of the head. Despite living with them nigh on a year, he still called them my prince and my princess, even when they'd given him leave to call them by their first names when in situations such as this. He was much like Bartimos in that regard. Have the girls settled in? Gale asked warmly. Both Viera and Valiana, the latter being Bartimo's daughter, were not creatures of the sea at all. Much to Ethan and his wife's embarrassment, their complaints about not wanting to be on a ship were heard loudly and widely. Though Valiana was older than Viera, Ethan's daughter, Baelon being almost 9 name days old, Bartimos and his wife's leaving 2 moons ago had made her act up far more than before. They have, my princess. Rena and your sons are helpfully distracting them. Ethan said with some tiredness in his voice. Good. Aegon said and they spoke briefly before they said their goodbyes and made way for their deck where her and her children's rooms were. They spoke with their children and the Celtigars briefly before it was time for them to turn in for the night and after she and Aegon were left on their lonesome, they ate lightly before they turned in for the night. Morning came quickly and within 5 hours, 42 galleons set sail. Following the beckoning call of their new homeland. Ilamaries. Chapter 21. Please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. I always read the reviews even if I don't comment on them. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on patreon/boombox117. Late 111 AC, King's Landing. Viserys POV. Viserys applied the final touches of paint to one of the spirals of the estate in the northeastern sector of the city with a great sense of satisfaction before he stepped back and looked over the entirety of the model. Do you see any further discoloration, Lionel? Viserys asked whilst he kept his eyes on the model of Old Valyria. Well, partially complete model of Old Valyria. He still had much of the southern parts of the model to complete, parts that included one of the 14 volcanoes of Valyria, said to be the birthplace of the first dragons and that of the Valyrian religion, and, for thousands of years until the Doom, proudly hosted the temple of the Valyrian gods. He did not think he'd finish it for some time, he mused to himself. The drawings he'd based the model on was from fragmented descriptions from the texts of his ancestors and the model did not quite fit the grandiosity of Old Valyria. Not yet. No, Your Grace. Lord Lionel Strong said as he stepped beside Viserys and Viserys glanced at the man and saw him scrutinizing the model with the kind of eye of attention that he'd come to expect and respect from the large man. Though he was slow of tongue and quiet in voice, when he spoke with assurance and care that was comparable to an archmaester, and to be truthful, Viserys greatly enjoyed the change. He'd made the right choice in selecting Lionel when Otto had proven himself to be no longer fit to be his hand, no longer fit to be trusted. It seems to match coloring perfectly now. Lord Strong said before he paused momentarily and added once the model is complete, it will be a marvel equal to that of the painted table. Viserys hummed pleased. Yes, that is the hope. He said whilst shaking his head, a soft chuckle escaping his throat though I despair the possibility that I may never be able to finish it. At least to a degree that truly caught the glory of Valyria. I find that inspiration can often strike when it is least expected, Your Grace. Lord Strong said to Viserys and it made Viserys chuckle a little louder. That is the right of it. Viserys said with a quiet but warm smile before he turned his attentions back to the model and they talked about the model for some time before he heard the heavy-set doors to his chamber open, the sound of chafing wood on red stone echoing through his halls. He turned and saw his king's guard escorted a lone man whose ship Viserys been waiting on arriving. Viserys scrutinized the man in his 30s closely. It's been some time since he'd lain his eyes upon the heir to Claw Isle and he struggled to remember the occasions he'd seen the man time after Aegon had left. Though he shared the looks of Old Valyria, like that of his father, silver of hair and cobalt of eyes, though shorter and much thinner in both body and in face than the aged lord of Claw Isle, he could not quite remember seeing him all that oft. Surely, he'd seen the man since Aegon had left, if not during the celebrations of his son's second name day then sure in the tourneys since then, competing for honours? Bartimos Celtigar glanced at Lord Strong for a moment before the man kneeled before him, his head bowed. Your Grace. Rise, my lord. Viserys said magnanimously, a faint hint of a kingly smile showing on his face as he met the Celtigar's gaze. I hope the journey was plain sailing, my good lord. Bartimos Celtigar smiled respectfully as he inclined his head. It was, your grace. Certainly, an easier journey than that to the Summer Isles. Celtigar said meaningfully, drawing to the reason why he was summoned to King's Landing. Viserys' eyes tightened slightly. Troubles with any corsairs, my lord? Lord Strong asked curiously. Celtigar shook his head slightly. Nay, my lord Hand. We encountered no troubles with any corsairs. Prince Daemon's peace remains true. Viserys was skeptical of those words just as he'd been skeptical when Daemon had returned in triumph and laid down a crown at Viserys' feet, claiming that the Triarchy will not be a problem any longer. He later learned of the dishonorable ways his brother had gone about winning that peace, killing thousands on scores of merchant ships, and he'd been wroth. Otto may not know it, nor would he let the man know, but there had been times when Otto's arguments about it being a mistake to let Daemon be so close to the throne through his son almost won out against Viserys' sense of duty and family. In any case, though Daemon claimed that the situation at the Stepstones was handled, there were signs that the Stepstones were no safer now than they had been before. The difficulty of the journey was merely about the duration. Bartimos Celtigar said, and Viserys refocused, mentally shaking away those unpleasant thoughts, not wishing to think further on Otto and Daemon. The Celtigar heir continued. It was more harrowing than I expected, to be at sea for so long, even for one such as I who is born to the sea as any true Celtigar is. Yet you allowed your daughter to leave for a journey even more so harrowing, Viserys thought himself suspiciously. Viserys did not voice anything of his true thoughts. I am gladdened to hear my brother's efforts have not been wasted. Viserys said with a light nod before he gestured one of the servants to present them with cups of wine before they left, leaving behind only himself, his hand, two of his king's guard and the Celtigar heir. I am sure you know why you're here, my lord. Lord Strong began as they sat down at the table, and Celtigar inclined his head respectfully before he eyed Viserys somewhat cautiously. You have questions about Prince Aegon, your grace. I do. Viserys said firmly as he eyed the man before him. He added sternly as he bore his eyes down at the Celtigar heir, though we may begin with House Celtigar's involvement. By the time he'd heard that House Celtigar was in contact with his brother, Ethan, and Bartimos Celtigar were already setting sail for the Summer Isles, and it had only been then that they learned of how involved the Celtigars were with his brother. For more than a year, the Celtigars had been trading with his brother, greatly enriching the Celtigars to the point that the coffers of Dragonstone were looking to be healthier than they'd been for more than a decade, with King's Landing once more having access to great amounts of spices, rare cloths, and porcelain that the city had not seen for near enough a decade. That alone had been a surprise, yet not suspicious, not at that time. But then, more news kept on coming. Strange rumors brought to him by Otto, impossible rumors that spoke of his brother laying claim to lands out in the west. He'd dismissed it, at first. Until more and more such rumors were said to be circulating around the free cities. It was then that he asked Otto, and then later Lord Strong to continue after he dismissed Otto, to seek out more information, and what information he received. It seemed like his brother had been busy. Not only had he involved one of his vassals whilst at the same creating ties with them, all doing so without even sending a single letter, he had also managed something that truthfully he could never have expected. Anyone could have expected. Those behemoth and unsightly ships, which according to Otto and his Master of Whispers were said to be seen on Waelano at most a few times a year and not seen for moons on end, once believed to be sailing to some distant lands in the east, beyond the normal sea routes to Uti or beyond, were now all but certain to have been making journeys to the west. And now his brother had left with his entirety of his family to these lands west, and Viserys was left to feel a great ordeal. Anger, betrayal, and worry warred within him. Anger that Aegon was conspiring with his vassals behind Viserys' back, betrayal that his brother left without a single letter about his plans, and worry for the sakes of Aegon and Gale and his nephews and nieces. He may not be a knower of the seas, but he knew enough that the Sunset Sea was a perilous sea that has, for ages untold, served to be an insurmountable barrier. What was Aegon thinking, risking the lives of his people and his children by taking this journey? He did not understand. Why risk so much? Why even seek out the unknown? He seeks a place of his own, Viserys. Emma's wonderful voice spoke out in his head once again, and threw him back in his memories of that fateful day, the day before Aegon and Gale and their family sailed away from their family's realm. Was this what you foresaw, my dearest Emma? Viserys thought longingly, a feeling of lostness creeping into his being. He'd thought that his youngest brother's wanderlust had come from the tales of Corlys, much like how Daemon's yearning for war had come from the achievements of their father in the War of the 100 Candles, but Emma had seen something else, understood Aegon better than he did, and it would be just like her if she foresaw something like this from Aegon. It had been a skill of hers that he such adored in her, her ability to understand the hearts of men and ladies, far better than he could accomplish, he thought wearily. Mayhaps had she still lived, Aegon would have sent a letter to at least inform them of the journey, rather than slighting him as he had over the course of more than a decade, this departure only being the latest of slights. Mayhaps had she lived, he would not have had to doubt himself that he was making the right choice by sticking by Grandsire's plans for young Baelon and their Rhaenyra. Mayhaps had she just lived. If your grace wishes, I can start at the beginning. Bartimos Celtigar asked, drawing Viserys back to the present, the stone on his heart slowly but never completely disappearing away, and Viserys gave a signal for him to do so, and so the tale began. Of how suddenly a fleet of ships appeared at the horizon of Claw Isle, fearing it to be an attack from the Triarchy, only to find out that the ships bore sails of Aegon's sigil, the dark blue and maroon three-headed dragon, matching the tale that Lord Celtigar had spun when he'd summoned the man to King's Landing not a moon after the Celtigar brothers had left. Bartimos Celtigar continued, of how the letter Aegon had sent made promises of opportunity and more, and how the Celtigars dispatched the second son to meet with Aegon, once more confirming what Lord Celtigar had spoken of. Viserys listened keenly, not saying a word as Bartimos Celtigar told his tale, his eyes tightening briefly at the part where the Celtigar heir spoke of the island nearby the coast of Dorne where Aegon's ships would unload one every third moon of the year with goods from the east and load up the portion of the coin the Celtigars had earned from trade. Lionel had interceded and asked then how the Triarchy did not attack Aegon's or the Celtigar ships in the air to Claw Isle. With some reluctance Viserys explained that he was not sure how Aegon had accomplished it, but it sounded like he'd made a deal, a separate peace with Dorne and the Triarchy, information that expanded and greatly differed from what Lord Celtigar had told him. The Celtigar ships, in the few times they encountered a Triarchy ship or fleet, were not harassed according to the Celtigar heir. Viserys had to fight to himself from expressing his displeasure at the actions of his youngest brother. As if it wasn't bad enough that his brother was trading with the free cities in matters of the flesh, enriching the slavers and in some ways even aiding the foul practice as some claimed, causing Viserys to defend his brother on more than one occasion, as if it wasn't bad enough that it was known to all his brother scorned his entreaties to leave the Summer Isles and return as a hero with lands and honors that few could ever conceive of receiving, but now he was colluding with the Dornish of all people. Though trade did not pass between the Dornish and the rest of Westeros, there was a understanding during much of his grandsire's reign. With the folly of Prince Morion in 83 AC, some of that understanding had gone away, and since then there had been a simmering tension between the realm and Dorne. The tension was once more flaring up with the Dornish collusion and interference in the Stepstones. If news of this broke out, half the realm would shout and rage, and worse, Daemon would be amongst them after all of the interference the Dornish committed against his brother and Corlys' war for the Stepstones. Viserys felt a headache looming. He could not let it be known outside of this room of such an agreement. He would not allow the long peace his grandsire entrusted upon him be destroyed. The realm could not be allowed to fall into war, not the realm must be strong and united to face the threat Aegon the Conqueror foresaw coming to the realm. He'd have extract oaths of silence from the boy and his father when he'd summon the Lord of Claw Isle, who Viserys was half a mind of strapping him up by his loins for failing to disclose this business with the Dornish to ensure that the rest of Claw Isle would not speak of it lest it begin another unnecessary conflict within the Stepstones and at the borders with Dorne. The Celtigar heir continued in his explanations, and at this point, his hand vigorously questioned about what he'd learned about these new lands in the west. According to the Celtigar heir, the lands in the west, which Aegon named Elam-Ares, a name that combined the Valyrian word Elam, which meant flawless or in some instance pure, and Ares, which meant hopeful one or just hope in the High Valyrian tongue, were half or a third the size of Westeros at the least. The lands ranged to be between that of the Summer Isles to that of the Reach, with the western side and in the middle to be most similar to that of the Westerlands. Viserys was greatly surprised by this, and he'd found himself asking many questions. The Celtigar heir provided the answers readily. The Celtigar heir spoke of how there were already thousands of people on Elam-Ares for years now, steadily growing every year just as the farms grew and more of the land was charted. Viserys began to understand more and more how much his youngest brother had planned all of this out. He must have known of these lands for many years, Viserys realized, and for the rest of the meeting, Viserys let his hand ask the questions as Viserys thought with half a mind on the descriptions of this land. He could understand why Aegon had chosen to name these new lands in the way he did. A fertile land aplenty with no peoples to cause troubles. A land of pure hope indeed. Despite his anger, his worries, and everything he felt about his brother, he couldn't but feel a measure of pride in his youngest brother. To successfully find a path out west was an accomplishment not even their ancestors during the height of Valyria's power had done, regardless if they had no wish for it. This was a triumph that would enshrine his name for all of history, as surely as Rhaenyra Baelaire's name was enshrined in the history of the known world. Was this the kind of adventure you were hoping for, Aegon? Viserys wondered to himself as he pondered if this was what his brother had searched for, like Aemma believed he may be. He often struggled to understand his youngest brother, and though his grandsire had understood his brother better than any other save for Gale by the time of his passing, when he still had the faculty of mind, he'd still known that his brother had a sense of wanderlust that made him an able admirer of Corlys and his voyages. Viserys listened as the Celtigar heir spoke of what he knew about the journey to Ilmaris which, rather frustratingly, was far less than Viserys hoped. He did not think the Celtigar heir had the loins to lie to his face about what he knew, which was that it took near enough half a year to get there, an absurd amount of time, and that he knew only that well west of Westeros, whatever that meant. Viserys was unsure what it meant for the future once Aegon and his family had fully settled onto the lands, and he grew concerned if he'd ever see his brother or his aunt again. That they were said to take their dragons with them solidified his concern. Soon enough, Bartimos Celtigar began to speak about the betrothals, something Otto had suggested was happening and later confirmed by Lord Celtigar himself, and when he spoke of how his brother and his children along with his daughter were travelling with Aegon and his family, Viserys could not remain silent no more. "Why did you not return with your daughter? I can understand why you agreed to the betrothals even if it was made without your king's consent," Viserys said sternly as he stared at the young man before him with disapproval in his eyes. If what the Celtigar heir was saying was true about the journey, which for now he was believing, it was possible he'd never see his own daughter ever again. "I can even understand why you took your young daughter with you to Corinth if only to meet her future husband, but I do not understand why you left your daughter to journey to such a faraway place on such dangerous waters. Your Grace, Prince Aegon's ships have been travelling between the Summer Isles and Ilmaris without any ships sinking or lost for years. I am not concerned for my daughter's safety," Bartimos Celtigar said with a short bow of the head. "Why did you allow your daughter to leave with the prince's fleet?" Lord Strong asked as Viserys realized that Bartimos Celtigar had evaded answering. Bartimos Celtigar looked up and met his hand's gaze as he spoke. "Prince Aegon was adamant my daughter and nieces grow up with his sons. He wished for them to develop a friendship before they were set to marry like he and Gale had." For a few moments, silence reigned as Viserys took that in and he could sense that his hand was waiting for him to speak on it. Finally, he did. "That is forward-seeing," Viserys finally said before adding as he stared with a stern look at the Celtigar heir, "Be as that may, you and your father should have brought this matter to me, your king." Viserys said with a rising voice, though he kept it from approaching a furious shout. "Barely." Viserys was head of House Targaryen and king of the Seven Kingdoms. Though he could not reasonably control who Aegon married his sons and daughters outside of the realm, but he had all rights here in Westeros to decide and approve Targaryen marriages. All that occurs within his house and his kingdom was for Viserys to approve, and only Viserys could give that final approval. Bartimos Celtigar frowned as he spoke. "Your Grace, I do not understand your anger about the betrothal between members of mine own house and that of Prince Aegon's. None of the houses inform you or seek approval for arranging betrothals or marriages with other houses. He is my brother," Viserys said with simmering anger. "I am head of House Targaryen and I am king. Not Daemon and certainly not Aegon." Viserys calmed himself before he spoke again. "What happens in my house is for me to decide. That includes the marriages of members of the house that I am duty-bound to." He had the right to approve or disapprove of any of the marriages and betrothals from members of his family. None else had the right to disobey him on this. Not Daemon. Not Otto. Certainly not Aegon. "Yes, your Grace. Prince Aegon is your brother. But," Bartimos Celtigar said carefully with a respectful tone as he bowed his head slightly, "you disinherited Prince Aegon from the line of succession, all but disowning him from House Targaryen." Bartimos Celtigar said cautiously, and Viserys' eyes widened at the words before he recovered, an angry expression marring his face as he spoke. "I did not disown my own brother," Viserys said with fury lacing his words, and a measure of guilt grew in his heart. "Did Aegon think I disowned him? His brother must be aware that he could not remove Daemon from the line of succession and not remove Aegon as well for the sake of Rhaenyra. Nor did I disinherit my brother from our house," Viserys added with less anger but yet still enough to mark his displeasure by the accusation. "Your Grace, I mean no offense," Bartimos Celtigar said cautiously. "Then say what you mean," Viserys said harshly as he stared sternly at the man before him. Bartimos Celtigar inclined his head before he spoke up. "Though your Grace did not disinherit or disown Prince Aegon, it can be said that removing him from the line of succession has effectively ruptured the bounds of patriarchy and headship your Grace has over Prince Aegon's line. The argument may exist but it would not hold," Lord Strong said reasonably, and Viserys glanced at the man and saw that he was wearing a heavy frown on his face. Lord Strong continued as his Grace explained, "Prince Aegon is only removed from the line of succession, and has not been disinherited from House Targaryen. Had he been, that argument would have held, perhaps, but nonetheless it is not the case, and Prince Aegon is still a member of House Targaryen," Lord Strong said before adding, "Therefore he is still subject to the authority of his Grace, not only as his ruler but also as his elder brother and head of House Targaryen." Viserys turned his gaze back at Bartimos Celtigar, a slight look of suspicion passing across his expression. "Is that what my brother told you? Lied to you? Is this why you have failed in your duty as my vassal? Failing to inform me, failed to deign to answer to me?" "No, your Grace. Prince Aegon did no such thing," the Celtigar heir said decorously. We simply believed that you had cut off all connections with your brother and that of his line when you removed Prince Aegon from the line of succession," he said as the Celtigar heir bowed his head, breaking the gazes they held. Viserys grew visibly displeased with the reminding hints that suggested that Viserys had done such harm against his brother. He did not disinherit nor did he disown Aegon or his children from House Targaryen. Daemon's vicious words ere for a day left him no choice but to act quickly and resolutely. Daemon had shown himself to be too seduced by the allure of the throne, so much so that he felt he could grievously mock his own nephew, Viserys' son, without any consequence or thought to Viserys himself. Or to Aemma. And Aegon was not here when he needed a brother, when he needed a voice of reason and support in ways that Daemon could never be. No, he did not regret ensuring Rhaenyra's safe ascendancy to the throne after him, even if Aegon, and his children, had not deserved to be removed, regardless of the fact they would never have ascended anyway. Daemon could not inherit the throne after Viserys, nor could Baelon be seen as anything more than king's consort. Yet from the way the Celtigar heir was speaking, it may well be that Aegon did not understand the necessity of it. "Was that why you slighted me all these years, Aegon? Why you've pursued this adventure of yours, instead of returning home when I all but begged? Do you believe I slighted you so?" Viserys thought wearily. As such the Celtigar heir continued, drawing Viserys out from his thoughts, and he met the young man's gaze. "When Prince Aegon presented the offer as it was, my father and I agreed to the matches because of the opportunities the offer held and because of my friendship, along with that of House Celtigar, shares with Prince Aegon and Princess Gale. If your grace believes we acted wrongly, I offer myself for your reckoning. Even if what you claimed was an accurate assessment, and it is not, House Celtigar has skirted the boundaries of untowardness as a vassal." His hand said to the Claw Isle heir, and Viserys raised his hand, preventing him from speaking up. Viserys looked at him sternly as he spoke. "Your father should have been explicit with me about the circumstances House Celtigar finds itself in regarding the betrothals with my nephews, the passageway, Dorne, and the Triarchy. My father was unaware of the full circumstances, your grace. Only I and my brother were aware of the finer matters of the agreement. The matters with the Triarchy has greatly affected our house, and father was too eager to accept without needing to know the full circumstances of how it would be accomplished. I doubt that your father was as ignorant as you claim, Bartimaeus Celtigar." Viserys thought cynically as he stared sternly at the contrite-looking Claw Isle heir. Viserys was not remiss of the fact that Lord Celtigar will have great-grandchildren aplenty, 7 willing, and likely at least a few dragon riders, as Lysmaria was still a young she-dragon capable of laying many more clutches, a fact that must excite the old lord. With a creeping bitterness, Viserys mused to himself that the Celtigars were no different than the rest of his vassals, all too keen to take into themselves the bloodline of House Targaryen. First the Velaryons, then Otto. Will the Celtigars now seek to use one of Aegon's sons to cause problems for his house? Viserys shook his head, pulling himself away from those thoughts with great difficulty, and used a moment to reflect with a clearer mind. No, the situation was not the same, Viserys thought with a sigh. For one, both Corlys, back then, and Otto, now, expected the next generation of their lines to sit atop the throne. As damaged as his brotherhood with Aegon was, and as deceptive as the Celtigars were being, he could not imagine they were plotting for the throne. Not even Otto, in all of his paranoia and scheming, had ever thought to voice such ideas. In fact, he was almost certain that Aegon had no intention of ever returning to Westeros, and he was just as certain that Aegon pushed for the daughters of House Celtigar to be taken with his family to prevent Viserys from opposing the matches. Do you truly think I would have stooped so low? Viserys would have acceded to the matches without complaint, of course, for the Celtigars until now were a fine house, even if somewhat too low for a Targaryen, even if his nephews were but sons of a third son, but the subterfuge, and, as his hand said, untowardness House Celtigar has shown him was unforgivable. House Celtigar will be held accountable for their actions, Lord Celtigar. Viserys finally said after a few moments of silence, and saw the man stiffen for a moment before he relented. If that is your wish, your grace. The Claw Isle heir said solemnly. It is. Viserys said firmly as he bore down his gaze at the man. You will cease your trading with Aegon effective immediately. The Celtigar heir's eyes widened in shock, and Viserys raised his hand once more when the man moved to protest. Do not protest. I am still considering far greater punishments than this. This made the man's eyes widen, and Viserys delighted somewhat in the effect he was having on the man. Viserys continued, I am well within my rights to set far greater punishments for House Celtigar's collusion with the Dornish and the Triarchy when a member of the very house you are sworn to has been in conflict with them, along with the mere fact that the Dornish are no friends to the realm at large. Viserys said sternly before he sighed somewhat wearily as he eyed the Celtigar heir. And though I may punish your house further for your untowardness, trading with my brother may not be halted indefinitely. Viserys with a calmer tone of voice before he glanced towards his hand. Trade has not yet resumed fully through the stepstones, has it? He asked as an idea began to form in his mind. It has not, your grace. Lord Strong confirmed before adding, there are still concerns that the Triarchy and Corsairs infest the waters around the stepstones. Viserys nodded to himself before he turned his gaze towards Bartimaeus Celtigar. You used the passageway by Dorne to travel to and from the Summer Isles. Yes, your grace. Viserys rose to his full height as he met the gaze of the Celtigar heir. Your father will be summoned to King's Landing and you and your father shall swear oaths to me that you will never disclose that my brother has formed an agreement with the Dornish and the Triarchy nor that you will allow your men to do so. Viserys glanced at his hand momentarily before looking upon the Celtigar heir once more. I should not have to express to you how this situation can appear to the rest of the realm, how it appears that House Celtigar has aided and brokered an agreement with the Dornish and the Triarchy despite the disagreements House Targaryen and the rest of the realm has with them. Viserys said meaningfully to the Celtigar heir. Yes, I can see that there would be cause for misunderstanding. He admitted. Viserys nodded sharply. There would be. However, if the Dornish are accepting enough to agree to an understanding with my brother, I can see no reason why there cannot be an understanding with the realm at large. Viserys told the Celtigar heir and the man's eyes widened in understanding at the carrot Viserys was offering to the man and his house. Of course, your grace. The man said with a bowed head and Viserys smiled before he stood up. Good. Viserys gestured to one of his king's guard. Sir Harold Westerling shall escort you to the guest quarters. I am sure you must be hungry. Your grace, you believe an agreement with the Dornish is possible? His hand asked once they were alone after Sir Westerling took the Celtigar heir away and he'd sent Sir Riam Redwine with a letter for Grand Maester Runsiter to send by Raven to Claw Isle. I see no reason why not. Viserys said as he met his hand's gaze. That they were willing to agree terms with my brother is clear enough. The possibility of at least neutrality exists if not more. I can even plant the seeds for Aegon's dream of a united Westeros well before the prince that was promised came. It could even happen in my lifetime without a single drop of bloodshed. It will not be a popular conversation in the small council, your grace, nor will the idea of reaching out to the Dornish be popular with the lords of the Stormlands and the Reach either. His hand cautioned and Viserys waved it off. I understand that, Lord Strong. Viserys said with a displeased look before he expanded. We will send an envoy first. With great discretion. Viserys added with a meaningful look on his face. His hand scrutinized Viserys for a moment before he bowed his head. As you command, your grace. He paused for a moment before stating more than asking. You want to learn what the terms were first, your grace. Viserys inclined his head slightly. Though their involvement in the Stepstones is clear, they did not mobilize their fleets and their men to fight in the Stepstones. No different than the raiders at the borders. His hand pointed out, drawing his focus towards the dishonorable and deceptive ways the Dornish operated by. For certain. Viserys conceded before continuing. Nonetheless, it is clear they do not have an appetite for war. Your grace, had the war in the Stepstones been a resounding victory, the Dornish would have been more overt in their schemes. His hand said with a frown. Had Daemon's war been a resounding victory, I would not have had a minor vassal dare scheme behind my back for greed. Viserys said in a moment of anger which surprised his hand, and Viserys sighed heavily before he dismissively waved his hand. It is clear that the Stepstones need a closer look. Viserys said finally. Of course, your grace. His hand said with a bowed head. For a few moments silence reigned. What do you think my brother's intentions are, with all of this? Viserys posed to his hand. With the Celtigars. Viserys waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Them. Particularly why my brother involved the Celtigars in all of this to the point that he was willing to go so far to cause them to incriminate House Celtigar in such a dangerous way. Aegon could not have believed that all of this would not have repercussions. His hand was quiet for a few moments before he spoke up. I believe. His hand paused before he continued speaking in his quiet and slow manner. The Celtigars are the best option he could have chosen for his sons, now that we know of Illymaris. Viserys met the gaze of his hand who expanded. They are neither wealthy nor are they powerful, yet they possess a distinguished heritage. His hand paused momentarily and Viserys understood. As loath as Daemon and Aegon may be to admit that they were similar, including Viserys himself, all of them shared a fascination of old Valyria. Daemon had loved the tales of conquest and the old rights of Valyria, whilst Aegon had loved chasing the mysteries of their lost ancestral lands. Viserys himself, he mused as he glanced at the model, had his own interests in Valyria too, ones that grew after his grandsire and father had told him of an ancient duty passed down by Aegon the Conqueror himself. He turned his attentions back at his hand. Yes, they are of old Valyria, even if they are less distinguished than that House Velaryon, who possess a single marriageable aged daughter in Laena Velaryon amongst all of the sons of Corwyn, and certainly less so than that of mine own. Viserys mused. And I would not have agreed to a match with Helena unless Aegon returned and agreed a daughter of his own to Aegon or Aemond. He'd once held hope, a glimmer of hope, that he'd unite Aegon's line with that of his own, uniting all of the lines of the sons of their father, Baelon the Brave, but that been before he knew how much Aegon had kept from him, before Illymaris, before his deception with the Celtigars. He eyed his hand. But why not approach those of wealth and nobility in Lys? If Valyrian heritage matters to him so much, why not them? He trades enough with them, Viserys said with a displeased look. After all, it is clear that he cares little about my approval. I am not certain, Your Grace. His hand admitted. Though he trades with them, we know that it is largely for the purpose of setting free slaves. It could be that tying his sons to families of certain repute was too far. The Celticars, however, are of Valyrian heritage, they are Westerosi, Prince Aegon knows them, and importantly, they are inconsequential to the affairs of the realm and the Celticars know it. To receive betrothal offers for several Targaryen dragon-riding sons, even if they are far removed from the line of succession, they'd be fools to not to agree. Viserys hummed as he nodded slowly. He could see Aegon thinking like that. His hand continued, and what we learned today, about Aegon's insistence that the daughters are to be raised alongside that of his own. The great lords would not agree even if they entertained the match. Viserys finished the thought. Neither would I have agreed to let young Helaena go, and Alicent would have strangled me in my sleep. Even if they were willing to set aside that Aegon is a third son with no lands. Viserys said with a frown. Your Grace, that is no longer the case. His hand said, and Viserys met the gaze of Lord Strong once more, and he saw that the man was wearing a solemn expression. Yes, Illymaris. Viserys said as he looked away with a heavy frown laced with concern. Admittedly, Your Grace, I am uncertain on this. His hand continued, and Viserys turned back to meet his gaze. In some ways, this is a circumstance remarkably similar to that of Prince Daemon and his conquest of the Stepstones, yet profoundly different, as for all intents and purposes, the land is as virgin as the lands of Westeros when the first men arrived. Prince Aegon will find no struggle. Viserys' expression darkened slightly momentarily. You believe my brother has intentions to declare himself a king? Viserys asked with a strange calmness. His hand seemed to struggle for a moment before he bowed his head slightly, and Lord Strong spoke quietly, quieter than usual. Though I do not know your brother, Your Grace, the precedent set by history does suggest that it is likely. For a long few moments there was a long silence, and Viserys broke the silence with a soundless and mirthless chuckle. Father, I do not know if you are weeping or laughing. All three sons of yours seem to be destined to wear a crown of some sort. Viserys turned away and walked towards the still-in-work model, his gaze trailing across the spirals of the buildings of old Valyria, lost deep in troubled thoughts. The thought that his youngest brother was fashioning himself a kingdom. Viserys was a loss on how he was meant to take it, what he should do about it. With Daemon, he'd known that Daemon would soon enough grow bored of it, and before long, the Stepstones would fall into chaos. Something that seemed like it was already happening. Daemon, for all of Otto's worries, was no more a king than Viserys was a knight and warrior. With Aegon, with this Illymaris that was empty and as fertile as the Reach itself, there was no hope of him growing bored of it, nor was there anyone to oppose him. He was as free to declare himself king as any ever could be. The thought of another Targaryen king with a kingdom that could last. Yes, Viserys knew he was at a loss. His hand stood next to him. Your Grace. He began tentatively, and Viserys tilted his head slightly, indicating that he was listening even if his eyes and thoughts were not centered on his hand. Though there is precedent, it may well be that your brother has different intentions. Viserys turned his head to glance at his hand, who continued. After all, if he always intended to establish a kingdom of his own, he could have been pragmatic enough to stomach allying himself with the Lysane nobility. Viserys shook his head. Mayhaps, mayhaps not. We cannot be certain of that. Viserys did not say it, but he was unsure of what his own brother's intentions were. He did not think his brother could marry his sons to slavers, but then he did not think his youngest brother was capable of the brutality he'd shown in the Basilisk Isles. Yes, they were slavers, yes, they were terrible men, but to kill so many? And so brutality? No, Viserys was not certain at all of his brother. I agree, his hand said with a contemplative look for a moment before he continued. It is clear that there is still some presence on Corinth of Aegon's men. Yes, there would have to be. After all, they were trading goods from the east still, were they not? The trading empire your brother has built also seems to not have an end in sight. It could well be that Aegon will return to Corinth. We could send an official delegation demanding an answer from your brother. My brother may not return to Corinth for years to come, Viserys remarked skeptically, and his hand nodded. That may be so, but it is clear that Corinth is not yet abandoned. Until then, there will be voyages between Illymaris and Corinth. The delegation, by his grace's authority, can demand Prince Aegon to answer you. Demand? Viserys questioned as he met his hand's gaze. His hand inclined his head. Your Grace. The forcefulness of the delegation and the way Prince Aegon's men and Prince Aegon himself, if he is to return, may be able to provide greater insight on where your brother stands, whether or not he is claiming Illymaris as his own for the realm and House Targaryen, or if he is claiming it for his own, in name and in title. His hand finished. Viserys went quiet for a few moments. Finally, he spoke up. Very well. He decided. Are you still loyal, brother? To me, to our house? Or have you decided to break all bonds of family? Viserys looked Lord Strong in the eyes as he spoke. I want this to be quiet. Work with Lord Eustace if you must. Viserys said, referring to his master of whispers. His hand bowed to him. Yes, your grace. His hand soon left, leaving Viserys alone in his chamber with troubled and uncertain thoughts. Break. Late 111 AC, King's Landing. Corlys Velaryon POV. His eyes trailed across the missive with scrutinizing eyes. Finally, after the 5th time reading, he folded up the letter in his hands and turned his gaze towards the man who brought it to him. Well done. He said as he placed a sack of coin, filled with over 50 gold dragons, in the man's rising hands. He did not let go however. You are to return to Claw Isle and keep me informed. Do so, and should you excel like you did today, you shall be rewarded even better. The man nodded sharply, the glint of greed apparent. Yes, me lord. The Celtigar guard said in a way that Corlys disliked, though he did not show it. He dismissed the man and left the docks, making his way back to High Tide, deep in thought. When he returned, Rhaenys was waiting on him with an expectant look on her imperious face. He smiled as he spoke. Your cousin seems to be an unhappy man. An amused expression made across his face as he arrived by her and handed her the letter the guard had pinched from the solar of Lord Celtigar. Rhaenys met his gaze for a few moments before she furrowed her brows and read the letter. I understand what you mean. Rhaenys said with a wry note to her voice as she passed by the final parts of the letter. She looked up. He won't punish them too harshly. Corlys made a noise from the back of his throat. No, I don't think he will. Corlys agreed with his wife's assessment. Truthfully, I doubt he will punish them at all. There are good reasons why he should not. Rhaenys said, and Corlys scoffed as he walked towards the pitcher of wine at the far side of the grand hall. He poured himself and Rhaenys a glass of wine. After he walked back and extended a glass to her, he spoke, and he'll do it for none of those reasons. Corlys said with a scowl on his face. The Celtigars were a string that bound Aegon and his family with that of the Celtigars. Keeping them close and under watch was the best course of action until more opportunities made itself apparent for Viserys. He doubted Viserys would see that and instead would dither on what to do with the Celtigars and eventually do nothing in a bid to try and make it all go away on its own. Out of sight, out of mind. Which, truthfully, was mayhaps for the better, as much as he loathed to admit it. As enraged as he was to learn that the Celtigars were passing through the stepstones without much danger to their ships, Corlys knew that Aegon was the one who had brokered the agreement with the Dornish, and Viserys should know it. The Celtigars, as shocking as the news of these matches were not the scheming sort, nor were they the ones affecting the game. Punishing them for taking advantage of incredibly favorable circumstances that fell into their lap, one that they were not at fault for, is a short-sighted one. Yes, they skirted the lines of faithfulness to Viserys as their king, and to the realm as a whole, but ultimately, there were far greater offenders of such a thing, and the union of the Celtigar daughters to the sons of Aegon, who likely will, as much as he was loath to ever admit with his mouth, remembered forever in history with his discovery of lands west beyond Westeros, was a matter that had to be weighed when deciding on how to treat the Celtigars. No, there was only one Viserys can direct his anger, even if it was to be in private. Aegon, the very boy who seems to have tilted the entire game on its side with his achievement in the West. That boy, no, man. I cannot believe the Celtigars of all houses. Corlys muttered darkly. Yes, he and Rhaenys had enough time to assess that the Celtigars were carefully chosen. Their blood, their unimportance, and their willingness all had factored in their choosing. It did little to assuage the grievance he had with them, and with Aegon. It was fortunate that neither Lord Celtigar or his heir Bartimos were ones to play the game, else they might have cause to be concerned that their house may well attempt rise to compete with his. Rhaenys gave him an amused look before she grew serious and drew the conversation back. Lord Strong is a clever man, and he has appeared nothing but leal. Rhaenys said as she took the glass. Corlys grunted and made an expression that showed that he did not immediately disagree with that assessment. We'll see. Hightower too had that appearance. Corlys said with a disgruntled note in his voice as he met his wife's gaze. Rennie's beautiful eyes darkened slightly. Only to some, though. Even my cousin seems to have wizened up to that man. Rhaenys said with some measure of satisfaction, and Corlys chuckled at her comments and tone about Sir Otto, who finally gone too far in trying to derail the betrothal between Baelon and Rhaenyra. The man thought he finally had the right justification to force Viserys' mind to change on both the succession and the betrothal when the full scale of Daemon's drive of making the Triarchy negotiate became known. The man waited all that time, kept his forked tongue restrained for years, even long after Alicent's sons were born, only letting loose when he finally found Viserys in another moment of weakness, full of anger and disgust, only to fail and subsequently find himself cast out from Viserys' confidence. How he wished he could have seen that bastard's face in that moment. It would have been a truly beautiful moment. He wondered if Daemon would see fit to act against the Hightower now that he's lost a significant proportion of Viserys' protection. The Seven knows that there was no doubt in Daemon's mind that Otto was responsible for the attack on his son. As he dismissed those thoughts, he saw Rhaenys eye him in a queer way. You seem to have moved on from your mood. Rennis commented, and Corlys shot a glare at his wife which was only met with an unimpressed look. He sighed as they moved towards their driftwood chairs. Just this morning, he'd overheard Laenor arguing with Durin, his brother Vaemon's son, about how Corlys' voyages compared to that of the discovery of lands out in the west. It did not please him. I was never in a mood. Corlys said in a tone that was not convincing, and the amusement on his wife's face at his words made clear of that. What do you think your cousin will do about Aegon? Corlys asked as he sat down, changing the subject. Rennis gave off a faint smile that indicated that she knew what he was doing before she frowned and thought on it. I am unsure. She admitted after a few moments after she sat down. I'm not sure there is much to do about this, she said as she leaned back in her seat. It is new territory. Corlys agreed as he contemplated it further. They'd known for several moons now about the discovery out west. When he heard about it, he'd been dumbfounded and refused to believe it for quite some time until he had to acknowledge it. Aegon had done the impossible. Something that not even old Valeria had accomplished. Perhaps there may have been another Genera Baelaeres, who, instead of flying over Sothorios, had gone as far east only to return from the west. But if there was, they knew not the tale. Yes. Rennis said with a nod as she turned the glass with her fingers, the foot of the glass making a faint scraping noise against the hardwood arm of the chair. I am sure, however, that cousin Viserys will be troubled to learn that the lands out in the west were as fertile and plentiful as that of the Reach, and twice if not thrice the size. Rennis commented, and Corlys' expression soured at that. A land so large that took to crops like water to a sponge, all without any people. Truly, Aegon had found a goldmine of a land. I would not think he'd be troubled because of the discovery, Corlys said as he redirected his attentions to his wife. Rennis raised an eyebrow. Why would he not be troubled? It means that Aegon and his family are fully out of reach. Before, with cousin Aegon and Aunt Gael in the Summer Isles, the possibility still existed that they could return and their children tied by blood. They only ruled a portion of a land not their own. Now, Corlys grumbled as he understood the reason for why Viserys may be troubled. Dragons, he stated knowingly. Lord Celtigar had let it slip that all of Aegon's 6 children had hatched their eggs, meaning there were 8 dragon riders not attached to the royal family in King's Landing. 11 if one was to include Rennis and their children. All whilst there was only 2 dragon riders amongst the Targaryens of King's Landing, Daemon with Caraxes and Rhaenyra with Silverwing. Rennis inclined her head. The dragons. She paused for a moment as she frowned, and mayhaps more than that too. At his inquisitive look she said with a strange note to her voice. He may declare Illymaris a kingdom. Ah, yes. Baelon's younger sons were always in competition with one another, Corlys said with amusement. First it had been who could be the most troublesome, then who could become a knight sooner, then who was more displeased with their match. Why not make a competition of the matter of kingship? Yes, Viserys would indeed be greatly more troubled about Illymaris than he is or has been about the stepstones, Corlys added knowingly. Viserys was not stupid despite being blind more than a king ought to be, and nor were the likes of Lord Strong incompetent either. There is great potential of damage to Viserys' authority with this. Daemon and Corlys himself too had already done substantial damage to Viserys' authority with their war in the Stepstones with the express blessing of Viserys. To have another brother, one who has proven himself to be a capable warrior with his heroics in the Basilisk Isles and as one who has done the impossible with his discovery in the West, thus enshrining his name in history for all ages, declare himself king, would surely make the tongues of lords all over the realm waggle loosely about Viserys. To be overshined by both brothers. Rennis raised her eyebrow. Setting aside sibling rivalry, Rennis said with a wry note to her voice before she frowned, Aegon does not seem the type, nor is Aunt Gael to be the type to push for it, to place upon himself a crown. Corlys said with a skeptical note in his voice. Men change. It's been years since we've seen them both, Rennis. Aegon has since built up a trading empire, won a war, and found a route west. Your waif of an aunt has since become a mother 6 times over. She already changed by the time they left, Corlys pointed out. His wife knew it too, else she would not have so made the remark about the declaration of a kingdom. He could see Rennis concede the point. He continued as he eyed her critically. The dragons and their multitude will be a problem for Viserys. There were more bonded dragons amongst Aegon and Gael's brood including themselves than there had been during the most fruitful years of Jaehaerys' reign. Never before has there been such a circumstance, where the reigning Targaryen king had less power than a branch of the family. Even he was ready to fight for Rennis and Laenor's claim to the throne. The balance of power had been even between House Velaryon and House Targaryen. And with the board that was set between the Hightowers and Daemon. Rennis nodded. I know cousin Viserys isn't one to scheme in such a way, I think it will factor in his thinking. She paused for a moment before she spoke again. If it doesn't, it will surely factor into the thinking of the Hightowers. Corlys scoffed before he took a sip of his wine. No doubt it would. For all of their scheming to get Alicent into Viserys' bed and thus seat one of theirs onto the throne, they could never have expected their situation to be so precarious. Otto Hightower ousted from King's Landing with Viserys steadfastly committing to the match made by Jaehaerys, Rhaenyra embodying the memory of the good Queen Alysanne and with her bonding with Silverwing. If Daemon's half-Royce boy bonds with Vermi Thor, he'd know that the gods were stringing them all on some great roaring jape and none of the eggs lain in the beds of the Alicent brood hatching. Of course, the last point, about eggs not hatching, was no great matter, for it was known that the hatching of eggs were not but a matter of chance, but nonetheless, it was no good omen for the Hightowers and they knew it. Do you think they'll turn desperate? Corlys asked with a frown. He was not sure if they were responsible for the attack on Baelon. He had to admit, it was bold even for them to assassinate a member of House Targaryen, especially in such a sloppy manner. But the fact the matter was that he saw enough reasons for them to do so. Just as he saw enough reasons for others to seek to get to Daemon through Baelon. After all, Daemon had made plenty enough enemies over the years. The Triarchy of course for example, particularly the Tyroshi, were certainly a steadfast enemy of Daemon's, considering the burning of merchant ships and the agreement he'd forced out of them. Nonetheless, despite all of the enemies Daemon had, and despite the sloppiness, he was leaning towards thinking that the Hightowers had some involvement in it. No. Rhaenys said after a moments of silence. They have no cause to be desperate, and with Daemon back and intent on staying with his son in the Vale, they will be patient. And wasn't that a surprise, Corlys thought to himself. He'd heard Daemon curse his wife more times than he wished and now he was willingly staying in her presence. Truly, they lived in a new era of wonder. Rhaenys continued. Aegon the Younger is still but a boy of 4 name days and the marriage between Baelon and Rhaenyra is still 3 years away. Corlys chuckled somewhat dryly. You have to give it to the old bastard. Even though he is dead, he continues to destroy his family with his foolishness. There was a note of bitter satisfaction in his tone of voice. He felt Rhaenys' disapproving look but he didn't care as he drank of his wine. The betrothal between Baelon and Rhaenyra had made sense at the time with how Aemma had looked, unlikely of bearing a living son. At the time, he'd angrily wondered if Jaehaerys had made the match because of guilt, knowing that his robbery of Rhaenys' birthright was wrong, and sought to prevent the same happening in the next generation. It seems, once again, the old bastard was wrong in his thinking. By making the match himself, it all but confirmed that Viserys would never break it. Corlys knew very well how much Viserys idolized the old man, especially after the old bastard had taken upon himself to personally teach Viserys for several years on the matters of ruling, before and after the Great Council. Mayhaps the old bastard had taught Viserys far too well, Corlys mused with dark amusement as he thought on Viserys' decision to keep Rhaenyra as his heir despite the existence of Aegon the Younger, a decision that was certain to cause trouble in the future. My family. Rhaenys corrected with a stern note in her voice. Our family. You're speaking far too freely and joyfully about my house. Do not forget our children are half of my house, Corlys. I have not, lady wife. Corlys said with a sharp note to his voice as he met his wife's gaze. Have I ever? He returned to her with meaning laced in his voice. Had he not fought for her rights? Had he not raged and cursed of the slights and robbery that was committed against her and their son? No, you have not. Rhaenys said after a moment's silence and she reached out with her hand, placing it atop his which was atop the armrest. Corlys sighed and the indignation left him. I apologize, Rhaenys. I was careless with my words. Rhaenys offered him a soft smile and he returned it in kind. I understand. Rhaenys said to him and he nodded slightly to his wife. As hard as it is, I must accept that there is no chance of our children matching with Baelon and Rhaenyra. Corlys said brutally. Otto Hightower had tried several times to convince Viserys to marry Rhaenyra to Aegon the Younger and when that hadn't worked, tried to match his son with her, all to avoid Daemon's son from becoming king. Corlys too had tried to convince both Viserys and Daemon of the merits of the matches of his children with theirs but neither entertained it once. Or with cousin Aegon and Aunt Gael's children. Rhaenys said pointedly and Corlys lightly glared at his wife before he sighed and tiredly waved his free hand. Yes, yes, I won't be considering matching Laena with their heir. Corlys said foully as he sunk into his chair. The Lord Celtigar had admitted that whilst the Celtigar daughters were to be matched with Aegon's sons, there was an agreement with 2 of the daughters with 2 of Aegon's sons. One of Bartimaeus' daughters and the daughter of Ethan. And from what he could infer, the heir, Casterys, was unlikely to be matched with either of the girls. From the sounds of it, Aegon planned to marry one of his daughters to the heir but it was not formalized. He'd brought it up to Rhaenys but she'd immediately disregarded the entire idea. She could not accept the idea of sending Laena away to a place that may well be as far as Uti, something that admittedly Corlys had his own reservations on. And then there was the problem of Viagar. There was a great sense of irony that the greatest dragon alive was a problem. Namely how in the 7 hells the dragon could be taken to Illumerys, as he knew that Laena would never want to be separated from her dragon. Corlys had seen the barges on Dragonstone, the ones that could carry Lysmaria and Miss Aragorn, and knew that one made for Viagar would have to be thrice if not 4 times as large. Aegon's shipwrights may have a knack for shipbuilding, but he doubted even they could accomplish such a feat. No, Laena will remain close. Corlys added as he glanced at his wife. Are you still considering Durin for Lena? Rennis asked with a scrutinizing look. Corlys made a dissatisfied noise at the back of his throat before he answered. I am. He reluctantly admitted. After an accident had happened with the former Sea Lord's son, Lena had been free to be betrothed to someone more worthy of her. Once it was clear that Castoris was not an option, he considered his nephew as an option and he'd posed it to Rennis. She'd not been opposed to it but neither had she been in favor of it, and he knew that the main reason she did not resist the idea further was because it meant Lena would remain close by. Yet her fears remained, namely the supposed threat he posed to Lena. Admittedly there was much of Viamond in him, but Durin was a good boy. Still, Rennis worried that ambition would win over blood. He'd been wroth at even the thought of it. Viamond was many things, yes, unjustly arrogant and quick to offense, but he was no usurper. Not only that, Durin and Lena had grown up together. He could not see Durin turning against Lena, nor could he see Lena ever allowing anyone to harm her brother, not even a husband. Rennis had conceded the points, but he knew that she held the irrational fear. Though I do have plans in mind for my nephews. Corlys admitted to her, and after seeing her inquisitive look he expanded. He smiled wryly as he spoke. I am considering sending one, or both, to Corinth in the hopes they can go to this Illimaris. Corlys told her, and she eyed him critically. To re-establish ties. Rennis said, and Corlys nodded. Whilst our children may not be tied to that of Aegon's, one or more of our grandchildren may well be. Corlys commented with a sharp glint in his eyes. Rennis frowned lightly. And about the throne? Corlys' expression tightened slightly, and so did his grip on his glass. I will not allow ourselves to be slighted once more. He said firmly, though he lost the firmness as he met his wife's gaze, and he sighed. If Viserys wishes to approach us with a marriage, we, will of course consider it. He was doubtful that Viserys himself would approach them, however. As it was, it would be Daemon or it would be the Hightowers. However, it cannot be said that the advantages of Illimaris are not appealing. Corlys expanded to his wife, and she eyed him dubiously. More so than having our blood on the throne? She asked ludicrously. Of course not. Corlys said before adding, however, think of the advantages of establishing such close ties with Aegon's line. Corlys said as he leaned forward, his eyes gleaming a little. Yes, it will be decades, if not centuries, before Illimaris can even compare to the lands of Westeros or the Free Cities, but one day, they will be comparable. Corlys said with a slow-growing smirk on his face. If this Illimaris is as large as half as Westeros, and empty, Aegon will need lords, regardless if he intends to fold Illimaris into the Seven Kingdoms or intends to make it his own kingdom. Rennis was understanding now from the way her expression was changing. Corlys continued. It is all but certain that Aegon will likely bestow lands and titles to all his sons as any father would given the choice, so if we are to involve ourselves with Illimaris, now, when it is just beginning, through alliance made in blood and through blood, we can ensure that our house, and our descendants, have favorable positions here in Westeros, and in Illimaris. Our nephews then are to be the vanguards of your plot. Rennis said after a few moments of silence. Corlys chuckled lowly. In a sense. Corlys said with a contemplative note in his voice. I want them to confirm with their own eyes the scales with what we're dealing with. He glanced back at Rennis whether or not it is worth being patient about. Rennis said nothing for a moment as she scrutinized him. And if it is worth it? Will you take them at their words, or will you wish to confirm it for yourself too? Corlys made a noncommittal noise before he spoke up. I may wish to travel there myself. Corlys said with a calm tone, and Rennis snorted before she shook her head. You almost convinced me. Rennis said drily. She leaned back in her chair. I can now see through you as clearly as one can see through Braavosi glass, Corlys. Corlys could hear the wry amusement in her tone of voice. You just want to sail the Sunset Sea. Corlys drank of his glass of wine before he answered, and when he turned to face his wife, he did so with half a grin. Can you blame me? Rennis said nothing, but the expression on her face told him what she thought. He chuckled slightly before it petered off and his half-grin fell off, a dour mood descending down upon him. You listen but you do not understand, do not see, Rennis. Corlys said with a sigh as he looked up to the ceiling. I can see it. A new age. A grand age of exploration. He said with a rumble in his voice, his mind thinking of all the sea routes that lay beyond Illimaris, beyond the Sunset Sea. He could see the determined faces of coin-chasing captains, glory-seeking heirs and lords, all of whom would wish to immortalize their names in the pages of history books by finding new lands, new peoples, new wealth, and most interesting of all, finding a route that circumnavigated the world. He glanced at her from the corner of his eyes as he continued to speak. As we speak, I am certain that the Braavosi, the Triarchy, mayhaps even the Pentashi, are attempting to build ships like that of Aegon's. He's opened a new world to the known world, Rennis, and the sharks' noses are smelling the blood in the water. Just as Corlys and his brother Viamond were attempting as well. For the Free Cities and their ilk, he was sure that there were at least a few that were entertaining the idea of seeking a route west, mostly for curiosity if not else, though he was also sure the majority of nobles and wealthy merchants cared not. That would easily change if there was truly word about lands and peoples of unimaginable wealth and splendor west of Westeros. He turned fully to Rhaenys, a wry look on his face as he spoke. And as loath as I am to admit it, I am too old for this new age. Corlys frowned as he looked past Rhaenys, his voice quietening as he spoke. 58 I am, older than when my father had been when he died. Corlys shook his head as he returned his to Rhaenys. He saw a glimpse of worry in her eyes and he smiled at her. Do not fret, wife. I have no intentions of leading this new age of exploration. Now that I have accepted it is to happen in the lifetimes of that are of children and that of theirs I have yet to be certain if I am to curse or thank Aegon for having made the discovery whilst I still live. I merely wish to see the lands that will start this new age. Corlys told his wife and it was truthful too. Rhaenys was quiet for a long few moments before she spoke. Would Vaemond even agree? And Corlys smiled at her question. It meant that she was silently accepting of his wishes to travel to Elomares. I know my brother. He would give his approval. Besides, it is also a way for one, or both of them, to secure a place and lordship in Elomares. Corlys pointed out. Vaemond could be prickly about such things, especially his family, especially his sons who were his main source of pride. Corlys knew that Vaemond's demeanor largely stemmed from a place of inadequacy compared to Corlys and his feats, but he knew how to talk to his brother. It would be much smoother if we agree to a match between Durin and Laena. Corlys commented and Rhaenys sighed. Long ago, he'd agreed that Rhaenys would have a say in the marriage of their children. One of many concessions she'd gotten out of him, he thought mirthfully. Rhaenys went quiet for some time and he frowned at the way she remained silent. You're not thinking that we seek betrothals with the great houses? Corlys asked, a hint of disapproving accusation in his tone. Rhaenys looked at him sharply. I am not. I still agree we should keep both of our children close now that the throne is out of sight. Corlys lost the frowning expression and inclined his head to his wife. With no opportunity to tie their blood to the throne, presently, they decided that their children would remain close to Driftmark, in both presence and in marriage. Though such thinking was predominantly centered on Laena. The last thing either of them wanted was empowering the likes of Hightowers with their daughter. He could imagine the Lannister Lord mossy green eyes gleaming when he wrote the offer for the hand of his Laena. No, the game now was focused on ensuring that his house kept their influence within the realm and at large so that the next generation had a better chance at seating their blood on the throne. If not Durin then who? Corlys asked a little exasperated. Damian. He asked with exasperated amusement before he asked with jest or leer. Corlys was taken aback by the strange look on Rhaenys' expression. You're not serious? Corlys said with some disbelief in his voice. It might be best. Rhaenys said in a short and almost clipped tone. The faith would not allow it. Corlys said a shake of the head. The doctrine of exceptionalism only applies to your maiden house, Rhaenys. We may be able to smooth that problem out. I am still a princess of House Targaryen and both of our children are dragon riders. Rhaenys said with a glint in her eyes. The Hightowers may not be desperate but they know they are in a difficult situation. I will not beg the Hightowers for their favor. Corlys said sharply and Rhaenys gave him an unimpressed look. Who says that we would beg? No, if nothing else, the Hightowers will fall over themselves to aid us with the faith. They'd ask too much of us. Corlys said with a sharp shake of the head before he turned his gaze at her and with some heat said we'd be beholden to them. Between us, we can manage it. Rhaenys returned with equal vigor to him. We both know that the Hightowers cannot be express with their demands lest there be accusations of treason, and we can use that. Corlys only stared at his wife for a long few moments before a complex expression came across his face. Why are you even considering this? You know what the Hightowers cost us, you. Corlys' voice was quieter than normal but he couldn't keep the undertone of anger out of his voice. He had a long time to consider how Viserys such a disparity of support from the lords of the realm against Rhaenys and Laena's claim. Under the laws of the realm, the daughter of the firstborn came before the uncle and the cousins. It should not have been such a large difference for it set a precedent that uncles and cousins can use to depose rightful female heirs. Yes, Daemon, Aegon and the tacit support of the old bastard were crucial in securing Viserys' heirship to the throne but he later learned of how the Hightowers had thrown their considerable influence behind Viserys. And Otto Hightower was likely at the very center of it. He could still remember seeing that snake coiling around Viserys back then, years before the Great Council. Both of our children have options, Rhaenys, without us having to deal with those overreaching Andals. Corlys said with some exasperation in his voice. The seven knew that the Lannisters were more than receptive for one of their daughters marrying to House Velaryon and then there was his most favored choice, Jane Arryn. 7 and 10 name days, the same age as Laenor, the girl was and had been the Lady of the Eyrie since she was 3 name days old. Twice her inheritance was contested by usurping cousins, and twice had she overcome them. And still, there were signs that branches of her family name were still eyeing her inheritance still. He'd offered a match with his son Laenor, with their children splitting the inheritance of the Eyrie and Driftmark. Even if she had not agreed, she also had not refused, a good sign if nothing else. She must know with Laenor and the backing of House Velaryon would be the absolute best match she could make. And it would be a good match for Laenor too. Yes, she was not Velaryon but she did possess a kingdom. It was good enough. Laenor loves Laena more than anything else, Rhaenys began, drawing him back from his thoughts, and he saw her heavy and guarded look, and mayhaps this way, we can be sure Laenor gives an air from his body. It took a moment for Corlys to understand, and when he did, he couldn't help but look upon his wife confused. I do not understand. Why would he not give us an heir with another? Rhaenys sighed and she looked pained for a moment. Husband, you must be able to see it. Corlys, he does not keep company of women, they do not interest him. Corlys rises from his seat with thunderous anger. My son. He began, his voice thunderous before he realized he was shouting, and he quieted down. He continued to speak. Is not a seven-damned sword swallower. He all but hissed out before he looked away in disgust and made to walk away from Rhaenys. Corlys. Rhaenys shouted after him, but he did not stop. By the time he reached quarter of the way away from the doors to the grand hall, he felt a soft grip on his arm. Corlys, please. Corlys turned around sharply, a sharp anger gleaming in his eyes, an anger that grew sharper and hotter still when he met the gaze of his wife. But as moments passed, and the look in his wife registered in his mind, the anger within him lessened. I know you know as well as I do. Rhaenys was quiet and gentle in tone, and Corlys drew in a breath sharply, a strangled and pained look marring his face. He had seen the touches, the closeness with a couple of the other squires. The way he looked at it. He will do his duty. Corlys managed to say as he wrenched his mind away. With Laena, he would. Rhaenys said quietly with a faint nod. He loves her. As a sister. Corlys said with a sigh. Rhaenys gave a wry smile as she spoke. The only woman he'll ever have affections for. He'll feel duty-bound to her in ways he will not to any other. Rhaenys' expression grew somewhat bitter as she spoke next. And, had things been different, Laenor would have married Laena anyway and there would have been no protestations. Corlys remained quiet for a few moments before he spoke up with heaviness. We may curse ourselves with no grandchildren. Rhaenys smiled faintly as she took his hand, and he felt her grip as she spoke. Not after we play this carefully. He would not deny her. We would have need to speak with them about this and Laenor's nature and extract promises. Corlys sighed once more as he closed his eyes. Moments passed before he felt her hand on his cheek, and he reopened it and was greeted with beautiful violet eyes. He steeled his heart. No. Corlys said. After Rhaenys' hand fell from his cheek, he moved quickly to explain. We won't present them with this until we have a firmer understanding of how far the Hightowers are willing to go. Rhaenys' eyes lit up with understanding. They'll go far. They know they will need support when they press the claim of their Aegon. Rhaenys rolled her eyes. Corlys chuckled slightly. Yes, Alicent had shown her hand by name. The boy is so. From what he heard, she'd even said she named him to honor the conqueror. Yes, when, not if. He grew serious for a moment. You've not changed your mind, have you? Rhaenys was surprised by the question. I have not. She said firmly before she added. And, if we were to involve ourselves in the future, you bent your knee to Rhaenyra. Rhaenys said, reminding him of the day Viserys made the lords of the realm bent the knee to his daughter and swearing oaths to her right to the throne. For now, they would remain neutral, but they expected Daemon, Baelon, and Rhaenyra to approach them for a match to Rhaenyra's heir with their grandchild. We simply use the Hightowers for their worth. Rhaenys said with a vindictive gleam in her eyes. Corlys smiled at his wife before he lost it slightly. If it doesn't work? If the Hightowers do not come through? They only needed the Hightowers to get the faith to allow it. Once it was given, it could not be taken back. The Hightowers were not so foolish to fail to understand that. They may wish for a show of commitment, and Corlys was concerned that it may be too much. They may even ask for the hand of his future grandchild or grandchildren, therefore locking them lockstep with the Green Party. Then I give my full blessings for you to pursue a match with Jainarin and our nephew Durin. Rhaenys said with some tiredness. We protect House Velaryon the best in this other way. Should Laenor be unable? Corlys twisted his expression but said nothing, and soon enough Rhaenys continued. We have Laena's children as our heirs. Corlys remained quiet for a few moments before he gave a final nod. Agreed. He said as he took her hand and kissed the back of it, his eyes fixed onto hers. You're a devious woman. Corlys said with a mutter before he smirked faintly. You would have been a fine queen. Rhaenys laughed at that before she smiled somewhat wanly, and Corlys brushed the side of her face gently the back of his hand. You are a queen, my queen. Corlys added, and the smile he earned was all the more worth him saying what he thought of her. Break. Late 111 AC, Liss. Johanna Swan POV. Johanna was deep in thought, gazing out beyond the balcony to the skies as blue and as faultless as the finest of azure gems, when the doors to her solar opened. She turned her head, as a woman was escorted in by one of her personal guards, her eyes carefully watching the woman step into her solar, her back straight, her steps measured, bearings of pride and nobility in her demeanor. Johanna kept the smirk from on her face. Even when she and her children were the cusp of losing everything, she kept her nose up high. Johanna noticed the look the woman gave towards the balcony, and one of the corners upticked slightly as she stood up. Lady Rogare, Johanna said respectfully as she glided over to the woman, a friendly smile on her face. Lady Swan. The woman returned with a smile as friendly as Johanna's own. Lady Larissa Rogare was her elder by 3 and 10 years, though one would not know it. Like the Rogas, her maiden house, House Lohar, she possessed the beauty of old Valeria. Silver gold of hair, pale skin, and cerulean eyes, a waist size that would have many disbelieving she was a mother of 5, and she bore such full lips that men would leave a mountain of men dead for the chance to kiss them. And now, with her husband along with her father dead and her husband's uncle and sons closing the trap around her, she was now but a few steps away of having to contend with a mountain of men. Johanna gestured the woman to take a seat on the soft cushioned lounger. Something flickered in the woman's eyes before she quickly masked it and sat down. I was pleased to discover you were willing to see me so quickly. If you were coming to me now, after everything, well. If I wish to capitalize on your circumstances after everything, now is the time. After all, you're no good to me dead. Neither are your children. Johanna thought to herself. Johanna sat opposite of Lady Rogare with crossed legs, and she leant back as she spoke, the very picture of being at ease and unconcerned. I was surprised to read your letter, even more so when you requested a meeting with me. Johanna smiled somewhat thinly. You can understand my curiosity, can you not? After all, though we have known one another for many years, you have not been so receptive to me. Johanna said with a light frown on her face, and she enjoyed the flinch Lady Rogare could not control. I may have been discourteous to you in the past, Lady Swan. Lady Rogare said carefully. She continued, I was rather expected to behave in a certain way that I now see was unbecoming of me. I hope that we can put all of that to the past. Inwardly, Johanna smiled. Lady Rogare had always been a haughty one, always having considered Johanna as lesser. It was not something she felt slighted by, and it was truly preferable than the treatment she'd gotten from those who were entertained by the idea of one such as her being amongst, but nonetheless, basking momentarily in the change in circumstances was her due. With her and several of her followers now owning 3/5 of all pillow houses in Liss, having gotten rid of most of the Lorry's family and others like them, though with far greater discretion and subtlety, Johanna and her people was amongst the most powerful in Liss, with ties all across Liss that owed her, and owned by her. Only a few from the wine-producing families, the tapestries-making families, the merchant class, and the banking families were the ones who compete with her in terms of wealth. And none of them could compete when it came to the number of men, the true number, under her command. The success she'd gained in past 3 years has greatly accelerated her plans. 3/5 of the pillow houses was only a part of her empire. Orchards, farms, and fruit fields across all of the Lysane Islands were slowly falling into her hands. Warehouses and shops, and she even had a hand into the textile industry. By now, it would not surprise if there were tens of thousands of people working for her and her people. And all of them, those who knew, were loyal to her dream for Liss. The war in the Stepstones, the way she'd been able to brush aside her immediate rivals once she was done with the Lorry's family, the fall and rise of new families within the upper echelons of the Lysane nobility and magisters, all of it, had seen and helped her rise to the point the idea of her becoming a triarchy magister was not outrageous. Such rise was the very reason Lady Rogare was all but on her knees to beg for aid. We can. Johanna said with a widening beautifying smile as she snapped her fingers. Soon one of her maids came by with 2 glasses of rose wine. Of course, Johanna said after she drank of her wine. Lady Rogare had not yet drank of her wine, cautious as she was. As much I am happy to hear you say such a thing, I am sure that is not all that you have come to me for. Lady Rogare nodded regally. As you know, my husband passed away recently. A terrible affair. Johanna interjected quickly with a commiserating tone of voice. Your love for one another was an inspiration, my lady. Lady Rogare slipped once more, though she did well to hide the pain. There was some truth in Johanna's words, namely that regarding the love between her husband and her. A love match for all intents and purposes. Yes, Lady Rogare said with an uneven voice before she cleared her voice and smiled saddened, and Johanna did not have to wonder where she was drawing such an expression from, even if she was using it to her advantage. I miss him dearly. I imagine so. And I hear your father just passed a few days ago too. Johanna said as she leaned forward and placed her warm hand onto Lady Rogare's thigh, and, as she met the woman's gaze, she said. 2 tragedies in such a small amount of time, you must be terribly upset. Another flicker of emotion. Yes, it has been a difficult time. Well, Johanna said with a brightening smile as she took off her hand from Lady Rogare's thigh, her eyes growing colder. I am sure you will overcome your present hardships. Her smile grew serpentine as she continued to speak. Your husband's family have stepped in, have they not? To aid you in your times of trouble. Johanna's eyes flickered to the glass Lady Rogare held in both of her hands. The surface was shaking, a symbol of how tightly she was holding the glass. There was not a single soul in Lys that didn't know what was happening with the Rogas. Her asking that question was petty, true enough, but she enjoyed it still. My family, Lady Rogare said with a tight voice, are not as supportive as perhaps family should be. As you well know, Lady Swan, she breathed out heavily before she closed her eyes, and Johanna saw her shake a little. A pittance of pity grew in her stomach. Lady Rogare was an awful woman. There was no denying that. The reports of her spies in the Rogare household made that all too clear. Having mistresses of her husband killed and their babies sold into slavery were the least of the sorts of things she's done. Her husband, Rogarayo Rogare, the man who all but built a banking empire on the back of the war in the Stepstones and the alliance between the three free cities, was several scores worse, and his death was no loss. However, she saw, in this moment, she did not see such an awful woman, no, she saw a desperate woman, a woman who feared for the lives of her 2 sons and her 3 daughters. Though she had lost control over the Rogare Bank, her husband and his father had built into the powerful institution that it was now to her husband's uncle, Drado Rogare. She had fought for the rights of her children when she could have chosen to bed Drado and retake her position at the expense of her children, and likely at the expense of her children's lives. She lost, of course, which was she was here, why her children were here too in the other room, waiting with bated breath if this last throw of the dice would see them live, or die. I am in need of aid of another's. Lady Rogare said after she reopened her eyes, and she placed the glass onto the table before she turned fully to Johanna, and Johanna gestured to the guard to remain where he was. Lady Rogare bowed her head, her voice wavering as she spoke. I am pleading that you aid me. My sons will be in your debt. House Rogare, the Rogare Bank will be in your debt. For a moment Johanna only looked at the bowing woman, who must have swallowed all of her pride in order to do this, to bow like this to a woman she once only saw as nothing more than a plain foreign whore worming into Lys Gardens. I can understand the nature of unhelpful family, Johanna said as she leaned back in her chair, her expression blank as she spoke further. Lady Rogare moved her head up as she looked onto Johanna. Mine own uncle was a bastard of a man too. She paused for a moment and drank of her glass of rose wine. Once she was sated, she met the woman's gaze again. You say you and your sons would be in my debt. Drado Rogare is head of House Rogare. Head of the Rogare Bank. Most of the Lysane nobility have acknowledged him as such. Lady Rogare broke. He is not head of House Rogare. My son Lysandro is. He is nothing but a usurper. That snake has no right to call himself head of anything after he killed. Lady Rogare stopped and she drew in a long breath, and she got herself under control as she continued to speak. He is only supported by those who owe the bank money. Not because they believe him the rightful successor. Does it matter? Johanna asked, and Lady Rogare's expression twisted before she lost some of the fight in her and closed her eyes. Not right now. Lady Rogare said after she once more drew in a deep breath. She reopened her eyes, a fiery determination, almost manic and furious in some ways, gleaming in her eyes. But it will. I nor my sons will forget. If you live that long. Johanna said simple brutality. Lady Rogare flinched and she slumped into herself. There had been a small war happening in Lys between Lady Rogare's father and Drado Rogare. Guards and slave soldiers and mercenaries had fought in the streets, and Lady Rogare's forces and that of her father's were steadily losing over the past few weeks. Her brothers and cousins were butchered for the defiance over those weeks, and when her father died, it all but signaled a final defeat. The only reason why Lady Rogare and her children were not dead was because her father had been clever enough to hide them, and because, secretly, Johanna had been helping them. Lady Rogare coming to her for aid was not an accident. You're not just asking for my aid, you're asking for me to fight this war for you. Johanna said calmly as she unhooked one of her legs from the other and leaned forward. I will lose dozens, if not hundreds of men. I will lose coin and shops in the fighting. I may even expose myself to mine own rivals. All. For. Your. Sake. All for a debt you may never even honor. Johanna said coldly. Lady Rogare shook her head rapidly. No, I swear to you, neither I or my sons will go back on our words. I need more than that. I can give you 20% of the Rogare Bank. Lady Rogare said quickly before she added. I will even make you a key holder. A good start but not enough. Johanna said with less cold in her tone of voice before she straightened up. I want half. Half of the Rogare Bank and half of the key holder seats. Lady Rogare was aghast at that. I can't give you half of the bank. House Rogare only owns 60% and I cannot give you half of the key holder seats. 2/3 of the seats are held by others. Then you may go. Johanna said firmly, and Lady Rogare fully lost her composure as her eyes widened and Johanna signaled her guard to take the living dead woman away. Wait. Wait, wait, wait. Lady Rogare all but shouted, panicked. Fine. She said as she swallowed dryly. I can give you half of the Rogare share of the bank, but half the key holder seats. Lady Rogare swallowed. I won't be able to remove themselves myself, however. I do not have the men or the influence I once had. They also own a substantial amount of the bank, I can help you cheat them out of their shares, but do not worry about that. When I mean half of the bank, I mean half of the bank. They will be dealt with. After all, those men threw in their lot with the usurping uncle who killed his own nephew and sought to kill the little children of his nephew. Johanna said with a thin smile. Such would be the narrative that would be spun all across Lys. Freemen, free women, slaves, and nobles alike would tut and disapprove of such kins of men who aided such a kinslaying man. Lady Rogare nodded, relief seeping in her expression, but Johanna was not done. Your sons will need to agree to this personally and in writing. The two boys, Lysandro and Drazenko, were 2 and 10 and 1 and 10 respectively. Old enough and aware enough to know their situation. She wanted to ensure they knew exactly who was responsible for saving the lives of their family. Of course, they will. Lady Rogare said, determined. Good. Though I do not intend to interfere with the running of the bank, unless necessary, I do of course find it necessary to have a say on who is employed at the bank. This startled the Lady Rogare. Why? Surely you don't think I will allow those whose loyalties cannot be counted upon to work for me, for us? Johanna posed with a raised eyebrow, and Lady Rogare went quiet for a moment before she nodded slowly. I can agree to that, she said before she added quickly, but I want my sons to be involved. Acceptable. Johanna. It wasn't a problem anyway. By the turn of the moon, both of her sons will slowly condition to see Johanna favorably and generous. With what she had planned for Lys, she needed some of the old nobility to remain inside with her willingly. You will not spare any of Drado and his family, will you? Lady Rogare asked with a cold, vindictive voice. Johanna smiled, amused. Of course not. Be assured that your sons shall be the last male rogues alive in a moon's time. Johanna said with a thin smile. Less than a quarter of a moon if everything goes to plan. It wasn't long after that she had the guards bring in the 2 sons. She was kinder to the 2 boys, though she left no false impression on them. She was blunt to them, of how their mother and her had reached an agreement for their lives and their father's legacy. Lysandro hadn't been happy when she told them of what the agreement was, but it was clear to see that the boy was greatly frightened. After all, he was well aware of what has been happening and how close they were to death. The boys swore an oath and signed their names to the contract, signing off an agreement that Johanna and her heir were to hold 50% of the bank and half of the keyholder seats in perpetuity. After that, she had her guards take them to a heavily guarded compound nearby and issued the orders to commence the attacks. By the time it was evening, half a dozen Rogare buildings were attacked and their men butchered. She could even see a building burning in the distance from her 10-story balcony. Beautiful, isn't? Johanna turned around and saw Rit coming to her with a pair of glasses with red wine. Yes, yes it is. Johanna said with a smile before she sighed as she took the glass and returned her attentions to the site of the burning building. She drank of her wine, taking in more than half of it, before she simply watched. Long moments passed before she spoke. It won't be long now. Rit hummed agreeably. The warehouses. The shops. The pillow houses. And soon the bank. We will control a large portion of Lys now. Johanna could feel Rit's gaze on her back. We will need to move on to the merchants soon. Not yet. Johanna denied. This acquisition of ours will have many concerned. Johanna said as she glanced at Rit. If members of the merchant families start to die now, we will risk exposure. Whilst they wrestled control of the pillow houses, Johanna and her people worked in the background to quietly kill off certain heads of families in other industries and slowly fostered division within the families to the point that kinslaying was far higher than usual. When the right moment of opportunity came, she then had other freedmen buy portions of the family holdings with coin she gave them. And when some families continued to fight, these freedmen would use the opportunity to further destroy as they destroyed themselves. By now, she'd elevated 12 such freedmen into wealthy and fairly powerful positions. She had eyes to elevate another 24 such people, her people. The rogues had been dealt with in a similar way. Drado Rogare was a typical fool of a man. Just like his brother, he was a cruel man, but he was not even a tenth as competent as Roger Ryo. And he was envious. It had not been hard to plant the seeds for Drado to act against his brother. And now she had the rogues under her thumb and forever in her debt. We need control amongst the captains. You know well that we don't have near enough people there. Rit said. Johanna silently sighed. Yes, that was true. A significant portion of the magisters in the conclave were from the merchant families. Wealthy and popular. And, of course, the ones who were most responsible for providing the ships to the Lysense fleet. 7 of the 11 Lysane magisters in the Triarchy conclave were of these Lysane merchant families. And unfortunately, she and her people had too few people there. Plenty of spies, yes, since they owned scores upon scores of domestic slaves, but of any real influence? No. Nor was there an obvious route to get influence there either. It was why the heads and members of these families would have to be removed and then pressure the remaining members into either falling into line or be removed as well. Rit was feeling that they were in a good enough position to start the final stage of taking control of Lys. Johanna felt it was too soon. She wanted to consolidate what she had and wait for the opportunity Prince Aegon had promised would come. No. Johanna said with a shake of the head. We wait. Johanna said before she glanced at Rit. And I don't think we have to wait for more than a few years at the most considering what's out west. Prince Aegon's discovery and sailing had grabbed the attention of many, including that of the Triarchy. There was going to be trouble to be certain. In the last few years, she knew that there had been changes to the plans, more than the changes she told him she wanted to make for Lys. Was this the reason why? Was the moment that would spark the opening she'd need to take Lys come from this? Rit frowned before she eyed Johanna critically. You still think he is coming through after it is known to all he's gone west with the rest of his family? His men are still around in Lys. They're also in Corinth. And I have faith in him. He didn't abandon me then, he won't abandon me now. She knew that it was somewhat childish of her. After everything she's done. All of the killing. After all that she accomplished. To have such faith in Prince Aegon that he would still support her after she changed his plans that of her own. To have such loyalty to him and expect that he was still loyal to her in her dream. If we strike now, and if we succeed, we will have the undivided anger of the rest of the Triarchy on us, and there is Volantis. The moment will come. Johanna continued as she met Rit's eyes. We just have to be patient and Lys will fall into our hands with little bloodshed. She said as she turned her gaze towards the horizon, towards the burning building. Free and ours, Lys shall be. Just as I dreamed. Break. Early 112 AC. Gale POV. Gale stood on the foredeck of the ship with Rena, Bryaneai, Viera, and Valiana who were chatting amongst themselves. She smiled slightly. They'd gotten used to the long sea journey far easier than she did. Her eyes turned away and she gazed at the horizon wondering how much longer it will take. It's been almost 2 moons since they departed from the Targaryen Islands, and she had been missing setting foot on solid land the day they left. They only spent 3 days there, their dragons stretching their wings and their people their legs, but it had been much needed. They had not encountered a storm on their journey, fortunately, but several times they were subject to dangerous seas that rocked and heaved their ships. It was frightening, truly, and more so when there was little one could do in such a situation. You were at the complete mercy of the gods. She shook her head and she turned her attentions to the side of the ship, towards the 2 ships that towed 2 of the barges that held within Shrykos and Tyraxes whilst the 2 ships on the other side of their ship towed the barges of Lysmaria and Galathox. The dragons were quiet today. She could feel little of Lysmaria. Likely sleeping, she mused. The others were likely sleeping as well. Half the time, they were scrambling to be let out and fly and the rest of the time, they were keen to just sleep days and days on end, only waking to feed. The same happened during the stretch from the Stepstones to the Summer Isles with Lysmaria and Miss Aragorn, where Aegon said that it felt like Miss Aragorn had fallen into a deep sleep. Aegon said it reminded him of something that bears did occasionally in Westeros. Hibernation, if she remembered the term rightly. In any case, it was fortuitous. Lysmaria, Tyraxes, Galathox, and Shrykos had only flown thrice over the past 4 moons Stormfire. Doria and Laisha were on board their ship and flew regularly since they were as small as a pony and those flights had been short too. Shrykos, the moodiest dragon she'd ever heard of living, as expected, was the most difficult to control and Valar had to physically be there with the dragon once. Polaris and Aegon managed to help Valar develop a closer bond with his dragon and since then, controlling Shrykos had been easier. Just about. The day continued like any other day, having fallen into a disquieting routine. They woke and they ate. Aegon and the boys which included Vamer, Ethan's son trained with the men and squires during the morn Solani watched whilst she and Imara spent it with the girls, teaching them embroidery, their letters and numbers. Noon was more freeing for the children where they could do as they wished to a limit which was not much admittedly. Their sons often simply spent it training or talking amongst themselves or otherwise simply spent the time with Aegon, who had taken to writing journal after journal to pass the time when he wasn't coordinating the fleet and talking with the captains, whilst their daughters were more troublesome to say the least. Someone had to watch them at all times. Evening was the only time she could say was a time for her and Aegon. Though, on rare occasions, such as this eve, Aegon would sit down their children and tell tales for the children, and it was a time that the children adored the most. She listened just as the children listened whilst Aegon, with an ominous tone of voice, spoke about a terrible god who sent ugly-beaked and winged half-women, whose cries were foul and shrill and could hurt the ears deaf, to snatch away good people from the earth. She recognized a little of the descriptions he was using in this tale of his though she could never be sure. Aegon often mixed tales he remembered from a distant time and a distant place with that of tales here. The children were excitable, even her eldest sons, when Aegon began to talk about a group of heroes that assembled when villagers, elders and mothers and fathers alike, plead with them to aid them and recover the good people they lost and so Aegon spoke animatedly of the trials and tribulations the heroes went through, talking somberly when a few of the heroes died heroically and animatedly when the heroes had achieved something remarkable. She noted that the group the heroes encountered and enlisted in their quest against the terrible god and his terrible winged beast women, were familiar. Men who were taken from their families by bird-shaped mask-wearing slavers but who carried out justice against their enslavers. It reminded her an awful lot of the Unsullied. The tale ended, as always, in triumph for the heroes and their band of warriors, and it was at that point that they sent away their children and that of the others away to go to sleep. When they were alone, and getting ready to sleep, she asked him. Yes, they were the Unsullied. And the winged women? The harpy god the Giskari worship. Gale wondered, and Aegon hummed in confirmation. Gale frowned a little at that. She knew that his plans in Slaver's Bay was likely not far on his mind, but she didn't like that he was using it, whatever this was, in this way. Aegon saw her expression and he looked a little sheepish as he explained. I'm running out of stories to tell. You remember just the other day, do you not? Rena asked when I was going to tell a new story. Aegon said, somewhat exasperated, and Gale's lips twitched. Yes, she remembered that. Rena had cajoled Solanis, Bryanei and Viera into asking for a new story. Rena disturbingly knew how to skirt the line of impropriety even at this age. And Aegon was far too soft on her even if he knew better. I see. Gale said, accepting the reasons as explained, and they both undressed themselves and got into the bed. She turned to him, a curious look on her expression. Was it true? She asked him, and Aegon looked surprised for a moment before he smiled at her a little. You're going to have to give me a little more than that, Gale. Gale rolled her eyes playfully. About the Unsullied and their goddess. Aegon's eyes widened in understanding and he nodded slightly. Yes. They worship a goddess. I would have thought they worshipped gods of geese. Gale pondered. The slavers don't see them as people, and so they do not see the need to have them believing in their gods. Tools do not need gods. Aegon said, and Gale's expression pinched before she nodded in understanding. Aegon warmly smiled at her before he leaned back at the back of the bed, his smile slowly losing its strength. I find it incredibly fascinating. Aegon told her. Gale looked at Aegon inquisitively, and Aegon expanded. The history of their worship of this goddess. Aegon said before he turned to her. Uthric found out for me as much as he could. Aegon said with a little smile before he shook his head. None of the Unsullied know when it began. None of the Unsullied know why it began. No one will ever know it, I think. Aegon went quiet for a moment. In any case, Aegon continued after a little while. The Unsullied are taught about the goddess from an early age by word of mouth by the other Unsullied, the trainers. They learn the laws and that this goddess is for them and them alone. Aegon went quiet again. This time it was Gale who broke the silence. It must bring them comfort. Comfort that there is someone, a goddess, who cares for them when none others do. Aegon smiled at her, and it was a tired, weary smile. I think it does so too. Goes to show, doesn't it? That even those who are believed to be stripped of their humanity, destroyed and reforged into tools, can still find rebellion, can still have an odd kind of hope and ownership, in such small, seemingly insignificant ways. There was an odd kind of melancholy in Aegon's voice as he spoke, one that seemed to match the odd distant look in his eyes, and she wondered if he felt a kind of pitying respect for the Unsullied. She placed her hand on his cheek, drawing him out of his thoughts, and he smiled at her, and she pulled at his face and drew him closer, laying his head to rest on her chest, and she felt his arm wrap around her, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. And soon enough, they both succumbed to the call of sleep. The days continued on. They woke. They ate. They did things together, and the days melted into one another until, finally, two words she'd been waiting for had been said, and for a brief moment, there were no sweeter such words. Land ahoy! Chapter 22. Lighter, I gave Rhaenyra Silverwing because Gale has Syrux. Sunfire's egg as well, that has hatched for Castares, sorry. And yes, thanks for the comment, consort. I think it is referred to King's Consort in Azoif, which is quite different to medieval era Europe. On top of my head, I think that was what Daemon was referred to in the OTL. 140MEGA, by making it very unappealing to want to be a problem to Aegon and Illymaris. Please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. I always read the reviews even if I don't comment on them. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/Boombox117. Early 112 AC, Illymaris. It had been almost indescribable, the feeling of fulfillment that washed over him when he'd set his eyes on Bashmianis, the easternmost island of Illymaris, the first sight of land of his new home, of his family's and people's new home. Nonetheless, that sense of fulfillment had yet to fully evaporate even after they sailed past the huge island of Draconis, their fleet having taken the choice to take the scenic route that added days to their journey. Aegon may have pushed the choice in a certain way, and they'd gotten to see the towering volcano in the distance that the first explorers had taken to call Mont Draconis in all of its impressive glory. He'd shared the sight of Mont Draconis with Miss Aragorn through their bond, and he'd felt the inquisitiveness and animalistic desire to lay claim to a part of the volcano his dragon had about the volcano and the lands. Even the dragons of his wife and children were curious and eager, as they likely felt the wonder and joy of their bonded, their roars having grown in strength and they themselves having grown antsy, eager to fly and explore above these strange new lands, to claim the skies of Illumaris as theirs, his children only just about to soothe them, just about able to get them to be patient for just a few more days, and he knew that the dragons of his eldest sons would not be alone in their first flight. We'll fly together over these lands and these waters too, Miss Aragorn, he thought to himself, the feeling of promise sent to his dragon, who returned a feeling of his own to Aegon, a feeling that left Aegon amused at his pridefulness. A day later, they sailed to the mouth of the river Ziarvs, a name that could be translated to common to mean the good luck-bringing river, and that sense of joy bloomed into a prideful look as they were greeted by the presence of a dozen riverboats who waved them on, sparking a round of cheers and greetings on board of the ships, his own children leading the charge on their ship. He thought the men would send a party after he'd informed them of their arrival to Bajmianis, but he hadn't expected a party such as this, not this far from the settlement. Your mask is slipping, husband, Gale said in a whisper as she leaned into him, and he realized he was widely grinning at the sight of it all. He glanced at her and saw that she was smiling beamingly at him with a touch of teasing and amusement mixed in her happy expression. My beard is protecting me for most of it, Aegon said in a chuckle, and he did little to remove the grin that was on his face, a naked emotion he never showed in public and that none outside of his family and closest would see from him. But the occasion allowed some leeway for such naked display of truly felt emotion. It helped that none were paying attention to him thanks to the men on the fishing boats, and he felt little pressure to deny himself this moment. Gale hummed in an accommodating tone as she eyed him in a way that signaled, sure, of course dear. A little while later, some of the men from the riverboats had come aboard the ships, his included. Sir Maros, Aegon greeted with a small smile as the man addressed them formally, as the man bowed before him and his family. Rise, he said to one of the leading men who oversaw the development of the main settlement. I am beyond honored to be the first to welcome to you and the royal family to your lands, my prince, Sir Maros said in a humble tone. Aegon nodded at the man, his small smile still present. I am pleased to see you, Sir Maros, after all these years. I had not expected such a welcome. Sir Maros smiled happily at Aegon's words before he spoke up. We saw it proper to see to your welcome at the mouth of the river, ahead of the welcoming feast awaiting you, Sir Maros said humbly as his gaze swept across all of his family. Aegon's smile deepened slightly before he stepped up to the man and grabbed him on the shoulder. It truly is good to see you, Sir Maros. You look well, Aegon said as he looked over the man. The knight had thickened with muscle since he'd last laid eyes on him. Sir Maros was of Dragonstone origin, one of the first few hundred squires. Now, in his late 20s, he was the image of a seasoned man. Sir Maros chuckled. My prince, I can humbly say working wood and stone is more than equal to the body as training in the yard is. Sir Maros paused for a moment, his head bowing as he spoke once more. It is also good to see you after so many years only hearing your voice through the candle. Aegon smiled at the man and they exchanged a few more pleasantries before soon enough that made way for what Aegon could only call a vividly descriptive tour guide as they travelled upstream the river Ziarvs, and Sir Maros had the entire crew hanging off of his words as he described what lay beyond the grasslands, forests, and hills on both sides of the river. Aegon spent much of the trip just scrutinizing all that he saw, alternating his gaze from one side of the river to the other, taking in the sight of hilly grasslands and wetlands and forests and distant jungles and distant mountains with great eagerness and curiosity, his mind mapping out what he'd been told and shown maps of with what he was seeing now. All that he'd known before he laid eyes on these lands, he thought to himself, was incomparable to seeing it for himself as he was now. It was one thing to learn of how much potential these lands had from the mouths of his people, but now? Yes, he thought, a small smile gracing his face as he turned his gaze towards the river, a river that was dark turquoise in color, a wide and deep river that could accommodate easily 8 of his galleons aligned in a row, his eyes gleaming with promise as behind them, in his mind, he dreamt of what was to be of these lands. Yes. He'd chosen the name for these lands well. This was a land set to be the foundation of greatness, of dreams. A land of pure hope. Days later. The first few days after arrival had been hectic, and only now were things settled down somewhat, allowing him the time to inspect the main building site of the city. One did not expect the arrival of 10,000 people that added a third of the existing settlement population to go smoothly, no matter how much you planned for it. Fortunately, much of the hecticness had not been in regards to accommodations. On that front, things had been well in hand. The builders and the rest of the settlement had strung up over 1,500 redwood cabins in preparation of their wave of settlers, all situated at the fringes of the main settlement, which itself was some way away from the river and city where the main stonework was being conducted and where the first proper homes were located, albeit for the present, a thought second to the matters of farming, housing, and clearing land. Another 600 or so cabins were also completed, but they were for the next wave, just as the empty plots of land by it were, land that was set to have another 1,500 cabins built in the next 4 to 6 months, likely sooner now with the addition and freeing of so many hands. The cabins themselves were nothing special. 4 walls and a roof, averaging in 75 to a 100 sqm in area, the cabins were fit enough to shelter and house 4 to 10 people in each cabin with single-bed bunk beds. His family's accommodations were a little better, larger, and further away and made of concrete, though much of it was in order to provide a sturdier and safer home for his youngest children and a place for his family guards to remain nearby. Plus, the need of separating the dragons away from the rest of the population, dragons who had taken to roost outside of their small home, had made it a simple choice. Still, it was a stark difference to how they lived in Corinth just moons ago, but it mattered little to him, or to his family. Though his eldest sons were too young to remember the early years of Corinth, they were old enough to remember at least a little of the constant building and changing of Corinth as they added more and more people to their, well, people. His youngest were less understanding, but thankfully they were, distracted by their fascination of their new surroundings, and they enjoyed their perceived new freedoms, such as it was that they were no longer surrounded by grey and dull walls and now always and fully in constant contact with their dragons. In any case, much of the hecticness had come from moving the huge number of industrial equipment, wares, and goods, which was far in excess of the previous waves, and moving them to their settlement, which was in excess of 3 leagues away from the river, though this stretch of the river wasn't quite large enough to fit all the ships, so they had to travel another league to get to the settlement, where they would at least somewhat protected from the elements, especially since there were few sites found that possessed iron ore. Some of the cabins were used for that purpose. It would be some time before they were up and running once again, he knew this. His people knew this too. Much of the coming years would be, in bold capital letters, pragmatic, to say the least. But the good news was that his people were not unaware, nor were they unfamiliar with their present circumstances. After all, his people, particularly those of Dragonstone origin and, to a lesser extent the first former slaves, were familiar with building one's own home, one's own land, he thought as he stared upon the main building site, a site that was on both sides of the river. There was very little here, at this moment in time, not that he expected anything else, he mused to himself. There were homes made of concrete, stone and granite, to be sure, some near enough 1,000 that housed about 7,000 people, most of them being the first settlers and their families, but most of the work had been to lay the soon-to-be underground channels with stone and concrete on this side of the river. He glanced at his surroundings, beyond the stone homes, which was dominated by cleared land on the mostly flat but with an outcrop of hills accompanied by a looming lone mountain to their east on their side of the river, whilst on the other side of the river, beyond the flatlands, another range of mountains dominated the horizon. But that would change soon enough, he thought as he looked at the collection of stone and white granite that were piling up not far from the banks of the river. The steady but sharp increase of men and to a lesser extent women and young boys on the cusp of manhood had done wonders in expediting the process of getting the colony up and running. Prior to the arrival of Aegon's wave, there had been 7,000 men dedicated to clearing of the city site and constructing homes and more, where only a few years ago there would have been at most a few thousand, with the majority of the men needed to clear the land for farmland and ensuring food security, whilst the women tended to the animals and the production of miscellaneous things. And all of that time and effort and manpower was beginning to pay off, something that would only increase with the arrival of another 5,000 men, the majority of whom would aid these men in building their city. Most of the riverboats, numbered now 120, when they weren't used for fishing, sailed up the river. Fortunately, the winds were favorable and greatly aided upstream sailing to a point, whilst the flow of the water allowed ease of traveling the opposite direction, and loaded up the quarried stone from the stone quarry just under a league away by the lone mountain on their side of the river, in less than a 10-minute walk from the riverbanks to the site. It wasn't the only stone quarry nearby either, which was to be expected, given how mountainous Ilamaries was. There were 5 different locations of easily mined stone quarries found within 5 league, mayhaps 10 leagues radius, whilst in the last few years, 2 different locations each had been found for granite and marble, one of the granite quarries located close enough to the river that the rest of the riverboats mined and loaded up as much of the white granite as possible on a frequent basis, much to Aegon's and his builders' pleasure. With the addition of another few thousand men, many of whom were shipbuilders, blacksmiths, jewelers, specialist guild members and so on by trade, yet would be manpower for the present time nonetheless, he expected the effort of mining to grow substantially. They also located sites of the base ingredients they used for their concrete, which was already manufactured in small amounts, which they would largely make use of for outposts, lighthouses, and other such structures, though they'd also continue use it in these early years, if not first decade or two, to quicken the construction process of homes, sewer channels and so on. All of that, adding to the readily available limestone at the northeastern side of the mouth of the river, which was 2.5 leagues from Ilamaries, they had ample supply of all the building materials they needed for their city. It's a good location. Ilaro Soros, the chief builder, said to their party as he looked over at the construction site, a party that consisted of himself, Gale, Idine, Bodrin the master of agriculture, Baneth Stali the master of ships, Lazy Rose Anero the builder who'd helped locate most of the quarries and mines, and a few of his family guards. There are few suitable places for a shipyard or a wharf, however. Baneth Stali said with a frown on his face before he gestured towards a particular location at the other side of the river, towards the shallower parts of the riverbank. That is probably the best place for a wharf, but for a shipyard of the kind we've been planning, we'll have to build a long slipway around. He paused as he looked around, seemingly assessing the best location for the shipyard. There, he said, pointing towards a very faint depression by the bank some 3 to 4 leagues away from their present location downstream on their side of the river. Stolly continued, meeting Aegon's gaze. We'd probably will have to work the land a little bit. It will lay outside of the present city limits, my prince. Soros commented with a frown. Yes, it will. Aegon agreed. Just about beyond the city limits. The city would wider than it was longer. The shipyard is further than I'd like. Aegon added as he looked towards the site. Much further. He wanted the shipyard to be somewhat closer to the city. Are you certain we cannot work the land nearby? He asked Stolly. Stolly grimaced before he looked around, seeing if there was anything he missed, and he shook his head as he spoke. We could possibly lay the shipyard by the wharf, but we would barely able to have the space for a galleon single dockyard, let alone the space for repair and maintenance yards for galleons or carracks. Aegon considered it for a moment before he nodded slightly. All right, I will agree to it, though for now, we will push back the date of building the shipyard by another year. We have Dragon's Gate port for maintenance of our ships, and we can build up the capacity of the harbor relatively easily there. Dragon's Gate port was located in the Targaryen Islands on the Aegon Isle. The southern part of the island had deep bays, perfect for a port. Over the years, the port there had grown in size and in capabilities by design. It took moons to travel between Illimaris and the rest of the known world, so the islands were perfectly located to become the place to replenish supplies, repair ships, and generally speaking, a decent place to recuperate after moons on a ship. And so over the years, the islands had been slowly transformed into what they needed it to be, a safe port and a place where some food grew and supplies stored for emergencies. It wasn't the best of solutions, especially since it was moons away from Illimaris, but all things considered, with far more pressing matters that needed their attentions, a shipyard and wharf could wait for a little while. Plus, it wasn't as if they had a specific need for it anyway. Their trade would be with the East, and Dragon's Gate was always going to be used. For now, it was fine. The mouth of the river can suffice, for now, as the main mooring location of the fleet. Gale commented, and Stolly inclined his head, though Aegon did see a flash of apprehension on his face at that. He understood. The mouth of the river was, fortunately, free of reefs and dangerous seabed, but it wasn't a place you'd want to moor your ships for a long period of times. Burs had said that Illimaris, particularly the western parts of the land, was prone to storms. Ideally, they'd bring the ships further upstream to a region better protected from the storms. He'd look into it a little better another time. Soros. Aegon called out, drawing the man and everyone else's attentions, and the man met his gaze. Do you foresee the city plans changing substantially? Soros considered his question for a moment before he answered. No, my prince. He said before he looked away, and looked beyond the river, where at the edges of the cleared land it could be seen to boast many hills that had a mountain looming over it. Though I would have preferred it to be flatter and level, there is a great deal of flat space between the hills to allow for linear streets and grids. Aegon hummed before he spoke. It is not much of an inconvenience. The natural inclination of the land will allow easier transportation of waste through the sewerage system. Aegon commented as he looked upon the land, and particularly towards the dug channels. As they sailed up the river, he'd noted that the more upstream they were, the more substantial above sea level the lands on both sides of the river were. Further upstream, quite a bit beyond their current location, Bryce, Anaror, and the others had said that the land was significantly situated higher than the river, and he'd considered that the river must have, over millions of years perhaps, carved through the land. And with how flat, relatively speaking, this region was in comparison to the land tens of leagues away, it could have been the case that the sheer force of the water in a single cataclysmic event had flattened most of the land leagues on either side of the river, or at least helped somewhat, causing the current geography of the lands on both sides of the river. Yes. Soros agreed, a wry smile on his face. It most certainly will, though I will have to sit with a few of my men and rework the plans to account for this fortuitous circumstance and work carried out. He said as he glanced towards Anaror. Their current plan for the sewerage system was to have public latrines beside the bathhouse buildings consisting of baths and swimming pools, which was intended to be within 5-minute walking distance at the most across the city until they had the time and people to dedicate to building latrines in every home. The latrines, the bathhouses included, would be connected by a network of dug canals underneath the city, connected to the river upstream, which was at a higher elevation than the majority of the city location, and little streams of underground river water would carry the water away through a series of long sewage canals that exited far beyond the city walls. Similarly, aqueducts would be pulled from the river upstream and provide the volumes of water needed for drinking and other needs. Of course, the water wouldn't be consumed as it was, no matter how clear the water from Ziarvs appeared to be. Basins would be constructed on the aqueducts to remove the turbidity from the water, whilst stainless steel punctured sheets would remove the largest of insects and other floating pieces from the water stream. After that, his people were well aware of the additional steps they were to take to clean their water for the purpose of consumption once they had it. Though once the wine fields, apple trees, and so on were up and running, he expected that it would serve as the main source of hydration. As you can see, Chief Builder, my prince, my princess, we've already begun the digging of the channels. We've even laid those channels with concrete and stone. An arrower spoke up, and after he drawn their attentions, he spoke further. We've drawn up a few grids, Soros, and so you will be able to see how closely it relates to the rest of the original city plans. Aegon looked at the man. Bryce had complained more than a few times about the man and his conduct. Aegon still remembered vividly the man when he'd recruited him, which had been at the same time as Soros. He'd seemed no more than an ordinary mason with a streak of architectural insight that was ignored by the Bravasi, and had been happy enough to earn the chance to be more in his life when he'd offered him a place, and over the years, there hadn't been much to see that changed that perception. Clearly though, he thought as he remembered Bryce's comments and the frequent disappearances into the wilderness of Ilamaries, such was no longer the case. He'd have to see if that change was inspired by the finding of that strange skull, or if there was more afoot with this man. Soros nodded. I will examine them. Ilaro Soros looked away from the horizon and turned around, back towards the main settlement site that lay leagues away, a look of concentration on his face as he remained quiet for a little while. Yes, yes, this works well. Very well. He looked towards Bryce and Anarrower with an approving look on his face. You did well in proposing and working this site. Soros said to the two men before the man looked at Aegon. I will need to adjust the plans for the city to accommodate the natural scape of the land, but there shouldn't be too much of a change. Soros looked away from Aegon and looked towards some of the hills. Particularly those hills. Soros said with a gleam in his eyes. Good. Aegon said with a faint nod before he looked towards the other side of the river. He gestured towards it. Most of the space for expansion of the city is on this side of the city, so I suggest you factor that into your adjustments, Soros. It will be many decades before we'll have a need to exceed the city barriers, Aegon. Gale said. He turned to her and shown her an agreeing incline of the head. The city they'd drawn up, in scale, would be about 20 square miles in area, a huge amount of space for a population of their only 80 or so thousand people. Though much of that space was also to accommodate a great many things. Centers of learning, schools, hospitals, judicial and arbitration buildings, buildings for civil servants and public service, buildings for the various guilds and for the military and naval colleges, theaters, hippodromes, rugby stadia, and so on. Yes, the space they marked out for their city was more than enough for their current population, which would boast main streets wide enough to fit 5 carriages side by side, and with every other street at least wide enough to fit 2, more than enough to fit twice the current population. I agree. Aegon said with a faint smile before he looked towards the distance. Yet this will be our capital, Gale, and for that reason alone, it will always draw people like moths to a flame. I'd rather make sure that we maintain the balance of people and space now, when we have the opportunity to plan ahead, rather than leave the city overpopulated with buildings of squalor. Aegon said with meaning behind his words, meaning that all understood. Stolly and Edwin had been to King's Landing, so they knew how terrible the city planning had been. Gale, well, she'd grown up there just as he'd had. The rest knew enough during his discussions with him or with others to learn why he was so determined for their city to not become like the foul cities of West Eros. When Aegon the Conqueror settled the capital there, he'd failed to account for the rapid growth of the city, and ever since then, consecutive rulers and small councillors failed to solve the stinking shithole that was King's Landing. His own efforts with the housing and sewage system had done a little to solve the issue, but he doubted anyone else had looked at the issue since then. And yes, whilst he knew that it would many decades before such an population explosion could happen after all, King's Landing had drawn upon the peoples of an entire continent looking for opportunity, and they would not have that. He was a firm believer of long-term planning. Plus, he intended to make sure to facilitate circumstances for a population explosion. They spent another few hours shoring up the order of construction now, with the majority of the guild leaders, builders, and a few thousand more farmers to take up the slack from the rest of the men here. They could begin before they returned back to the settlements. There would be 4 main phases of construction, many of which would have concurrent parts to the phases being worked upon. The first phase consisted of continuing to digging up earth and laying the stone for one complete section of the underground sewage system, the construction of 2,000 homes on the outermost parts of the inner city, to be of an area around 150 sqm on average and adequately enough to house a family of 7, using limestone, stone and white granite as primary building materials, constructing good enough roads to the quarries, and beginning to prepare the land and locations of important buildings. Another part was the construction of several schools, hospitals, a constabulary that functioned as much as a place of law enforcement as it did barracks, and other such vital services. With Sir Cedric here now, it was time to reorganize a large fraction of the knights into law enforcement and an auxiliary wing of the army to be. There was also going to be a more extensive searching of mining sites for iron ores, copper, tin, and more, and he'd free up 100 men to do exactly that. They already have decent maps of the surrounding lands of upward of 20 to 30 leagues in radius, but that was quite superficial. Hopefully they'll find good ore deposits nearby. The first phase was expected to be completed within a year's time. The builders were familiar with the house designs, plus they held years of experience with large-scale building projects. The construction of the first section of the sewage system was little more than digging and laying stone in those dug-up linear holes, and they had more than enough men to rapidly build standard homes and other vital service buildings. Women would do all of the other available necessary activities such as repairing or making clothing, and when needed, when they weren't looking after the animals, including the horses, the children, or cooking meals. The second phase was more intensive. By then, it was expected that there would be more manpower available with the reallocation of men from preparing the land for farms to the city, thanks to his people having exceeded themselves, increasing the number from 9 to 10,000 to near 16,000 men. Presently, there were 45,000 acres of farm fields producing crops and a livestock count of thousands of sheep, cows, pigs, and chickens providing meat for the settlement. There was also another 25,000 acres of farmland on the cusp of being ready to produce their first crops, and another 55,000 acres of land being flattened and prepared for farming, whilst the fleet of galleons, excluding 3 of them on which he'd travel back to Corinth with, would make sail for Corinth a week's time and bring the bulk of the remaining livestock along with another 5 to 7,000 of his people. With the 45,000 acres of land currently being tended to by the 225 rightful owners who, along with their family, own their farmland in perpetuity, another 125 families tending to the almost ready 25,000 acres of farmland, and in a year's time likely another 35,000 acres ready to be handed over to 175 families, and the rest of the land not following long after, that meant there would be a surplus of men and boys that would be ready for reassignment. And, with the addition of another few thousand farmers and their families that had come with him in this wave, they could permanently even further reduce the men who were working the lands now and reassign them to the construction effort. All in all, they estimated 7,000 men and boys, many of whom were amongst the most recently freed Lycaenae slaves, many of whom would not be needed to do so in the next year, at worst half that, and the rest a year after that. Men and boys who had little interest in farming. Of course, they'd have to make sure there were still at least a few thousand were available and assigned for flattening and preparing land for farming. There were in total 1,200 families that wanted their plot of farmland, and Aegon wanted to make sure the colony had well in excess of thrice the amount of food needed by the end of 4 years, whilst the rest of the land's earmarked out for those who either signed up for a plot of land in exchange of service but did not want to farm commercially or was part of the army would be left to the individual man to pay for construction services. The second phase would involve the completion of the sewage system, the construction of at least 7 bathhouses, and of course many more latrines located in equidistance from one another, construction of 10,000 homes, construction of a city hall, the foundation laying of the Hall of Heroes and the September buildings, the bricking of the main streets, and a few other such tasks. The women, the ones who were not working alongside their husbands in the fields or providing important services such as tending to the animals, cooking meals, or looking after the thousands of children in their settlement, would be tasked to intensify the production of textiles, clothing, and other utensils and needed goods that did not need a man's skill or strength to make and produce. The second phase was expected to last also a year, at the most a year and a half. Given that by the end of the planned finish date of the second phase 2 years would have elapsed, the vast majority of their 80,000 or so people would be in Illimaries, so there would be no shortage of available people working in getting their colony up and running. By that point as well, their food production capabilities should be near enough 1.5 times the amount their people needed. The third phase would be the completion of all housing and all Key 1 buildings such as the Hall of Heroes, the September, the Court of Arbitration, the guild buildings, the factories, and shops. This was expected to last 2 to 3 years, and he'd be back then with an additional 10 to 30,000 people, not including his army, a quarter of which he could assign to work on the construction efforts. The fourth phase would generally be continuing the construction works and, of course, building roads to the farmhouses and the inevitable villages by the mining sites, construction of lighthouses, fortresses, and castles at key defensible locations, mapping out Illimaries and the surrounding islands, and the creation of plantation fields for luxury foodstuffs on the other side of the river beyond the mountain range where the climate was wetter and warmer. Not that the climate wasn't warm on this side of the mountain range. This phase was expected to last decades, and it would also include making plans and finding locations for towns on the coasts and further into the interior. By then, he hoped to receive a steady stream of appropriate migrants from Essos numbering in a few thousands a year, particularly from Lys and Liberty Bay, which would also include the slaves from the disputed lands he intended to free and relocate to Velos, increase the population density in his lands. People who would mix with that of his own and populate these towns and villages. By the time they left the city construction grounds on their horses, it was already fast approaching noon, and, as they made their way back to the main settlement, they were greeted with the sight of 3 dragons flying around in the distance. His sons spent most of the days since they arrived flying on their dragons, hunting with them. The Northern Sea, the sea that was encircled by Illimaries, Draconis, Bajmianis and the Biaresian Islands, presently known as the Gulf of Dragons, was home to a veritable goldmine of sea life, the ones of greatest interest being whales, sharks and dolphins, the animals that would sustain their dragons for the most of their lives. Burs had confirmed that years ago. The rest of the land's native animal population would not sustain them for very long, let alone their livestock, especially once his youngest children's dragons grew, so having rich waters was imperative. And, hopefully, the other waters around Illimaries proper would also prove to be rich feeding grounds. Mayhaps they'd even find megafauna of some kind on the other side of the mountains far to the south. Lismaria had flown too, disappearing away for longer stretches than his sons and their dragons, but she seemed to be well fed as well. Gale had only flown once since they arrived, and that had only been because Lismaria demanded to be flown with. Still, he mused, as he stared at his son's dragons. Their flights had been generally useful too. They saw a lot more of the land than the scouts had, seeing places of interest and lands that could be suitable for settlement, resource exploration, and more. And, as he looked towards his eldest son's dragons, he contemplated for some time. His sons were fast approaching the age of manhood, in this world, and though his sons were not going to be left to their own devices, their studies and their martial learning would continue for years still. He'd been thinking of how they could contribute to the colony in their own right. It would serve several functions. 1. It showed that even the royal family did not falter or shy away from the task of building their home, as many in their colony had not been there the first time when they built Corinth, where he'd gotten stuck in alongside the men. That in itself served many purposes. People, especially people who had no privilege, who saw themselves as lesser, greatly felt more for their leaders when they saw them working in the same way they were, when they saw that they were not shying away from hard work and duty. His sons already possessed good reputations as dutiful and capable boys, but getting involved in the colony development, that would catapult their reputations to great heights and strengthen the bonds of loyalty and devotion to them. Second, it would aid his sons greatly to take on some responsibility that they can see contribute to the development of their colony. Particularly Castories. In addition to feeling useful, it would also propel their learning and their leadership skills immeasurably. Much of what he'd taught them was examples and theory, and now they could have a taste of actual leading and leadership and duty that would stick with them for years to come. What are you thinking? Gale asked, and he broke out of his thoughts and turned to his wife. He saw that she was looking at him intently, and he sighed before he glanced around, looking for who was around, and he saw that it was just himself and Gale with their guards not far behind whilst the others were a further way back still. He looked back at the dragons. I was thinking our sons could help a lot, and in turn help them too. You're thinking of getting them to work alongside the men like you did in Corinth? Gale asked with a frown. They're a little young still, she said contemplatively, and as he glanced at her, he saw that she also looked towards the dragons, a considering look on her face. Mayhaps in a few years when they have developed more. Gale commented a little reluctantly, and he turned to her fully, a faint little smile on his face. The fact that she did not dismiss the idea was enough to tell him that she had been thinking on what to do with their growing boys as well. Not as much physically working alongside the men, Aegon said, pausing a moment. When he saw his wife's raised eyebrow, he continued. A lot of energy and effort is expended in the transportation of building materials to the city construction ground. Aegon's had a glint of amusement in his eyes. Energy and effort that could be saved if our sons and their dragons helped. Gale's eyebrows climbed. You want to use dragons as mules? She asked with an incredulous note in her voice. Who is to say that dragons are only meant for war and pleasure? Aegon said with a shrug of his shoulders. Personally, he was of the belief that dragons served a lot of functions than just war, power projection, and pleasure. He was certain they were critical to Valyrian magic and to the Valyrian way of life in general. I'm not saying that, Gale said with a heavy frown as she recovered. I'm just concerned for our sons and the dragons. They're young. We'll be careful, of course. We can fashion nets out of ropes with hooks or hoops the dragons can wrap their claws around. If it gets too heavy, they can drop it, Aegon said to Gale. He too was concerned about the dragons would try to lift something too heavy for their bodies. His son's dragons were big enough to carry his children with little difficulty, but carrying 5 or more times the weight of his sons. Ensuring that they can drop the nets if they felt a need for it worked around it. Plus, he would work with Ideen to institute a weight limit that would be adhered to. Gale contemplated it for a few moments before she nodded a little tentatively. Very well. I can agree to the idea. Aegon inclined his head slightly before he spoke. Do you wish for me to broach the topic with our sons? Since he'll be gone soon enough, he wanted to give the initiative to his wife with their sons, and with any other issues regarding the colony. No, I'll do it, Gale said as she eyed him. I will start them on something smaller first, like scouting the western side of the island. A sound plan, Aegon agreed. The dragons can cover far greater ground quicker than any other in this world's existence. Helping mapping their land was a good responsibility. I would suggest that you also have them sit with the cartographers and learn a little of their trade so that they do not rely on their words and memory, Aegon said, and Gale nodded. Yes, that's a good idea, she agreed before she paused for a moment as she considered something. I can aid in this as well as the transportation of the quarried stones. Lismaria will able to carry far more than each of the dragons, likely as much all 3 combined. You'll be needed to manage the colonial efforts in my absence with Ideen and the rest of the council, Aegon said to her. She'd be leading the efforts. Major decisions and choices would ultimately be made by her. Not only that, there was another consideration. And I don't want you to be away from our youngest children either, he thought to himself. Though he was certain that his people would not turn against his family or harm them, the possibility still existed, no matter how minute. Having his wife and Liz Maria standing sentinel over their still two young children and their pony-sized dragons would be a safeguard that he was not eager to be done away with. Gale hummed as if to concede the point. You may be right. She said before she smiled at him briefly a little wryly. I should mayhaps fly with Liz Maria as often as I can whilst you're still here to look over the children. Aegon chuckled quietly as he smiled faintly at his wife. If that is your wish, go fly as often as you like. Truly. I'll keep watch over the children. I know that Liz Maria would welcome it greatly. Besides, he wanted to spend as much time with Rena, Solanise and Bryaneai as he still could to make sure they still remembered him well. Solanise was only 4 name days old, so very young, and Rena and Bryaneai were not much older at 6 name days old. Memories were faulty still at that age, and the last thing he ever wanted was for his children to see him as other. Gale looked at him for a few moments, as if she was boring into his soul before she smiled warmly and nodded. All right. I will admit, I am curious what lays further upstream, beyond the edges of our maps. Aegon was surprised and Gale saw it. She gave off a tinkling laugh before she spoke with a teasing lilt to her voice. I may not have your curiosity about all things, but I am an adventurer like you. She said, referring to his fancies of exploring the world and its mysteries. It may not be the 7 seas, she added, her tone of voice slightly more serious but the teasing on her face growing in strength. But what lays beyond is as unknown to us as the seas to our west. She kicked at her horse and sped up, but not without imparting one last comment. I do like the sound of the Gale Mountains or the Gale Valley or the lovely Gale Coast. She said in a louder voice, and Aegon chuckled quietly as he watched her go on her horse, his laugh petering out as he looked on fondly. If only you knew, my lovely flame, I intend to name the capital of Draconis after you, Galesia, the bright city beneath the flames. He thought to himself as he continued to watch her go. And may its bright lights burn as brightly eternally as you do in my heart, Gale. 1 moon and a half later. Come on, boys. Aegon shouted over his shoulder as he climbed up the rocks and carefully side-eyed watched his sons with half an eye. Are you going to let an old man beat you to the top? He shouted with a tickle of amusement in his voice, an amusement that grew in strength at the sound of their groans. He glanced towards the top of the mountain, the lone nearest mountain on their side of their river. The side that faced the river was slanted at about 45 degrees angle, with the other side of the mountain nearer to 90 degrees and perpendicular to the green land below. The 45 degree face was of course the best way to climb the mountain. This side of the mountain also had shrubberies and all kinds of plants growing on top of it, though the nearer they got to the top, the more they became sparse. Feeling the ground too, he mused to himself, it wouldn't surprise him if in a few hundreds of thousands of years this side of the mountain was soft enough to grow forests, finishing the work the plant life was doing. He glanced away towards the sides, taking in the side of the mountain. Yes, this was a peculiar lone mountain that he was not entirely sure how it formed or why it was so alone, but nonetheless, he liked it very much. It overlooked the site of their city about 2 leagues away of the not yet city walls, whilst at the very top, the rock formations were strange to say the least. Pillar-like peaks dominated the top of the mountain, arrayed in a circular fashion that almost made it seem as if there was a crown rested on top of the mountain. It was fascinating. And, the part that he liked the most, was that it overlooked the city like a sentinel watching over its charges, a symbolism that meant much to him. He took mercy on his boys and he turned around and waited for them to catch up. There were some ways away and seemed to be waiting on one another, and it brought a smile on his face, to see them so close. When they caught up and he saw their tired little faces, he laid his hand on Valaire's and Polaire's heads, scruffling their heads a little. Come on, we're nearly there. Mayhaps in distance. Polaris muttered as he eyed the mountain warily. We don't have to climb to the very top, do we? Castoris asked tentatively as he looked at the pillar-like peaks with a look of trepidation. Definitely not, your mother would kill me. No, Aegon said with a chuckle before he pointed towards a particular spot, a spot he'd visited about a week and a half ago. We'll head there and that'll be it. The looks of relief made him laugh a little and he moved his hands towards the shoulders of his youngest sons. Come on, not much further. Aegon said before he glanced at his sons. I should speak with Sir Darren about your training. What? Why? Valaire asked in alarm, and Aegon withheld a smile from his sons. Sir Darren was one of the family guards and the one who overseeing the training his sons until he returned from the east. He was quiet but a stern man when he needed to be, and few could be sterner about martial training than Sir Darren, who expected the same efforts from those he trained and the same standard from the other guards that he himself held to, which was very high. If you're this tired after climbing up this mountain, then your fitness is not as good as it should be. Aegon said to his sons calmly. No, we're not tired. Castoris said quickly as he grabbed hold of his brother's wrists and quickened his steps up the mountain. No, we're not. Polaris agreed and Aegon looked on amused as they began to climb faster than he. See. You don't have to talk to Sir Darren, father. Polaris shouted back whilst the shouts of agreement from Valar and Casterys rang quickly after Polaris' words. Aegon said nothing though he kept his smile on his face as he climbed, willing to let his son stew and dread the idea he put in his mind. It was some 20 minutes later that they finally arrived at the destination, his son's expression tired and red in the face. You did well, boys. Aegon said in praise as he dipped his hand into a kind of primitive duffel bag and took out 3 waterskins and he handed them over to his sons who drank it eagerly. They did really well. The journey from base to where they were, not far from the top, was a 3-hour trek at a decent pace and parts of the trek were quite steep. Aegon walked beyond his sons and took a seat a little further from them, just before the edges of a small cliff. Come. Sit next to me. Aegon said before he dipped into his bag and pulled out a waterskin of his own and drank of it. Valar was the first to arrive and his marveled gasp made Aegon smile a little at his son. You can see everything from here. Valar marveled. The words piqued the interest of his eldest sons and they soon huddled over as well and he placed his arms around his sons making sure that they were seated well and carefully. I can see the city ground. Polaris said with some excitement as he gestured to the location. And there are all of the farms. Casterys said as he gestured some ways away from the city ground much further inland. Yes, from here, you can see our world. Aegon said with a smile in his voice as he looked from one son to the other and then the other. They looked back at him and he continued, his smile broadening slightly as he nodded to the sights. From this place on this mountain, you will see all of our people, all of our efforts and wishes and dreams. Aegon looked away and turned his gaze towards the city ground. From this place on this mountain, you will see how our world changes, my sons. You will see progress, you will see homes and farms and buildings and so much more take root and rise and flourish. Aegon said, his tone of voice quietening slightly and a moment later, he looked back towards his sons, a prideful smile forming on his face as he pulled in his sons a little closer. From this place on this mountain, you watch over our people. Their protectors. Their shield, do you understand? Casterys was the first to react, his expression solemn yet determined as he nodded. The other 2 boys soon followed suit and nodded too. Aegon made out in the back of his throat, an approving noise, as he proudly nodded at his sons before he pulled them closer still. You boys make me proud. Aegon said quietly though the meaning and emotion in his words was far from reduced in strength. I am fortunate to be your father. And nothing more exemplified his luck as their father than how they conducted themselves in the past few weeks. His sons had taken to the task, of carrying nets full of mined white granite, their mother assigned to them with eagerness and dutifulness. Their efforts was quickening the construction process and it was widely appreciated by their colony and the men at the mines in particular. He saw their pleased looks, a kind of look that looked so childishly innocent on their boyish faces and he smiled at them before he released some pressure on their shoulder and spoke further when you fly your dragons, bring them here. Aegon paused for a moment as he made to look towards the city ground. Once a week at least. Keep an eye on how much things change so that when I return, you can tell me all about it. Aegon requested and his boys were quick to agree to his request. Father. Casterys began and Aegon turned to meet his eldest son's gaze. Will you really be away for 2 or 3 years? He asked of Aegon. I have asked this question of myself many, many times, my son. Aegon was quiet for a few moments. By now, even the colony at large knew of his plans to wage war against their enemies, the slavers of Slavers Bay and Mere. Enemies who had struck against them and who he'd repay in blood and all that they held dear, all that they recognized as strength and right taken away from them as easily as a torrent of dragon flame snuffed out lives. Do you remember my lesson that in the dragon stables? When you asked me about what the war in the Basilisk Isles was like? Aegon asked of his sons. Yes. They all said and Aegon nodded slightly before he continued, his expression turning more serious. You know what I have said to you before, what you have heard from your fellow squires about why I am going to war. Aegon's expression shifted some more. He often wondered how much he should reveal to his sons and his youngest children, how much he should let see of the kind of man their father was, how he could be, what he was capable of. Much of what he'd taught them was centered on skepticism, cause and effect, responsibility and duty, and realism. Yet, when it came to him, when it came to letting them understand him, know him, he often failed to do so. He knew where it came from. He wanted them to be better than he was, to be greater, not only in achievement but most certainly as a human being. Yet, sometimes he wondered if he was failing them just as he was failing in making them know their father. This world was a cruel one. A bitter, cruel, awful world that set its eyes on kindness and charity and well-meaning and sneered in contempt at it before it took hold of that kindness, of that charity and well-meaning and twisted it into suffering and hopelessness. And whilst Lovecraftian entities existed and lay in the crooks of this world, it cannot be said their existence was solely responsible for the cruelty of humanity. Their little paradise here, no matter how he wished it not so, was still part of that world, Still part of the gears that turned the wheel of such torpid existence, and his sons needed to be prepared to protect their family and their people from all of that. The truth of it is, I am going to war because it is in our benefit. Aegon said seriously to his sons, who looked at him with surprise. He continued, the justification I am using, about repaying the debt of those who stole our people, is not false, but it is a small part to the whole painting. He watched their expressions before he continued, his voice graver still. Slavers' Bay is a place ripe for the taking. Its people have languished under the yoke of slavery for thousands of years, and in the past 200 years since the doom of Valyria, the slaver nobility have grown lazy and arrogant beyond imagination. You want to free all of the people in Slavers' Bay? Valar asked with wide eyes. I do. Aegon said to them with a heavy nod. But I do not do for their sake, not at all. The slaver nobility have a great amount of wealth, resources, and knowledge that I will take from them, all of which will enrich our family and our people for generations to come. There was more to it, of course, but this was what they needed to understand. They were still only 13 and 11 name days old. Telling them about the importance of unbalancing and destabilizing hostile nations/city-states in the name of security and opportunity was a little beyond their age. Aegon watched their reactions carefully as he'd spoken, wanting to know how much he affected them, how much he may have disappointed them. But the people there will be free? Casterys asked of Aegon. Aegon inclined his head. They will be. I will not be ruling over them, as it could be seen as replacing one master for another. No, they will be independent and truly free peoples. Aegon said to Casterys with a serious look before he added. And the Giscari that have come over the past few years and learned from the scholars are those who will be instrumental in helping these cities become truly free and functioning. Okay. Casterys said after he'd listened to him, and Aegon saw a firm look on his face. Casterys continued. You said the only reason you should go to war for is if you have the right reasons for war that day. I did. Removing the slavers and freeing people are good reasons, father, but so is taking their wealth for Illimaris. Casterys said quietly but determined. Illimaris comes first. Yes. Valar said with an equally determined nod. Our family comes first, but if we are also helping others at the same time, then that's even better. Valar shrugged a little, and it's not like those won't deserve it. They deserve to lose everything. Aegon's scruff led up their hair before he silently sighed to himself. He knew that they were good at heart, well beyond his hopes, but to see them prioritize what mattered most equally relieved him and saddened him. Relief because it showed that they were not naive, and saddened because how much it was needed that they were not naive. He glanced at Polaris, who he saw look at him strangely, and Aegon raised his eyebrows inquisitively at the look. Polaris shook his head and smiled at him before he noddingly said, I agree with them, father. Aegon looked at Polaris for a few moments longer before Polaris too received a scruffle of the hair. I will try and come back as soon as I can. Aegon said to his sons after a few moments. When his sons looked up to him, he smiled a little as he gave them a pointed look. And when I come back, I want to know everything you have learned and accomplished. Amongst their duties to aid the construction process and learning from their tutors and their martial instructors, he also gave each of them a bundle of journals to read. 16 each. About 1 in 10 were copies of one another, with the remaining 5 unique to each of his sons. For Casterys, the majority of the journals were related to leadership, perception, intrigue, and more along those lines. For Polaris, much of it was more scholarly and of course stories and bits of magical knowledge that would lay the foundation for years later when Polaris learned from him and the alchemists. For Valar, the journals were a mixture of things that ranged from more advanced theory on navigation. The journal copies all had fundamental information to advice on ship construction and more. If they wanted more and had learnt the contents of the journals front and back, the journal copies in particular, which had all of the wisdom and knowledge he remembered from his previous life, Gale would give them access to the stores of journals he had left behind with her. Journals that could revolutionize this world. Yes, Father, Valar said with a look that was suspiciously expectant. Will you also tell us of how the war really went? Valar asked. We'll be men in 3 years' time after all. Tell you what. Aegon said as he got up. I'll tell you about the war if you can last 2 minutes against me in the training yard. He said with a smile on his face. To be truthful, he intended to let them know all of the filth and darkness of the war after they were of age and ready to hear more of what he was, what he needed to be. Ah, that's unfair. Only a few of the knights can even do that. Valar groaned. And you know who those knights are, so you should aim to beat them to stand a chance against me. Aegon said with a laugh before he helped his sons up on their feet. But if that is too much of a challenge for you. Aegon trailed off leadingly as he walked away from his sons, and he chuckled silently at their quick denials born from the boyish desire to prove oneself. And, as they made good speed down the mountain, his sons chattering away with one another, him remaining quiet but ever listening, he couldn't help but smile at his sons. Yes. He was fortunate to be their father. 2 days later. Aegon stared at the shores with a stony face, his eyes trailing across the faces of his family who waved him goodbye. It would be years before he'd see them. Years where his youngest would shoot up in height, shoot up in awareness and curiosity, and he would not be there to answer his questions. Years where his daughters would not have his trusted and available ear for hear them out. Years where his eldest sons would go to be on the cusp of becoming men. Years where he was leaving Gale alone to oversee the dream that they had come share into fruition. He often thought about it. About if he was being irresponsible with this war of his. What if Gale got sick? What if his children gotten sick? What if their crops failed? What if that damn volcano on Draconis erupted? What if those horned beings were not as extinct as he hoped they were? All happening when he was not there. Here. Aegon closed his eyes and took in a breath. Moments passed as he calmed himself and let cold logic take root. The benefits of this war were too great to pass up. He was nearing 28 years of age, the prime of his life. His war was distant, far from home, with few avenues to strike at what matters most. The wealth and all else he'd gained from this war would ensure Illymaris would be secure, both from their enemies and from within. Aegon reopened his eyes, a steely glint shining in his eyes as he stared at his family for a few moments longer. Moments later, he turned away. Raise anchors! Aegon bellowed as he walked towards the direction of his cabin. The sound of great clanking steel chains against wood sounded out as it was pulled from the riverbed, a sound that slowly morphed into a thumping sound, a thumping, thundering sound, a sound that began to drown all else. And Aegon recognized it. He recognized it for what it was. For it was the drums of war. Chapter 23. Zarias, yep. Shocked is one word of it. Both will have different reactions, of course, but they will have one thing in common, they'll both be unhappy with Aegon. Flavantian, I'm glad you're enjoying, and all others like yourself. Aegon's vision is one that will take a very long time to manifest, but as you say, he is laying the roots for it, and the world that he wishes his people one day share with others. Lent Power 98, no Valeria and no Roine River. Aegon is not foolish enough to dabble with things that he knows he ain't prepared for, or wishes to be prepared for. Plus, he's got enough shit to be dealing with, lol. The pressures internally of old Valeria, there are hints that suggest they solved their differences through assassination and political maneuvering. Which, makes sense. No one wants a dragon war which would escalate to fucking nightmarish proportions if enough families were pulled into it. This lot were flesh-crafting creatures for fuck's sake LMAO. No one wants the fucking apocalypse unleashed, so instead I'm sure they kept the peace through assassination and machinations. The doom could have been a mishap through something like this too. Lighter, NP. Hey Stardust, Aegon isn't conquering. He is removing slavery from Slavers Bay and installing pseudo-republic governments in its place. He can't conquer these lands. He doesn't have the means or even wants to do it. The whole thing is a way to enrich Illymaris, send warnings to other states not to fuck with Illymaris, get friendly cities that will look favorably to Illymaris for a very long time, take knowledge and learn, and lastly, privately and secretly, to do something about the worst kinds of slavery whilst he still could. The last point is a very minor reason, especially as he's grown and became a father, but he knows nothing changes there if he makes sure that he leaves behind a relatively stable region once he's done getting what he wants. For all the others who have left reviews that express their like of this story, thank you, and I hope it continues to satisfy you. Please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. I always read the reviews even if I don't comment on them. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on patreon/boombox117. Early to mid 112 AC Corinth. Salon Barrow's POV. A single mighty roar of Miss Aragorn dominated over all the voices in the tavern, voices that were quieted in a near instant as the meaning of the roar became apparent to all present. The prince is back. Moranos, one of the merchants he'd struck a friendship with, a man from Bravasi origin, murmured as he looked to Salon with wide eyes. Yes. The prince was likely back, Salon thought to himself. The dragon rarely made a noise in its nest within the Olympic tourney GRO stadia, and they only found out about Miss Aragorn's defense of their shores. Supposed corsairs had thought Corinth easy game without the dragons being present, and Miss Aragorn had dissuaded them of that notion after the sailors informed them. And he mused to himself, they'd known that the prince was imminent thanks to Sir Uthric and Sir Gala Ennis Cargaris, who kept in constant contact with the prince through the glass candles. Boish be good, even Salon had spoken to the prince once through the glass candle, and what an experience that was. To think that such magic still existed. He could imagine how much that could change everything, damn the fire tricks he's heard the prince rumored to be capable of. From Yin to Asabhad to Volantis to Lys to Bravus, he could ensure his contacts at these cities would have the goods he needed, his buyers needed, by the time he arrived. Coordination would be seamless, time would be extraordinarily saved, and coin. So much coin could be made. His contacts could say what was needed, and within moons, a fleet of ships would be on their way to deliver the goods. You'll let us know, won't you? Morano's question drew him out of his thoughts and he turned to look at the man. But first, there are things I must discuss with the prince, he thought. Since they'd been all gradually called back over a period of 2 moons, the merchant fleets have been, restless to say the least. They'd all gotten used to being on the move, the vast sea in front of them with goods and coin waiting on them on the other side, making tremendous amount coin for the prince, and most importantly for themselves. And, of course, the uncertainty a great many of the merchants felt was certainly not helping matters, and some of the better merchants were not exactly happy, either with their circumstances or with how much Corinth was falling apart before their eyes, and they were questioning, to say the least, of what was to be their future. They'd all gotten accustomed to a certain way of things, their wealth and the privileges it brought and their good status amongst the people mostly, and with the town of Corinth having gradually reduced in people and liveliness each time they returned to port, and now nearly desolate, empty save for the army, the sailors, merchants, the bulk of the shipbuilders, blacksmiths, tradesmen, and a few hundred farming families along with all of the rest of their families, there was hardly much in Corinth that they recognized or liked, especially when nearly 6,000, the majority of the last of the artisans and workers, had left with the last wave, a wave that included the silkworms and the weavers he'd brought back from the east. All in all, there were 30,000 people remaining in Corinth, and the majority of them were not exactly gutted the life out of Corinth, a lively place that many of the merchants had helped build from the ground up and had cherished greatly. That everyone had cherished, he himself included. It was not the best place to remain for moons on end, nor did the uncertainty of what was to be of them help matters, as many came to question. So, did the prince want them to continue to trade? Or did he want them for something in this war? Or would they too be sent to Illimaris, and what would they do there? The last two options were not popular at all with the merchants, particularly those who had come to the prince to find work and opportunity from the free cities. They made a home in Corinth, yes, but Corinth was to be no more, and to be so far away from the rest of the known world in Illimaris, a land that was so distant from the many cities of which they'd visited and established contacts within. He took a drink from his sweet wine as he pondered a little further. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the sailors, guardsmen, captains and merchants were amongst the wealthiest of all of Illimaris. The nobles of West Eros and the merchant families in the free cities were likely the only ones who could be said to be far wealthier than they were. Sailors were not as well paid as the sailors who were promoted to man a galleon, but there was not much difference in it. Captains and their first officers made as much as a captain of a galleon, whilst the merchants operating under the Trading Merchants Guild, which Salon led, made the most of the coin, as they were the ones who haggled and battled through sly words and cunning of mind with their equivalents to maximize the earning of the trades. Though they did not own the ships were owned by the prince himself, who paid for the ships to be built. In totality they were granted licenses to conduct trade on them on the behalf of the prince in return for 20 of the profits shared amongst the merchants on each ship or trade mission, with 80% of the trade going into the prince's coffers. It was a hefty sum to give up, one that would make many a merchant swallow bitterly and plot ways to cheat the system. However, the benefits provided were good enough for most of the merchants in the guild, and they also saw that much of the coin was spent or to be spent on Corinth, its people, and the liberation of more slaves. Your ship sinking there had been a few before the prince made it mandatory for all ships to undergo mandatory maintenance and repair checks when returning from a journey would not bring ruin to oneself, for the goods were not theirs and thus had no consequence for the merchants, who would simply license out onto another ship, causing no ruin or cost to the merchant. Second, the merchants were granted a good set wage from the coffers of the royal family as well, so the coin they earned through their trading was a great addition rather than something that their livelihoods depended on. Third, they had no need to invest their own coin earned to purchase goods to trade, as the royal coffers would cover that trade. And fourth, and for some merchants the most important benefit when they'd been told they too would see good return for service, like the army or the farmers and others sent to Illimaris to prepare the colony, they would earn themselves a good deal of land in Illimaris. For most, this was worth turning their minds and thoughts away from all of the coin they laid their eyes on, though most of the merchants were not of the traditional mind like the rest of the merchants in the guild, those who had come as freemen and were raised in the free cities, since they were of a background as either being former slaves, married to a former slave, or being of Dragonstone heritage, who were as loyal to the Targaryen family as the most fervent former slave. Their loyalties were fashioned out of history, personal or familial, and so their priorities were different to the men like Maranos, men who were increasingly finding the riskless benefits that paid well to be less appealing than making their own way, keeping the amount of coin they'd seen on their trade missions for themselves. And with this uncertainty of their fate, such thoughts were becoming popular amongst these merchants, who may be in the minority but were still sizable in number. He paused for a moment in his thinking as he looked towards Maranos. With the prince's return, they thought they could find a solution of some kind, an agreement that would allow an amicable split. And it would have to be amicable. That much was clear. The ships were captained and manned by men loyal to the prince and his family. Their gold, the bulk of it, was stored away in the treasury that they could not withdraw and take, and even if they could, it was not as if they were free to leave, not when the city was in siege-like conditions where none could freely enter or leave, not without an escort of some kind like the farmers had. It was their hope, now that the prince was back, they would be free to leave if they so wished, which many did, especially since the move to Illimaris was changing things irrevocably for the Trading Merchants Guild. With Illimaris so far, as far away from the Summer Isles as much as Dorne was from Uti, let alone from the rest of the known world, and with the focus for the present time to build up the land, a process that would take many, many years, the fear amongst these merchants was that their livelihoods would no longer be Those who had been there in the early days of Corinth were not interested to be as involved in the building process as they had been back then, when they had come with empty pockets and desperation, and the ones who came after, during the more settled period, were even less interested in being involved. So, unless promises were made and the contract the Trading Merchants Guild signed with the prince was changed, a contract that would not be up for renegotiation until 124 AC, something that he could see happen but could not be certain of, not when there was to be a foolish prideful war, the split was almost certainly going to happen. He didn't think the prince would allow galleons to be purchased outright by the Trading Merchants Guild, but he did think an amicable agreement of licensing could potentially be agreed with if only the prince guaranteed far better terms in terms of the take of the trade the prince took. That alongside of ensuring that the trade missions would not cease for any long period would be the largest issues that he could see posing to an agreement that could make all of the merchants happy. I will inform you all once I have news of the prince's plans for us. Salin promised to Moranos. Another thing that he was sure would cause problems was the assurances the guild wanted in not being involved in the war. He took hold of his drink and drank the rest of his sweet wine in one gulp before he stood upright. I shall likely be called upon, so I may as well go and greet our prince. Salin said to Moranos, and after a quick farewell, he made his way out of the tavern towards the training yards of the army, knowing that the prince would be brought here by Sir Gaelon and Sir Uthric. His eyes glanced towards the docks and he saw a crowd of people, knights and soldiers, blacksmiths and shipbuilders, merchants and tradesmen, and all else alike, moving towards the docks like a collection of driftwood out on the open sea, all eager to see the prince they'd not seen for a year. His eyes went up, towards the heavens, and he saw the large dragon flying in circles in the distance, a distance that he could estimate was where the prince's ship was, and he knew it wouldn't be long before he'd meet with the prince. Barrows. Sir Moreau greeted as he'd arrived at the small fort, which has fashioned as a lodging for some of the men, beside the training yard. Sir Moreau. Salin said with a respectful dip of the head as he eyed the man cautiously. He's changed much over the past few years, more so than Sir Gaelon. There was a zeal in his eyes, one that reflected the kind of man he was, now. The command he and Sir Gaelon were given, to train the men, to prepare the men, had been followed religiously, done so in anticipation, in wait, for the war to come. Almost like a disease, such anticipation had spread amongst the men, even those who before they'd picked up a spear or sword, had been naught but a farmer or worker in the factories. A war that Sir Gaelon had taken to think that he lived for, that he thought he was destined for. A war that many a man in this army held. Were made to think. A war that would see mere humbled and a supposed great wrong righted. Many a men were certain that the corsairs at their coasts were Myrish ships sent to taunt them, to see if they would cower from the challenge they were supposedly setting for them. It was ridiculous. Completely and utterly. Yet Salin could not say for certain that it was false. And there were no survivors, as far he knew, that escaped those ships when Miss Aragorn fell upon them, something that made him put credence to the notion that the dragon was not normal, for what beast could be so particular which ships to burn and which ships to spare, so all that burning of ships did was make such ridiculous belief foster amongst the men. Salin looked away from Sir Moreau's gaze, in part done so to shake away the thoughts that irritated and worried him, and instead looked towards the docks. Sir Gaelon and Sir Uthric went to welcome the prince. He'll be here shortly. Sir Moreau said, and Salin nodded. Aye. It will be good to hear tales of Ilamaris. And to hear if the construction efforts have begun in earnest. He was most curious about this. More than half of the townfolk were in Ilamaris now. From what he'd heard from Sir Uthric and the captains who returned from Ilamaris, the construction of the city had been sparse, as the focus had been to make sure the people were fed, much like how it had been in Corinth at the beginning, but now with tens of thousands of acres planted, surely it was begun. The conversation with Sir Moreau had not gone further beyond their initial greetings. Both men had little in common, beyond their roles as leaders who shared the prince's confidence. It was some time later that the prince arrived on horseback alongside a dozen men, amongst whom were Sir Uthric and Sir Gaelon. The prince looked the same as the last he'd seen him, the same beard, the same hair, yet, there was something in the way he was looking towards them that made him pause. There was a hardness in his gaze. The prince came to a stop not far from him and stepped off of the horse and made for him and Sir Moreau, a severe look on his face that made way slightly for a look that bore a trace of welcome. Salin bowed before the prince, as did Sir Moreau. My prince. They both said, though Sir Moreau expanded, it is great to see you. A faint smile broke through the prince's bearded face. Sir Moreau. Salin. I'm pleased to see you both so well. The prince then looked to Salin, his faint smile losing its strength as his eyes bored into him with a strange intensity. Salin. I will need to speak with these men privately as a matter of import. It will take the rest of this day and night. Mayhaps for the next few days too. I will come speak to you once I am done. The way the prince said so made it clear that there was no room for disagreement. He hid his disappointment as much as he could under the eyes of the prince. Of course, my prince. Salin said, could only say, and just moments later, the prince nodded lightly to him and he thought that would be it, yet the prince spoke once more. I am greatly pleased by your loyalty and your work, Salin. Know that you and the other merchants will be justly rewarded for your service and loyalty. Salin bowed once more, after adding a few platitudes of his own, and the prince walked away, his knights following him so. He took a moment before he turned and watched the back of the prince, a frown now making itself known on his face. Loyalty and service. Why did that make him feel more worried than it did assuage him, as he was guessed was the prince's intent? The prince did not call on him the next day, or the day after. He'd seen the prince in the town, speaking with the shipbuilders, speaking with the blacksmiths, and had seen the dragon armor they'd created, and most acutely, he'd seen the prince much of his time speaking with the knights and the commanders of the army. It was clear where the priorities of the prince lay. It was 3 days later that he was called upon, days that each took longer to come than any day he remembered taking, and yet, as he made the journey to the fort and soon arrived at the doors of the prince's great hall, it felt like no time had passed at all. He was led into the hall by the guards, and the prince was seated at the end of the table, his eyes that had seemed affixed onto the documents now set upon him. My prince. Salin said as he bowed before him. Salin. Take a seat. The prince said as he gestured to a seat on his right side. Salin could not remember the last time the prince had ever used his last name. Once he did so, the prince turned to look at him fully as he set aside the documents. The look in his face was cold, without warmth, as if he was gazing upon something that only inspired indifference within his heart, and Salin did not understand what could inspire such a look in the prince when he looked at Salin, and a feeling of indignity welled up within him. Was he not loyal? Has he not ensured the prince's coffers were overflowing with coin? Millions of gold coin? Did he not ensure that Corinth survived that much easier in the early days, when he led the efforts to ensure that the goods that Corinth made sold, and sold well, so that it could be exchanged for food and coin? My prince. Salin began severely as he met the prince's gaze. Have I done you wrong? You have not. The prince answered calmly without any change in his expression, though there was a glimmer of change in the prince's mismatching eyes. Then why are you treating me so? Salin said with indignity written on his face, his voice rising slightly. Why do you look upon me as if I am an enemy rather than someone who has served you loyally for a decade? Do you remember that day, the day I agreed with my wife that you have a place with my family, granting you the shelter and succor you needed from the threat of your enemies from and within Norvos? The prince asked of him with a calm tone, stumping Salin for a moment before he quickly recovered. I do. Salin said with a stiff nod. He'd promised his services to the prince in exchange for safety. Services he'd never failed to deliver. He'd kept his promises, and his services did a great deal for Corinth. The prince nodded slightly. You promised your services as a trader, as a merchant, and as a man who knows what people want. The prince paused for a moment before he smiled faintly. You delivered on your promises, and you served me well for over a decade. The prince's smile faded as he continued to speak. And that is why I offer you and the rest of the merchants a choice. A choice you have earned the right to make. The choice to take your cut of the coin as is your due and go make for a home elsewhere. I will grant several ships to take you and others to your chosen destinations. With what you have earned, you'll live like princes everywhere except mayhaps Karth and Uti if they allowed it. The offer shocked Salin. The prince sat back in his chair and eyed Salin intently. I am not unaware that there is unhappiness amongst some of the merchants. Unhappiness and worry about what is to be of them. They are right to be worried. The prince said to Salin as he sat back in his chair, looking upon Salin with a glint of imperiousness in his eyes. Illimaries will take many years to build, and presently, the fleets of galleons will be needed to transport people and much needed goods to Illimaries for the next few years. The carracks that fashioned as trading ships will, as you are well aware, be needed elsewhere. There will be little need for trade beyond that. The prince paused for a moment before he waved his hand slightly as he spoke further. For some of the merchants, for whom profits will plummet drastically, this will be unacceptable, particularly since they hold no real connection or familial ties to my people and what we're building. This is a way out. For them. For you. Salin remained quiet for a long few moments as his mind rapidly worked. The discontent of the merchants had not unnoticed, it seemed. It must have been Uthric and his men. He thought to himself, and he realized the prince must think that he too wished to leave. He had not quite decided where he stood, to be truthful. His own wealth was now more than he could have dreamed of when he fled Norvos for the sake of his life. And with the contacts he's made, he could easily make a home in Karth, Bravus, or Pentos, and by the time the Naran family or his former compatriots found out where he was staying, he would have a small army surrounding him. He then could marry a daughter from one of the noble or merchant families within the city he chose to remain in and work his way up into a position of power. True power. He could even choose to fulfill the revenge he'd promised himself against his former family and against the Naran family and all of the rest of his enemies. It had been the plan not long since he'd been accepted at Dragonstone. The thought of winning against his enemies, casting them low, lower than they had cast him. It had fueled him for years. That plan. But, he realized just now, it was a plan that held only a small warm ember in his heart, the fires of revenge long having been simmering away into death. He'd been so busy for the past 7 years, too busy to even think about it until recently. Aiding and advising the prince in Corinth. Becoming an honored man in every city he visited and traded in. Establishing trade networks. Managing and training merchants. Leading people. A man who was thought greatly of by these people. And then there was Illimaris, the place that would one day host the Queen of Cities. A place where he would give up on if he took the coin and left. It was leaving a bad taste in his mouth. Just like that. Salin asked finally as he met the prince's gaze, breaking away forcefully from his thoughts, refocusing in the present. He was right to be cautious in his question. Though the prince kept his word and treated fairly, he was aware that the prince brooked no traitors amongst him. The instances of unruly and blatantly untrustworthy men and a few women disappearing from Corinth, having said to left Corinth, over the years made that clear, something that plenty of other people also knew. Just like that. The prince said with an incline of the head. The merchants, and yourself, have served me well and loyally for the past many years. You have earned my gratitude and the right to decide your fates. The ships will be targets for corsairs. Salin said cautiously. The stepstones were dangerous still. Very dangerous. The prince nodded understandingly. There will be a small escort accompanying the ships. Safe passage by the Dornish coast will be honored for a time yet. I would recommend they choose to go to Bravus first and secure an account, but ultimately, it is for you all to decide. Reasonable. What of those who chose to stay? Those who decide to stay will be reassigned fitting to their skills and the needs our people have. Some of them may be needed in Illimaris. I believe a good number of these men with experiences with natural resources would be suitable in the efforts to find deposits of minerals and ores along with charting Illimaris in full, whilst others may help me with my efforts to come. The prince said. Would you also reassign me? He asked the prince. If you chose to stay, yes. I would reassign you to something befitting your skills and stature. The prince said with an incline of the head before he smiled faintly as he spoke further. You misunderstood my look, Salin. I do not look upon as an enemy. Far from it. Aside from your service and the silkworms you delivered to me, you have value to me. I value you greatly and I have come to regard you as a man to be respected and whose words are to be taken into considerations. The prince said to him, and he was shocked to hear such words said with such truthfulness. The prince rarely spoke like this, and never to this extent. He'd realized long ago that the prince was a man who showed his appreciation of others through action and favor. He himself had been one such beneficiary of such a thing, having been appointed to a position of influence and within the prince's confidence and close circle early on once he had proven himself loyal and dutiful. You have served me as well and loyally as my knights or any of the other counselors have served me, Salin. It would be regrettable if you chose to leave, but you'd part with me on good terms and with reward. The prince finished. Reward. The prince smiled faintly. More coin in lieu of land and more. He remained quiet for some time. He was startled out of his quietness by the prince's words. Go. The prince said before he expanded as he brought the documents back before him. Go tell the merchants of my proposition and think on what you wish to do, Salin. The prince then turned to his documents. You have 2 days to think on your own choice. He'd left only moments later and he remembered little of the journey back to the town, his mind preoccupied with a single question. What do I want? Before he realized it, it was time for him to meet with the rest of the guild, and he walked into the meeting hall and a hush fell, a hush that he broke as soon as he took his seat and begun speaking of the offer presented by the prince. Questions were fired at him, questions he answered as well as he could. Questions such as about what cities they and their coin would be safe in or when they could leave or what the reassignments would be. He often answered questions such as reassignment with I am not sure, but thankfully, the questions soon enough ceased and he dismissed them all after telling them that they were to give an answer by midday tomorrow. All left, with the exception of Maranos and Nias Sicho, 2 men who Salin considered as something of friends. Nias Sicho was from Selharis and a man that Salin had personally recruited and vouched for after he'd dealt with him a number of times during his trade missions. A man that was cutthroat yet charming and smart enough to know how and when to toe the line. Maranos was similar in this way. Pentos or Liss. Nias Sicho only said as he cut into an apple with gleaming eyes, leaving no doubt on what he wished to do. He'd sometimes talked with Maranos and Salin about establishing a trading empire of a kind with them both, an empire that would see them elevated as merchant princes of whatever city they decided to call their own. He'd humored them, for the most part, but there was a part of him that wished it too. A lofty dream he shared with them, men who were in their 30s and entering the period of their lives where they wished to leave behind a legacy of a kind. Something that he too wished, something he still hadn't quite yet decided he wished still, or at least if he wanted it to be the same as the 2 men before him. Pentos would be easier. Liss with its long-established families would make things difficult. Maranos said with a mild scowl as he sat back in his chair before he smirked a little with amusement. Plus, we'd catch a goblet of tears if we reached too highly too fast. Nias Sicho scoffed before he ate the cut of the apple. Mayhaps. Nias Sicho acceded before he too smirked. I may be content enough with a manor full splendor and full of beauties producing my sons rather than taking power that others would seek me dead for. He said with a laugh before he smiled widely. After all, we will have that choice. They continued to talk about their plans, though Salin said nothing during the discussions until finally Moranos asked him the question of where he'd like to settle. He'd waved it off, giving a nondescript answer before he got up to leave. But before he could leave, Moranos' question stopped him in his steps. You're not actually thinking of staying, are you? Of course he isn't. He isn't like these other fools who wish to spend their lives trying to make another city out of nothing somewhere in the far nowhere. Nias Sicho scoffed. We've served the prince well enough and now we have a way to get out with our coin before this all falls apart, starting with this foolish war. These men, along with a few others, were of the opinion that the war with Mir was doomed for failure. Not only that, they also believed that Illimaris was not worth it and would not be worth it for generations to come. Why go there when there was plenty of everything elsewhere? I will see you on the morrow. Salin said more curtly than he expected, and he ignored them as they called after him. He had no wish to listen to them presently, and time seemed to fly by after he'd arrived home and dined on a lemon honey chicken dish cooked for him by his servants, and after night arrived, he struggled to sleep, his thoughts not allowing him to do so. It shouldn't this hard, to decide. He knew what he should do. He could live a life of splendor and influence in any of the cities in the known world. He was crafty and smart enough and connected enough to do so. He would want for nothing and his enemies would not be allowed to touch him. So why was he hesitating so much? Why did it feel like he was leaving things unfinished? Did the noble title he was certain to have matter so much to him? He knew very well that the prince was going to ennoble many men for their service to him. And more rang in his mind. Sir Gala Ennis, Sir Murrow, Sir Uthric, Edwin, Bryce Arrenter, Boashabov. The entire council would be ennobled, he was certain, once the prince crowned himself Archon of Illimaris. No, it did not, he thought himself. It did not matter to him if he had a title or not. Titles were worthless, what was truly important was what it gave you. He got up from his bed and sat on the side of it as he lighted the candle, and afterwards, he simply stared the flickering flame. He knew if he stayed with the prince, he'd never rise above the position granted, the title he was granted. He would earn it, yes, but ultimately it was nothing that he took for himself. Not like he could take power and title in the free cities with guile and cleverness. He liked the challenge it brought him. To win. Coin was only an aid to winning, of leaving behind a legacy that was brought by his victories. It was why he was so drawn to merchantry. To extract the best possible deals for the least amount of payment or trade. It satisfied him greatly. Extracting the highest position from one of the cities. But he also liked the idea of mattering like he would in Illimaris, which would have a need and place for him. And importantly, he also believed that Illimaris was and would grow to be an enticing place. He'd been asked plenty about in the few ports he'd visited in the past year. From Sunspear to even Karth. There was curiosity about Illimaris in a way that was similar to that UTI, but it was new. It was also familiar in a certain way. A land that was found by Westerosi and SSC led by a Valyrian dragon lord. A glimmer began to shine in his eyes as he finally realized what was stopping him from choosing the free cities. Yes. He could see it. Illimaris could become as exotic as UTI, yet it would remain unreachable to all sailors except for Corinthian galleons. The goods and the merchants' words, once trade resumed, would inspire tales of riches and exoticness and even wonder. And once Illimarisian silk was introduced to the known world. Yes. Illimaris and its goods could become a goldmine with the right guidance. With the right direction. The fur and the pelts that was traded in UTI, something that fetched a great deal of coin in its uniqueness, was only the start. It looks like I've decided. He muttered to himself, and he moved to blow out the candle, though not before he said to himself somewhat wryly, even as a sense of new excitement grew within him. Becoming the first merchant prince of Illimaris, if not by name then at least in stature, is a big win of its own. Like the great Elon Hestirion, the man helped the bearded priests build Norvos into the city. It was with his guile and acumen, a man who ensured that Valyria was content with the trade the city brought them. He too would write his name into history, into the very gilded walls of Illimaris. He scoffed a little to himself. Albeit with less blood and sacrifice, he thought himself, and sooner than he thought possible, he drifted off to sleep, the weight of the decision he had to make no longer there, for he was content in the choice he made. 4 days later. He watched the fleet of a dozen ships depart. Half of them filled with riches and 2/5 of the merchants, and the other half escorting them to Bravus, which they'd decided was the best course of action lest their riches be taken from them. From the look on your face you're already regretting your decision. Sir Gala Ennis said with a snort. He turned to the man with a disdainful glare. Those were amongst the best traders we have. Some of them were able to get a full third or even a quarter less in price for purchased goods and double for our gods than some of the others who are all staying. He shook his head. He lamented their skill more than he lamented the loss of those he was friendly with. The loss of disloyal men, merchants at that, is no great thing to be bothered about. Sir Baelon said dismissively, and Salon I twitched at that. So says the fool who likes parts of his armor in a blue paint that is only found in UTI. Besides, Sir Baelon continued as he smirked at Salon, the best of them has remained with us. He said with a slap to Salon's shoulder. The comment and the slap of camaraderie made him raise his eyebrows, but he quickly recovered as he scoffed as he spoke with a little smirk. Was that a compliment? I thought your tiny mind could think only of battle and teats. Sir Baelon glared at him as he spoke with an undercurrent of a growl, worrying Salon that he'd greatly offended the oaf. I don't just think of battle and teats. I also think of putting my sword through the hearts of men and my face in between mountainous teats. He said with a snort before he began to walk away, leaving Salon stumped with surprise. Moments later Salon shook himself clear from his surprise. Hey, it seems like I've earned his respect in some way. Despite being on the same council, his interaction with the commanders was non-existent. They lived for battle and an idea of honor, and he lived for something else. Curious, he thought to himself as he began to walk away from the docks. Days later, he was called upon by the prince, and when he walked into the great hall of the fortress castle, he was surprised to see who else was present in the hall. Sir Uthric, Sir Baelon, the Celtigar, Sir Lomaris Romaris, Lorgan Keller, a scholar in his early 20s he'd seen follow Edwin around and came back with the prince, and lastly, Eddard Shiphard, who was the man who led the alchemists in Dorland's absence. He realized soon enough that this was no ordinary meeting, this was a war council, he thought as he eyed a bundle of letters by the prince's side. Not long after he took a seat, Sir Murrow, Sir Tratos, and Bobal, a summer islander and one the old gladiators, arrived. Good. We're all present. The prince began as he turned around, went towards something at the back that was cladded with a white sheet. The prince ripped off the white sheet and it seemed to be a small wooden table without legs. The prince picked it up and turned around and walked back to the meeting table and placed his eyes widened in shock as he was what it was. A map. The map clunked onto the table with a thud and was adjusted to be at the center of it. He barely registered a whole score of figurines placed onto the table. Is that? Salon breathed out as understanding was dawning on him. The hill, the islands, the mountains, the city locations, were those estates. Mines. Even the damned estates and mines were named and located. Barrows. Sir Baelon said with a laugh before he sat back in his chair with a pleased look on his face. That is indeed a map of Slaver's Bay, one that will no longer be accurate by the time we're done with the filth. He quickly turned his gaze around to look at the men around the table, and he saw that no one was surprised except for him, and he turned to look at the prince, who was looking at him intently. All this time, Slaver's Bay? He asked of the prince. The prince inclined his head and a cold look descended across his face as he spoke. The Irish were not the only ones responsible for the enslavement of our people years ago. The prince gestured towards the bundles of letters. Son was wise enough to exchange the lives of his family for the evidence of the collusion of Astapor and Mirian in this act against our people. The prince then looked around, his eyes sweeping across their faces. An act that I will see them destroyed for. Utterly. It'll be good riddance. Sir Murrow said with a scoff, though with a hungry look. The prince then continued to speak, speaking of how far the collusion had been between the masters of Slaver's Bay, Mir, and Son, and how much further they'd been willing to go had it not been for the war in the Basilisk Isles. Salon could only sit there absorbing it all in, and finally, when the prince stopped, he could only say. This was why you were unconcerned about the merchants. The merchants that left knew that a war with Mir was planned. Something that would not be able to be kept secret. And it was also something that the Triarchy would want to know. It was all but certain some of them would sell it for a price. He was certain that his friends were going to attempt it to curry a position for themselves within the Triarchy. Much of the secrecy of Corinth, something that the prince and the people had taken much effort to ensure, would be spilled, and word of the plan with Mir would be the very first. He'd warned the prince of this, who'd only smiled and said that it wouldn't matter. Well, he could see now why it wouldn't matter. The prince smiled at him, but it was Sir Uthric who spoke, and did so with a calm tone of voice. By the time we're ready to go, Mir are certain to hire armies of sellswords in anticipation for our arrival. The rest of the Triarchy mayhaps too. Sir Uthric then stood up and placed half a dozen figurines around the foot of Essos, near to the lands of Mir, before he placed a figurine onto Astapor. And when we arrive in Slaver's Bay, at Astapor, at a point where word will have already spread, they'll believe we'll only be there to purchase an army. Sir Uthric said with a grim note to his voice, even if his eyes shone in satisfaction. They won't the attack coming. Salon said with wide eyes. It was ingenious. The masters of Astapor were arrogant men who were largely safe because of their importance to the slave trade. The Dothraki went there to sell their slaves they took from all those who lived in places unprotected by city walls, and much of the rest of Essos went there to purchase them. They boasted no armies and hired them just as the rest of Essos did. Only when they had a need for them. And once Astapor was taken, but how? His eyes widened in realization and he laughed merrily. Lomaris said with a snort as their eyes met. I may not be a man capable of flowery words like my brother, but even I can see the poeticness in the plan. Was poeticness even a word? He thought absent-mindedly as he stared at the map. His attentions were grabbed by the prince as he spoke. It is not certain that Mir and the Triarchy will behave exactly as we expect them to, the prince said as he looked at the map. But given their past behaviors with my brother's war in the Stepstones and their nature, it is a confident estimation. Even if we're off, the diversion of cell swords is of no great importance. Only that the information we wish to be known is known by all. Yes, I understand, he thought as he looked towards the prince. You will make enemies out of almost everyone in Essos. He stated more than he asked. Pa. As if we went against Mir, there was a growl in his voice as Muro spoke, wouldn't make half of Essos our enemies anyway. Tyrosh and Lys for certain. The Volantine would scream and shout at us as if we were at their gates, and the Pentoshi would be no different. Muro then smiled and there was a hungry glint in his eyes. At least this way we'll have a second army, even if they are half men, and likely one or two more in the form of former slave levies, if the rest of Essos were to make their displeasure known. Muro said, and Salin nodded absent-mindedly. He was no warrior, but he could understand the logic they were going by. My prince, you really kept all of this secret since the Basilisk Isle War? He asked as he looked towards the prince as more questions popped in his mind. About how far this war was to go. And all he could think of was that the prince had years to plan this all out, on how to win, how to keep Slavers Bay. And he did this without anyone present knowing? We only learned of this when the prince returned, Barrows. Sir Baelon said in answer. I see, so that's why he'd been with the army for much of his return. Secrecy was paramount, as you can well understand. And Salin stiffly nodded, keeping the burble of laughter that threatened itself loose under control. As I sailed back from the Basilisk Isles with this treachery and attack playing on my mind, the prince began as everyone took to look at him, listening intently. I was uncertain of how far we must go to gain retribution. The prince said as he placed his arms behind his back, his eyes sweeping across their faces. Above all else, I have a responsibility to our people. Plunging our people in a war that would harm us more than it would help us was a folly I could not allow to happen. The prince said to them before he continued, his eyes now on the map. But with the discovery of Elamaris, an isolated paradise far from all elsewhere, that changed. I could be assured that our people and our families were safe in Elamaris. The prince began to walk around the table, around them, gesturing towards the map as he spoke. And then I further realized that Elamaris would not be safe until we made it safe. Until we made all understand the folly of attacking our people in any way. The prince then looked at him, his eyes boring into Salin's own. From the lowest to the highest. From merchant ship or not. No attack will be permitted in our war in Slavers Bay, and the extent in which we make our displeasure known will reside in the hearts and minds of our enemies as surely as the tale of the Roiner served to warn away fools from angering Valeria. We will reshape their entire world in retribution. Salin felt a cold chill run down his spine with how coldly the prince spoke, his mismatching eyes gleaming with barely restrained anger, and he could feel the fury touching upon the hearts of the men around him. Most of whom who were knights. Warriors. Only 3 others knew of my plans until now. And now it is time to start our retribution and all that we gain from it in earnest. The prince finished. Salin understood now why trade was inconsequential for the next few years if what he thought the prince aimed to do was right, and he didn't think his understanding was wrong. How far are we going with this war? Salin asked as he looked around. Slavers Bay will be no more. Sir Uthric was the one to speak up, and there was a harshness in his tone, and when Salin saw his expression, there was an anger in his eyes that startled him. Why was he so angry, he wondered. The anger seemed personal. Sir Uthric continued, there will be no masters by the time we're done with Slavers Bay. The cities will be turned over to its people and will ensure they'll be readied enough that they can defend themselves against their enemies. Sir Lomaris grunted before he spoke up. Along with their lives, their wealth shall be forfeited in restitution. There was a tang of smirk in his voice even if he didn't show it across his face. Lomaris continued. We'll be there for a while, I think. Not too long, but long enough. Sir Lomaris looked towards the prince before he looked to Salin. Chances are some of the SSC, especially the Volantine and the Dothraki, need to be dealt with in some way to give the poor fuckers half a chance. It will give the shipbuilders the time and mayhaps labor in some way. We expect we'll need to build another 20 galleons. Lorgan Keller, the scholar, said, speaking up for the first time. He looked at the scholar curiously for a moment at that comment. They by now had something like 250 galleons. Did they really that many more ships? He looked to the prince. My prince. Salin began carefully. Why I am here? He asked as he looked around. These men, I understand that they are to aid in your command of the army. He nodded towards the alchemist. And he to aid with the wildfire. He wasn't entirely sure what the scholar would do, but he imagined everything that Edwin would usually do for the prince and princess. The comment about the galleons suggested that there was also more afoot about this war. Mayhaps the scholar was needed for that. The prince inclined his head slightly towards Salin and a faint smile grew on his face. When you chose to remain, I knew then that you also made another choice. To become truly one of us. One of our people. Just as I hoped. The prince said and Salin's eyes widened in surprise. You're no more a merchant. You're our merchant. Sir Baelon said with a jeer causing the rest of the men to snort in amusement yet Salin found himself not slighted, oddly enough. Mayhaps the glint of respect in the men's eyes as he met their gazes had something to do with it. He's more than a merchant. The prince said with a shake of the head though there was a small smile gracing his face, his eyes growing in intensity. He's the man who will beguile the most perfidious merchants in existence and get us their support. Salin stilled for a moment as his mind quickly thought over what the prince meant. Perfidious merchants, why did it sound like he'd heard it before? His eyes widened slightly before he quickly schooled his expression as a burble of excitement took hold of him. Bravos! Bravos! The prince said with an inclined head. They are not critical to our war but they will be the only non-hostile free city that we can approach who possess, shall we say the most similar mutual interests. Shared interests that you are the ideal man to highlight to them about. The prince placed his arms behind his back as he spoke further, as he leaned in a little of course, convincing them won't be easy but there was a gleam of something in his eyes as he spoke. There are several avenues we can take to impress upon them of this opportunity. The prince smiled and it was a smile akin to a shark. How would you like to corner those who have never been cornered before, to extract a victory out of them like no one ever has, Salin Barrows. The smile on Salin's face provided the answer the prince sought and Salin thought to himself. I made the right choice. Break. Mid 112 AC King's Landing. Alicent POV. The shrill cries of Jaehaerys echoed against the walls as she held him to her chest, her attempts to soothe him, to calm him, failing miserably. What's wrong with him? She asked as she glared with worry and anger at the new Grand Master before she looked back at her not yet 7 moons old son. He had no cold or fever nor did he cough once. It worried her greatly. You said that he'd be fine after the ointment on his gums. It seems to have made it worse. She said with a dark scowl that quickly faded away as Jaehaerys' cries grew shriller still. She gestured the wet nurse to her and the girl hurried to Alicent, taking Jaehaerys from her bosom. Her son quietened down a little but he still cried out of pain. Grand Master Melos approached and gently pulled down Jaehaerys' bottom lip and inspected her son's gums carefully. It may be the Grand Master began as he looked around in her son's mouth. That the ointment isn't strong enough. Sometimes, when a child is teething, the edges of the teeth are pushing against the gums in places they ought not. None of my other children had such an issue. Alicent said as she bit her lip as she stared at Jaehaerys. Aegon, Helena, and Aemond had no issues with their teething. She worried that his early birth had something to do with it. No child is alike, Your Grace. Grand Master Melos said before he signaled one of his aides forward and the aide took out a tin of ointment and Melos dipped 2 fingers in it before he rubbed it into the mouth of a futilely resisting Jaehaerys who cried even louder at the intrusion. The Grand Master stepped away from her son and the wet nurse moved towards her but a sharp shake of the head stopped her. There is naught else wrong with your son, Your Grace. I checked him thoroughly twice at your request. The Grand Master smiled reassuring at her as he continued. He is fine and healthy and soon enough will be without the little pain. If he isn't, I will have your head, she thought viciously as she smiled demurely at the man before she dismissed him. You are to stay with him and feed him. She told the wet nurse and she glanced at Jaehaerys who clung onto the wet nurse with one last look, her eyes flittering towards the cradle which bore one of the eggs of Dreamfire's recent clutch, before she left and made her way to her other children, the welling of bitterness deeply suppressed. She made it back to the royal apartment and the sole king's guard bowed his head to her before she stepped in. She was graced with her brother Gwaine seated nearby her almost 5-name-day-old son Aegon who played with the figurine knights her brother had brought with him from Old Town whilst the other 2 were attended to by the servants. Her brother looked towards her and stood up as she'd approached with a slight look of worry on his face. How is the boy? Her brother asked. Her son Aegon saw her and waved at her in quick greeting as he childishly asked her to look at his knights fighting before he quickly was consumed by his toys once more. She smiled faintly before she sighed and turned to her brother. Still in great pain. She said tiredly and her brother took her arm and guided her to a seat and she smiled gratefully at her brother. She was glad her youngest brother stayed when their father was made to leave by her husband, even if she knew that he was there at their father's doing and not only because he wanted to be here. The Grand Master still says it's the teething. She looked at her brother and kept the anger and worry from her voice. Yes. He's certain that it is only teething and no more. I see. Her brother said before he nodded. Then it will pass soon enough. She had nothing else to say that and she only nodded in answer before she looked at Aegon who animatedly played with his knights. A long moment of silence passed between them as they simply sat by one another, a silence that was broken when her brother spoke up. Rhaenyra is set to return on the morrow. An ugliness bloomed within her. Rhaenyra. She is, God's willing. She said without much emotion in her voice, and she could feel her brother's eyes burning into the side of her face. Alicent. She grabbed hold of her dress tightly and she turned sharply to the servants. Leave. She almost hissed out commandingly, and the girls quickly stepped out of the apartment. She spared a quick look at Aemond and Helena, and once she felt they were of no need to be minded closely as they absorbed by their toys, she turned back to her brother, an angry look on her face. Do not be so careless. They're loyal to us. Father ensured it. Gwen said defensively, and she suppressed the urge to slap her naive 6 and 10 name-day-old brother. No one is loyal except our own family. Alicent said in a quiet hiss of a hush before she breathed in heavily and looked away from her brother. She learnt that lesson all too well. And the lesson that you could not rely on anyone except family. She looked towards Aegon. Blood family. There was another moment of silence before she, this time, broke it. Father doesn't need to be concerned. My husband will leave no questions unturned when she's back. There was a touch of bitterness in her voice as she'd spoke, but her brother didn't pick it up. Gwen nodded a little hesitantly before he looked at her sympathetically. I'm sorry, Alicent. It's just, Father isn't able to get anything out of Dragonstone anymore. He sighed, and Alicent looked away from her brother and back to Aegon. Ever since Daemon convinced her husband that Dragonstone needed to be put in order when he returned, telling him of the supposed concerning news he's heard, and spent 2 full moons 3 moons ago on the Targaryen island, all control, and most worrying, all news, on the Isles had ceased. From what her father had been able to tell her in their letters, Daemon had gotten men from the City Watch along with a few men from Runestone to replace the men and guards at the castle. Even the servants and cooks that had been hired since the third brother took away much of the Isle population, were replaced. Daemon also convinced Viserys to have Rhaenyra visit Dragonstone ahead of time, as she was set to rule after she was wed in 2 years' time. This, Viserys was more reluctant to agree to, but once Rhaenyra begged for it, he caved in. As he always did for her. And 3 of the Kingsguard had gone with her. Only 1 of the Kingsguard guarded her children. I know, Gwen. She said as she turned back to her brother, a sisterly smile on her face as she tapped him on the cheek. He was still so young, so naive. She dropped her smile as she looked away towards her youngest children in the room. I will do what I can to learn what is happening. She said, ugliness and bitterness and worry battling within her. After all, she simply had to. Evening came and the dinner was silent save for the cutlery onto silver and the loud chewing of her husband as they dined alone. As it always tended to be when Rhaenyra wasn't here. And Viserys made it clear that he preferred Aegon to be older before he could dine with them. Rhaenyra had been of a much younger age when she started to dine with Viserys. Grandmaster Melos, her husband, began, his mouth full, though mercifully he swallowed his mouth full before he continued, his eyes set on her with curiosity. Tells me Jaehaerys' discomfort, but we'll find soon enough. She cut into her venison as she smiled kindly at her husband. Discomfort? If you bothered to look into your own son you'd learn that it was no mere discomfort. Yes, he's struggling a little with teething. She paused momentarily before she spoke again. It would do him well to see his father. Viserys laughed merrily before he drank of his goblet before he looked at Alicent, a little amused and mayhaps a little lost too. I'm sure it matters not to him. He's not even a name-day old, and children that young cannot tell apart anyone. Viserys said with a shake of the head, and she only smiled a little demurely as she bowed her head slightly. He'd not seen Jaehaerys more than a handful of time. She was not surprised that his not even a name-day-old son being in discomfort was enough to invoke a visit. She long ago realized with Aegon's birth that he cared very little about his children not named Rhaenyra. Besides, her husband continued, I wouldn't know what to do with children that young. He smiled at her fondly with a look of teasing on his expression. It is what wives and wet nurses are for. He said with a laugh before he shook his head and begun to dug into his lamb. Of course, husband. Alicent said with a smile before she too cut, albeit with more vigor than before, into her meal. Long moments of silence passed before she broke it, side-eyeing him from the corner of her eyes. What do you think of holding a tourney in celebration of Jaehaerys' first name day later this year? She asked him, and when she caught him looking she continued, like we did for Aegon and Aemond. Her husband looked surprised before he turned thoughtful. Finally, he nodded slowly. It would be good for the realm to gather once more. He agreed, and she smiled, this time even a little genuine. Father and uncle and my older brothers would be able to come with good reason. She thought to herself. Though she was not without support even in her father's absence, this keep felt suffocating, and it was ever more so ever since her father had left and Rhaenyra had grown bolder in her father's absence. Something that had started once, may the 7 curse him, Daemon had stepped back into her life. She did what she could to teach the girl her place, as much as she could anyway, but without her father and his authority, the girl was that much harder to cow. And importantly, she thought as she held onto her knife tighter, she feared the way Viserys was warming once more to Daemon, the way he was taking counsel of Daemon, she feared that he would be welcomed back into King's Landing. She thought that she and her children would be free of him when Viserys forced him away from King's Landing, a moment she'd celebrated and relieved her greatly, yet the moment was brief when Viserys banished her father away. All because he was intent on ignoring the laws of men and the gods, even ignoring the decision set by his own grandsire. When it came to her Aegon's rightful place as future king of the realm in favor of a spoilt girl and the spawn of a man destined for the seven hells. And once Rhaenyra married Daemon's son, she'd be vastly outnumbered with a husband who would do nothing to defend her, defend their children together. And Baelon is old enough to make the journey to kin. Her knife scraped against the silver plate, faltering Viserys for a moment. GS landing. Viserys leaned forward, a look of worry on his face. Apologies, husband. I was merely surprised about the idea. She smiled at Viserys as she continued, I think it's a good idea. It would be good to meet the future heir of Runestone. Viserys looked pleased with her words and he nodded. Yes, it would be. Viserys shook his head. Lady Rhea was always adamant that young Baelon was too young for such a long journey, and I have not asked again ever since that horrible bandit attack, knowing how much the boy mattered to her. Alicent remained quiet as she ate her meal, focusing as she was on the meal. But with Daemon back from the conflict in the Stepstones, he can easily make the journey with young Baelon on Caraxes. Viserys finished. Alicent looked up and looked at Viserys, a small smile gracing her face. Rhaenyra would be delighted to meet her betrothed. Viserys chuckled as he stuffed his mouth with a mouthful of lamb, and moments later he spoke once more. They've been exchanging letters for quite some time now, but there is nothing better than speaking with one's intended. Viserys went quiet for a moment as he looked away into the distance, and she heard him mutter something she didn't hear with how he spoke under his breath. This will be the first in many years that King's Landing will see so many of our family, and mayhaps even Aegon. She was startled by the utterance of her son's name. No, she realized, the utterance of Viserys' brother. You sent for Prince Aegon to return. Yeah. Viserys stopped himself as he turned to look at Alicent with surprise on his face before he frowned. I said no such thing. He said with a firm tone of voice before he looked away from her and continued to eat. She wasn't going to let go, this was important. Husband. She began as she reached out with her hand slightly. Am I not your wife? Your closest confidant? You can tell me about your family, our family. Viserys stopped, and for a moment she thought she angered him, but when he looked at her, a look of hesitation adorned on his face. She knew that she only needed to press him slightly. Viserys was easily swayed. On all but one single thing. If your youngest brother is to return, I must make sure that he is welcomed befitting his station, husband. Alicent demurred before she gasped and then proceeded to let a delighted gleam in her eyes show. It must be the work of the seven. For Prince Aegon, the third son of Prince Baelon, to return in time for Jaehaerys' first name day, the third son of Viserys I. Oh, I must prepare for the joyous occasion. It is not certain Aegon will arrive in time. Viserys quickly intervened and denied, and she looked at him surprised, and Viserys sighed before he leaned back in his chair, and she inwardly smiled with triumph. If only her biggest problem could be solved as easily. Viserys looked at her for a moment before he sent her a stern look. Alicent. You are forbidden to tell anyone what I am about to tell you. Not your brother. Viserys' expression grew grave. Not your father, is that understood, Alicent? I swear on the heavenly seven themselves I will not betray your confidence, my husband. Alicent's tone of voice was solemn and sincere. Viserys looked at her for several moments longer before he nodded slowly and spoke. I sent ships to Corinth, carrying missives written by my hand ordering Aegon to return and to explain himself. Alicent's eyes widened, and it was genuine. You ordered Prince Aegon to return. I am his king. Viserys simply said, and she felt the mood shift, and she quickly spoke to move past it, to keep him speaking. Of course, husband, but why the urgency? Because of this, new land discovery. Amongst other things. Viserys said with a light nod, and she could guess that the younger brother had done something to offend Viserys, like Daemon had done when he'd insulted Aemma's sickly son who lived only a day. He was often tight-lipped when it came to his brother's slights against him, and she only learned of Daemon's words through her father, and the court. Corinth, has never accepted any ships into their city, have they? Not even Westerosi ships. They will with mine. My brother will accept it. Viserys said with a tone that brooked no argument, and Alicent wisely said nothing to that. Her father once told her that they tried several times to get ships into Corinth, and when that didn't work, they tried to get people, Westerosi and Sellsword Summer Icelanders alike, into Corinth, and that didn't work either. Only through accounts of the native Summer Icelanders and information they gleaned from the merchants and captains Corinth sent throughout the known world did they know even anything about the place, and about the rogue Targaryens. Her father and her family were greatly concerned about an entire family of dragon riders unaccounted for, and she understood the threat. And, to be truthful, she hadn't been sure how to feel about this news about new land, if it was to be a great boon for her family, for her children, or if it was to be a curse. She had nightmares when her father told her about the terrible possible danger the third son and Princess Gale and their children posed to Alicent and to her children. If they backed Rhaenyra's claim. The hope she had for her Aegon ascending to the throne had been crushed by that idea, and she'd demanded that her father find a way to bind them to her family, to both Aegon and Helena. It would save her from having her children commit a grave sin under the eyes of the gods and bring much needed power to her side. The fact that all of those children had dragons. Daemon and Aegon always had a difficult relationship, something that most of the nobility knew, so she had thought she would be able to sway that family to their cause, and the benefit of having their daughter, what was her name, Rhaena, becoming queen was what no man could deny. But, such possibilities had seemed unlikely with the news of this new land, especially since the unworthy Celtigars had gotten there first, removing powerful allies from their cause but also, at the same time, denying them from joining Rhaenyra. From what she heard, the term set to the Celtigars was that they were send their daughters to the Targaryens, something she would never allow to happen to sweet and innocent Helaena. She had been content with the problem removal, and all that she had to do was to ensure, she thought with painful grimace and bitterness, that she had enough sons. Enough sons who could claim the remaining matured dragons. Vermithor, who Aegon had to bond with. Dreamfire. Grey Ghost. Sheep Stealer. She hated her father for demanding it off of her, but she also greatly feared for the lives of her children should Rhaenyra and Daemon's son take the throne, for she knew that her Aegon, her children, would get no mercy from them. Her sons needed to depend on one another, and her sons needed to claim all of the dragons. A sharp sense of chill trickled up her spine at the thought of her sons being near those unnatural things. They were abominations, truly, and she hated the idea of her children being close to them, but they were abominations that would protect her children's lives. But, she thought as she smiled at Viserys demurely, if Viserys managed to succeed in getting Aegon the Elder to return, she may be able to still to get an alliance with his family through Rhaena and Aegon. If Viserys was successful, she thought to herself. She remembered when the court had thought that Aegon the Elder had been dishonorable towards Princess Gale, and she remembered her father telling her that Viserys wasn't defending his brother. Her father told her that he'd believed that part of the reason Aegon the Elder had left was because of Viserys' betrayal. Father had said that Aegon the Elder was not a man to let go of slights, and she thought it was true, considering that she still remembered how uncomfortable the court had been whenever he'd been around. Such a man, so far away from Westeros with a land fully of his own to rule now, a land without people, had little reason to answer to a brother that slighted him so. She would not forgive her brothers if they ever sided with those who believed she'd committed the crime of birthing bastards, and it was a crime that was terrible as forcing oneself on a maiden noble lady, a maiden princess. And then the fact that Viserys also disinherited Aegon the Elder and his line was undoubtedly a grave slight that for many was unforgivable. All for the sake of that spoilt girl. If Viserys ever dared to disinherit their children for that stupid girl. I will look forward to meeting my good brother, husband. Alicent said with a small smile, and Viserys nodded to her words. I hope he brings his family. Viserys' expression softened and he nodded once more, this time gently. It would be good to see my aunt again and to meet my nephews and nieces. Yes, it would be good to see the House of the Dragon united once more. Viserys said in a way that seemed longingly. I must send word to father, should this happen, should Aegon the Elder return, they'd have an ally they must bind through blood, and they wouldn't be dependent on the Valyrians honoring their words, nor be at the mercy of the Blacks. Alicent said nothing and continued to eat before her dinner grew cold, and the rest of the dinner, once more, was silent, and with little warmth. Break. Mid to late 122 AC Liss. Johanna Swan POV. Her eyes crawled over the coded letter, growing wider and wider as she read more of the letter, something the corners of her mouth also did. What is it? Rit asked, the urgency and impatience clear to hear in her voice, and Johanna looked up from the letter, a bright smile on her face. It seems we won't have to wait much longer for our opportunity, she said with a laugh in her voice, her eyes shining with anticipation. The letter did not go into great detail, only that the war that was rumored to come was coming in the next moon, news of which should reach them not too long after that. Rit looked surprised for a moment before she heavily frowned, her gaze falling onto the coded letter. Rit was mostly illiterate, thanks to her background as a wildling and thanks to her former master who did not care to rectify it, for it was her body that was valuable and not else, and Rit had never shown much interest in learning her letters. How much longer till the war comes for Mir? She asked as she stepped closer and took a seat by Johanna. In a moon. Or less. Johanna answers, although she didn't add that there were some curiosities she had about Prince Aegon's phrasings of the war. He never directly referenced Mir in his letter. She continued, it will take longer until word reaches us, mayhaps a week or a sennight. Rit nodded. It will give us great amount of time to start the coup. Yes, it would. But they also needed to be careful. Their people were in a great many positions of varying levels of influence, true, and their backing, support, and control of the Rogare Bank gave them influence over other families that were likely to be spared entirely if they cooperated, but there were still merchants' families and sell-sword companies and lists that needed to be dealt with. And then there was the captains of the fleets. Unfortunately, they only managed to make headway with fewer captains than they liked, so the chances of them joining the rest of the Triarchy was rather high, and she was skeptical that their gambit of paying them handsome to fight for free lists, a gambit that she held little confidence in, would work as well as they needed it to. We will start slow. Johanna said as she met Rit's gaze. We can't raise suspicions. There was already a lot of attentions on her, made worse when she eliminated the bulk of the Poisoners Guild and their families. There was little to connect back to her, true, but the fact that she, even if it was through her proxies, benefited greatly by their demise, their lands, their auxiliary businesses that dealt in health and beauty tonics and ointments made many of her remaining enemies ally together. It wouldn't matter so much, of course, once the rebellion was kicked off they'd be the first to suffer, but for now, she wanted them as unprepared as possible. No, but we also can't let it spiral out of our control. Rit returned. You know as well as I do that in the chaos, we need to present ourselves as the best people to take charge of free lists. That was also true. There were other parties on lists that could prove problematic to keep in line, and if they stole a march on them, things would be difficult to keep on plan. If the plan was even possible. They needed to be the first to take charge. To get their voices out. To shout liberty to all slaves, free lists for all. We'll get Baelon and Adaritos to be ready. Johanna said, and Rit smiled pleased at her words before she nodded. These were former slaves who had grown to be some of the more influential and connected in lists. They were also the most loyal and committed to the conspiracy. Rit then frowned a little, something she looked inquisitively at. Do you think he's prepared enough for the scorpions mounted on the walls? Rit asked. Rit was speaking of the hastily constructed scorpions that the Myrish were adding to their walls, taking a page from the Tyroji book when it looked possible that Prince Daemon would attack their city just as he'd attacked their merchant ships. He's been warned of them. Johanna said in reply. She didn't think Prince Aegon would be so foolish to not act on that information. And the scorpions they've built for the sellswords. The sellswords all but demanded them in concert with greater pay than standard. The experiences many of them had with Prince Daemon had left them wary and cautious, especially since the war may well take place on the disputed lands and the Myrish lands which did not have the fortune to have caves and the ocean to hide in. It would be a shame if he perished at an inconvenient time. Rit muttered, and Johanna rolled her eyes at Rit's comment. Of course. Johanna said in a dry tone as she watched Rit begin to walk away. I'll go see to the preparations. Rit said before she bid Johanna goodbye, leaving her alone in her solar. She sighed as looked towards the letter. There was something else in the letter, something she had not mentioned to Rit as she didn't think it mattered much, but there was a comment that once the war was underway, his men would bring her away for them to remain in contact. What exactly that meant, she didn't know. It's almost time. She whispered before she took the letter and set it aflame on a candle fire. Time for things to change. Break. Mid to late 112 AC Summer Isles, Ombaru. Sir Baelon Cargaris POV. The smile on his face was broader than his wife's hips, he was sure, as he felt the cool air pushing on his face. The dragon, Miss Aragorn, suddenly changed direction and he tightly gripped on the handle of his saddle, and he felt the strap that fastened him onto his saddle tighten around his waist as they flew sideways. He let off a ripple of joy out of his mouth as he let go of the handle, trusting the strength of the strap. Even if it failed and he plummeted to his death, he'd die a happy man. He loved flying more than he did fighting, and he glanced towards his front and he laughed heartily at the way Tratos was flushed to the saddle and clung desperately onto the spikes not far from either side of him. The man could skin a man with nary a thought, could break his ribs and the bones in his hands, yet, here he was, as frightened as a lamb was before a growling wolf. Don't you dare laugh at me, Cargaris! Tratos bellowed, but against the wind it was not but a whisper, and the sight of his face, pale as snow, made him laugh even louder. The foul curses he was blessed with, such foulness that would make even the dead blush, only made the whole thing sweeter. They soon enough landed, and Baelon was quite disappointed with that fact. He really did loving flying. He'd flown several times, accompanying the prince to the Summer Islander Jala and to a few others like him in the Isles, this being the second time he'd flown to Ombaru, and he loved every moment of it. He saw the prince with his hand on the great dragon's face and he turned away, looking towards the Summer Islander, the fourth in their party, and saw that he was shaky but still firm of feet, unlike Tratos, he thought, amused as he glanced towards the man who was bow-legged like a satisfied woman. He walked towards him and saw clearer that he was still pale of face. Tratos turned to look at him, a scowl forming on his face. Men were not meant for the skies. He snorted, barely able to withhold it from turning into a laugh, and it made Tratos scowled further as the man glared angrily at him. A glare that he'd seen prisoners weep for mercy, yet all it did for him was make him smile more. Careful, you brute! You're insulting the prince and the young princes. He saw the Summer Islander shake his head, though he could see the trace smile on his face. Tratos scoffed, drawing Baelon's attentions once more, and he growled moments later as he stood straighter, his angry glare positively murderous now. They're dragons. They don't count. He narrowed his eyes at Baelon and he was ready to make a threat, but the prince spoke from behind Tratos before he could. I do not have wings, Tratos, nor do I think I'll be sprouting them any time soon. The prince said, and they turned to face him. Ease up on him, Sir Baelon. Yes, my prince. He said with a bow of the head, though still smiling, amused at the whole thing. Tartered sent him one last angry look before he turned to the prince. He walked towards the head of the dragon and the dragon eyed him with his great big green eyes. He bowed from the hip as he stood still a fair distance away. "Thank you great Miss Aragorn for flying us well and safely," he said sincerely. He'd pet the dragon like the prince did, but he'd rather not lose his arm. He knew very well that the dragon only really tolerated them because of the prince. Even the dragon keepers were tolerated only because the dragons knew they gave them food, and even dragon keepers were not allowed to touch them, not without the riders present. He heard a scoff and he knew who it was without even turning, or hearing his voice. "And they say I'm the crazy one," Tartered said with obvious mocking in his voice, but it was no matter to Baelon. Not when the dragon snorted and closed his eyes as the dragon laid down his head to the ground, and Baelon felt greatly satisfied that his words of praise and respect were accepted. He turned around feeling greatly pleased about himself, and he saw the prince smiling at him with amusement before he shook his head and looked towards the distance. It won't be long before they're here. A great tang of excitement coursed through his veins. It wouldn't be long now before the war began. Less than a week, now. The last of their non-essential people, a term that the prince made up, had gone to Ilmaris now, leaving them with an army of 12,000 men, 3,000 sailors, 4,000 volunteers, blacksmiths, shipbuilders, healers, a few farmers and so on, and the Giscari administrators who were to administrate the Giscari cities and teach the slaves how to govern their cities and lands. 150 ships, the majority of which were Corinthian carracks and half of them mounted with jarbolt scorpions. They were ready. They have been ready for a long time. The spearmen were seasoned fighters now, working impeccably in units, only now they had to pass the test of true combat. The knights were in the best condition since the Basilisk Isles, whilst the footmen, the cavalry and the bowmen were all well trained too. Yes, they were ready, and soon, they'd finally be at war. The Summer Islander, Sodabas Coxos, kin to the prince of this isle, inclined his head grandly. "I saw the horses being prepared during on the circling passes. Less than 10 minutes, I estimate." The Summer Icelanders didn't quite like to find a dragon landing in their gardens. He looked to Prince Aegon, a wry smile forming on his face. The prince respected boundaries of these peoples, all save for Jala. He didn't exactly know why, but he decided the reason was because the prince wanted to show Jala that Wallano may be Jala's, but that he was not the man who not in control of Corinth and its lands, showing that it was the dragons who truly ruled when they were here. He liked that reason quite a bit. And he never really liked Jala anyway. The only Summer Islander who had a permanent dour face. Cunt. Dour cunt. Pa. As if his sad story was reason enough to be such a dour cunt. It wasn't long before they were found in the open field by curious natives, some of whom made to approach them, but they stayed away when Miss Aragorn reared his head and set his eyes upon them, and instead, only a few and some of the children, the ones brave enough anyway, came a little closer and waved at them. Baelon waved back at them. He liked the Summer Icelanders. Good people. A party of a dozen horsemen rode for them with a few unmanned horses, and he recognized one of them. As did the prince. The men stepped off of their horses and approached them before they came to a stop in front of them and bowed their heads with their right hands placed on the center of their hearts. "Greetings, Dragon Prince. May peace be upon you," Balhaz Coxos said in the Summer tongue to the prince, a language that Baelon knew enough of to get by. "Greetings, greatest of the Crow warriors," the prince said with an incline of the head, and the Summer Icelanders smiled at the greeting before the dark-skinned man turned to the rest of them, his gaze lingering for a moment longer on Sodabas before he set his eyes on Baelon with a smile. "And greetings to you too, warriors of Corinth." And they too, he, Tartered and Sodabas returned the greetings to the men before them. "Our prince is having a feast prepared for you." The dark-skinned man laughed as he gestured towards Miss Aragorn. "Your dragon may come too, for there is space for him and a feast too for him to have. He has fed, but he will come with us too." The prince replied with a smile and a nod, and the Summer Islander warrior smiled in acceptance, and soon enough, they were on their way to the holdfast of the ruling prince of this island, Miss Aragorn flying above their heads. He looked around as they traveled the path towards the holdfast, a considering look forming on his face. He was not of the same mind as the prince on this. He did not think they should approach these Summer Icelanders, good warriors they may be. Their army and the army they'd take from the slave masters was more than enough. The prince said he agreed, but he also said having a larger army was better than a smaller army in return, especially when the army by the presence of allies that could be trusted not to betray you to the enemy you were fighting. On that, the prince had a fair point. The Summer Icelanders hated Slavers Bay. Many of their people, even still now, were taken by slavers, and it was not unheard of for entire villages to suddenly disappear, and there was truth that some of the Summer Icelanders, those who referred to the shameless, an obvious name to their nature, secretly aided in the enslavement of Summer Icelanders. In any case, the Summer Icelanders were partly at fault at that, for the slavers running amok on their isles and the traders too, he thought to himself as he eyed the men who were conversing with Prince Aegon. They were a good people, true, and they did have good warriors as well, but they were also a people who collectively lacked a certain fire within them, and, he thought as he looked around, seeing sights of lush trees and colorful plants, this land was part to blame too. He agreed with the idea that the land was just as much of import in fashioning hard men as the father was. The North was an excellent example in this. Few they may be, but they were a hardy people, and the feat they accomplished, keeping their old gods when the rest of the lands had succumbed to the Andal invasion despite dozens of attempted invasions and wars they won despite being outnumbered. Even if the Andals wouldn't ever admit it, the fact the North kept their tree gods was enough to tell him that the North definitely won their wars, and much of that could be lain at the feet of their harsh land. A harshness that these people never suffered, would never suffer. Their faith too, made them softer than they ought to be. But also, he thought, the lack of iron and bronze also made them weaker than they ought to be. But importantly, the main reason he thought they were weak, was because they were a fractious lot despite their shared lands, tongue, and culture, something that was aided by their ways of war which was queer to the rest of the known world. Settling wars through tourney-like combat, non-fatal combat involving no more than a score of men? That was no way to build a kingdom. Or defend it. It was not surprising that only a few times in their history were they united, despite being as old and seafaring as Valeria itself. All of that aided in his thoughts that they weren't the best of allies to have, despite the mutual hatred of slavers and slavers their people had with his own. He did not think Prince Aegon could successfully entice these warriors to fight in a war like they were set to wage, a total war where they took no prisoners, took no hostages. He glanced towards the curious faces of the summer Icelanders around them as they rode into the main square of this town on their way to the holdfast. No, he thought, it was not in their nature to fight a war like this, even if it was for the greater good of the Summer Isles, of all. They were greeted with salt and bread when they arrived the holdfast, and not long after they came to sight the ruler of this isle, Baelon ASOIAF, a portly old man with a kindly face that was not yet marred with the lines of age despite his more than 50 named age, and he greeted Prince Aegon with the traditional of those who were of equal rank to him, and Baelon and the rest bowed their heads slightly and greeted the man with the respect that he was due. Soon enough, they were surrounded by a feast of food that made him salivate by smell and sight alone, and once the curiosity such as where the dragon had gone despite the open field not far from their location having been prepared for the dragon being left unoccupied, a curiosity the prince had answered that he was nearby but keeping watch was settled, they dug into the feast. He truly loved the summer Icelanders and their food. Spiced rum lathered fish, apricot and amber fish stew, sticky and stuffed goat, honey roasted peacock, and so many wines. Wines he unfortunately was forbidden of drinking too much lest turn drunk, but he grieved his way through with a pot of giant prawns. Conversation had flowed, though much of it was between the two princes, with the Umber ruler questioning a great deal on Ilmaries, which many amongst the summer Icelanders were listening intently on. Ah! How I wish I was 3 decades younger! Baelon ASOIAF lamented before he gestured wildly around. I could have led this new age of exploration, following the footsteps the great voyages of my ancestors before finally passing them into the great unknown beyond the seas. The portly ruler turned to his sons. You are young enough, my sons, you shall have to do it in my stead. The man said with a laugh, and Baelon was amused to see only a few of his many sons were interested in the idea. There is still much to be discovered. Prince Aegon said with an incline of the head. Though we found Ilmaries, we do not know of the lands beyond the seas around it excepting that of the east of the land. Mayhaps on the other side, the path to the UTI lay only a few weeks' journey away. You truly believe a path that Zamenhof the world can be found? Badhos, the eldest son of Baelon, questioned curiously. The man had used a summer tongue word that he did not recognize. You mean circumnavigate? Prince Aegon asked, and Badhos nodded. Yes. Zamenhof means, the closest common word would be serpents, but it does not explain it fully. Circumnavigate is mayhaps the closest true meaning to the word. Badhos further explained. Prince Aegon nodded his understanding. I see, and yes, I do believe a path exists, and mayhaps not in my lifetime, but my people will find it. Prince Aegon then smiled at them before he said with a chuckle, unless one of your sons or descendants beats my own sons and grandsons to the achievement. Baelon laughed, but the glint in his eyes made it clear that there was some great desire there. My descendants will find a way first. The rest of the feast was merry, but finally, they were alone with Baelon, Badhos and a few of the Crow warriors, Balhaz included, 3 other sons of the old ruler. So, Prince Aegon. Baelon began with an intensity in his gaze as they sat on opposite sides of the table, his gaze flickering towards Sodabas for a moment before he returned to look at Prince Aegon. You mentioned a matter of import you wished to discuss with me. Baelon gestured towards the Crow warriors. With them. Baelon looked at the prince with fiercely scrutinizing eyes. You seek war? He said, not quite accusing but not friendly either. I seek justice. The prince said as he leaned forward a little, the flames of the fire dimming a little, surprising everyone at the table, though Baelon realized that it was likely the prince's doing. When a crime is committed against you, are there not laws that bind and judge men for their actions? There are no laws that justify nor cover what you seek. Baelon said with a dismissive wave of the hand before he eyed Prince Aegon. You would seek justice against an entire continent? That is madness. Not against an entire continent. Prince Aegon gestured away with a flick of his fingers. Only to bring a few to justice who ordered the enslavement of my people. The prince met Baelon's gaze. Justice that would these few face the consequences of their despicable actions. The prince said with great gravity in his voice as he stared directly into the eyes of Baelon. Not a continent. Just a few. A few would be enough to warn away others, a few for the sake for an entire people. My people. The prince extended his arms. And you think warring against a few, like those in Mir, Baelon said knowingly before he continued, as you suggest would cease this? Baelon said with a scoff before he shook his head. The SSE are cursed, Prince Aegon. You may destroy one band of slavers, 5 others take their place. What Baelon was saying was not wrong. However, with the destruction of Slavers Bay, a great source of the slave trade, mayhaps the most important source in all of Essos, it would go a great way in breaking apart the slave trade. Not completely but significantly. And if the free people of Slavers Bay stand strong as was the hope of Prince Aegon in the years and decades to come, mayhaps, one day, it can be destroyed in the free cities. Of course, the Summer Icelanders were not to know that, not yet, he thought as he looked towards Sodabas who was keeping a neutral face. Prince Aegon wanted to see how much support he could gain from them first before he made any of these men aware of his true plans. That is true. Prince Aegon easily agreed. The problem of the SSE is far beyond what you or I can solve in 5 lifetimes, let alone in our single lifetime however. The prince said as he leaned forward, his voice quietening. This war it is about destroying the image that they invulnerable. To correct them on the false notion they do not suffer consequences of their transgressions against my people, our people if you joined me. The prince gestured with his hand as he met the gaze of Baelon before he looked towards the sons and then to the crow warriors. In a language these barbarians who think themselves otherwise understand fully. The prince cocked his head as he smiled grimly at Baelon. You know of my war in the Basilisk Isles. Of what it brought to these isles. The prince leaned back a little, his arm perched on his right knee. How many raids have these isles suffered in the years since? How many raids has there been since word had spread I left these isles for Illimaris? He could see the crow warriors muttering to one another and he saw the exchanged look between 2 of Baelon's sons. They'd learnt from the Summer Icelanders amongst them that there has been an uptick in raids again. An all-time low number of raids since the destruction of Basilisk Isles was now no more. It didn't help, according to the prince, that the war in the Stepstones had ended too, making corsairs seek employment elsewhere, such as taking slaving contracts. Prince Aegon continued. These raiders understand strength and only strength. I intend to show them the strength of my people so that they know the gravity of acting against my people ever again. Baelon made a noise of displeasure before he spoke up, looking at the prince with a hard gaze. What do you propose then? That I send men with you on this war of yours? How does that solve my problem? The problem of our people? Baelon asked, not unkindly but not friendly either. Baelon continued. This war of yours with the Myrish, they are a very small part of this issue. Baelon shook his head. The slave raiders are from all of Essos. They serve Slavers Bay. Karth. The free cities. Even as far as Uti, do these raiders serve? Baelon stared into the prince's eyes. How does one small war with the Myrish bring an end to these raids? It does not. The prince conceded with a nod of the head. But he said as he looked towards the crow warriors. It will aid your men. Get them the experience of war they need. To learn how they fight, the prince said with a clenched fist. And importantly, it will show that the Summer Isles can send armies to fight. Balhas scoffed. We do not need to learn how they fight. Everyone needs to learn how the other fights. The prince denies even myself. Even you. Or have you not learnt of the lessons passed down learnt from the slaver wars? The prince posed to them. Did you not learn the importance of steel and bronze when your ancestors faced them? When your spears proved not enough? So that is what you propose? That I grant you my warriors for your wars so that they can gain this experience. Baelon stepped in with his questions. Prince Aegon turned towards Baelon. Yes. And when Mir is defeated and humbled by our swords, with your men by the side of my men, I will aid you in your raider problem should you seek to find justice against your enemies. Prince Aegon leaned forward as he spoke further. Think of it. With my aid, you could humble some of the worst transgressors, those in Slavers Bay, and secure a peace that will leave these isles raider-free, casting your name in the same veins as that of Xanda Kuo. One of the sons of Baelon had a severe look of want on his face, one that spoke of a desire of glory. The other men were not as affected by the prince's words whilst Baelon was unmoved by the reference to the woman whom many still revered on these isles. The prince spoke with great gravity in his voice. 2 years ago, 4 villages on the Crescent Coast was plundered of its people. The prince continued. Before then he gestured towards Sodabas. Another pillaging saw to it that thousands of were taken from this very isle, thousands that I helped return home. And for that, your people will always be welcomed on this land. Baelon said, and there was gruffness in his voice when he'd said so. Prince Aegon inclined his head. May the friendship between our peoples be eternal. He espoused before he grew graver still. And before my rescue, the times in which your people have been preyed upon has been uncountable. In your own lifetime, Prince Baelon, 22 separate instances of slavers preying on your shores are known about. The prince's voice went low, dangerous, as he spoke further. Your people, ever since the SSC appeared and showed you of their existence and in turn informing others of your existence have suffered slavers plaguing your shores. Prince Aegon's gaze swept across the faces of the men as he continued. This is the chance to set forth the final chapter of the slavers' wars, the chapter that brings forth true peace, not this peace that is bitter for many. The crow warriors sat up a little straighter at that, something that Baelon had noticed, and he met the prince's gaze as he'd spoken with a sharp note to his voice. We must think on this. Of course. Prince Aegon said with an incline of the head as he stood up, and moments later, Miss Aragorn roared, capturing their attentions, and a dark silhouette of the dragon appeared to grow larger. We'll await a swan ship with your answer. The prince said before he looked towards them, and their party all quickly rose to their feet and made their way towards Miss Aragorn, who landed not far from them. The journey back took several hours, a journey in the dark that saw him marvel at many of the stars, and only a few moments after they landed and set their feet onto the ground, Sodabas had spoken up to the prince. My great-uncle will refuse. Yes, it was a waste of time. My prince may have been better served in telling them the truth about the war. Sodabas added. It wouldn't have changed anything even if he knew the truth, Sodabas. Prince Aegon said to the Summer Islander before he continued. And yes, he will refuse. Prince Aegon agreed as he turned to Sodabas, but we know now that there are those who are amongst him that see things differently. The prince said as one of the guards appeared with a torch that the prince took hold of, and he gestured them to walk with them. The crow warriors and the sons, my prince? Tratas asked, and after the prince nodded. But how does that change anything? We are to leave in a week's time. It doesn't. Prince Aegon said as he glanced to Tratas and then Sodabas before setting his gaze onto Baelon. I never intended to gain their warriors for our cause. Our men are enough for this war. If I needed them, I'd have been truthful about the war with Slavers Bay rather than let them believe otherwise. No, I wanted their support for after we take Slavers Bay. Baelon's eyebrows climbed. The Crow warriors and the Coxos sons are connected by blood to many of the princes of these isles. The prince paused as he looked to Sodabas. Tell me, Sodabas, do you think my words had a positive impact on your kinsmen and the warriors? Sodabas was quiet for a moment before he spoke. Yes. The issue of raiders is a big one amongst the Crow warriors, and historically, there have been many Crow warriors who chose their path as a consequence of losing family to the raids. Sodabas paused for a moment as he eyed the prince. After we take Slavers Bay, my prince believe they will help us even if Prince Baelon will not. He asked of the prince. With the right incentives, yes. Prince Aegon said before he added. There will be Summer Icelanders in Slavers Bay that we can send back on our campaign. People who will be reunited with their families who had thought them forever lost. Prince looked grave for a moment as they all saw the displeased expression on Sodabas' expression as they begun to understand the prince's scheme. It is distasteful to use such tactics and pressure to gain support, but it will be needed. The prince looked away from Sodabas as they continued to walk, and moments later, the prince continued. The people we liberate after our retribution is finished, will face a great many challenges in the years to come. Having the Summer Icelanders support Liberty Bay during that time will somewhat ease those challenges. The prince glanced back at them as he spoke. It also will set grounds for alliance between the Summer Isles and Liberty Bay once we depart, especially since both peoples will have something the other needs. Iron, copper, and tin for the Summer Icelanders, and a great many items for Liberty Bay to help grow their industries and their wealth. The conversation after that had come to a standstill, and it wasn't long before they all split away to their own abodes. The days that came afterwards had come and gone quickly, and before they knew it, it was time to finally depart for war. He stared at the sight with a prideful look on his face. Thousands of men were arrayed at the docks that were filled with 150 ships, warships, stocked with supplies and armor and jar bolts, ready to be boarded and set sail for their destination. Corinth was now a ghost town, empty of all people, ready to be taken by the Durkunt Jala. This was the last time they'd ever set foot on this isle. Some were regretful about that, but Baelon cared not for Corinth. Not since Elamaris. No, he thought as he looked back to the town in the distance before he swept his gaze across the thousands of armored men whose quiet voices melted into one another as they waited for the prince to arrive. He would not miss this place. Before he could think anything else, a loud and shocked murmur grew amongst the men, a murmur that was shattered with a roar ripped through the air, and he turned to the direction of the sound. Sunlight split and broke against gleaming black armor that covered the chest, the neck, and much of the dragon's serpentine face, and the dragon's wings the span of ships, helped the dragon glide down the bulking form of Miss Aragorn. The ground shook as the dragon landed, a low growl escaping its throat, and Baelon caught a form on the back of the dragon, the prince, who rose to his full height atop of the great dragon, his body cladded with the red and blue of his branch of the Targaryen branch of the family, looking like the very conqueror himself. Men! The prince bellowed, his voice traversing far and wide, and Gala Anis did not doubt even the farthest away man could hear the prince loud and clearly. You know what this day is. You have trained for it. You have bled and sweated for it. You raged and angered in wait for it. And now that day arrived. The day has been coming ever since we learnt of their conspiring against us. The prince bellowed from atop Miss Aragorn, and he cut his arm across as he continued. Today and every day after it, all of the known world will know the might and fury of our people when we tear down all that our enemies cherish brick by brick and corpse by corpse. The prince bellowed in a furious roar, a roar that made his blood course faster in his veins, a feat that he seemed to share with many as men began to shout their agreement back to the prince. Are you ready, men of Corinth? Men of Ilamaris? Are you ready to let the world witness what it means to anger us? The prince roared as he unsheathed his sword and raised high into the air above his head. The very ground shook as thousands of men stamped their feet and roared their eyes, and yes, in a delirious fury, a fury he as he too unsheathed his sword and roared in unison, a collection of roars that made the very ground tremble. A tremble that would follow them, following them into their war, and shake apart the foundations of all that their enemies held dear. Chapter 24. Truth only reader, there'll be a visit to Westeros before he returns to Ilamaris, winky face, G14 Chandra, Jaehaerys is a little butterfly effect. Otto and the Hightowers are quite concerned, I'd say, with their current position, and Alicent is made to be more proactive, shall we say. Tony McNuckles re-Astapor, this chap will satisfy you, I think, haha. P.S. I love your comment about Daemon's and Viserys thinking about their brother, smiley face, Zarias, unfortunately, I am only human. I can't write that much, that fast. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 112 AC Astapor, Slaver's Bay. Xymene POV. She'd not seen such chaos in all her time alive when claims came of a fleet of hundreds of ships sighted sailing towards the ports of Astapor. The Plaza of Pride had been a place a storm, highborn guards with their oily horn-shaped hair and unsullied alike made ready for a siege, the frenzied bellows of her master stinging at all their senses. Yet, those bellows came at an end when, of all things, a primal terrifying roar could be heard, a bone-rattling roar, and she had wondered, if it must have been heard at the farthest ends of the horizon, and, in the stead of anger, for the first time ever, she'd seen a fear show itself on her master's face at the sound and sight of a huge beast the color of steel and brimfire flying over the fleet of ships. The sun had turned towards high noon when the ships, its sails bearing a coiled ring of what seemed to be 8 dragon heads, clogged up the entrance of the brown and red sea at the ports, ominous and dangerous, and none dared to escape the blockade. Not the merchants or the few cogs of war. Those sails. I recognize the sigil. It belongs to that sister fucker who claims to have found land in the west. He's changed it not long ago. One of the good masters said as they stood atop the high red bricked walls of Astapor, the strong scents of honey and raspberry perfumes of the assembled masters dominating all other smells. The lying sunset savage who buys slaves and claims he sets them free. Another asked disdainfully. She felt a strange stir in her heart at those words, a no-good stir she quickly burned as dead as ash, her head unchangingly bowed, eyes fixed cast to the ground, her hands unwaveringly keeping steady the striped silk on that protected the head of her master from the harsh sun that beat at her brown naked back. Yes, that Valyrian fool, another said, Gisler Zozasnik, she recognized from the hoarse and high voice, a voice ruined, it is said, by his shouts and rages at the slaves at his famed gladiatorial training estate. Why does he darken our steps? He is here to treat with us. Good Master Gondal Mohukti said. He has been here for some time yet but does not attack. We must send a ship to approach. We do not come at the beck and call of a sunset savage, one of the good masters sneered before he scoffed, least of all, a weak-hearted fool. Let him come to us and beg for our audience. And that flying beast? The beast that is as big as those carracks? And pray tell us, Sirdik, whatever shall do we about that beast whose master you are intent on offending? The last who offended him was the pirate Zahn of the Basilisk Isles, and they all burned. The old good master Azar Mo Ozdik mocked. None of the good masters immediately responded to those words. We must treat with him. He may or may not be a weak-hearted savage, but he pays, and he pays well, and is known not to act in bad faith on a deal. One of the good masters said. She heard their clothes stir, mayhaps of discomfort. She could not be sure. If we can be sure he is here to treat. Good Master Gisler Zozasnik said skeptically. What else could it be? One of the good masters asked. If the savage was here to attack, he'd done so already. He has not, and the savage, as good Master Grodnir says, is known for his merchant ways. The rule of coin, for all that he is a savage, this one understands. He is also known for his filthy sympathies for livestock. Another good master pointed out disdainfully. And yet he destroyed a corsair town of thousands of the basilisk isles, women and children alike. Good Master Azar-Mo Ozdik said coldly, that is not someone who is as weak-hearted or foolish as some of you are led to believe. He is not someone we can afford to slight. Good Master Azar-Mo Ozdik continued, his voice still cold as he spoke further. No, he is here for one thing only. He is here to buy the Unsullied. It is said that he seeks war with Mir for an old feud. I believe it. The good masters seemed to talk between themselves for a moment until one of the good masters spoke up. The great masters and the wise masters will take great offense. The good master warned and others made noises of agreement. Let them. Good Master Azar-Mo Ozdik scoffed derisively. What use is a petty agreement not to trade flesh with the savage when we have his fleet of near enough 200 ships and a grown dragon at our gates? I agree with good Master Azar. Her master, the good Master Kridnos Mo Naklaus, said, the tang of satisfaction clear to hear in his voice. And we can soothe their offense by charging the fool more than I would any other. Of course you agree. Good Master Gisler Zozasnik said in a sneering voice. You and them, he said, his silk clothes rustling, and she thought he was gesturing towards the other good masters who oversaw the training of the Unsullied alongside her master. Stand to gain much wealth from this. Wealth that will go back into Astapor, my beloved friend. Her master said with a smiling voice. Wealth that we will need to buy more of your good infant stock. After all, we will need thousands of more of the livestock to create the next lot of Unsullied. Good Master Grazdan Zolija said, and chuckles rang around at the jest. Her head remained bowed as their talking turned. By the time the sun moved past high noon, the ship the good masters had sent returned with word alongside one of the Sunset ships that the Sunset Prince wished to purchase the Unsullied. All of the Unsullied. Her master and the other good had delighted at that, the thought of a sea of gold marks pocketed making them and him happier than she ever remembered seeing a master being. The Sunset ship went with a set price of 1.5 million gold marks, a price the ship returned with word that the Sunset Prince had agreed with the price. Gisler better breed his bitches well, for we will have great need soon. Zhiknis Zojalazen said to her master and the good masters. Do we truly wish to sell them all? One of the good masters asked. It's never been done before. None had the coin or want to do it. Her master said that is the only difference. And so the good masters settled, happy to think on the coin they were to make. Her master and the other good masters took her and many other girls with them outside to the front gates to the Plaza of Punishment, a place whose platforms she walked past were empty and empty of whales for need of the space, though their warm blood still stains the wood and their stench lingers still. All the Unsullied would be gathered here, for there was no other space large enough to hold so many of them, and they stood waiting at the gates as one of the ships moved to harbor, deeper into the harbor and deeper into the worming river, the sight of the dragon long gone from their sights, surrounded by a contingent of high-born guards and Unsullied. The beast must have tired, her master said to the other masters, and they mocked and joked with the high-born guards. Their mocking words rang alongside their laughter, mocking words that made way for a while when the masters and her master spoke of all of what they would with the coin that'd soon be theirs, plots and schemes against their rivals and the rival cities, only ceasing once the armored-cladded men were less than 50 paces away from them, though they did not spare mocking at the foreigners who must be boiling in their clothing of steel. She cast a curious gaze at the 26 men, these foreigners, who walked ahead of 24 behind them, who carried, between them, 6 heavy crates. Their polished and colored steel armor shone with the haze of the afternoon sun, their brows red and wet with sweat. Some had shields on their backs, but all wore their swords on their hips, even the crate-carrying men. Their head of hair betrayed their origin. Silver and blonde and brown and ink black, the colors of the free cities and the lands of the Sunset Kingdoms. She noted all of them were fair-skinned and fair of eyes, blues and greens and greys were abound in the eyes of these men that had shadows of hair touch their cheeks on faces that were as severe as the harsh sun. Before you stands good Master Kridnos Mo Naklaus, the magnificent. One of the high-born guards called out before proceeding to call out the exuberant names of all the masters as the foreigners came to a stop before them. Her master and the other masters looked confused as they looked toward the foreign men. Who is the Targaryen prince amongst you? Her master asked. None of us are Prince Aegon. One of them spoke up, the handsome man with the looks of old Valyria, in the old High Valyrian tongue. I am Sir Baelon, a knight in service to Prince Aegon, like the other men with me. Knights? One of the good masters said with surprise. Yes, I heard of men such as you. One of the good master gestured towards the high-born guards. These men are like you, Sir Baelon, good Giscari noblemen who serve me in Astapor. He said with a welcoming smile. Though, I expect they are better taken care of than how the blooded ones such as yourself are taken care of in your Sunset Kingdoms. Grazdan Zolija said in a laugh, though none of the foreigners found it funny. Her master glanced unimpressed at the master who spoke, and he quieted down under the gaze of her master and the other masters. Though they were all masters, they were not all equal. Master then looked forward again, beyond the men in front of him and towards the crates before he turned his gaze back towards the Sir Baelon. Is your prince not gracing us with his presence? Her master asked. She noted that her master sounded not impressed and was likely offended by the Sunset Prince's absence. Prince Aegon will arrive shortly once I signal to him that it is safe for him and his dragon to come. Baelon ASOIAF said to her master. For a moment, her master and the other masters looked offended until the word dragon had been understood and her master quickly recovered, his hand moving at his side, a forceful gesture that was meant for the other masters who stilled anything they might have said otherwise. Prince Aegon is arriving on dragonback. He is. The handsome man said to her master. He wishes to make an impression on his property. Ah. Her master said in a smile, but she could tell for what it was, even if she only saw half of his face from where she stood holding the silk on over his head. He will not free them like he is said to do with the other slaves he buys. Good Master Grazdan Zolizhaz asked in a cold smile. The handsome man smiled, and it was as equally as unsmiling as that of the masters. That is what many are made to believe. The handsome man said as he glanced at the other foreign men, an amused mocking look brandished on his face as he turned back to face her master. Yet before you, there stands only men from West Eros, and none of us has toiled a day as a slave. As your friend said, there are places for those like us. Baelon ASOIAF said before he eyed her and the other girls before he looked at her master once more. And there are places for those like them. The prince understands this and they are his to do as a dragon wishes. Baelon ASOIAF finished, and this made her master and the other masters chuckle at the words of this foreign man. Good, good. One of the masters said with a smiling voice, you will find the Unsullied perfectly suited for the place they belong to. Baelon ASOIAF said as he looked towards one of the Unsullied. We will see about that. I hear that you take what makes us all men away from the Unsullied. They are not men. Her master said in agreement. They are obedient spears who have no thought in their heads but that of the wills of their master. And they are expensive. Her master then looked towards the crates with a dubious look before he looked back towards Baelon ASOIAF. It does not look like it is enough. Not for all. Baelon ASOIAF then met her master's dark eyes. There are 1.5 million gold dragons in those crates. The sum seemed to greatly please the masters. Baelon ASOIAF then gestured the crates to be brought in front of the masters. More than enough to purchase all of your Unsullied. You can have your men check the crates now if you wished before we proceed. We will do so. Her master said as he shared a look with the other masters before he clicked his fingers, and slave scribes and freedmen in service of the masters came speedily towards the crates. They spent an hour checking the contents of the crates, checking and weighing hundreds of coins from each crate before they were satisfied that the contents of the crates were as Baelon ASOIAF had said, and spoke in hushed whispers to the masters. Good, good. One of the masters remarked, greatly satisfied with the judgment and discussion had with the other masters, and her master signaled one of the high-born guards, likely, she thought, to gather the rest of the Unsullied. We can do business. Her master said finally before he then gestured with his hand bearing the gold-capped whip for the foreigners to follow him and the masters into the Plaza of Punishment, past the front main gates. The Unsullied now began to fill the Plaza of Punishment once they were halfway to the raised platforms at the opposite of the front main gates that led to the barracks before one made it into the city proper. You said the Unsullied had no thoughts. Baelon ASOIAF asked her master, who she kept sure the on would keep the sun's light and heat from touching her master, whilst some of the others began to shield the foreigners from the sun. From the moment they can walk, they are forged not only in body but in mind too, tempered in blood and sacrifice until all there is unsullied. Pure. Her master said with pride and satisfaction shared with the masters, and she caught a glimpse of the foreign men who she thought bore very hard eyes. Why so, she wondered. The masters continued to speak pridefully with Baelon ASOIAF as they walked between the many columns of Unsullied that were being gathered in the plaza, marched out as they were from their barracks and from the walls some time ago, and now, speaking of the training the Unsullied had to become what they were. Awful training that she hated hearing. She cast her gaze towards the faces of the Unsullied, some she thought could be mayhaps no more than 3 and 10, no older than she, though it was hard to tell, and it was hard to tell still the ages of the other Unsullied, all of whom looked young but could be the old age of 5 and 30 for all she knew. The girls and women of her master said it was because they had no cock and no stones, making them grow girlish and slight and young, something she'd once heard the girls and women gossip that some masters liked and sought, like how some masters, like her master's son, liked girls younger than she yet unflowered and unheavy with breasts. There must be more than 10,000, she thought, more than she'd ever seen gathered in one place, once they arrived and moved up the steps of the platform. 120 ranks of 100 stand before you. Her master said in a prideful tone as they arrived at the steps of the barracks, now looking towards the many hundred columns of Unsullied standing stiffly. And they obey without question. Baelon ASOIAF asked doubtfully as he glanced at the Unsullied before them. You doubt? Her master chuckled, and she recognized the kind that it was. It was the kind of chuckle he did when he thought you an idiot. You. Her master bellowed as he held up the gold-crusted whip high into the sky in one hand and gesturing with another at a Unsullied in the 100-strong rank directly in front of them. The Unsullied walked forward stiffly and stood in front of their master once he'd climbed the steps. Her master then looked towards Baelon ASOIAF, towards his hip, and said, Your dagger, give it to me. Gala Ennis frowned as he hesitated for a brief moment. The hesitation did not last and he removed the dagger from its scabbard, a dagger that looked strange to her. It was black and though shaped like a dagger, it had sharp edges along its length with peaks that glistened like starlight under a clear black sky. Her master was curious too, though he did not ask when he took the offered dagger, a dagger that was offered with the sharp end pointed at her master, and the dagger hilt was rolled into her master's hand when he went for it. Her master then pressed the edge of the black dagger on the unsullied left breast and slowly cut downwards, the tip of the dagger sinking into the flesh of the unsullied. "Does this matter to you?" "It does not, your worship," the unsullied said. Her master then moved away from the chest and placed the tip at the dimple of the unsullied's neck. "And if I wished to drive this into your neck? Would it matter then?" "It would not, your worship." There was blood now dripping from the unsullied's neck and the unsullied never moved, never changed its stiff posture. Her master moved the tip of the dagger downward, towards the unsullied's right side of the chest and drove in the blade deep before he twisted in the unsullied's chest, the sound of flesh tearing plain and easy to hear. "And this?" "It does not matter, your worship. Not even the pain." "I feel nothing, your worship. The prince wants them whole." "Enough." Gala Ennis' voice was hard as he spoke and when he met her master's gaze, he said, "I am satisfied." His words accompanied with a hard stare at the unsullied before he turned his gaze towards her master. "Is this all of the unsullied? Even the almost trained?" "No, they are not yet ready to be deemed unsullied," her master said. "How many of those are there?" "Some 8,000. One of the masters said disdainfully. "But they are but unwieldy things. Impure. They are not yet ready. 3 mayhaps 4,000 of them will perish before the surviving are truly considered pure." "I understand. But know that my prince will want them too. They are not for sale," her master said with a shake of the head. "The unsullied are our family's prideful work. A butcher does not sell the innards and shit it removes from a carcass amongst the meat to be sold in the butcher's shop. The 1.5 million gold dragons, coins that weigh near twice that much that of your gold marks, is for all of the unsullied. Or we will take the coin and hire sell swords 5 times the number of unsullied in this plaza." Gala Ennis said with a heavy look. "Our campaign in Mir will require many bodies, on land and on sea, and Prince Aegon will want all of the unsullied. He will want no less. They are impure." One of the masters complained to the other masters. "We cannot sell them. My prince will want them all." Gala Ennis insisted hard. Her master quieted down the other masters before her master and the other masters shared silent looks. One of the masters spoke once more. "We will need to discuss this." Her master bid her to shield the foreigners who remained from the harsh, and, for the entire duration her master and the other masters were away, the foreigners were as silent as death itself, only hard and severe looks shared between them. Her master returned with the masters some time later and they did not return alone for more of the unsullied lockstep behind them. Gala Ennis did not change his expression as he spoke. "So you have come to agree?" "Mostly," her master said before another master spoke next. "We will give you all of the ones that are within a few years of being purified. The rest are too impure to be allowed to shame us when you use them against the Mirish." Gala Ennis seemed to think this over before he looked towards the young unsullied who were moving in ranks of 100 towards the far side of the plaza. "Unless you are willing to pay an extra crate of gold for them." One of the masters posed and Gala Ennis looked to meet the good master's eyes. "It will be Prince Aegon's decision." He looked at the unsullied. "These may be enough to satisfy my prince but he will speak for himself." Gala Ennis said before he looked towards the men by the crates and signalled them to come forth. The foreign placed the crates that she thought could crush a man should it fall on top of them, in front of the masters who were pleased greatly by the sight of them. Gala Ennis then looked towards the plaza and gestured at one of the other foreign men. "You should open a space for my prince to arrive. The dragon is a large beast and does not like the smell of people." Gala Ennis said. One of the foreigners unhooked something looked like a rod of a kind, long and thin, yet at the top there was a ball of a kind, a ball that looked to be made of some kind of black clay, mayhaps unpolished steel, but she could not be sure. The foreign man in armor twisted at the bottom and raised the stick high into the air, a queer look that she did not understand. That none of the masters understood. "Wait, he's calm." One of the master's words died in his throat when a bright green light blinded her for a moment, and she heard the sharp noises of spears and swords readied and when her vision returned, it returned with the foreign men surrounded by spears and swords. "What have you done?" her master demanded even though he raised his hand to still the sharp steel edges of the spears and blades. Gala Ennis, and the other foreign men, looked calm under the seeming danger they were in. "We have merely called Prince Aegon to come," Gala Ennis said before he pointed towards the skies and she looked despite herself and the moment she looked, she was greeted with a great show of green light that momentarily turned the sky to bear twin suns, one reddish-brown and the other a violent green. "What is that? How have you done that?" One of the masters wondered and demanded, and she turned to look, and she saw the gleam of greed in his eyes. That is a contraption made by Prince Aegon with some aid of Yetish tradesmen. Gala Ennis said to the master in question. You must have heard that the prince is responsible for Bravasi glass, like the ones your slaves hold on that silver platter. Gala Ennis gestured towards the half-full pitchers and wine glasses. My prince makes many contraptions which may be available for the right price. Gala Ennis finished. Her master shared looks with the other masters. We may be interested, one of the masters said, but she could tell that he had not hidden his curiosities, and then, finally, one of the masters signaled the guards and the Unsullied to bring their swords and spears to heel. Do not surprise us like that again. One of the masters warned dangerously. Of course. Gala Ennis said with a smile. There will be none more. Gala Ennis said as he looked towards the sky, and she looked too, and she marveled at the dying light of the green fire. She'd never seen green fire. Only red and orange, she thought. How low! One of the master's voices was cut short by a bone-rattling roar, a roar that made many jump in fear and shock, yet the greater shock and the greater fear was yet to come when a shadow the size of mountains was cast over them, over the plaza, a shadow that was followed by the form of flesh and scales and the smell of ash and smoke. Wind swept and wind wept as claws the length of spears and claws as thick as the most portly master flashed by her and the others, and when the dragon roared again, her bones felt like they were shaken loose from her very body. Voices rang around her, rife with fear, and no doubt faces strife with terror, yet she made no noise and her legs did not move a single muscle, though her hands and her arms shook like a broken leaf hanging loose from the stem of a branch imperiled under the strongest gale, her eyes fixed on the sight before her, a sight that was dominated by a creature that was as large as the pyramids of Astapor itself, a creature that swept around with its monstrous wings, wings that seemed like they shield the very world from the light of the sun itself, wings that brought the creature low and towards the far side of the walls. The high-born guards that had been on the walls above them, above the platforms, crept away from the sight of horror, the sight of a beast that no man could contend with, that no man or Unsullied, she thought, would want to contend with. And, for the first time, she saw what the color of steel truly was, now, in the presence of this dragon, of this beast, of this monster, clad in armor, angled scales of armor that the dragon bore on its chest and on its neck and on both sides of its draconic head, armor that must be thicker than shields. Its claws, its monstrous claws, wrapped around the width of the walls after it descended, stones crushing underneath its strength and power and weight, and she imagined with awe and fear that steel may well bear as little resistance as stone and rock. Once more the dragon roared, yet, it was not with the vigor and fury as the roars before, but she recognized it still for what it was, a call, a demand, from a master to its slaves, she thought, as she gazed at the massive slitted green eyes that she believed was bigger than the head of an elephant. By now, the vicinity of that side of the wall was vacated by the Unsullied, and, she thought, as she looked towards them, eyes full of shock, eyes full of emotion that she thought they did not have, could not have, and she realized that they too must have felt the demand of the dragon onto their very spirits, as broken as they were. The dragon moved one of its legs down from atop the high walls, walls that there were 10 feet tall, yet to this dragon it was no more than a man-sized step. It placed down one of its wings onto the ground, followed by the other, and soon the dragon, its long serpentine neck slithering as it ambled closer and away from the wall towards them, its green eyes sweeping across the plaza. What is he doing? One of the masters found their voice, and soon the others found theirs too. You have no cause to be fearful, good masters. He is merely making an impression. Gala Ennis said to the masters, and she found the courage to look at the foreign man, and she saw the same hard eyes she'd seen in the other foreign men for the first time. For a moment, those hard eyes had snapped towards her, eyes that then lost their hardness, and she thought there was a faint smile on his face, on this Gala Ennis, this sunset foreigner, but it was gone quick, leaving her to doubt herself. The dragon growled lowly, grasping their attentions once more, and it went low, one of its wings stretching out, and moments later, she saw a man clad in dark-colored armor walk down the beast's wing, and the Sunset Prince, for whom else could this be, walked towards them. And, as the Sunset Prince closed the distance between them, the dragon followed him closely, though slowly, its fleshy wings gnawing at the red sands and its hind claws clawing at the sun-beat sand, and only after a few moments did it stop, yet not once did it take off its green eyes from the back of its master, the Sunset Prince. When the masters made of noises of discontent and shared looks of anger, the dragon seemed displeased with it, for it began to growl, and growl it did with a menacing thrum that was made more obscene when a deathly dark blue light dwelled at the back between the rows of sword-like teeth that shone itself when the scale-like lips of its maw drew back. It quieted down her masters, and the high-born guards slinked away further still. The 100 or so paces the Sunset Prince walked felt like an age. The sounds of clinking armor and the sounds of the low rumble of the dragon melted away the heat of the shimmering sand, and, instead, invoked in her trickles of shivering cold water down her spine as the Sunset Prince approached, and approach he did. There were whispers shared amongst themselves, about the dragon lords of old Valeria, the masters of whom they all spoke the language of, tales that was shared in secret. Tales that spoke of their masters once having masters of their own, masters that called all of the sky and the earth and the rivers their own as easily as the masters called Astapor theirs. And, as she looked upon this sunset prince with skin as pale as the color of fresh milk, and with short hair the color of the finest silver, 2 amethyst jewels crowning a bearded face as though they were the fabled gems stolen from the lost crown of Grazdan's Queen Larizda, mother of Algis, she could understand why the good masters punished such words spoken with flaying and dismemberment. There was something different about these dragon lords, she decided with wonder, and the good masters, who tried and tried to be like them but could never be, she realized, remembered their own lacking and punished others for their lesserness. My prince. Gala Anise said with a deep bow, a bow that the rest of the foreigners followed in doing when the sunset prince went up the steps onto the platform. Sir Gala Anise. Your verdict? The sunset prince only said with piercing look at the man, his voice raw yet firm, and she thought she could hear a distant rumbling when he spoke, the same kind of distant rumbling that the dragon still did, a rumbling she could almost swear she could feel from the sand through her sandals. They are adequate. These are not all of the unsullied, however. Gala Anise said to the prince, and her master, after a sharp word to the high-born guards who remained still in place to follow him, walked a few paces in front of the rest of them, standing opposite the sunset prince. Prince Aegon. Her master said with a forceful smile, and the prince looked towards him, standing a head taller than her master. It is a pleasure to meet one of the last surviving members of the 40. Her master introduced himself and the others before he spoke of the matter at hand. These 15,000, 12,000 pure unsullied and another 3 with some impurities, are here before you. Your gold will buy you this much. Her master said. The sunset prince acknowledged her master before he turned to look at the unsullied. There has been a misunderstanding. When your messenger said I could have all of the unsullied for 1.5 million gold coins, I understood it to mean all of the unsullied. Including the ones that are very impure. The sunset prince then turned to look at her master and then on to the others. Why would you want half-children that have not yet blooded their blades with an infant? One of the masters said indignantly, they will not be useful as these fully trained unsullied will. It would be foolish to want them. Are you calling my prince a fool? Gala Anise growled, and before anyone else could speak, the sunset prince placed an arm on the foreigner. Peace, Sir Gala Anise. They meant no offense. The sunset prince said as he looked towards the good masters. I am sure they are merely worried that I will not come again to buy more of their unsullied should I be disappointed. That is correct, my good prince. One of the masters said. Your campaign in Mir will need the finest of weapons, and these unsullied are finest of all. We will train more and come in a year's time, there shall be thousands more for you to gain, at a price, of course. Her master said, and the sunset prince nodded silently before he looked towards the unsullied. There was a long silence that seemed to crush all other noise, eyes flittering towards the still teeth-bearing dragon who watched them with unnatural intensity. Throw in the unsullied that stand there, the sunset prince said as he gestured towards the unsullied that stood beside the masters. Do that and I will accept. Of course. One of the masters said hastily, as eager as any for the thick tension to go away. I have given you to the sunset prince. He is his master now. Go. Go join the unsullied waiting there. The master said in a growl as he threw the whip on the ground, and the 50 unsullied that had stood guarding the masters left to join their kind at the plaza. The sunset prince looked towards the unsullied for a long moment before he spoke. Very well. It is agreed. The sunset prince said, and she felt as if everyone had collectively taken a breath of relief. The sunset prince gestured the foreign men forward with the crates, and her master gleefully ordered the highborn guards to take the crate back into the city. It is agreed. Her master said as the other masters turned to look hungrily at the crates that were being taken away, and he moved to hand the gold-crusted whip to the sunset prince. The sunset prince took it, his eyes latched onto the faint golden figure of the harpy, before he met her master's gaze. They belong to me now. As surely as that dragon belongs to you, my good prince. Her master agreed, his eyes flickering to the armored dragon with wariness, and a hint of fear showed before he masked it with a winning smile, and the sunset prince only nodded before he went down the steps of the platform, towards the unsullied, and the other foreign men began to pool around at the edges of the platform, particularly those with the shields at their back, their bodies half turned to the plaza below, and some of them began to climb down the steps, though not all the way. Unsullied. The sunset prince bellowed, his voice carrying throughout the plaza as he raised the whip. You have been sold to me. Do you recognize that? The unsullied smacked the bottom of their spears on the sands in acknowledgement. The sunset prince then moved in between the columns, ranks, of unsullied, his head swiveling from one side to the other. The good masters no longer command you. Do you understand that? Once more, all the unsullied smacked the bottom of their spears on the sands in acknowledgement. What is he doing? One of the good masters demanded to know, his face contorting in confusion and a bout of anger. He is making sure they understand, good master. Gala Anise as he stared at the master. I have but one command for you. The sunset prince said as he clenched the whip tightly. Be free, unsullied. She did not have time to think, for the foreign men moved quickly, far too quickly, the shields on their backs removed and whipped to their front, the sharp tangs of swords unsheathed singing across the platform, their sword tips pointed towards them, no, towards her master and the other masters. What is the meaning of this? Her master bellowed as he took a step back, and she too took a step back, towards the sides. At the same time another master called out, screamed out, guards, defend us. Unsullied, defend us. The guards moved but the Unsullied remained still, and she saw the faces of the masters pale into a deathly color as they looked past the foreign soldiers with their strange shields, and she caught where they were looking, and she saw the Sunset Prince in the midst of the ranks, of the columns, of the Unsullied, his sword drawn, pointed at the platforms, pointed, she thought, at the masters. The dragon moved, the ground rumbling as the beast moved, and all heads swiveled towards the dragon as the dragon's serpentine neck turned towards the men who stood at the walls above the platforms. Yet, their heads swiveled once more when the raw and firm voice of the Sunset Prince was heard. Be free, Unsullied, for all time, and slay the good masters, slay their soldiers, slay any man or woman who wears a talker or holds a whip, and free all those bound in chains. Arrows! Arrows! One of the good masters screamed as he stumbled over his feet. Kill them all. Chaos! Blood splattered over her face and on her dress as sword cut flesh and bone and metal, sang with dull thunders and sharp clangs. Chaos delighted as blue flames turned a second sun, molten stone sizzled and flesh and bone were made ash, and ash filled the air. Chaos prospered when spears ran through the bodies of men that wedded the destinies of the Unsullied to the very spears that claimed their lives. And Chaos promised to sing until the light of the next morn, when columns, ranks, of Unsullied marched through molten gates into Astapor proper. You hurt, girl. The voice of another, a voice that was not terrified or begged or cried, cleared her vision, and clarity of mind grew. She drew her eyes away from the backs of the marching Unsullied and towards the voice, and her eyes widened at the sight of a blooded man with his armor tinged with red marks and deep grooves that chipped away the blue paint on the armor. She flinched when the man leaned forward with a blooded gauntlet, and he paused in his motion. I ain't going to hurt you, girl. She recognized the strangely gentle voice. Baelon, it was that foreigner. She took the hand and she was brought her feet in one fell swoop, and she winced slightly. You are hurt then? The man said as he looked her over, and she blinked before she touched her body for any wounds. She shook her head. This one has hurt her ankle in the fall, oh blessed one. Ah, don't call me that crap. The man complained with a sour note and a sour face. There is nothing blessed about me, never mind the shit stains that force you to call other shit stains that 7 damned crap. She was taken aback by the way he was speaking. It was very different to before. The man paused as he eyed her keenly. What is your name, girl? I can't keep calling you girl. This one's name is Zymene. Oh please. She stopped when he raised his hand. Call me Sir Baelon or any other version of my name. Just stop with the slaver honorifics, would ye? Baelon said sourly with a shake of the head before he turned away from her and looked towards the distance. You see that, Zymene? Baelon said, and she looked to where he was looking, and she saw that it was towards the gates. She saw, as she strained with her eyes, a few dozen folk nearing the front gates, folk she realized, were some of the other girls. And, as she looked towards the steps, she saw 2 of the girls and a few of the slave scribes making their way to the front of the gates too, walking alongside a few of the foreigners who seemed to be carrying one of theirs, who looked to be dead, with them. She turned and looked around, and her eyes widened at the sight of the head of her master and the butchered bodies of all of the other masters and highborn guards, and memories flashed in her mind, flashes of swords clashing with swords burying themselves in the stomachs of her former master. Former master. She also saw some of the bodies of the others, amongst them a girl named Odni, who seemed to have died next to one of the masters. A few of the foreigners were here too, though they seemed to be making sure everyone else is dead. Go join them and the few of my men. They'll take you to safety. Baelon said, and she looked back at him in a slow blin. She jumped in fright at the sounds of harsh strange sound that sounded like how the dragon had sounded, her legs almost crumbling from beneath her when the pain of her hurt ankle traveled up, only saved from falling by the strong hands of the man before her. Steady there, go, girl. Zymene. It'll be over soon enough. He said to her as he guided her to the steps, and when she looked to her right, she saw great pillars of smoke rising beyond the walls, where the harbor was. What will be over? She asked, dumbfounded as she looked at this blood-faced man. A smile was on his face, an unsmiling smile, and for the first time, she really begun to understand what was happening, even before he spoke to her. There'll be no more slavers in this city when we're done with it. Everyone will be free. Freedom. She felt a strange stir in her heart, a stir that stirred stronger than ever, akin to a storm brewing in a pot, and her eyes widened at the realization, at the acceptance. So that is what this feeling means. Freedom. Break. Mid to late 112 AC Astapor. Tartar's POV. The seas were awash with floating green fire and burning husks of ships, some still aflame with fires the hues of blues and greens, their oars catching driftwood every 10th stroke as they threaded the narrow passageways towards the shores, the sounds of crackling fire wrestling with the sounds of oars pushing water, with the sounds of distant fighting and distant screams. Tartar's clenched tighter on the hilt of his sword, more out of relief than the tension that he felt. He, and many others, had intensely hated the prince's plan to secure the Unsullied. It was risky. Far too risky. Their prince's life could not be so casually risked. Yet the prince was steadfast despite their protestations, and they had to obey their prince, and the fact the prince was so certain, so sure, in the deception's success, did little to unwrangle the doubt, the first time he'd ever doubted Prince Aegon, from his mind. The risk and the price was too high. Far too high. And what was the point of this retribution if their prince perished? The Unsullied were not men. They were not even regular slaves with wants and needs. They don't even have cocks. He shook his head, calming himself. The prince on his dragon setting the scum's ships aflame had brought a seven-damned tear to his eyes. You magnificent bastard, I'll never doubt you again, my prince, he vowed to himself. He shook his head, the tension in his hand loosening as he turned his head, looking over his shoulder from the place he sat, the seat in between the rowers, looking towards the seemingly endless number of rowboats behind them. He looked away, back towards the front, the anticipation within him growing, and the duty he, and the fellows of the boat and the boats in front of him, were called to carry out now lodging firmly in his mind. The prince had done his part, now it was time for ours. The water splashed as he jumped over the edge of the rowboat, the water warm and the sand feeling fine through his boots as he trudged towards the shore. He looked towards the gate, a gate that was blown asunder by dragon fire, and saw only smoke and dust behind it. Everyone! A voice bellowed, the voice of Randall. Follow me to the first pyramid. He said once the last of their boats arrived. Do as he says. Do not stray. Focus on the mission. Tartered shouted as he began to run and caught up with Randall. Soon enough, their company of 400 made past the ruined gates, their swords drawn as they slowed their pace, but not so much that they endangered the speediness in which they had to operate. It would soon be night, likely less than 3 hours, and they had to be quick and be done with it. They followed Randall, the man who memorized the maps and the streets and the locations of the pyramids like the back of his hand, through the haze of red dust and smoke. The chaos of the city was distracting, slaves and Unsullied and Giscari were having it out. A few times did they intercede on their way to the pyramids, and a few times they had to call the Unsullied off from attacking them, though, for the most part, it was quieter than he expected, at least here. He could hear the fighting was more intense deeper into the city. They arrived at the first pyramid, a pyramid whose outsides were tinged black with dragon fire, and from the looks of it, Prince Aegon had long ago attacked this pyramid. Randall. Guide Krister and his command to the next pyramid. We shouldn't face too much of a problem here. Tartered commanded, and soon enough, he entered the gaping of the pyramid of Naklaus, his sword drawn and his shield up. He could hear men further up, he thought as he looked towards the blinding light at the end of the tunnel. The pyramids were like miniature cities of a kind, with high walls protecting the interior, which had buildings several floors up with massive rooms on each floor. Most had even had gardens, though few, Uthric had said, had anything impressive as the supposed pristine gardens of the Pyramid of Urkaz. They arrived at the other end of the tunnel, and as he thought, they were greeted with a force of, just shy of 100 men. The Unsullied were less so, only 20 of them, whilst the rest seemed to be common slave guards and the remaining seemingly brave Giscari noblemen. Good for them, he thought to himself. Beyond them, as he looked, he saw a few women and older men looking and shouting at them, and he looked away and back at the men. Remember, men, he said as his men broke off into their formations of 4, enough to cover each other's backs. No quarter, no mercy. Frightened dark eyes stared back at him as the piss had gurgled on his blood, the stench of his shit and piss forcing its way into his nostrils, and Tartered scowled as he ripped out his blade, and with one fell swoop, he cut off the man's head before he turned to look at the battlefield and saw that there were few defenders remaining. His eyes glanced over to the men that had fallen, his men, of whom he noted were 3, including young Jared. Bertie! He shouted, and the young man in question turned to look at him, and Tartered gestured to their dead. Yes, sir. Bertie said with a nod. It wouldn't do for their men to be amongst the filth. They'd separate them out and give them proper burials before they took their ashes back to the ships, to be interned in the Hall of Heroes. Let's go. Tartered commanded the rest of his men after he'd ordered a few of his men to remain to guard their exits. They made it through the pyramid, killing everything they saw swiftly and with deaf ears. Men, young and old alike. Women, young and old alike. After he drew out his whetted blade out of an old biddy, he heard a commotion in the room next, and he quickly made his way there. He saw one of his men, one of the younger ones, full of anger, and full of passion, struggling to do the deed as the woman and her child, a boy child that looked to be the age of 7, mayhaps 6, clutched into her arms as she stood against the wall amidst the corpses of likely her family. Her wild, desperate eyes turned towards him, her hysterics, which gnawed at his ears, carried through into her voice as she spoke, in Giscari Valyrian, to him. PP please. Mercy. I beg you, mercy. She wailed as she held on firmly onto her son. PP spare us, PP please. The young man, Sir Brun, turned to look at him, Unsure and uncertain. Tartered sighed before he steeled himself and walked towards the woman, the tip of the blade rising and her hysterics only grew and no weight. Spare high. Her words died in her words after he's pierced through her son and into her chest, the boy having been killed instantly as he'd driven through the spine, though, for the mother, death came slower. He saw her look towards the dead eyes of her son, the light slowly dimming, and Tartered did not know if it was because of how close she was to death or because of the death of her son, but he did not spend time thinking any more on it as he withdrew his sword from out of them, his body swiveling to meet the stricken gaze of the young man. Tartered struck Brun on the cheek with an open palm, stirring him out of his shock. Boy, remember your training. Do not let me find you hesitating again, he growled angrily at the young man. Fool, did he want to be caught out and die like a pig? Aye. He began as his gaze flickered to the dead mother and son. Stop. Tartered growled out and the boy's eyes sharply returned to his and Tartered sighed before he shook his head, his eyes glancing at the dead family for a moment before he looked at Brun again. These people, they cannot be allowed to live. They always fall back into what they remember, what they know, what their ancestors had accomplished. Not a decade after the doom, these people decided to reclaim the Harpy and their Giscari origins as their own. Tartered placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, his eyes boring into the agonized eyes of the younger knight. Pa, the boy's stomach was not lined with thick enough iron. And look what they have done with their freedom from Valeria. Look what they have done to the peoples of this land and beyond. Tartered said grimly. These people were a disease. They could not be allowed the chance to reclaim anything. Never again. His people will have their retribution and the slaves will have their freedom. That was that. Young and old, they must go, Brun, as terrible as it is. Tartered said as he tapped the shoulder of the young knight. Only then, when the weed has been cleared, can the olive tree grow. He said, remembering the saying one of the pretty lasses say during a fun night at the tavern in Corinth. Do you understand? Tartered said as he took his hand off of the knight's shoulder and Brun, after a few conflicting emotions played out on his face, fortified himself and nodded firmly. Good. Now fuck off and make yourself useful. He grumbled and so did the young man leave to join the rest of his fellows. He watched Brun go before he turned his gaze towards the dead people and then to the dead boy and the mother, a heavy look now on his face. May you find peace in the afterlife, whatever that may be. He thought with a hard face before he shook himself and went off, to do the same he ordered Brun to do. It was some time later that they were sure that they'd cleared out the pyramid of all life, save for the freed slaves, most of whom were women and girls whom they had sworn to secrecy, something that they were more than happy to do once they understood what was happening, and the few noble children aged 3 name days or less. These ones would be marked with the same brands as the children born in slavery and put into orphanages to be raised by the people of this city. Their lives would be spared and the taint of their heritage would be forgotten into the annals of history. As it deserved to be. Brun. He said as they arrived at the outside courtyard and the man in question looked at him. Go with the injured men and make sure those children make it back, will ye? He said gruffly and he looked away from the surprised man's eyes as he raised his sword. Everyone else, on me. We still have 6 more pyramids to clean out. He bellowed and soon enough, they made way to the next pyramid, to the next pulling of weeds. Break. Mid to late 112 AC, Astapor. Ochre POV. He gazed down below upon the city from atop one of the pyramids, on one of the many terraces, the largest pyramid on the shore that before this day belonged to the Ulhor family but would now serve as the main stronghold for the prince's forces and people, a city that still had portions dimly aglow, made brighter under the darkness of the clear moonless night. It almost looked peaceful, he thought, as he simply watched. He knew he could not sleep. Not tonight, and mayhaps he would not sleep the next day either. Whether it'll be because of the daunting task that he was given, convinced into, or because of all the blood that was spilled on this city, in this city, he did not know. There you are. He heard from behind him, and he jumped a little in shock before he blinked when he recognized to whom the voice belonged to, and he turned to face her. Zhajnitsi was walking towards him with a torch in hand and he could see the heavy frown adorned on her face. I've been looking for you for ages. He blinked at that. Had it been really so long since I left to take a moment to myself? I lost account of time. He said in a commiserating tone, and for once, she did not have a witty quip at hand, surprising him. She only smiled at him before she looked away, towards the horizon, towards the city proper, and she remained silent as she came to a stop beside him. You know. She began, and he turned to look at her and he saw her wear a strange expression on her face, a face that he thought was an odd mix of contemplation and frowning. I never thought I'd be back in a city like this again. Neither did I. Ochre admitted with a wry note to his voice, and she blinked before she turned to him, and moments later, both of them smiled, struggling to contain their sudden laughs. He wasn't even sure why they were laughing, only that the whole situation was absurd. Yes, that High Valyrian word was the right word to describe their present circumstances. To think how much things have changed in only 5 years, from a slave fearing the mood swings of his master to a free man who is soon to be in a position of power once only beheld by the good masters alone. Yes, it was absurd. And when they learnt why they had not left for Illimaries, the true reason why they were being taught administration, laws, civil institutions, and so much more. To say that they, all hundreds of them, were shocked was putting it severely lightly. They all thought that they were destined for Mir, a distant and unknown city, tasked to administrate the chaos after the sack and likely reformation into a real free city. Not this, he thought as he looked away from her and back to the city. There had been safety in that thought, and Mir was far alike from the cities they all came from, even if there was the terribleness of slavery there. If things went wrong, it was not the end of the world. Not like here. Most of them had been skeptical, and fearful, to tell the truth. He, too, had been fearful. How could he not? He still remembered the whips and the threat of being racked or hanged, or worse, being flayed alive only to die when the rot killed you. He remembered the constant new faces in his master's manor. He remembered the constant flow of people in and out of the city, tens of thousands, he thought, he must have seen, never ever seeing them again. He remembered the dozens of slaves that were displayed within the plaza of punishment days he hated most when he'd been made to go there with his master or his master's family, their weak wails and their begs for mercy and death, their haunted and tortured eyes pleading with him, and he remembered always, the almost every other night smell of burning human flesh beyond the walls of the slave quarters, for his master's manor was not far from the burning site. And returning to a city, a place, that still ruled all of their nightmares? Many were not happy, at all. He was not happy at all. It was only when those like Shajnitsi, Krakez, Shadur, Zernik, and Hasnik had spoken with reason and passion that many of their fears were lessened. He turned to look at her and saw he looking towards the horizon, her expression having softened away from the smile, but there was still a small part of her smile still there, mixed with a look he knew all too well, a glint in her eyes that he'd seen all too often when she was confronted with problems, or chess, the look of unwavering determination to win. Zho was different. Krakez, Shadur, Zernik, and Hasnik were different too, in their own way. A few more others too. For them, fear was not something to allow to overwhelm them. Did we not live with fear all of our lives? Fear under the thin mercy and at the leisure of our tormentors? And do we not now stand here, with the chance to help our long-lost siblings, our lost long children or fathers or mothers, and so many others, finally being able to help them to live free from this fear that made us weak, that we all hated? What is this new fear of ours then, that makes us more fearful than we have ever been when chains had been around our necks? There were many such arguments and counter-words on those days, more and more convinced every day by the bravery of those like Zho, including himself. They cared not that the reason why they were here was because of retribution. The result remained the same. They had the chance to help. Had they not wished someone would help them? Had they not wanted a savior, a parent, a brother, an uncle, someone, to help them when their backs were made wet with blood? Or when they were forced upon? He was shamed to admit that he considered petitioning Prince Aegon with the others to remain behind when they left for the war. Corinth made him become a person, something he'd never felt before. He'd spent so many years hiding and pretending to be a loyal hard-working slave, and when he finally had the opportunity to be more, to be himself in whatever way he chose, the thought of losing all of that was unbearable. More than he even feared death. Yet, he thought as he looked at Zho, such fears did not overwhelm them. You're amazing. She turned to look at him, her eyes slowly blinking before she tilted her head with some amount of amused confusion. I know I'm amazing, but why am I amazing this time? She asked with humor in her voice, the corners of her lips twisting. Ah, curse the harpy, I said it out loud. You're always amazing. He said with a laugh, and a warm smile adorned on his face. She was. She truly was. For a moment, a happy expression flickered on her face, an expression that soon made way with a snort, a forced snort, he thought, before she spoke, her eyes averting away from him, looking towards the city. I'm still not marrying you. He thought he could see a smile dancing at the corners of her lips. He smiled as he spoke, choosing to look at the city too, though. He stepped a little closer to her, the outside of his hand moving to lightly touch hers. I didn't ask. He said with a smile on his voice. Good. She said, but there was little conviction in her voice. He could tell that she was affected a little, but he did not comment on it, nor did he tease her. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling of the back of her hand on his own. You never really truthfully explained how much of a shit city Astapor is. Zho suddenly broke the silence after a very long while of silence, startling him with the suddenness and oddness of her words. Is it that bad? He asked, genuinely curious. He'd only really had Corinth for comparison, and Corinth was definitely not a city. At least he didn't think so. Astapor was at mayhaps 5 or 6 times as large as Corinth had been, at the end. Possible larger too. Tolos is much better looking city. She said with a flat tone to her voice as she looked towards him. Smaller, yes, but much better looking. She said with a grimace as she turned to look at the city. I can't believe these people let this city fall apart, and I could see that much even when the sun had largely gone by the time we got here. It's a lot worse on the side of the city. And near the walls too. He said to her as he looked back at the city. When there is strong winds, there's scarcely anything to be seen more than a few meters in front of you. The red bricks of the city are old and crumbling, and on those days, almost of the freedmen or the masked Giscari nobles. He corrected himself before he continued. Walk until it's cleared. It is said that they build the terraces on the pyramids so to allow trees and gardens to flourish where on the ground they would be smothered by the red dust. She sighed long-sufferingly. You're lucky I've already chosen to be part of the administration of this city. She said in a baleful glance, and he smiled at the act. It's not so bad. He said quietly. There are some parts of this city that are worth it. And now that it'll belong to the people and ancestors whose blood colors its bricks, we can turn into a ruby of a city. He said with a smile in his voice, and she looked towards him surprised. His smile grew, although it is left to be seen if you'll be much help in that dream of mine. She scoffed. Please. She said balefully. We both know that I will help get these city walls built up in no time. She said proudly, and he chuckled quietly. Yes, I think you'll get the job done, he thought to himself. Out of the 500 of their fellows, only 150 would remain in Astapor and its surroundings. The city proper would have only 50 or mayhaps half of their numbers, whilst the rest would be sent to the countryside and the mining towns to take control of them so as to ensure food security and resources. He looked towards the Plaza of Punishment. The plan had been to enlist the help of the Unsullied in guarding the administrators and the workers, something that he knew was assured would be achieved now that the Unsullied have joined the rebellion. Those administrators would have a tall order on their hands, regarding the matters of redistributed lands and making sure the lands are productive. Thankfully, they had the example of Corinth and the texts on West Eros written by the scholars, along with a few non-fighting farmers who have volunteered to aid where they can. He himself, however, along with Zho, had tasks within the city. They'd be part of the Regency Council, and would be aiding in the governance of the city, something that would happen alongside a few of the recently freed Astaporians, though he was not sure who or how that would be accomplished. His primary task, however, was something else. That was the reorganization of housing within the city. With the taking of the pyramids and the manors, along with likely other homes made available thanks to the many other deaths of slave-owning Giscari nobility and freedmen, he had the pleasure of ensuring that the slaves were granted suitable homes. Most of the pyramids were to be untouched, however. 6 pyramids, including the Ozdic pyramid, were to be transformed into civil institutions. A judicial pyramid, a policing pyramid to house the city guard, the tax collectors, the Republican Assembly which was to be housed in the Ozdic pyramid, an orphanage, and a school of learning, open to any of all ages. The other pyramids were to be used at the discretion of the Regency Council and later, the Republic. Though, he mused to himself, it'll be some time before that is to be made into reality. The Regency Council would be preoccupied by their primary objective. To rebuild the city walls, and have the city be functional again. As soon as possible. The walls were particularly of importance to everyone once Prince Aegon reminded them of the perilousness of their situation, even if it all went perfectly, as it largely this day. They were surrounded on all sides. To the north, Yunkai and Mirian. To the south, the ever-watching Izanugis who dreamed of a new empire. To the east, Volantis, who depended greatly and utterly on the slave trade and whom would be absolutely wroth and fearful of what was happening here. And to the east, they had Karth, who are likely to fear the disruption to the slave trade too, as there would be fewer ships coming to their ports as Uti and beyond, did trade in some amount, with the flesh. And, of course, there'd be less Slavers' Bay ships traveling with ill-gotten coin from the sale of people. And, of course, one could not forget the Dothraki Kalassars, whom their enemies, who were plenty, could entice into attacking them, and these crumbling walls would not stop them, not if they were determined, especially not if they were being aided. The good masters did not have any of these natural enemies, even the Dothraki. The other Slaver Bay cities, presently, were rivals but brothers in truth, whilst the other cities and parties were customers. The Dothraki were both suppliers and customers, and so, the good masters had no reason to spend coin to rebuild the walls. Nor was there any population need to, for the vast majority were slaves. Now, however, all of that would change, and the walls needed to change too. I'm glad you're staying, he said truthfully. She had the choice to be involved in Tolos, likely even taking a central position, but she chose Astapor instead. The walls will need a lot of work. And they'd need to start recruiting men for the job soon. He was thankful that Prince Aegon was only taking half of the coin taken from the good masters and the other nobility of the city. Zernek's proposal, a proposal to hire summer Icelanders to address any kind of labor shortage, was brilliant, and the positive responses from Sodabas Coxos and the summer Icelanders that were fighting for Prince Aegon was a relief. Already, it was expected that a few ships were to be sent to the summer islands, particularly Waleno and Ombaru, to spread the message of the need of men to help defend their newly freed cities. He darkly thought that it helped that there are many summer Icelanders in Astapor and in the hinterlands, and that information will be shared with the summer Icelanders in the hopes that their sympathies would deepen. We'll succeed. Zho's voice drew him out from his thoughts, and he looked at her and he saw the same unwavering determination to win spread on her face, an expression that made way for a sly but dark smile. We've got no choice but to now, she said. Break. Mid to late 112 AC Astapor, 4 days after the fall of the Giskari nobility. Uthrik POV. Will this be moved into place on time? Uthrik asked the knight, his eyes stuck to the heaving men who pulled at the ropes and rolled the huge bronze statue on large trunks of wood, most of which had been pulled out from the piers in harbour. Given that there was about 1,000 yards to go, he was doubtful they'd move this large thing into position on time. But, he thought, as he stared at the heaving men, a 400 strong that included both Elamarizians, Unsullied and Astaporians, there was a chance at least. Especially since the wings have already been removed from the statue, shedding much needed weight. Yes, Sir Uthrik. The path ahead is smooth, and by the time of eve, we will have this into the fighting pit like the rest of the statues in time for announcement. Uthrik nodded as he looked back towards the upturned statue, his eyes latching onto the ivory eyes of this creature, the harpy. If dragons were the symbols of old Valyria, then, the harpy was the symbol of old Geese, a symbol of pride, and it was no coincidence that this harpy was located at the center of the Plaza of Pride, the place that proudly showed off peoples as wares, as goods. Symbols matter. He remembered Prince Aegon once tell him. People are a spiritual folk, even those who say they are godless, and the harpy represent the spirit of old Geese. And this where we start to destroy this social system. Uthrik nodded to himself before he glanced at the morning sun and noted it would soon be time for the war council, and he begun to make his journey to the pyramid. He walked on the dusty but familiar main street, the haze of red in the streets which spawned from the dusts and burned red bricks colored the morning light, giving the street, and most other streets, a solemn air, a solemn red air, to match the solemnity of the bloodletting that mostly took place 3 days ago. He looked around, his gaze falling on the slaves, former slaves that pooled together at a shop front, their necks of a lighter hue than that of their skins, a mark, a remembrance, of how long they'd been slaves. They looked tired. And lost, he thought to himself. For most, they had only known a life of slavery. A life of toiling and senseless cruelty. And now, the start of their freedom began. A freedom that must be fought for if they wished to keep it, for they were surrounded by those who hated and feared what they were to stand for. Even once they were done with the rest of these cities, these people would always have to fight to protect their freedoms, even from those amongst themselves. A shadow fell on his face, a shadow that had been birthed from the depths of his spirit from all the years he'd spent in these places. It had eaten at his spirit, at his soul, to smile as he watched the fighting pits when atrocities were committed to the innocent, to the faultless, his face smiling and laughing with the worst of men had to offer, when, inside, he chained himself in a prison, raging and resisting the urge to kill as he kept up the charades, even when children were gorged upon, when mothers had to choose between their children. And, he thought terribly to himself, such things were not the worst of things he'd seen when he dwelled amongst these so-called nobles, these people. He was changed man, he knew, he thought as he looked away from the former slaves and cast his hard eyes forward. Before, when he'd been sent to the free cities, though he'd seen there the ugliness and cruelty of slavery and its corruptive qualities, there was still much to admire and appreciate. He found none of that in Slaver's Bay. He'd seen the most vile and the most dark within the hearts of men in these accursed lands, darkness and vileness that these people did not hide from, not even slightly. And, he thought to himself, he was sure his changes would even make Celis speechless, to know how much he'd changed in just a short few years. One did not return from darkness unchanged, and Uthrik understood that, now. As he made his way up to the pyramid yonder, one of the few that lay in the heart of the city, the pyramid that once belonged to the Ozdik family, a family as dead as every other prominent family in this city in the mad chaos of the city's fall, he walked past a train of crates being carried away to the ships, crates, filled, he knew, with books and tomes and other such things. Lorgan Keller, a disciple of Edwin Hest Atis, was in charge of this whole thing. The prince had long expressed his desires to make sure that knowledge be secured for their people, regardless of the foul hands they once belonged to. He walked up the steps to the gates of the Ozdik pyramid, a place guarded by many of the Unsullied, the top of the pyramid, where large garden terrace once graced but now was taken by Miss Aragorn, and where, even now, he thought as he looked towards the form of the dragon roost, where all in the city could see him, as ably as the harpy once had been seen throughout the city. He'd seen the Unsullied throughout the city, keeping order and aiding with the clearing of bodies from the streets and homes. In the chaos, there was a great deal of bloodletting, not just from the nobility. Mercifully, the huge disparity, 6 formerly chained people to every free man, and the threat of Unsullied and their men, had at least aided and limited the number of freed slaves that had died. And the Unsullied had helped limit any further bloodshed after the eve and the night of the liberation of the city, including the other Unsullied at the barracks who rebelled almost immediately when word and chaos spread. 21,000 unsullied, even if near half were half-trained, were an exceedingly potent way to re-establish control in short order. And after the first night came and went, Prince Aegon had spoken with the unsullied, after he'd gotten to know which of the unsullied spoke for the rest of them, asking them if they could help restore the city to order. That act alone, he thought, had cemented their willingness to work with Prince Aegon. None had ever asked them anything, none had ever wished for them to have thoughts or agency of their own. Though they were made numb with years and decades of consumption of the wine of courage concoction, he'd seen for himself that these unsullied still had the bite of humanity in them once they were given an inch to be more. He shook his head, his memories of the discussions of those strange unsullied years ago shaken away from his mind, and he took to glance to his surroundings once more. Within a day, the city had largely been brought to a kind of stability, though it was still rife with tension 3 days later, as could be expected. With 4,000 cavalrymen sent out upstream the Worm River, led by Sir Murrow, to secure the estates and the farmlands and the towns, they were heavily dependent on the unsullied to fill in the gaps. It was fortunate that the city of Astapor was but 120,000 souls strong, a number that has not dwindled greatly even with the recent purging. Still, the matter was complicated. Something that he knew weighed heavily on the mind of Prince Aegon. Many of the decisions, from the removal of the Giscari noble families from power and their possessions, to the killing of many of the accessory Giscari Uthric had added to the purging list, had come with that in mind, the need to stabilize and fortify Astapor as a foothold into this 7 cursed land. And many more decisions would depend on the choices of these newly freed slaves, unsullied and other alike. And Uthric did not envy the prince in this matter, he thought as he glanced towards the main fighting pit, one that was large enough to host the majority of the city's current population, made at a time when this was a city of 1,000,000 or more, and where many were already gathering, even hours before it was time. Securing this city was only the easiest part of the plan. Now, the hard parts would only begin. Some of it was already begun, with the dispersion of information for the newly freed peoples, of the future that was in store for them: food security, means to earn a pay through labor and skills, housing, and more, though he knew that much more would be needed, especially to retain their newly found freedom. Much of which would be addressed in the announcement this eve. As he got into the pyramid proper, he saw the bodies of their people, 45 or so, their bodies overlain with sheets made of white cloths, with piles of wood stacked up in preparation of the funeral rites. They lost few men in battle, their preparations and his intimate knowledge of the city and its layout had ensured that, yet, the sight of even a single death weighed on all of their souls, he knew. It was something that had to be accepted. Every single one of them were clad in chainmail and armor, and were used to it. They'd been made to train in them and even sleep in them, and the weather of the summer isles aiding in their acclimatizing to the harsh weather of Slaver's Bay. Even if all of their plans and strategies were perfect and went seamlessly, they were to lose men in this campaign of retribution and liberation of theirs. He only hoped that their loss was as few as possible and that as many as possible lived to see their promised land. He made his way through the pyramid, walking past the men and knights, and long after several floors of climbing, did he arrive in the central hall of this pyramid, where he'd once attended on invitation, and he saw Prince Aegon amongst a crowd of men looking towards the carved table of Slaver's Bay. Bobal, the leader of the former gladiators and soon to be commander of the city guard, one of the unsullied commanders, Sir Ethan Celtigar, Sir Tratos, Sir Gaela Keller, and 3 of the soon to be the face of the Regency Council of this city, Krakez, Shedder and Zernik, all of whom were natives to this city, until at least the institutions, as the prince liked to say, were in place and readied for the Republic to be born proper. Something Uthric thought may take years and depended wholly on their success in liberating the other cities in this accursed land. "I hope I am not late," he said with a heavy nod, which was mostly returned to him, though Krakez, Shedder and Zernik offered him warm smiles. Many of the Giscari people he'd brought to Corinth thought very well of him, despite the truth that it was undeserved. Throughout his years-long travels across Slaver's Bay, these men and women were amongst those who had the brightest spark, even if they went through great pains to hide their cunning, their smarts and their understanding of things. They were merely the luckiest, and mayhaps the most obvious, of the peoples he'd seen. He did not choose them because of mercy or because of sympathy. He could not do so, no matter how much he'd wished and yearned for it, else he'd have tried to save the many thousands of slaves he'd seen throughout those terrible years. With great failure. "Nay, you've just arrived in time. We were mostly waiting on your lousy arse anyway," Sir Gaela said in a laugh, grasping his mind away from his dark thoughts. "Although you missed the beginning of the briefing. Prince Aegon not long ago received word from Murrow through the candle. The town of Hashik has been secured. That was good news. Surprising but good news. Riding from Astapor to Hashik was 2 days' hard ride, and that was pushing it, he thought to himself, especially since there was need to secure many more places in between Hashik and Astapor. The estates and the small town of Zaniz, a half-day's ride from Astapor, must have fallen on the next morning of the day they'd taken Astapor. "He's taken the estates and Zaniz quicker than I thought," Uthric stated as he stared at the map with the womanly statuette located where Zaniz was before he looked to the prince. "Bastard's having the time of his life," Gaela said in a scowl as he tapped the map. He's having the men ride hard to secure the estates and the towns. Along the river Worm, there were many estates and towns, many of whom provide food, slaves, and resources. The town of Hashik lay at the twinning of the river Worm, where the majority of the most fertile lands were located. So, it came to no surprise that it was one of the most important places that were needed to be secured. Hashik was also ruled by a family, the Quasar family, and they also controlled much of the farmlands which it is said came into their control not long after the doom when the lands were suddenly without any owners. In a way, the Quasar, even if they were not the wealthiest of families, were considered to be good masters as well, simply due to their strategic resources. Prince Aegon nodded with a thin smile. Sir Muro and the men have exceeded themselves. Sir Muro would split his forces into halves, one half tasked to secure the estates whilst another would ride for Zanese, a town only mayhaps 5,000 with near 4,000 of them slave workers and only a few hundred being slave soldiers. The rest of the town were Giscari minor nobility who owned parcels of land and at times functioned as auxiliary soldiery in the instances of rebellion. And the estates were far more distributed and numbered, but they were also far less defended, and taking them would not take long. Still, they'd encounter such places several orders of magnitude more once they made it to Mirian, which had many estates and towns mostly untouched by the Dothraki surrounding the city, and also particularly upstream the river, especially in the parts around the Izay Pass, which alone hosted the majority of the Mirianese productive lands. The prince continued. He successfully convinced most of the slave soldiers of Zanese to rebel, a decision no doubt made easy at the sight of thousands of cavalrymen, and made short work of the Giscari soldiers and nobles. The prince paused for a moment before he continued. Similar events happened at Hashik. We are fortunate that there are few unsullied in the hinterlands of Astapor. Unsullied were an expensive investment for the lesser-off Giscari nobility in the hinterlands, especially since the availability of other kinds of slave soldiers from Yunkai and Mirian were available and much cheaper in relative terms. And, given that the slave soldiers only had to ensure that other slaves met their quotas in the fields and in the mines, slaves that were largely ill-fed and bred in captivity, there was little need for hardened and greatly skilled unsullied. This discovery of his during his travels, his discoveries into the ways these Giscari thought and worked, had been planned into their strategies. Our losses? Uthric asked, and the prince's expression bore hints of grimness. 8 and 20. Prince Aegon said. He met Uthric's eyes. For all that has been accomplished, it is few, but it is also 8 and 20 too many in my eyes. Prince Aegon said before he looked away and towards the map. Sir Muro has been ordered to take it easier on the men now. The prince continued. Now with the people freed and Quasar family and its vassals having been dispossessed of their land and of most of their lives, Uthric thought to himself. There would only be women and children remaining, he knew. Had there not been as much of a chaos and the freed peoples less filled with the bloodlust spawned from the chaos, the good master families would have survivors. Dispossessed survivors, true, but survivors nonetheless. The fall of the rest of Astapor hinterlands will go much quicker. Prince Aegon said, and they all looked to him as he placed a statuette, a womanly figure with a torch in her hand, a strange symbol the prince had taken to represent places that were liberated. The prince then moved the cavalry statuette and the horse-drawn catapult, a contraption that was the same as catapults but much smaller, that would be drawn by horses, and instead of rocks, it used stable wildfire explosive jars that made short work of gates and even walls, though city walls would need far more than Sir Muro's forces had taken with them away from Hashik and towards the smaller towns and estates to the north side of the twinning river. Those towns and estates were predominantly there for mining. Copper, tin, iron, salt, and all kinds of rocks for pigments were taken from those mountains and hills. Uthric nodded. With and their loyalties? Uthric asked the obvious question. I will go and visit them all with Miss Aragorn once Sir Muro and his men circle back in the next few days. From what Sir Muro said, some of the former slave soldiers could be convinced to have a greater role in the campaigns to come. Prince Aegon said with a small smile, though he did not miss the cold hard eyes. The way the prince said convinced, Uthric understood it to mean several things all at once. Most would likely be convinced by the presence of Miss Aragorn, whilst others were likely to have their loyalties secured by the promise of wealth. Distant wealth. Prince Aegon was adamant that none of the former slave soldiers were to have positions of power in the places they came from. Rather, he intended to promise them wealth and land in other liberated regions of Slavers Bay, and if he could help it, he'd split them apart as much as possible, with only a few notably influential men amongst the soldiery elevated into positions of influence. The unfamiliarity of the new cities and the new lands all was going to aid in limiting the possible political power these soldiers could assemble, according to the prince. And Uthric understood the sentiment. Most kinds of slave soldiers were not that dissimilar to ordinary guards. They were, largely, slaves in name only. They were, without doubt, the best treated slaves in all of Slavers Bay, especially the ones who worked at estates and towns. The prince continued. I have further news to share. The prince said as he looked towards the Unsullied with an incline of the head. Commander Rhaegar has informed us that 2,000 of the Unsullied have volunteered to be part of the city guard to be commanded by Bobal and the Regency Council. Prince Aegon said with a pause and a nod to the old Summer Islander and the Unsullied. a nod that was replicated by everyone except for Uthric as he was startled at that news. Prince Aegon smiled amused at his expression before he continued. The Unsullied have also agreed to support Astapor with another 2,000 of their numbers with retaining control over the hinterlands. They will work with our men and will be coordinated with by the administrators that will be stationed in Hashik. That is good news. Keller spoke up for the first time as he looked towards the prince and then the Unsullied commander, Rhaegar. The faster we permanently secure the farmlands and the estates, the more sure we can be that the work of the administrators will be smoother. Keller added before he looked to Prince Aegon. The food supplies within the city are less than we thought there would be. Keller grimaced. And of poor quality. I've ordered Sir Muro to make sure to keep records of what is stored in the hinterlands. Prince Aegon said, his expression serious as he eyed the map before he eyed the 3 Giscari administrators. It will be amongst your foremost tasks to ensure the food supply is secure. Yes, my prince. Krakus said with a bowed head before he eyed the Unsullied commander Rhaegar. If you could arrange a meeting with the captains of the supporting Unsullied, that would be appreciated. This one will arrange a meeting after this meeting ends. The Unsullied, Commander Rhaegar said in an emotionless voice. Thank you. Krakus said with a respectful nod. I'm sorry but I must ask, Rhaegar. Uthric asked as he glanced between the Unsullied and the prince. Ha ha ha. I knew you would be taken aback by that. Sir Gala Ennis said in an amused grin, a look that was shared by Sir Trataz and Bobal. This one has chosen a permanent name. The bald copper-tanned Unsullied commander said without any emotion on his face, and he realized that the man did not know why Uthric found it so startling. Where in the Seventh Earth did the Unsullied find that name? It was a Valyrian name. Prince Aegon smiled a little as he nodded slightly. I broached the topic of the Unsullied choosing their own names. Permanent names. The commanders agreed and soon all of the Unsullied will have a name that is as theirs as much as their will and bodies are. Uthric nodded slowly. Rhaegar. He thought to himself, still surprised. He'd have to ask the prince another time how exactly that name came to be known to this Unsullied. Now that confusion has been cleared. Prince Aegon said with a certain look towards him, and Uthric grimaced slightly apologetically and the prince smiled briefly before he turned serious as he continued to speak. Our schedule to depart in 8 days remains. The prince said as he glanced around, meeting all of their eyes. We will need to march hard and fast. We cannot expect our presence to be unknown anymore, despite the precautions we have taken. Prince Aegon had with Miss Aragorn burnt down all of the ships they'd blockaded, without regard to whom or where they hailed from, in the harbour alongside the mounted carracks with the Jarbolt scorpions whilst the prince also swept around the city to deny any escaping on horseback. But, some could have, and likely did, slipped out in the evening or in the night. Truthfully, it did not hinder them, if some escaped and warned Yunkai. If anything, it would almost certainly prove useful, if it warned the Yunkai days before they arrived at their walls with an army of 30,000 and a fearsome dragon large enough to eat a horse whole. Plus, their fleet had boarded several ships in the patrolled Astaporian seas, and it would only be a matter of time before one ship managed to escape capture. One of the many scenarios they thought up included the possibility of the Yunkai submitting to Prince Aegon without a battle fought, one that would see them release their slaves and leave behind an empty city of innocents. All that would leave, would be decimation of the remaining inhabitants of the city. That possibility, something that he knew Prince Aegon greatly favored and hoped for. Uthric could not find it within himself to care for the brutality that was planned for these people. Truthfully, he never hated anyone before, not until he met and dined with these people who easily breathed in cruelty as if it was air. They continued the meeting for some time later, discussing the logistics of the Yunkai and Mirian campaigns, along with the consistency of the forces. Their total fighting force now consisted of 12,000 Elamarizians and 16,000 Unsullied, a total force of nearing 30,000 men. It was formidable. Their forces, the Elamarizian forces, broken in units of 100, 10 units of archers, 40 units cavalrymen and mounted archers, 30 knights, 30 units of spearmen and 5 units of engineer soldiery tasked to build and maintain the special carriages and any other siege weaponry, should it ever be needed, with 5 units of the knights remaining behind to guard the Ulhor pyramid where their volunteering people were situated along with supporting the bulk of the fleet and the Unsullied. The knights and spearmen were to be strategically placed amongst the Unsullied forces, if, or mayhaps when, they are confronted with an enemy force that cannot be destroyed with dragon fire. The archers and horsemen would be deployed depending on the circumstances, the terrain, and so on, though they expected the archers would remain rear-located forces supporting the Unsullied, knights and the spearmen whilst the horsemen were expected to be used sparingly in battlefields, if at all, their need largely being to secure the hinterlands of the liberated cities as fast as possible. At most, they long ago decided, they'd be used to break the backs of their downed enemies. If they were quick enough, fast enough in their march to Yunkai, and then to Mirian, they could ensure that they were not drawn into a battle, even if it was largely going to be one with dragon fire. Their numbers were largely more important for the gaining control and sustaining control over Yunkai and Mirian, especially if the way they behave was not in accordance to their battle plans. Conquering is easy. Keeping it is the hardest, Prince Aegon had said, and the fact that the Giscari nobility considered slavery as a fundamental right, to their very identity, made it impossible that they could be made part of the new republics. And, Uthric thought to himself, he would much rather side with the enslaved than he would ever wish to respect these so-called rights. Soon enough, many of the War Council members left, leaving only behind Keller and himself with Prince Aegon. Your reports on the whereabouts of their wealth and treasures has been astoundingly accurate, Prince Aegon said with a smile to Uthric as they walked towards another part of the pyramid, flanked as they were by the prince's guard. We've managed to secure most libraries largely intact, fortunately enough. And we found the wealth and treasures in hidden walls, just in the places you thought they may be. Keller added, and he took a look at the man. He'd seen a few of the good master's libraries, enough to estimate where these people kept their books, and where they may keep other kinds of treasures. Unlike most other parts like Westeros or Bravos, these Giscari kept their treasures at the very top of their pyramids. And he also guessed, from the way the building seemed at the top, less space inside than what seemed should be when viewed on the outside, there were false walls and hidden chambers. A guess that seems to have been right. I take it that was where most of their coin was located. Uthric asked, and Keller took a look at the prince for a moment before he looked back at Uthric, and he was more interested now. That and more, Keller said as he gestured towards the large chamber at the end of the walkway, a walkway that was guarded by half a dozen knights, something that made him quite curious of what could necessitate such security. And when they walked through, he understood why. You moved all of this here? He wondered as he looked upon obscene amounts of gold and silver. How has this pyramid not yet collapsed, he wondered. There were piles upon piles of gold was here, more than he ever. No, this is merely the wealth of the Ozduks. Keller paused before he spoke again. Former wealth. Uthric was stunned. This was one family's wealth? Even during all of his time in Astapor, and the other cities, he'd never seen their wealth. Oh, of course, he knew they were wealthy. That much was obvious to see. Yet, with the way the city seemed, he thought their wealth was nothing spectacular, mayhaps equivalent to Prince Aegon in terms of wealth. But this was ridiculous. There must be millions of gold coins here. I see. Uthric said slowly, still stunned. How are we moving this? He asked, his eyes still on the gold. Carefully, Prince Aegon said, and he turned to look at the prince, who looked almost annoyed. I don't understand them. This can't be safe, Prince Aegon said in answer to his puzzled look at the prince's annoyance. I'm worried if we move any large amount at the same time throughout this pyramid, we may end up collapsing parts of it. I see. And Uthric did really see what the prince meant. It also means, Prince Aegon continued. That is, if the rest of the pyramids are as plentiful, that's one word to describe this. Uthric thought, we'll have to rethink the distribution of the coin. You mean to leave more in the pyramid? Uthric asked. No, I mean to stock some of the accompanying with large amount of coin so as to limit risk. The majority of the ships would not be coming with them to Yunkai. About 50 ships would be coming, but all 50 would be Carracks and the prince's galleon flagship, which were all scorpion mounted. Only Uthric's skill in masking emotion prevented him from raising his eyebrows. You doubt? He left unfinished. Prince Aegon shook his head. I trust my men, our men, with my life. I simply do not wish to expose the wealth that is now in our hands. I aim to deceive the people of this city that the majority of the wealth taking from the good masters is now on the ships to Yunkai. Prince Aegon's gaze bore into Uthric's. We will be away for likely moons, mayhaps more if we are pressured in the west. By then, I expect word of the change of circumstances to be made known to the known world. Prince Aegon looked towards the coin. Word will spread as rumors and sightings and stories are heard at the ports. Corsairs. Uthric said finally. If it was known that the bulk of the taken wealth is on the ships, there may be those who might think they can get away with an attack specifically on the ships. Or worse. Prince Aegon said. I will also be using the Ulhor Pyramid as a base to store a larger portion of the wealth. The Ulhor Pyramid was their base of operations in Slavers Bay. The majority of their volunteers would call that place home for some time, they expected. As long as they were in these lands anyway. If Yunkai and Mirian are anywhere closely as wealthy as the Astaporian slavers were, then we'll have a great deal of gold problems. Prince Aegon said with a grimace, and Uthric let off a laugh. Here we are already bemoaning a problem that many would happily die having, no offense, my prince. Uthric said with a smile. Prince Aegon looked amused for a moment before he looked away from Uthric and back towards the coin. And Uthric looked at the prince for a moment, knowing that the prince was already thinking far into the distance about how to manage problems such as these. He'd still wondered how the prince manages to do it. To think of so many different things, and keep track of it, many of which, he knew, Prince Aegon only kept in his mind until it was needed to be shared. And knowing the present actions and plans that were thought of in mind with consequences and effects and possibilities, almost sometimes to disturbing detail, whatever else he was considering, were likely as detailed as their present plans. The prince once told him many years ago, just before he departed for his mission to make account of Slavers Bay, that their actions in Astapor, Yunkai and Mirian were never going to be limited there, and years later, that was found to be true. Unless they were careless and irresponsible, they would find themselves inevitably dragged into the politics of the region, and why they had to secure the crescent of Illyria Tolos Mirian Yunkai Astapor, if they had any hope of making their retribution have any kind of permanency. And even then, that was not the only thing they were dragged into. Even now, he knew, this campaign of theirs in Slavers Bay was far from the only thing that was and would be happening. Essos, thanks to their ties to Lady Johanna and her desires of a free Liss, another prime example of a long-term plan set in motion many years ago. Volantis was likely going to be a problem, depending on how much of a threat they see in terms of the happenings of Slavers Bay, which by their estimations was an answer of severe. Their plans to limit themselves to the Black Cliffs and Tolos instead marching into Mantares was done in mind in the faint change to delay Volantis from acting out long enough for their plans in Liss, plans that were culminating into fruition soon, to go unhindered as much as possible. A plan that would require them, particularly Prince Aegon, to intercede in defense of Liss many moons from now when the Tyroshi and Mirish attacked, a situation that had so many different possibilities and so many things fraught with danger and threat and failure, that simply thinking of it made one's head spin. He shook his head, blinking away his thoughts as he refocused and asked a question that he was most curious about. Has there been any Valyrian steel found yet? I was wondering when you'd ask. Prince Aegon said with a smile. Uthric knew Prince Aegon's interests in the legacies of old Valyria, whether that may be tomes or more worldly things like Valyrian steel. We found several spears with Valyrian steel spearheads and over 3 dozen Valyrian steel daggers and thrice that number in trinkets and jewelry. They've been taken on board the flagship. Uthric whistled at that. And you've yet to find all of the locations of the treasures. Yes. Keller said we expect to find similar amounts in the rest of the pyramids. Uthric nodded before he eyed the prince once more. Will you reforge them? He asked curiously. No. Prince Aegon said with a shake of the head. I have something else in mind for them. Uthric was curious, but the firm look in the prince's expression made him keep his questions. Soon enough, he departed from the prince's presence, making his way towards Sir Galaenis and the other men at the fighting pits. He found them with some of the gladiators sparring, seemingly greatly enjoying their bouts. Some of the gladiators had requested that they join the campaign, an easy decision to make, all things considered. The gladiators, particularly the captured former soldiers by the Dothraki, of which there were not many, about 5 and 10, were useful beyond their arms. Many of them had been to places in Mirian and Yunkai, and likely knew other gladiators too there. Convincing as many of them to join in the wars would be good boon to their forces. Noon made way for afternoon and then evening in quick orders, the time having arrived for Prince Aegon's announcement, and he found himself standing at the first row of the fighting pit. He marvelled at the sight in front of him, every row filled to the brim with the Astaporians, and he thought to himself that there was certainly more than the 80,000 capacity this fighting pit was said to have. The fighting pit itself was 350 across, with rows of seats built almost vertically, with the fighting pit itself, many, many feet below the surface ground. Only the top half, mayhaps less, extended above the surface ground. This fighting pit, he thought as he turned to look at the gathered bronze harpy statues, a near mountain of it, was the only fighting pit that could fit this many people into it, and it was the only place where it could be assured that the prince would be heard by all. Say what you will about the Giscari predecessors in the many centuries before, they knew how to build well. The sounds that could be heard from the fighting pit were clearer than one could expect, as much he loathed to remember. A roar dominated the buzzing crowd, who, long after the roar ended, quieted down, in awe as they were at the sight of Miss Aragorn gliding down towards closer to the edge of the fighting pit, away from the mountains of harpy statues. And, as the claws of Miss Aragorn touched ground, a roar of cheers sprang loose, a roar of cheers that was made louder when Prince Aegon walked down Miss Aragorn's wing and walked closer to the center before he came to a stop and looked around, wearing his armor as he was. The square slowly quieted down and the prince began to speak. I am Aegon Targaryen. Aegon bellowed, his voice echoing in the fighting pit with strange clarity and strength, the quietness of the crowd deafening. The man who led the men of Ilmaris and the Unsullied and cast down the foul good masters. This caused a rupture to form, the quietness that ate away at the crowd broken as chants of Aegon. Praise Aegon! 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 Tore through the fighting pit until another sound, a great growl from Miss Aragorn, that all felt and heard, made the crowd cease and quiet down once more. You praise me, Prince Aegon said as he raised his arms, slowly turning around as he recaptured their attentions. You thank me. Prince Aegon then lowered his arms. Do not thank me. I am not your savior. Prince Aegon bellowed before he turned his hand towards the contingent of their men. We are not your saviors. Uthric could tell there was some confusion amongst the crowd, unsure confusion, and mayhaps some anger too, anger that may stem from a queer sense of betrayal. The prince continued. Saviors are stories that we tell ourselves. Stories that we want to be true. the prince said before he pointed towards the cast-down harpies. This is not a story, people of Astapor. I am but a man. Only a free man. The men and the unsullied who fought with me, are only free men too. The prince said in a loud powerful voice, and now Ethric could see that the crowd were enraptured, keenly interested where the prince was going with this. Just like you are, who now are free and now have choices once always denied to you. The prince bellowed with a wave of the hand, and this garnered great enthusiasm and excitement amongst the crowd. Yet they quieted once more when the prince's voice was again heard. And this freedom will earn you a great many enemies, enemies who hate the very idea of your freedom. This caused worried murmurs to ring around. No doubt, did many of them think of the future, and what it meant for them. Prince Aegon of it, only forced to the front of their minds. From New Ghis to Yunkai and Mirian. From Karth all the way to the other side to Volantis and beyond, there are those who will conspire to destroy you and put you back on chains. This caused the worried murmurs to grow, the depth of the problems they face sinking into their very bones, though, before panic could spread, Prince Aegon once more, his voice seemingly making the rest of their murmurs die down. Do you know why? Prince Aegon only bellowed, and it was a bellow that echoed fiercely and strongly, the deathly quietness that followed akin to that of a breath that was held firmly in one's chest. Because they fear you. Prince Aegon bellowed once more, the fierceness with which he spoke somehow sinking into his very words. Prince Aegon continued. They fear what you represent. They fear what you can accomplish. They fear what you can do with just the right men helping you keep your freedom. The prince rattled with furious bellows, his words fired like waves of arrows upon a battlefield, and Ethric could feel the crowd stirring, the concern and worry so readily displayed only moments ago making way for assuredness, for agreement with the words spoken with strength and conviction. And that is why I am speaking to you now, here. The prince spoke in a quieter bellow, yet there was firmness in his voice. To ask you questions that must be answered. Prince Aegon said as he spun from the same spot, his arms aloft, seeming as if he was meeting eyes of every man, of every woman, of every child presently here. Will you let them destroy you, I ask you? Will you let them take your freedom, I ask you? Will you let them chain you again, I ask you? Will you give up the right to make choices again, I ask you? The prince's bellows rattled out of his mouth, every sentence spoken, sharper, and more furious than the last, and the crowd felt every word and every sentence spoken, stronger and stronger after one sentence finished after the other, rising from their seats, rising in voice, rising in conviction, and the last sentence that had been spoken was akin to a thunderclap that was followed by a hailstorm of deafening roars that drowned the fighting pit. No. Never. No. Never. Voices that exclaimed no and never were drowned as the majority of the crowd roared in a frenzied craze. Stamps shook the foundations of the fighting pit and flailing arms among twisted faces drowned his sight, though, it was yet to truly erupt. No. That only came when Miss Aragorn let off a torrent of blue flame towards the downed statues of harpies, a symbolism that was quickly understood by those present, burning and melting the bronze statues into muddled puddles amongst glassed sand. Down with the harpy! Down with the harpy! Ethric would be worried for Prince Aegon, he thought as the temperature rose noticeably in the wake of the molten bronze, had he not been aware that the prince was capable of coming out unscathed from amongst flames and fire. Somehow, the frenzy quieted down as the prince began to speak, men and women amongst the crowd forcing the others to regain the minds so that they can listen once more. It is good you say no. It is good you deny the harpy. Have no doubt, you will need to be strong. Freedom is not a right, it is something that must be protected. Always. And the way your freedoms are protected are to defeat those who seek to chain you. And I, and the free men who fight with me will help you. But Prince Aegon paused as he raised his hand once more. I must ask for your aid against the enemies we now share. Yunkai. Mirian. And beyond. Will you pledge to me that you will share your strength so that no more chains shall rattle in Slaver's Bay? Prince Aegon bellows as he swept his hand across in a fury. I pledge. Resounded in a series of deafening roars. Will you pledge to me that you will stay true and deny the harpy and its foul ways? I pledge. Will you pledge to me that you will rise and pick up a hammer, a tool, or a spear if it must be needed? I pledge. Prince Aegon then walked towards Miss Aragorn, who angled his wing to allow the prince to climb on him, and when Prince Aegon was atop of Miss Aragorn, he drew his sword, and in that moment, Ethric thought, more than every moment before, did Prince Aegon look like the man who make even the gods follow into battle. And I pledge to you, people of Astapor, that I will not abandon you to those who would seek to destroy you. I pledge to you, people of Astapor, that I am not your conqueror but a friend and a defender of your freedom. I pledge to you that if I must, I will melt every chain with dragon fire and reforge them into weapons of destiny with the flames of liberty. I pledge to you that if you stay strong, that we will bring the dawn on the harbours of terror. I pledge to you that if you follow me to this journey to the new dawn, that no more shall others rise on the back of the suffering in this Liberty Bay. Maggie Sagatits, 7 damned, I love it when the prince makes a speech. This one is his best yet. Baelon said with a half-roar, contending as he was with near enough all other voices who were sizzling to erupt out once more in a frenzy, their desire to keep hearing Prince Aegon speak, the only thing that kept them from rioting in a craze. And, at this point, Uthric thought to himself, he did not think there were many that did not feel the same impulse as the rest of the crowd did. Not even himself was immune to the madness the prince was inspiring. And it was madness, Uthric thought with a moment of clarity. This was beyond what was agreed, beyond what was talked about. I pledge to you that if you stay true, that I will aid you to see a new glorious dawn that never ends. Prince Aegon bellowed as he swept his hand across before he finished with what say you. The sky rumbled and thundered with an explosion of sound, of voices, of frenzy. New dawn. They chanted. Freedom. They cried. Freedom for all. They roared. New dawn. They cheered. Liberty to all. They promised. Dawn. They thundered. Bring the dawn. They sang. 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 And so, they sang long into the eve, then into the night, for hours and hours since, and only when the first promise, the first lights came, the warmth and glory of the morning sun touching on their skin, did they stop their singing. For they, Uthric thought to himself, were finally content. For in their eyes, they sang the dawn into the world. Chapter 25. Tradu, love the review. There will be reaction POVs throughout the next parts of the story, smiley face, Uzushiro, gracias, love Google Translate, LMAO. 1. Yes, it was rough, I hope so too, strange thing to say about a character you're writing but Uthric is a favorite of mine, and what Aegon is asking of his butcherman is brutal too. All kinds of terrible things. PARI 34161, asking for spoilers there. I can unequivocally say though that Aegon, or his children, won't be fighting against family. Lord Darkness 89, winky face, end of the glory. Personally I think there is probably a great many stories like this, most of which are forgotten in the annals of history. One of the greatest however that is remembered, is of course Alexander the Great. If even half of his speeches and his treatment of his men was true, then that was the kind of leader and inspiration that I would have loved to pick up a sword for. Cold Blue 2015, read the last point. Winky face, Jace God, haha, thanks. I watch YouTube vids of great speeches on repeat to get the feels and write whilst the feeling lingers. Bordasp 13, for sure, there is no justification. Not really. But ultimately, it happens, and unfortunately, cold calculus is brutal. Always has been, always will be. We are quite terrible beings, we are, and ASOIAF is in a world that is a mirror of our own history, and Martin's bleak opinion of humanity. I wish it wasn't so. 6 Lock 2 OSA, thank you for your review. I am honored that I am in your favorites. I don't think I'll write a AGOT era SIFIC, it'd be so exhausting, lol, and there are so many already. I like being a bit unconventional. Pansan the Panda, you're 7 name days old, Aegon. Why haven't you taken Andalos in the name of the 7 yet? Horizont XY, his people definitely believe that. The Summer Icelanders probably do as well to some extent. More will know as more information about him is revealed. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 112 AC Elamaries. Castoris POV. Shouts of heave and pull and push and last blocks rang around him in the quarry, his eyes surveying all around him. Compared to the stone, granite quarries, this marble quarry was largely untouched in comparison as he eyed the less than a moon old scaffoldings before he turned to eye the huge iron wedge-like tool that was half as tall as a man, a tool the builders and scholars had come up with. Many of the quarries were as virgin as the made, and so they needed to cut into the ground and make very large holes in valley-like areas so that it was easier to work around. With dragons around, one of these scholars had the bright idea to use the dragons carry the iron wedge to the site at the end of a very thick and strong rope, and men would hammer the iron wedge into place before unhooking the rope and then hammering it into the ground and chipping large blocks of stone or granite or marble, speeding up the quarries and producing. He and brothers did this a few times a week, more if there was time and the dragons were not tired, though he did more than his brother did. Only really because Gaelathox preferred this than carrying stone blocks to the riverboats, which they did to double or triple the amount of stone that was being transported to the city ground. Plus, creating a kind of road towards the river was rather important, and creating a channel that directly led to the river was what they trying to do at the same time. There was even a larger wedge that only Liz Maria was strong enough to carry in place, so Mother sometimes also helped with the chipping off larger blocks. To be truthful, if Mother wasn't so busy with managing the colony and caring for his younger siblings, he could her helping out a lot more. Their dragons helped save a lot of time and it increased the rate of building of their home. He eyed the scaffoldings, of which there were 6 now. The miners had only been here a moon, and with their dragons, they'd already created a small valley-like area. It was a good thing that marble was a softer type of rock than granite. It was a good thing that marble was a lot softer than granite or the stone quarries. He heard a soft growl and he turned his head towards the noise and he saw Shrikos, who was 50 feet from him, and Galathox, his thick black and grey hedgehog-like horned head raised slightly, growling at one of the men who got too close to the tempestuous dragon as he tested the strength of the line that connected the net. Valar patted the scales of his dragon in almost a scolding way and he smiled wryly when he saw Shrikos huff before he laid down his draconic head onto the ground, though, his eyes followed the fearful man who'd backtracked a lot and was scuffed across the head by one of the quarry overseers. He didn't need to hear what the overseer was saying. The man. It was well known that Shrikos was not a friendly dragon like his mother's dragon Lismaria, which can stand to be around people with no real problems. Though it mostly because the bond between mother and Lismaria was very strong and the dragon was not young anymore like his and his siblings' dragons were. His eyes veered towards the net nearby Shrikos, which was being loaded up with a large wooden crate filled with blocks of marble stones. The crate was heavy, very heavy, about 4 times the weight of a strong man, and it was about the limit that their dragons could controllably and comfortably carry towards the river, which was about 1/5 of a league westward. And the dragons couldn't do it more than 2 or 3 dozen times a day, nor could they do it 2 days in a row. Well, excepting Tyraxes, who could carry a crate thrice the weight of a man. The dragons grew tired and hungry and irritated by the labor, so they had to make sure they had a new easy flight and hunt every other day. None of the brothers really minded that at all. It was great. They got to see so much of Illimaris, from the jungles over the mountains in the east, to the teal coasts by the white sand beaches on the eastern northern side of the land. Hopefully he could get to fly to Draconis and to the 7 Ladies soon, when Admiral Bryce was going to take some of the silk weavers to scout the island's ideal locations to have another silkworm colony going there. My Prince Castoris heard and he turned towards the call and he saw the tired silver-haired man named Corlin in cloths caked in powdery stone. Yes, Corlin? Castoris asked curiously. He was a man that used to have a shop in Corinth that cut and shaped gemstones and diamond into jewelry. For now, he was overseeing and working in the marble quarry until the city had finished its 2nd phase in 2 years' time. A lot of people were having to do new kinds of jobs, a lot of being dirty and hard work. But, it was working quite well, especially since everyone had a role to play in getting their city built. It also helped that everyone knew what their payment would be once the jobs were done, on top of earning good wages for their current jobs. Those who made and wanted to make a living in the city would have their shops built along with their homes, along with one-off payment of coin, whilst those who wanted to farm would have 200 acres with the promise they could increase their lands provided they worked for it by laboring to build the city for a longer period. Those who wished to remain in the city and their business, also had this option to extend their laboring period, but for them, the exchange would be a larger one-off payment of coin. The farmers, the ones who already had been given their allotment and were producing food, were also granted a choice, to increase their allotment in exchange for labor or a longer duration of selling their crops at a reduced pricing. As it was at the moment, their family was paying the farmers for their produce, paying for the food their people had at no cost to them. Although, for now, the majority of the wages were being deferred until the city had finished phase 2, when the sewage system, bathhouses, latrines, 12 to 14,000 homes, the city hall and so on, were completed. The incentives that father, mother, and the council came up with was working very well, where even knights were more than happy to do a laborer's work, knowing that they were going to receive more lands and coin than they'd ever expected if they were still in West Eros. At least that was what the few older knights had said. He supposed that it also helped, a lot, that Illimaris was seen as a special place, the promised lands that they were guided to by the father of all, the one who brought the 7, with mother and father seen as the shepherds of their people. Though, he wondered how much their family would have left from their vault, which contained all of the wealth of Corinth excepting what father had taken with him to war. There were millions gold and silver coins stored in their home. Later, when phase 2 was finished, they'd increase in getting more of the roads, lighthouses, and even a few villages, a bit further downstream closer to the mouth of the river, built, and they'd have to offer more incentives, or larger pay, to get it all done. He knew that father knew that they would be burning through a lot of coin in getting the colony up and running, and he expected it was part of the reason, a small part, of why he was fighting in Slavers Bay. He wasn't worried though. Mother and Edwin were keeping a close eye to the ledgers, and it wasn't as if they couldn't make up for it by just selling land, since all of Illimaris belonged to their family anyway. The last cuts of the blocks are taking a little longer than expected, Corlin said, drawing Castoris out of his thoughts, and he looked towards the sun and saw that the sun was going to set in no more than 2 hours from now. Getting the crate to the riverboat wouldn't be an issue, for the journey was not more than 1/6 of an hour, nor would the flight back to the city ground take long, but for these people, the journey back would take several hours on riverboat. He turned back towards the man. I can take whatever is available now, Castoris said to the tired man, not wanting the men to journey in the dark. As long as the blocks can fit in the crates, it'll be fine. They'll find a use for the odd-shaped blocks, I'm sure, Castoris said with a sure nod. He'd seen the design of the September There'd be a lot of shaping of stone to be done to get those arches and those carvings made. Corvin smiled and bowed his head towards Castares. Thank you, good prince. Not long after the man began to order the men to get the stones loaded into the crates, Valar and Shrikos took flight, grey wings storming up a small white dust cloud in the process, claws firmly gripping onto the hook-like ends of the net, and he could see the dragon being more forceful in the use of its wing muscles. He eyed the dragon and his brother until and after they disappeared beyond his sight. Their dragons had gotten stronger over the past 6 or 7 moons. Before, they could only do a dozen trips and with lighter crates. Now, though it wasn't quite twice the weight, it was near enough 1.5 times that weight, and twice or thrice the amount of trips they could do compared to the beginning. It was amazing to see how strong they were getting. And, if Polaris and the Dragon Keepers were right, their dragons were also growing faster than they had been before. And he could believe it. After all, he thought Galathox was growing quicker, but initially, he thought mayhaps it was because his dragon was maturing. Mayhaps it was a combination of both. Truthfully, this whole thing was proving to be a boon beyond his expectations. From wanting to be important and useful to the building of their lands and their people, only to find that his efforts were being rewarded by Galathox growing faster and stronger than before. It was like the gods were pleased and were thusly rewarding them for it. It was great, and mayhaps, in a year's time, they'd even double or triple the weights of the crates they were carrying, increasing the building of Illimaris further. Polaris was keeping an eye on all of the dragon's growth rate in his journal, and he smiled a little wryly at the thought of Polaris' journal, and that of his own and that of Valar's. Father's journal writing and journal keeping had inspired them to keep their own journals too, although Valar's journal was more of a picture book full of maps and scribblings in comparison to his Polaris' more precise writings. A little while later, Galathox's serpentine neck craned towards the men. Some of his neck scales looked like polished gold as some of them gleamed when the sun hit those scales at a certain angle, traces of impatience and annoyance creeping through their bond. Calm. Castares murmured as he patted his dragon's scales. Galathox was not as tempestuous as Shrikos, but he too had his limits, and when his dragon was really irritated or angered, he could be difficult to calm. Galathox craned his serpentine neck more and met Castares' gaze with his slitted rose-colored eye, a color that matched his belly and his wings. Won't be long before we're back home. Last lift today. Castares said to his dragon, and his dragon huffed, small embers of gold exiting his nose, before he craned his neck away and wearily watched the men put the crate into the net, and Castares snorted lightly at the act. Galathox was not a dragon that liked to be overly active, not like Shrikos, although it seemed like Valar's dragon was more the exception than the rule, given that Tyrax's was as mellow as Galathox was, and he knew that if it wasn't the bond that they shared, Galathox would be a lot more difficult to get to do things. Soon enough, the crate was secured in the net and he guided Galathox, through the bond and through his hands on his scales, to the net. Galathox knew what to do, and he huddled over the net as he walked on his claws and hind legs before the claws on his hind legs found purchase on the hook-like ends of the net. Galathox growled lowly before he extended out his wings, a wingspan of more than 40 feet wide, and began to beat his wings. Gusts of wind were wrought and dusts were sent away as Galathox beat and beat his wings, until they were airborne. When they were dozens of feet above the ground, the number of beats lessened to a more stable rhythmic amount, and he felt Galathox more at ease as they continued at a pace and strength that he liked. The climb was always the most tiring part of a dragon's flight. Once they were airborne, they were as comfortable as they were as if they were roosting on land. As they flew towards the river, he turned his gaze towards his left, towards the south of Illimaris. These parts of the lands were mountainous, though, not far in the distance, in the valleys that one could just about see this far high, you could see thousands of acres of trees that stretched far into the horizon. He and his brothers had flown around there, noticing those trees were more alike to the red trees found further north, but when one went beyond the small range of mountains to their immediate south, towards the stretch, the lands turned wetter and were like the jungles on the western coast of Illimaris on the other side of the mountains. That was the farthest they'd been, though. He knew the scouts and the cartographers had gone further than that, who explained that the jungles got very dense some 500 leagues southwards, some 5 leagues further southwest from the ends of the river. There was another mountain range beyond that dense jungle too, a mountain range said to wall off eastern Illimaris from the rest of the continent. Much of Illimaris was mountainous, very mountainous, but it seemed their city and the western side of the lands were likely going to be lands that were going to be settled the most in the centuries to come, and it wouldn't surprise him if the islands, particularly Draconis, would have more people than there would be in the interior of the lands. To be truthful, he thought it would take a long time before the southern lands were explored properly. Illimaris was a big land. It took many weeks for Admiral to complete a whole journey around the lands. From what the men were saying, they believed Illimaris be 5 or 6 times as large as Yahala, maybe more than that. Soon enough, he was at the camp at the banks of the river where there were 4 riverboats waiting, one already filled and another to be loaded with the 2 waiting on the men to return from the quarry, Shrikos not far away from the men. He guided Galathox to land not far from the Bangkon. The crate made a thump as Galathox carefully placed it down whilst he was still beating his wings, and moments later, his dragon touched down onto the ground fully, and he guided Gaelithox towards where Shrikos was resting some 100 feet away from the men. His brother was on the ground too, likely having been stretching out his legs, and after Gaelithox furled into himself not far from Shrikos, he climbed down from his dragon's back and walked towards Valar. He eyed Shrikos curiously before he looked towards his younger brother. How long does he need to rest? He asked Valar. They each made 31 trips like this today, and each time, the dragons needed a little longer to get their strength back before they traveled the longer distance back to the city ground. I think Gaelithox could do with a bit of rest as well. He added as he glanced at his dragon who had snaked around itself, his eyes closed. He could feel his dragon being tired, but not overly so. Usually when he'd tired out his dragon too much, he could feel it. Now, even as he looked asleep, he was far from feeling like that. Valar turned to look at Shrikos, a considering look on his almost 12-name-day-old face. His brother was growing taller each day, catching up on him and Polaris. There was only 10 moons difference in age between them. Mayhaps half an hour. Valar considered before he turned to look towards the sun. We should still make it up before night. Valar said before he eyed Gaelithox, though mayhaps we need more time with the way Gaelithox is at rest. He's fine. Casterys said wryly. You know how he can be. Gaelithox wasn't a lazy dragon, but he was definitely preferred to take it easy, unlike Shrikos. Valar laughed before he grinned. Yeah, I know. Valar said before he dropped down to the ground and leaned back on his arms. We might as well also rest. I'll go speak with the men first. Casterys answered as he began to walk away. At least to them know that they can go as soon as the crate is loaded. No riverboat went alone, if they could help it, especially around these parts where the river was a bit more dangerous compared to the river by the city ground. If one of the riverboats sank, there'd be another one to pick up the men. The riverboats were not exactly the best built ships, and they were more used to building wider and much larger ships, mostly only to be able to bear a load and carry men and goods, so they were being cautious for now. He spoke the men for a little while and watched as 2 of the riverboats left to back to the city ground whilst the 2 others remained. He wondered if they'd come across the last riverboats of the day from the stone quarries that were much nearer to the city ground. Polaris was at the Lindos quarry, one of the most productive quarries, even without the aid of Tyraxes, which was only 3 leagues from the city ground and close to the river too. Usually they worked together at a mine, but with things progressing very well and very quickly, they wanted to begin gathering the materials for the September of Illumaries and other important buildings. He returned to his brother and their dragons and saw Valar staring up at the sky as he laid on his back. He had a strange thinking look on his face, the same one that he knew his brother had when he was bothered by something. What's bothering you? Casterys asked as he sat down beside his brother. Not bothering. Valar said with a shake of the head. Just thinking. He said with a glance towards Casterys from the corner of his eyes. Casterys hummed as he eyed his brother curiously. He didn't push, and instead, he leaned back on his arms, his eyes turning towards the sunset. It was beautiful here. Quiet too. To be honest, much of Illumaries is quiet. Only really when one went towards the coasts where lizard-lion-like creatures and large skinny birds with colorful feathers and strange large furless beavers dwelled was there much animal life. It didn't used to be like that, from what Admiral Bryce and the first settlers had said. During the night and sunset, the forests and the land seemed to come alive with noises from animals and the like. Birds bigger than men. Strange lions and strange bears. Nothing like that was heard nowadays at the city ground, or even in the farms at the edges of civilization. Though he figured that was mostly because of the rangers and the hunters who still managed to bring back everyday new pelts and meat. He wondered what kinds of beasts and mysteries existed beyond the areas they claimed and made their own. To be truthful, it was something that excited him. Valar might be the most adventurous amongst them, although he couldn't be sure that status would remain given that Solanis and Bryaneai were growing up to be little troublemakers themselves, but there was a streak of adventure in Casterys too. He wanted to learn everything there was to learn about Illumaries. Why it's so quiet. Why the gods had found it fit to leave it untouched for their people to find it. He looked away from the sunset and towards the river. When father was back, he'd ask if he could spend some time away to explore Illumaries with his brothers. They remained quiet for some time as they sat by each other, quietness that was broken after Valar spoke up. I was just thinking. He trailed off and Casterys turned to look at his brother, who now bore a frown on his face. Do you think I'll be the one to marry Valaena? The question surprised Casterys. It would be many years before they had to think about that. I don't know. Casterys admitted. They knew that one of him, Polaris or Valar, were going to marry Valaena, though the girl was only 8 name days at the moment, younger as she was by 4 and 5 name days. Why are you thinking about that? Casterys questioned curiously. Valar turned his head towards Casterys. I was just thinking about the future, and the thought passed through my mind. Valar said with a shrug. He continued, and well, I realized that you definitely won't marry Valaena. Valar said with a heavy frown. You're the heir, the future Archon and head of our house. Father had explained his plans for Illimaries and their family to the brothers, and the rest of their people knew of it too. He knew that people were disappointed that father wasn't going to be king, although most people still thought of him like that, and mother the queen too, but he also knew that once things were established, people would get used to it. His brothers were already used to the idea of being part of a kind of Dragon Lord Council that was only of their family, with people like Edwin and Sir Cedric helping their family rule like they were now. Valar continued, your marriage will be important to Illimaries, and I think father has something in mind for you. Casterys had thought about it. Who he'd marry? It was part of their duty, to marry as their parents wished. He knew that Brynei was someone he could be made to marry. He furrowed his nose slightly at the thought. Whilst she was not their sister, they all saw her as their sister, and not their cousin. It would be strange, to marry her, and stranger still, to marry Rena. He couldn't imagine it. Though father never spoke of it, he knew that their family has strange ways where they married siblings to each other. Their whole family line, his grandparents on one side being the siblings of his mother and then the other side being the parents of the other side and his mother, was confusing. Father wouldn't want me to marry someone from Westeros. Not unless it was one of our cousins. Casterys said finally. Valar hummed and nodded after a moment. Father doesn't like the nobles there. Valar agreed. But I think father does want a connection beyond Illimaries, so it wouldn't surprise me if he considered that as a reason to marry you to some lord's daughter. Valar added. Mayhaps. Casterys remarked as he thought about it. Or he could marry me to a daughter from a SSC wealthy family. A family who can give us something we might need. Like people, he mused to himself. Illimaries was very big, and as much progress as they were making, they definitely more people to come. Mayhaps. Valar conceded, but anyway Valar waved it away, so that means it's either me or Polaris, and I think it's probably wise marrying Brynei to Polaris. You say that because you don't think you have the patience to deal with Brynei? Casterys said wryly, and Valar. Brynei was like a fiery storm, active and demanding and very sure of herself, which was funny to see a 7-name-day-old little girl to be, but yes, he could see that being difficult if she was a woman. Valar said seriously before he eyed Casterys. I think Polaris definitely has the patience for Brynei if she gets worse than she already is. Valar paused for a moment, and I think I wouldn't really love her. If we were forced to marry. How would you know that? Casterys asked with raised eyebrows. Mother always says that love is something that grows. Casterys looked away from his brother and looked towards the sleeping Galathox. If you're against it now, you'll just salt the earth before anything ever grows in it. Valar made a noise of frustration and then he clicked his tongue before he sighed. Mayhaps. Valar conceded, and they went quiet for a long little while. And you think you would be better suited to Valaena? Casterys asked, ending the silence. Mayhaps. Valar said with a shrug. I do think it would be better. If I was forced to choose. Valar remarked. Casterys shook his head and he looked towards the sun one more time before he spoke up. Anyway, he said as he got up and he extended out his hand to his brother. Time to go. Valar made a face before he took the hand and got to his feet. Besides, you shouldn't think about this now. We're only 2 and 10 and 3 and 10 name days old, and the girls are younger still. It will be many years before we have to marry anyone. Casterys told his brother, and Valar nodded, seemingly a little at ease. He paused for a moment as he eyed his brother. You said you were thinking about the future, before you started thinking about marriage. Casterys stated. His brother blinked for a moment before he answered. Oh. Valar looked a little sheepish. I was thinking about the ports. Casterys was surprised and his eyebrows raised. The ports? He asked, confused. Well, you know how Illimaries, the city, sits in a pretty bad place for ports? Well, I was thinking about how much effort it might take to just, break the land a bit further in some areas and kind of. Valar shrugged his shoulder a little uncomfortably before he continued. Move the ports further inland once the cleared land is drowned by the river. Like this. He said before he took out his Valyrian steel dagger and began to draw onto the hard ground. It was moments later that he saw Valar drawing out the city as they knew it from the sketches and the models, and he saw what Valar meant with the edges of the river banks on the far side of the city at an area outside of the city boundaries moved much, much further inland. Looks like a weird bowl. Casterys commented as he stared. Yes. Valar commented, and some outside sections will be used for loading and unloading whilst other sections inside of the bowl will have shipyards inside to build sections of the galleons or carracks or whatever. Valar paused for a moment before he continued. In one of Father's journals, the one about shipbuilding, there was a section about something called assembly line, where different portions of an object are made separately before being put together, which Father remarked was a principle that could be applied to shipbuilding. Valar said brightly as he stood back up. I was thinking about this being something I could try, Valar said with a shrug before he turned a little quiet. What do you think? Casterys eyed his brother. I didn't know you had interests in things like this. He was surprised by this side of his brother. He was far more carefree than all of them, so to see this side of him was surprising. He never mentioned having interests in shipbuilding or other things like it, only his dreams of wanting to explore the seas and the skies. Valère smiled a little. I didn't know either. Valère said with a small laugh. I've been thinking a lot about what I want to do, you know, once we're older. Valère looked away slightly from Castore's gaze. I don't think it's right if I just do everything I want when I know you and Polaris will help mother and father with everything. Castoris smiled and he brought his arm around Valère's shoulder. You should have said all this later when Polaris was amongst us. You would have broken him. The brothers laughed together at that, and after they stopped, Castoris continued, you know, you don't have to give up your dream, you know. Castoris said a little gently, and Valère looked to him. He continued, we know very little about the waters we're surrounded by. That had been the initial idea that Valère shared with them, that he'd map out the world around them. I know, Valère said with a nod, and I just think that I can't always do that. Creating and building something like this would probably be something I would like to do for a while. Castoris smiled. He was happy for his brother. He knew that Valère wasn't too keen on ruling as Castoris and Polaris were, so him having a goal like this. I think it could work. Castoris said finally, it probably needs a bit of work, but between us and, mayhaps, with father and the builders, we could make it work. You'll help? Valère asked curiously. Why not? I'm also curious about this assembly line that father mentions. He hasn't mentioned in the journals I've read. He paused for a moment. Mayhaps they are in the others. There were 3 more journals he'd yet to read. Economics and trade, diplomacy, and patience and endurance. He was only halfway through leadership too. He guessed it may be in the economics and trade journal rather than the others, if it was there at all. You can read the shipbuilding one if you want. Valère said with a shrug. Thanks. Probably later though. Castoris said with a smile as they separated. They often shared their journals, especially Polaris journals about magic. All right, let's go, we've been here long enough, I think. Castoris said as he eyed the sun. It wouldn't be long before the men from the quarry were back at the ships as well. Valère agreed, and soon enough, they were both in the air on their dragons. The journey took a little while, their dragons flying slower and less tiringly, though they still arrived well before sunset. He gazed upon the city ground. The easterly side of the river was largely untouched, whilst the westerly side, for near enough a league, was also largely untouched save for a few small buildings, like the temporary alchemist guild's building where most of the alchemists were, and the long trenches that ran through the ground, some of which was already lain in with concrete and stone to make it waterproof, trenches that would become the sewage system. They were making good progress with the sewage system. Already they'd lain in several leagues worth of sewage ways into the city ground. There were several more leagues worth of trenches still needing to be lain in with concrete and stone. However, it took a lot of effort and preciseness to ensure that the sewage channel floorings were at and strong but not too strong of an incline, so that water and piss and other filth easily flowed towards the ends of the sewage and out into the river. It was only when you looked farther away, that you could see buildings, homes. At the outskirts, still leagues away from the river, you could see the houses. They'd achieved their target of 2,000 additional homes in Phase 1 already, even though there were still 4 moons to go until the end of the year, something that greatly pleased everyone. One of the homes also functioned as a school whilst the school was being built, which was happening in the countryside too. Soon enough, the Jeerley district, the first gathering, would also host a constabulary building, a kind of city guard but one that would be more spread out in the city, and a proper healer house. Beyond this first district, another league away, there was a much larger settlement, all living in cabins or in concrete homes, and in between that settlement and the Jeerley district was their manse. Most of their people still lived there now, but that slowly was changing, especially with the home sharing. The homes alongside farming families taking other families into their already built homes was reducing the number of people in the cabin settlement. And he'd see to it that this time next year, it would be all gone. He could see Lismaria clearly, along with Tyrax's, at their walled manse. There wasn't much of a stable for the dragons. Not for his, Valère's, Polaris or Mother's dragon. Only the younger dragons, Tyria, Stormfire, and Lysia had were located in a concrete square bare building that was large enough to fit them. They were young and at night, it could get quite cold, so they needed to be kept warm with pits of fires. The older dragons were more or less fine and he never felt discomfort from Galathox even when it got really cold at night. And fortunately, the weather during the day was very warm anyway, only a little colder than that of the summer isles, so they had little concern about it all long term. Especially when they built their fortress on the mountain that overlooked the city ground. It was somewhat funny, the way it all was. Their dragons were more like members of the family than they were, well, dragons. Yes, they were outside, but they lived so close to their homes, inside of the manse walls, so much so that you could hear them sleep from within the manse if you listened carefully enough. He smiled a little amusedly at the memory of Solanese saying that it sounded like they were snoring. Yes, he mused to himself as their dragons landed a little ungracefully, his eyes falling onto Lysmaria and Tyraxes, who were both looking at them. The dragons were really part of their family. The dragon keepers, some of whom, along with their families, stayed in the other small building attached to the manse along with a few of the guards, arrived as he and Valar climbed off of the backs of their dragons. "My princes! Your lady mother awaits you at the dining room," the elderly dragon keeper said with a bow of the head, and soon enough the dragon keeper guided the dragons towards the farthest side where the dragons would have a little more space to rest. During the time father had been here, they'd begun to build the exterior walls around the manse for the dragons so that no accidents could happen, the building having finished less than a moon after father had left. People could be stupid in their curiosity, or well, just in general, after all. They walked inside, passing by two of their house guards who stood at the entranceway, and made for the dining room. It was very small, this manse, in comparison to their old home in Corinth. As they walked into the dining room, he was greeted with the sight of his siblings and Lady Demira, Sir Ethan Celtigar's wife, along with Viera and Valaena, and of course their mother. They'd already started eating, it looked like, and after getting a distracted greeting from the children, his mother spoke up. "Sit," she said with a smile, gesturing them to their seats. "Ah, you've started without us," Valar remarked as he sat down, though he quieted down when he was served a plate full of spiced chicken and vegetables. Casterys sat next to their mother, and was served a plate too. He missed some of the summer islander dishes. A lot of the food nowadays was very boring. He hoped they'd soon begin to grow spices instead of only nutritious foods, though he was disappointedly expecting that it would still be a while. "Return home on time then," Rena said with a stink eye before she stuck her forkful of food in her mouth. "Rena," Mother warned, and Rena wisely kept herself quiet. "I'm sorry, little sister," Valar said with a mischievously sly smile. "I was a little busy fighting a monstrously large terror bird that had feathers of all kinds of colors." Valar sighed excessively before he eyed the still stink-eyed looking Rena, though there was a glimmer of curiosity. "I was going to give you a few that I won from the terrible bird, but now, I don't think so." "You lie," Brainie piped up. "The terror bird feathers are always dirty white." "How do you know?" Polaris interjected, and from the look on his twin's face, he could tell he was wanting to pile up on teasing their younger siblings. He must have suffered them a bit too long then, Casterys thought wryly. His siblings bickered, or rather were being teased by Polaris and Valar, and he heard his mother asked, quietly, "Any problems at the quarry?" And he turned to look towards his mother and he smiled gently at her before he shook his head. "No problems, we met our quotas," Casterys told his mother before he asked, "Anything interesting happen?" He asked with a wry smile on his face. His mother laughed before she looked at him amused. "Much of the same," she told him, and he understood what she meant. Mother ruled in father's name, so everything that happened on Illumaris was for mother to know, and decide. Fortunately, a lot of the work, the planning, the schedules, the people who were responsible for individual projects and building and so on, were all working as intended, allowing mother not to be overwhelmed with the colony. Edwin and Sir Cedric helped mother a lot, as did the civil and administrative servants who, despite being trained for more bureaucratic and administrative roles, were very able in aiding that everyone had what they needed for their tasks, which, for now, mostly about ensuring things were made or arrived on time. He spent a little more time speaking with mother, about a bit of everything, including secret hints about father's call in a day's time, though that conversation petered out by the end of dinner. His younger siblings and the Celtigar girls were taken away by the servants, readied for sleep, and soon he left mother alone with Lady Demira, and went on to his room. Mother and Lady Demira had become better friends, he mused to himself, since father and Sir Ethan had left. Lady Demira even helped mother with some tasks as well, that was mostly related to the keeping of the ledgers and the books. He wasn't sure what to make of her though. He could tell that this was not easy on her, to come here and live so differently than what she was used to in Westeros. After all, she was half Sunglass and half Darkland, her father being the Lord of Duskendale, a town that was only third to Driftmark and King's Landing in the Crownlands. From Duskendale to Claw Isle to Corinth, and now this middle of nowhere? Early on, he thought he could see the look of regret on her face. He'd wondered if she'd regretted the matches? Even though no one told him, he could tell that marrying someone from their family was seen as something beyond important. So much so that they would agree to move to a virgin land in the middle of nowhere. Still, he hadn't seen such a look on her face recently. He hoped it was because she was getting used to it. He'd washed his face and parts of his body with a washcloth before he settled himself on his bed, a journal in hand and the candlelight flickering beside his bed. He'd read most of the journals father had made for him. Books about philosophy and strategy, one's own perception and the perception of others, how to speak with people, how to get people to agree with you, court intrigue, there was a lot. He stared at the journal. He'd not spoken with father since he'd left for Slaver's Bay. None of his siblings had. Only mother spoke with father once every few days. Though his younger siblings were told that father's glass candle was too far away for it to work. For himself, Polaris and Valar, they were told the truth. That father couldn't be distracted whilst he was at war. Mother had told him so and he'd seen the look on her face as she'd said so. It was saddened. Not for them, but for her father. He'd known that war was an ugly thing, but only then did he realize that father was going to kill a lot of people to help the slaves in Slavers Bay. He clenched his fists slightly. Be well, father, and come back as you promised. Castoris thought to himself. He knew that father was fighting for the prosperity of Illimaris, both long-term and short-term. Fighting to gain wealth for their family and Illimaris, and also fighting to make sure they had allies in Essos. Real allies. Father had written on the necessity of Illimaris having long-term strategic relationships with other peoples, even if they did not need it militarily, explaining that absolute isolationism is unhealthy for a people. Having Liberty Bay as an ally, or at least friendly cities, would ensure that Illimaris, long-term, wouldn't be closed off to new ideas and economically, and importantly wouldn't be closed off to the happenings of the known world. The happenings was a term that father used a lot in his journals, when he spoke about the prospect of Illimaris being isolated, and it seemed to be the main thing that father was worried about when he spoke about isolated. He shook his head and he let off a sigh as he opened the journal, forcing himself to stop thinking about anything else but the journal. He'd laxed in his readings over the past moons, focusing more on his training and his other duties. Guiding progress. He murmured as he read the title of the chapter, and he continued progress. A simple word that, to me, holds entire worlds in meaning. And so Castoris fell into his reading. Progress. A simple word that, to me, holds entire worlds in meaning. It means the fruition of ideas, the fruition of hard work and togetherness. The fruition of a people. Thoughts that are expressed into ideas, that express human aims, that are realized through human will and hard work and collaboration. All of this culminates into the possibility of changing the very world. We have seen such examples, my son, in history. One such example is when the Summer Icelanders first discovered the presence of others through contact with the Giskari, they began to have imagine. They began to have ideas. They began to bring those ideas into realization. And so, they began to explore the world in ways that very few peoples have accomplished. Then and since. Such is the way of progress, and history is rife with such examples. However, for most peoples, progress is not taken to mean, or actioned, in such grand scales. For most people, it is by far simpler and smaller. For most, the idea of progress is having the means of providing security for loved ones and to oneself, namely food, coin and safe dwelling. For knights, progress can be taken to mean to earn oneself glory, land and a son to build on what he achieved. For lords, progress is to rise above your current station. Through fortune made or by the misfortune of the nobility around you. Oftentimes, it is very same thing. For every walk in life, progress is the definition of walking towards a better future. For themselves. For their family. And, what I want you to ask yourself is this. Why are people wishing for the exact same progress as people, supposedly, thousands of years ago had also wished for themselves? The same family's farm. The same family's butcher meat. The same lord's rule. The same ships, unchanged for thousands of years, are built. Ideas and knowledge remains the same as it has been for thousands of years. So why has progress stopped? Why does it stop? Repeatedly throughout history? Why do people and societies and civilizations simply stagnate? The Summer Icelanders, once again, are a perfect example to use. Many, many years later, mayhaps as much as 6,000 years or more if history records are to be trusted, the Summer Icelanders are no different now than they were back then. The first men too remained the same for thousands of years, with bronze swords and bronze arrows, never once learning of the iron and ways of steel that was all around them, not until it was shoved into their chests and cut off their heads. The Andals did not do much to progress either, taking what the first men had and adding to what they already had. Valeria was no different, to a certain degree. At a certain point, progress is halted and stagnation takes root. This is repeated throughout history and all peoples. Nothing has changed fundamentally for over 1,000 years as I write this today. So, my son. My descendants. Why? There are no simple answers. Mayhaps there has just been a general lack of luck. Or mayhaps the lack of opportunities and circumstances could be to blame. Or mayhaps malicious interference is in play. Mayhaps it is all three. What can be said, however, is that Illimaris can be the spark that changes everything, should it continue on the legacy of myself, my wife and my children. Illimaris can be the pillar of progress this world needs to escape this nightmarish stagnation. That is my greatest dream, my son. To see Illimaris lead a new age. To the moon and the stars, a long-lost dream that one day our descendants will see happen. I am sure you have gathered from my writings in this chapter that I cherish progress. My love for progress is strange and unknowable to most people, I understand, but the easiest way to understand it is that progress, to me, is a benchmark for how well I and my family have guided our people. It will be our legacy, my son. My descendants. If I see the son of a butcher become a merchant of acclaim, I find myself satisfied. If I see the son of a knight choose to become a discoverer, I find myself satisfied. If I see the son of a farmer choose to be a scholar, seeking to find new scientific truths about God's world, I find myself satisfied. It means that the cracks in the wheel of this nightmarish stagnation are beginning to form, and that is far more important than you, or I, can understand, I suspect. In any case, I will end this forward to the rest of this guiding progress chapter on this note. We have the capacity to imagine and dream and think wondrous things. We must only allow ourselves the opportunity to make those imaginations and dreams and thoughts into reality. And that will start by making knowledge and opportunity available to all of our people. Break. Late 112 AC Bravus, Essos. Salon Barrows POV. The crashing waves came to a slow as the looming titan beckoned before them, a titan that was awash with mist and misery at its feet, looking like an indomitable god amongst men, amongst all other gods, the titan who loomed over the world. It was a wondrous sight, Salon mused, one that the Bravasi saw each time they gazed at their north from their homes, their harbors, the image of safety, the image of their patron, their North Star, the one who guided their way. Sword raised above a helmeted head, clad in bronze armor. Proudly defiant, fiery in spirit. A hero god, a hero image. A bastion to emulate. And yet, the image was as much a lie as the titan was. Its roots, its feet, were black granite, firm and solid, true, yet its very center, its chest, its heart, was as hollow as Bravus was in its promises and its meaning. The sole truly free city, they call themselves, yet, not even in their campaigns against Pentos did they rouse this defiance this titan stood for, had made been to stand for. They've had several instances, the most recent in 86 AC during the Bravasi-Pentoshi War, to force change onto Pentos, but they always stopped short at doing so. The 86 AC war was a total defeat for Pentos, yet Bravus had not pressed further, too content to receive war reparations in coin and deals than they were beginning, forcing, the process of change into Essos. They were pragmatic like that. Like they'd been in the centuries since the doom, even when Volantis was reduced to a shadow of its former self for the past century, whilst Bravus alone had grown mighty in wealth, influence and, most importantly, militarily. As they passed between the legs of the titan, 3 generations worth of labor, a growing smirk made its way on his face. Bravus prided itself on its history, on how it was founded. A city built by slaves. A city that had its wealthier patrons look after their lesser well-off brothers and sisters. Yes, you have much to be proud of, but now it was time for you to pay tribute. Time for you to pay your due. One way or another. He thought to himself. For too long had Bravus kept a there is nothing we can do, we're only one city out of a dozen. We're outnumbered in a lone attitude, whilst at the same time, they ensured through the world of coin and debt, and thus through power and influence, that they had no single rival capable of upending the carefully chaotically laid Sevis board that was Essos. Only a few times did they depart from this strategy when the game had pushed them into corners, where assassination was not a ready solution, like their wars with Pentosh and the war with Volantis, and now, he thought as their fleet of 10 sailed towards Checky port, now they would be pushed into another corner, one of his making. As his ship and the other 9 ships were made to dock at the Checky port, the ships soon being subjected to inspection, he glanced around at the busy port before him, a port that bore sails and sigils from lands all over the known world. It was a curious thing, the way Bravus managed to center themselves as the hub of commerce despite its faraway location from the rest of Essos. They were not known for its metalwork, they were not known for their laces or carpets or dyes or any other such luxury goods, only recently having grown to establish a bastion of industry in the form of glasswork, yet for centuries, it was comparable to Volantis in terms of how much commerce passed through its ports. And it was solely because of its industrious people who traded far and wide, which, in turn, brought sailors and merchants to the city, many of whom belonged to lands north of the Stepstones, which in turn, of course, also made it easier to fuel the industriousness of the Bravasi people. Ships, they say, in Bravus, are as plentiful as lovers' poxes in Volantis, and more plenty is the means to which to obtain the coin for the ships. As much as a tribute to how easy it is to make one's own fortune in Bravus as it is to the financial might of the Iron Bank which rules, in more ways than one, all of the financial institutions that dwell in this city. And through the Iron Bank, he thought as he watched the customs officers board his ship, did the wealthiest and most powerful families rule Bravus. Some time later, one of the customs officers, the 3 others having gone below deck to check their wares, stood in front of him with a small book in one hand and a quill in another. Order of business. The custom officer asked in a bored tone, his eyes equally as bored. I am an envoy on Prince Aegon Targaryen's behalf. Salon said as he reached into his pocket, the corners of his mouth ticking upward at the startled look, and he brought out letters bearing the prince's 3 dragon-headed maroon and blue seal. Though the prince had changed the flags of their sails, though theirs was nondescript to avoid any undue attention, this was still his personal seal. The first letter was for the eyes of the representative of the Sea Lord, the other, directly addressed to the Sea Lord, as was normal custom. "I see," the customs officer said before he turned and shouted at one of the officers at the piers to come up, and not long after, the customs officer, after having read the standard letter, sent the runner on his way towards the Sea Lord's palace. "Presumably. Will you be staying on deck?" the customs officer asked, and Salin shook his head. "Most of the crew will remain on deck. I and a small contingent will stay at an estate in Crescent Moon District. It is on the street across from the Sunnywise Ale House." They were 500 strong, but only 80, 20 of them guards, would come with him. The customs officer nodded. "The Sea Lord is a busy man. I doubt he'll be able to see you right away." Salin smiled politely at that as the customs officer paused for a moment before he spoke further. "One of my officers will remain with you as you make port at the Purple Harbor to take your location should it be needed." Salin nodded his confirmation, and soon enough, they were making way towards Ragman's Harbor, the place where all foreign ships were allowed to dock. He never liked this harbor. It was poor and filthy, and it was part of the reason why they had the prince buy an larger estate where they could rest if they were staying for any time longer than a few days. In any case, he thought as he began to walk into the city proper, happy as he was to leave behind the smell and dirt of Ragman's Harbor, his eyes casting onto the serpent boats that passed by him in the canals. Bravus was a strange city. No doubt it was one of the better cities to be in, if you were commoner, but affluence and wealth spoke as loudly here as they did elsewhere. For all of their hate and wariness towards kings, the Bravasi wealthiest families tightly controlled the city in ways that resembled their sister cities. The Sea Lord himself, a position that directed military and foreign policy of Bravus, was almost never someone who did not hail from a prominent family, and when it comes to the policies of the city and the public in general, the key holders of Bravus, who once again are only those from the prominent families, were the ones who could vote on such matters. It did not matter if you were a landowner or if you were wealthy. As long as you were not from these select 3 or 4 dozen families, families that to be truthful did rise and fall as fortunes and fortune did, the chances of political success were exceedingly low if one was anyone else. Power, after all, no matter your origins, was not to be shared with others more than was needed, no matter if you were against slavery or not. Of course, it did not mean that the people of Bravus had no power. That was far from the truth. The Bravasi were fierce in their own way, and they were far more visibly against slavery than these families. And that would be key. They arrived at the estate in the Crescent District, a small manor-like home not unlike that of the estates in King's Landing or elsewhere, and their party of 80 quickly settled in after they were greeted by the servants and the master scribes. "How long do you think it will take for the Sea Lord and the key holders to grant us a meeting?" Arvin, his subordinate, asked curiously as they, and the rest of the men, dined amongst themselves, though he and Arvin sat a little further away from the rest. "It depends on if they wish to play games," Salin said amused to his young protege before he took a spoonful of soup in his mouth. "And I suppose it depends on how curious they are about Prince Aegon's offer?" Arvin asked slyly, and Salin gave the young man an amused look which answered his question. The men that had come with him knew of the importance of the mission, and how important it was to gain Bravus as an ally. The men Salin had requested a meeting with, were exactly the kinds of people that needed to say yes to the offers. The key holders of Bravus he requested to meet with alongside the Sea Lord, were also the most influential key holders of the Iron Bank. Politics and coin were swapped with the same hand, in this city. And fortunately for the success of their scheme working, these heads of families were also those who greatly profited from the glass-making deal that Prince Aegon negotiated with the key holders and the then Sea Lord Enaris. There was not a wealthy estate or manor or palace, that did not have Bravasi glass in their halls and rooms. Even in Westeros, such splendor was sought after, especially with the way that much of the Red Keep was said to be gleaming with crystal-clear glass, including the Red Keep September, which had its painted glass replaced with almost translucent colored glass, something that he would expect to be replicated in the September in Old Town and in the other cities of Westeros. That, coupled with Prince Aegon's success in general and of course the discovery of lands beyond the known world, all but guaranteed that Prince Aegon's offers would be seriously heard, and once he was in the room, he simply had to draw them in, entice them, sell a future to them. 4 days passed before they were told the request has been accepted, longer than he thought, and, he guessed, the more interested and curious they might be in the mutually beneficial deal. It didn't matter. It suited them just fine to be truthful. "You know what to do," Salin said to the men as he eyed them. They had made their presence known to many establishments, that they were men of Ilmaris, the prince's men. The other men that stayed behind would do the same at the ports. "Yes, Captain." He nodded at them as they left, and he watched them go with an intense look on his face. They would be the push he might need to get them to agree to this. He walked up marble steps to the formidable-looking bank. There were few buildings like this in the world, he mused to himself. Imposing. Daunting. Almost regal in a way. I should make sure the Traders Guild in Ilmaris would be modeled after the Iron Bank. He mused to himself, a hint of promise interlaced in his musings. Once he was in the Iron Bank, the token that had been delivered to him was handed over to the guard, and soon enough, he and his escorts were walked into the heart of the bank. Stay here. Salin said to Arvin and the other men as they arrived at huge hall, an arched hall with a ceiling so high one could fit the masts of ships with room to spare to the limits, that led to, presumably, the famed council room. There was points of conversation that he did not necessarily want his subordinates to hear at this moment in time. Once he'd gotten the agreement, they'd be invited back in to assist on the finer details. The ironwood-looking doors creaked open in front of him and he was invited in by one of the guards, or officers, he wasn't sure, and, as he walked into the room, his steps clacking and clanking on the marble flooring, and he was greeted with the sight of 7 faces behind a long gleaming dark wood table that was shaped in a T symbol, with all of them right beside one another in a lone, single, chair at the end of the T-like table. I like this, I should have such a table, he thought to himself, rather impressed. It gave an air of superiority and severity that he quite liked. Salin arrived at the end of the table, his gaze lingering on the faces in front of him, a gaze broken when he heard a face on his left. Presenting Salin Barrows, envoy of Prince Aegon Targaryen, was announced by a short and thin man who stood at the sides. The man then went on to name the faces that were present. From the left, keyholders Niksho Antarian, Jacaro Prestanes, Garros Atheres, the Sea Lord Tregario Fos Solis, keyholders Jory Fos Pran Elise, Syri Torni and Nieso Quorions. All of the heads of families he requested were present. Good. Esteemed keyholders. Salin said as he inclined his head slightly before his eyes went towards the man in the middle, the man who bore the sea blue shield pin on his right side of the chest, the symbol of the Sea Lord. Sea Lord Tregario Fos Solis. He took a seat moments later and Salin smiled at the servant girl as he took the offered glass of red wine from her, his glance following her for a half a moment before he turned back at the sharks before him. We were surprised to hear of an request to meet with us on the behalf of Prince Aegon. Syri Torni, a buxom dark-haired woman who looked to be past her better years yet remained good morsels of her past beauty, began. We would have thought that it would be the last time we'd hear of Prince Aegon after this fascinating news about lands in the west. Nieso Quorions remarked in a way that enticed explanation. Ilamaris, I believe, is the name of these lands, dear Nieso Quo. Sea Lord Fos Solis said with a smile to Rions. But yes. Sea Lord Fasolosis trailed off as he turned to meet Salin's gaze. I would have thought so too, unless, of course, it is not as wonderful as it is rumored to be. You are well informed. Salin said with a smile, though privately, he wondered if he should be concerned that they even knew the name of Ilamaris. There were only a few places in the known world that knew of that name. Lotus Port, Ombaru, and mayhaps a few more Summer Islander princes and princesses, Claw Isle, and likely, now, the Red Keep. Given the proximity of West Eros, he was more sure than not that their information came from Claw Isle, or the Red Keep, or worse, elsewhere in West Eros. It wouldn't surprise him though. The last time he spoke with Celise, on Claw Isle, he got the impression that she was not impressed how leaking the Red Keep was. He was not privy to that side of things, but he did get the impression that Celise knew far more than she ought to, and if she, a multi-brothel-owning madam, knew that much, well. But there are no concerns about Ilamaris. Most of our people have relocated there and it will soon be a place that will marvel all that lay their eyes upon them. Salin said with a pleased smile, I'm looking forward settling down there, in time, of course. Salin made a show to look around at the ceiling and walls. I may have been inspired what I wish my home to be like in the past few moments. He kept his tongue about how wonderful Ilamaris was. There was no need to expand on the new lands. Vagueness and mystery would serve Ilamaris well, that he agreed wholeheartedly with Prince Aegon. Mystery would make goods made in Ilamaris all the more luxurious after all. I would caution you on that. Niksho Antarian said, and Salin turned to meet his gaze and he saw showings of amusement on his aged face. As marvelous as such a large and immaculate space is, it is terrible during winter times. Our ancestors unfortunately did not think to install a hearth in many of these rooms. I'm grateful for the sound advice. Salin said with equal amount of amusement on his face before he grew serious, his eyes trailing across the expression of the assembled powerful men and women. If you are curious about Ilamaris, I am sure that I can share a few things about the new lands once we have completed our discussions. He said with heavy emphasis on discussions. Of course. Jacaro Prestane, a younger brown-haired man, said with a glint of curiosity in his eyes, the discussions. To be truthful, we are surprised that you, given your importance to your prince, would be the one to set foot here for these discussions, details of which were left unexplained in the letters, Prestane said with a pointed note in his voice, and Salin only smiled placidly at that. The letter requesting to meet to hold discussions about offers that would be of interest was purposely vague to ensure they were as interested and off-kilter as possible. Prestane continued, so close to many who would not pass up the chance to collect your head. That was true, there were some in this city that may know of the old bounty on his head. It was why he had a rather large escort of skilled men. Ah! Salin said with a soft chuckle as he leaned back in his chair, his right leg rising before he crossed it over his left. I do tend to stick to more eastern ports. he said with an amused smile adorned on his face. Though I assure you, it is not for fear of some pittance of a bounty. Not many would call 30,000 gold coins a pittance. Nieso Quorion said with a shadow of a smile on his face. Salin made a show of surprised offense on his face. That little? I warrant at least 5 times that amount. He said as his face twisted in a wry half-grin before he lost as soon as it appeared, and he continued after a shrug. My avoidance of the ports of northern Essos is purely accidental, I assure you. My talents were needed in UTI and beyond in the Far East. Before he smiled at them as he laid the glass of wine to rest in his lap. It wasn't surprising that his old friends and family back in Norvos were not letting the grievance go, though he was surprised that they increased the bounty on his head. He wondered when they did that. As interesting as my troubles in my ancestral city are, Salin said in a leading tone as he met the eyes of those in front of him. He wasn't concerned that they teased at that particular old scar. It would be beneath these Bravasi to orchestrate his demise, even if he was to potentially upset them with his daggers. Yes. Your request to meet with all of us specifically about a undescribed offer from your prince. Sea Lord Faz Solis said as he clasped his hands in front of him. An unusual request. Yes, I imagine so. You have my gratitude for accepting the request, esteemed key holders. Sea Lord. Salin said with an inclined head as he eyed the people in front of him. No gratitude needed. Jory Fos Pranelis, an elderly thin grey-haired balding man, said smilingly, before the man eyed Salin with a particular look that he did not like. Such an interesting request bearing the seal of our acquaintance requires such prompt acceptance. It took you 4 days for you to arrange this meeting. Acquaintance? Salin asked curiously as he trailed the rim of the wine glass with his finger. I had not known that my prince was a notable acquaintance of yours. Salin then forced his eyes slightly wider. Ah, yes, of course. The glass industry. Salin looked across the faces of the people in the room. The glass industry must be doing well if Prince Aegon warrants the enviable status of acquaintance. Salin smiled thinly. Unimpressed with the phrasing. Garros Atheres, a middle-aged rotund man, asked curiously with a gentle placid smile, and Salin drank of his red wine when Atheres continued. One could perhaps call Prince Aegon our partner in the glass industry, but I believe such usage of words are not to be used lightly. I agree. Salin interjected as he settled the glass in his lap. Partners, partnership, are heavy words. He said before he chuckled lightly. It means something. Like marriages, mayhaps, which one can even call a partnership of a kind. One could also use the heavy word as a substitute for alliance. There was a gleam in Atheres' eyes when he said that. Mayhaps not alliance, though certainly it would not be opposed. Salin said with a similar smile. It is the hope of Prince Aegon that by the end of this meeting, there will be an understanding along those lines. Is Mir the target of this alliance? Is that why you're here, Salin Barrows? Sea Lord Faz Solis questioned. To ask for our aid in your coming war with Mir? With the Triarchy? It would be disappointing if that were the case. Sayuri Thorny enthused as she eyed him intently. We've already entangled ourselves in such an affair with the Targaryen, and it left us quite disappointed. We're not eager to entangle ourselves with another again. I'm surprised you consider the war for the Stepstones a disappointment, Lady Torreny, Salin said with a raised eyebrow. After all, it did its purpose for you, did it not? Mirish sea trading was disrupted long enough for merchant ships to fill in the gaps, and subsequent usurpation of the share, in the global trade of glass. That comment certainly earned him some looks. I'm surprised you know that much. Sea Lord Faz Solis commented, his eyes scrutinizing Salin heavily. Thank the heavens for the glass candles. The master scribe Peyton that was stationed in Bravus, after every quarter of the year, left for King's Landing to meet with Solis, under great deal of secrecy, who in turn would inform Prince Aegon of the status of his account in the Iron Bank. Through that, and through quite substantial amount of guesswork with how targeted the Bravasi were being, did they come to the conclusion that the motives of the Bravasi was entirely to subsume the glass-making industry. Prince Daemon's war was nothing more than a means to their goals. Prince Aegon pays attention to many things, including to his income from his share of the glass-making industry. He has a talent for numbers and details. Salin said in explanation. As a significant owner of the whole glass-making industry, of which there were now dozens of small-scale producers, near enough all being owned by the families in this very room, the former Sea Lord Aeneris shares were bought to service the debt owed by the family, thanks to its incompetent, and now dead, successor Prince Aegon was privy to the profits made by these companies. Though he wouldn't be surprised if the Bravasi expected that given the distance between Prince Aegon and Bravus, the news of such profit-making was rather hard to come by. Prince Aegon certainly was not privy to such information elsewhere, not even in Lys, where an affiliated bank to the Iron Bank. In reality it was wholly owned by the Iron Bank was how Prince Aegon conducted his affairs with Bravus, nearly all of his business being transferring coin from his account to the slavers in purchase of the Lysane portions of their population over the years. Salin met the eyes of Lady Torreny. And no, I am not here to seek a military alliance against Mir, or the Triarchy? No. Salin said with a small smile growing, shifting away from the topic of how well informed they were. I'm here to offer you a deal that will see you all wealthy and venerated beyond measure. Bold claims. Lady Torani responded, though Salin did not miss some of the key holders' shift in their bodies. And what is this deal that would, as you say, see us wealthy and venerated beyond measure? Salin smiled and he drank the rest of his red wine in one fell swoop before he placed the empty glass on the table, his legs uncrossing, his expression shifting to one of serious countenance, his eyes trailing across the interested faces at the other side of the table. As we speak, my prince is waging war against the Slavers' Bay cities. By now, moons after I'd set sail, I expect Astapor and Yunkai have fallen to the prince. Possibly Mirian now too. If not, it will happen in less than a moon. This, he could see, caught them off guard, though only a few showed it clearly. That is, unexpected. Sea Lord Faz Solis remarked carefully after he'd shared glances with a few of the key holders. Salin wondered how much of those looks bore other meanings beyond surprise. From what he could see, some of the faces had been rather displeased. He could not quite tell if it was because it was affecting the landscape of Essos or if it was because quiet interests some of these families had in Slavers Bay. Neither he or Prince Aegon were sure if they had interests there or not. Perhaps he'd glean on it depending on where the questions went towards. Of course, it wasn't quite to satisfy their curiosities but rather how much more they'd have to offer to avoid sourness from creeping into the negotiations. Sourness that could actually see him dead. He knew that they wouldn't admit it openly, if they did have quiet interests in Slavers Bay, for any Bravasi having particular dealings in the slave trade, even if it was tangential, would find themselves, at best, ostracized and at worst. I imagine so. Salin said with a thin smile, his mind refocusing as he met the gaze of the Sea Lord. He continued. Prince Aegon was meticulously careful about the secondary target of those who also have earned his and our people's ire. Salin said as his face shifted into a more hard-faced look. Your prince has succeeded. Theres said in grim note as he glanced at the Sea Lord. Salin wondered if the grimness in his tone was because of surprise. The likes of Bravus, the Iron Bank, did not allow themselves to go unawares about the affairs of Essos west of the Bone Mountains, or West Eros for that matter. Mir hired half a dozen sellsword companies in wait of the attack, your attack. Amusing, is it not? Salin said with a wry thin smile, observing them closely. It probably wasn't. They were likely not used to not receive any word about such a large happening, even if it was distant and not really within their sphere of influence. Mir is a distant thought presently, as you can expect with this war. Salin finished and he could tell that they were filing away that comment for later. As he wanted. If they didn't ask him any further on this today, they would still remember this comment, just as they would remember how vindictive Prince Aegon could be when slighted. Ire. Antarion only asked after there was several long moments of silence. The slaver San was paid by Mir to attack our ships, yes, but it was to the slaver cities, who we have proof of knowing about the planned attacks prior hand, that our people were sold to. Salin explained with a hard look. He'd read the letters from San and the grim fates that awaited his merchants and the sailors. He'd rarely been as angry as he had been then. Our commiserations. Prestanes offered and there was no emotion or sincerity in his voice as he said so. Not that he expected any. Salin inclined his head in acceptance. He continued, the smile on his face not quite sinister but far from friendly and warm. My prince has taken offense to that and has since decided that Slavers Bay is due for a change. Change? Antarion asked, though from the look on his face, he already knew what the answer would be. What better way to revenge at those who enslaved our people because it amused them by destroying what these people cherish the most? You speak of conquest under the guise of ending slavery and the masters. Lady Torani stated, her voice flat but there was sharpness in her eyes when she'd spoken. Disapproval? Possibly. Probably. The others likely shared the same sense of disapproval. He'd have to dissuade them from thinking along those lines even if it rankled at him that they could be so difficult. Especially if there was more involved in their disapproval. Salin shook his head. No conquest under guise but liberation indeed. Salin said with a smile as he opened up his body somewhat. Prince Aegon has no desire to rule over the people of Slavers Bay when they have long been denied choices of their own. Salin leaned forward slightly, the smile on his face growing as he trailed his eyes across the faces of the key holders and the Sea Lord. Plus, it would be rather hard to rule over these lands with hostile neighbors when one is half a world away. Salin said with a thin smile, deliberately pushing the conversation towards a direction that forced these people to think of the problems that would be encountered when it came to managing Slavers Bay. No, these cities will entirely be free cities. Like Bravus. Salin said firmly. And the previous rulers of these cities? What is to become of them, in this circumstance? Jory Fospran Eli's questioned, though from the look of his face, he already accurately guessed at the answer. Salin paused for a moment as he took in the intent faces that peered at him and he blandly smiled, a kind of smile that one would give as if to humor someone. Like old Valeria met its end in the doom, the end times of the last vestiges of the Giscari way of life has come. Last vestiges. Antarion pushed, and it was a question laden with meaning. There cannot be liberation if the last vestiges remain in place. Salin said with a thin smile, grimness in his voice and a heaviness about his body language. They understood what was left unsaid, but still he continued. You yourself have found that out from the free cities since the doom, have you not? Still now, a century since their heavy defeat, Voluntas still harbors beliefs that it is old Valeria's heir. Salin said with a shake of the head before he eyed them all pointedly. No, change does not come without force. This time, it simply won't be the blood of formerly chained peoples spilled. Some of the key holders exchanged looks as a long silence fell. And what Sea Lord Faz Solis began, breaking the silence as he eyed Salin astutely. Does your prince, expect from Bravus? The Sea Lord leaned in. If what you claim is true, that Astapor, Yunkai and possibly Mirian have already fallen to Prince Aegon, what possible need could you have of Bravus? Support. Antarion said simply, the rotund man drawing attention to himself, and Salin saw his countenance change from how he'd been before. You want Bravus' support in ensuring their liberation. Antarion's expression twisted into a gentle smile, not one of mocking or condescension, but one that was almost strangely playful, but it was far from sincere. Just so. Salin confirmed with an incline of the head, and he watched as the heads of the families exchanged looks amongst themselves and with the Sea Lord. And how Garros Atheres began, breaking the silence, would you foresee us supporting your prince in his conquests? Coin? Ships? Our army? Atheres asked with narrowing eyes. Salin only smiled at the accusation in the man's questioning. We have no need of coin, for the good, the wise, and the great masters had it in spades. Salin said with a hint of malicious satisfaction creeping into his voice, something that did not go unnoticed. We have no need for ships, for we have plenty of our own, and, by the time the liberation has ended, enough of the newly freed shipwrights, even if it is generous to call them so given their subpar education and experience, will be able to pick up on the Corinthian art of shipbuilding in the years to come. Salin said as his eyes swept across the faces of the men and lady present. Nor do we have a need of your army, for ours will balloon to consist of tens of thousands should there be a need for it. Salin smiled thinly. After all, the taste of freedom is rather a taste that one can easily grow to want to die for. His thin smile twisted slightly into a smirk, a feat that is rather easily accomplished given that Prince Aegon is an exceptional orator. We see. Lady Torrany said after a moment's pause, her eyes never veering away from Salin's. Then, excuse me for being blunt, Lady Torrany said in an admittedly somewhat disarming smile. What do you need Bravus for? She swept her hand across in a beautified motion. You want not our coin, or our ships, or our volunteer army. What is it that your prince wants? Prince Aegon wants your expertise. Salin said bluntly as he sat back in his chair, letting a few moments pass as he met the eyes of every single person opposite him. Or rather, the prince wants all the expertise Bravus has to offer to aid these former slave cities. Your builders, your scholars, your tax officers, your captains, and much will be needed to increase the possibility of these cities surviving into the next generation. Salin said, slightly impassioned as he spoke, his eyes working hard to read as much as he could of these people. They were remarkably hard to read when they wanted to be, and in this instance, they were certainly trying. Still, he got the sense that they were understanding of what he meant with wealth and veneration, given their own networks in the very sectors that he named. He continued when none made any effort to speak, though he spoke with calculation and calm forbearance. For have no doubt, no matter how much you doubt the intent of Prince Aegon to leave and let these people rule themselves, in a few years at the most, our people will depart from their shores, leaving them vulnerable to enemies who will see them as existential threats given their own outnumbered status. He said as he swept his gaze across. Voluntas, 5-1. Karth was similar too. Nugis was not as severe, but they too are outnumbered by their slave population. They would not even have to act directly, they could simply hire sellswords and corsairs to plague these cities, likely seeking to conquer them and place onto them their rightful order. Or worse case, they'd get the Dothraki involved too. Could the newly freed cities survive that? On their own? Unlikely. And as much as Prince Aegon and their people would have no reason to think themselves responsible for these people, after already doing so much for them where no one else has done before, even if it wasn't altruistic, it was still better than they've ever experienced. Prince Aegon wanted to ensure they survived. It would go a lot easier and smoother if Bravus would be the ones who helped provide the expertise that would be sorely needed, whilst their army and the Unsullied provided the martial training. We will do what we can to prepare them, but a few years are but a blink of an eye, and though we empathize with the people of Slavers Bay, we do not, unfortunately, have the people left to spare to aid them into fully functioning free cities, not when Illimaris has its own needs. A gap that you wish Bravus to fill. Sea Lord Faz Solis said as he began to slowly tap at the desk, his eyes piercing into Salin, calculatingly, assessing. A gap that would be in Bravus' best interest to fill. Salin said with a gleam in his eyes. He continued. All of you present today have significant interests amongst these sectors. Even family members who are members of the guilds that are needed there. Salon stated the obvious as he eyed them. Oh. Lady Torani made out with a rather musical note to her voice, and he couldn't help but think it was as dangerous as it was attractive. There were rumors that Lady Torani, decades prior to her marriage to her late husband, had been a courtesan of some skill. How much of that was true, their people had not been able to adequately find out about the head of House Torani. And how would these needs be paid for? Lady Torani questioned before she tilted her head, her mouth twisting as she spoke further. The half of the wealth seized from the previous rulers shall remain in the custody of these cities. Salon explained, and he could see their interest rising. The masters were by far some of the wealthiest families in the known world. There was scarcely anything more profitable than the slave trade, and with the lack of a need to establish an army to protect themselves, a folly that would see them erased, along with their ports being frequently visited as a consequence of this slave trade, bringing all kinds of interest and goods to their shores, the cities in Slavers' Bay were very, very wealthy. Only some of the free cities outcompete them in wealth, and none in the free cities, bar the old blood in Volantis, had families equal to them in wealth. Not only that, Salon continued as he leaned in a little. There are industries and mines that are now left, unattended, ready to be sold off to the right bidder. Salon said enticingly for a pittance he emphasized before he continued of the price, with only commitments of fair employment and fair wages to the locals. There. At least that comment should make some of them who are displeased of their lost businesses or shares in Slavers' Bay pause and think. If they were shrewd, which he had no reason but think they were, they'd realize that they would lose nothing but gain so much more with the change in Slavers' Bay, beyond simple morality reasons. You offer much. Sea Lord Faz Solis said after a few moments of silence, his gaze never wavering from Salon. We ask much. Salon said in return as he leaned back in his chair. Make no mistake, these cities will need significant support to ensure they are strong enough to survive against their enemies. Salon pursed his lips slightly as he looked upon the keyholders and the Sea Lord before he continued. Most of the slaves are uneducated, with a significant portion of them having been bred into slavery. They will be weak, and worst of all, they were easily influenced by fear or by a manipulative actor or group of actors amongst them. The unsullied or the former slave soldiers will not be able to provide the stability these cities will need. Salon paused for a moment before he spoke again. It is why we bought and freed slaves, some 600 or so, from these cities and trained them on matters of administration and governance. Salon said calmly, pausing for a moment as he let them digest that before he continued. Beyond that, when it comes to leadership in business and industry and culture, you, the Bravasi, can help quickly institute many of these things that would otherwise take generations to naturally form. Salon's mouth twisted slightly. Unfortunately for these former slaves, they do not have the luxury of a foggy lagoon to hide their existence until they were strong and wily enough to survive old Valeria. There was another long few moments of silence after that, and he saw a few of the keyholders discuss amongst themselves, something that began to involve all of them, including the Sea Lord, and it was near enough a quarter of an hour, or at least it felt like it, before any of them spoke again. As interesting as all of this is, Sea Lord Faz Solis began, his face expressionless as he continued to speak. The fact remains that all of this is pointless should your faith in your prince's success in Slavers' Bay prove to be ill-placed. Dragons are mighty weapons, but they are not enough, as we have discovered in the stepstones. Priestain added with a heavy look. Of course. Salon said, acknowledging the point. But then, there was not 10,000 and more soldiers to be absorbed into Prince Damon's forces in the stepstones. The unsullied. Lady Torani said in answer. Salon nodded. The arrogance of the good masters is their downfall. Deception. Your prince will take Astapor from within. Sea Lord Faz Solis remarked shrewdly, and there was a hint of something in his eyes that Salon couldn't quite tell. And with the unsullied of Astapor amongst his dragon and his army, yes, Yunkai's and Mirian's chances of resistance dwindle. Your prince's actions, his unsavory breach of agreement, has ramifications. Prestaines remarked as he stared at Salon. It will have a consequence in these discussions. I'm surprised you're offended on the behalf of slavers. Salon said with a careless shrug, his eye still on Prestaines, and as he saw that the man wasn't pleased with the inference, if you're insinuating that Prince Aegon will renege on contractual agreements, have no fear. Salon smiled, and it was a predatory smile. The unsullied had been paid for before the rebellion was started. Salon said as he sat up a little. This had been important to Prince Aegon. Beyond increasing the ruse's success, it was important to make it clear that no deal was reneged or was acted in bad faith. Reputation had to be maintained. At least in the eyes of those who you wish to pull into your corner. As I said. Salon continued, his eyes sweeping across the faces of the keyholders and the Sea Lord. The arrogance of the good masters is their downfall. Provided we accept that these series of events as you described happen as exactly as you have just described to us, Garros Atheres spoke up, pausing for a moment as he eyed his fellow Bravasi before turning his attentions towards Salon, his gaze penetrating and calculating. Why, Theres simply said, and Salon was taken aback by the question. Theres smiled thinly, having caught Salon's surprise, and he gestured with his hand as he spoke. Your prince, what he is doing, the extent he is willing to go. Theres trailed off for a heartbeat before he continued. Half of the city's wealth will remain. You bought, took in, and trained former slaves from these cities for the sole purpose of ruling, administrating, these cities. Now, you come here, Theres said as he gestured towards the other members of this pseudo-council. Offering practically all of that wealth and resources just so that we enticed enough to aid those former slave cities, when your prince could have taken that wealth, could have taken those cities into an empire. Yet he does not. Salon only said, and Theres nodded astutely. Yet he does not, according to you. Theres said, and after seeing the frown on Salon's face, he said, assuredly but also with some hint of amusement creeping into his expression. I believe you, and in your prince's promises. What I don't know, which concerns me, is his motivations for going so far. I understand the idea of revenge, I can understand removing the masters. I don't however understand, all of this. Salon paused in his response, taking a moment to formulate his answers, which were already made many moons ago during the briefing with the prince should the questioning head into this direction, and he put on a soft smile on his face as he spoke. Tell me, men and lady of Bravus. Salon began as he leaned back in his chair. Are you content with the nature of this world? Salon could see the surprise and intrigue at the question. 2 centuries, Salon continued, 2 centuries have passed since the Doom, a moment in history that has rewritten the fabric of the known world. Your greatest enemies, the Freehold, perished in fire and brimstone, in the same fashion in which they held on to much of Essos. A rather poetic and deserving ending. And yet, his face twisted slightly as he spoke further, so little has changed. He said with significant amount of disgust in his voice. Brutality and senselessness rules this continent and ruled it so for nearly as long as Old Geese has existed. In many ways, it is even worse as the free cities, Slavers Bay and the Dothraki are all weak in constitution and pointless and are destructive in their weakness and pointlessness. Salon said with no little amount of disgust in his voice before his expression cleared as he eyed the Bravasi in front of him. And the war in Slavers Bay is the driver of this much-needed change. Salon told them, a small smile growing on his face, and Salon stood up from his seat, his hands now behind his back as he paced slightly. Prince Aegon sees the opportunity of millions of newly freed peoples with a hatred of slavery presents. You speak of a continent-wide movement against slavery. Nieso Quorians remarked, his voice calm, but there was a hint of something in his face that Salon couldn't quite understand as his eyes followed Salon's movement. Eventually. Salon said with an inclined head as he came to a stop. It will be difficult. He admitted. As Slavers Bay is fully liberated, the other cities will not be idle. Salon smiled as he continued. However, they not succeed if they try anything so long Prince Aegon is there, and they will dissuade it from trying, knowing that it won't simply be defeat but it will mean their lives and the lives of their families should they lose, which they will be likely to given how much they depend on hired swords and chained swords. So long as Prince Aegon is there. Antarion said shrewdly. Salon inclined his head, which is why Bravu's help will be needed. We will bring these freed cities room to breathe in the next few years with our presence, and we will make the most use of it by training effective armies capable of withstanding. But beyond that, they still need another powerful and committed ally in the coming future. Who better than Bravus? Salon posed to them. He waved his hand lazily as he continued. Of course, we will state guarantees of war should any of the other cities attack the liberated cities, however, it takes many moons to arrive from Ilamaris. The distance is no smaller from Bravus. Pran Elise commented. True, but you are close enough. Salon pressed. He didn't want to share that Lys could well be another member of this budding alliance. There was also the chance that Prince Aegon had further plans beyond Slavers Bay and Essos, but he wasn't sure. If there any, Prince Aegon had not shared it with anyone. But it shouldn't matter in this meeting anyway, for the benefits were greatly tipped into Bravu's favor. He continued, and, chances are, they can be destabilized from within their borders if we work at it. Salon said enticingly as he extended out his arms, something that I believe Bravus would be more than capable of assisting with. Salon said before he sighed, his arms dropping as he looked upon their faces. This is an opportunity that you would be short-sighted to let pass you by. This is not simply about slavery. You are smart enough to see that. Your legacy, should you agree, will be more than simply aiding the end of slavery in the most vile slaving lands in all of the known world. Slavers Bay outnumbers Bravus and its held territories by 6 times more people. Likely significantly more. All of these people will need everything Bravus has to offer and more. Financial institutions, like the Iron Bank, trading guilds and companies, like those in Bravus, artisans and businessmen, you name it, they will need it. And there will millions of these people who can contribute to the global economy. Likely, if you so wished it, you could establish rival industries there to pressure Tyrosh, Mir, Lys, and Volantis, weakening them whilst profiting greatly and increasing the wealth of the locals in that bay, all of whom will look Bravus. This is low risk, great rewards. Salin said passionately. It hurt him to say it, lest of all say things these people already knew, of all the ways that this deal, this agreement, this alliance, would propel them, and in turn, bravos, to great heights if they truly bought into this. It will be difficult, yes, and there were many challenges, yes, but all things considered, it would be a minuscule investment of bravos. 10,000 people or more, mayhaps, and some amount of capital, yes, but in return, they gained near enough entire kingdoms' worth of wealth and people and resources. Unfortunately, Illimaris was not capable of supporting Liberty Bay. Not the way the likes of bravos could. He continued, his voice picking up strength and passion, and he spoke to appeal to their ego, to their pride. There would be no greater way to pay homage to your ancestors than agreeing to this, and there would be no greater way than to cast away your ignoble title as the bastard daughter of old Valeria and enshrine your legacy, the legacy of bravos, as something more, as a father to a free Essos. He could see that his words were working on them, and he waited for a long few moments as they kept on looking at one another. Finally, one of them spoke up, and of course, it was the Sea Lord. We will need to discuss this further. Alone. Faz Solis said as he steepled his hand in front of him. Of course. Salin said with an inclined head. He was disappointed with this answer, but it was not unexpected. He once again inclined his head before he left. As he exited the doors, he caught an inquisitive look from Arvin and the others, and he pursed his lips in response, and they understood it for what it was. They need a push. Days passed as he took to stay on the ship in fear of bounty seekers, days that turned into a week and a day, time in which his men had been busy. There was not an inn or tavern or any kind of social house that their men did not visit and spread information. Information that even in a city like Bravos, city of 300,000 souls, spread like wildfire. Prince Aegon Targaryen and his people are liberating Slavers Bay. The fires of liberty rage across Slavers Bay. They rage and roar for freedom, drowning out the striking bells of shattering chains. And the evil good masters, they rage. And the terrible wise masters, they bellow. And the great masters, they roar. And all masters, they chant. Prince Aegon has sent an envoy to Bravos, to the Sea Lord and the Iron Bank to negotiate a deal to help these people retain their freedoms. Soon, you can help millions of liberated slaves and make good coin out of doing good. Those were but examples of the kinds of information that was being, and laughs were held with the local people, oftentimes enrapturing tales of great heroism and a duty that their people, many of whom used to be slaves, held to other chained peoples, and how they hoped that Bravos would do as they used to do many years ago and help people like them. In nearly every instance at an inn or tavern or elsewhere, a crowd was assembled and a crowd was enraptured and riled up, and there was not at least one person who did not promise to volunteer to aid Liberty Bay when the call came. Their fomenting and enflaming of public opinion, as the prince strangely called this way of pressuring the Bravasi leaders, was working like a dream. Everyone knew, already, that Prince Aegon was greatly against slavery, so they had no doubt in believing that instead of using coin to liberate peoples, that he was now doing it with sword and dragon fire. By now, every single person in the city knew of them and their reason why they were in Bravos, and of what was happening in Liberty Bay, and there was an excited, almost anticipating air about the city, as people talked about no longer being the only truly free city in Essos. And it mattered not a single amount, that ships were bound elsewhere in the world. With this news on the edges of their tongues, he mused as he stood, once more, in front of the key holders, which included several other heads of families now, and the Sea Lord, looking quite displeased. We have decided. Sea Lord Faz Solis said, and it seems like he was not quite happy to say it. He was quite sure that being under pressure to make a choice was not well received, a risk they knew well enough. It was why he'd on board the ship instead of the estate waiting all this time after all. But, they had to be pushed to make the sensible choice, a choice that they should want to make anyway. There was a great deal to gain from this deal, far more than Illimaris would gain in the long run. The Sea Lord paused, and paused. For a moment Salin was worried that he would say what needed to be said. But he had no reason to doubt. We agree that this is an opportunity that cannot be ignored. We also agree that tentatively, we can open up a series of agreements. Salin resisted to smile, and it was a great struggle that is contingent your prince does manage to liberate Slavers Bay. Of course. Salin said with an inclined head. And I would not worry about Prince Aegon failing in his set task. Salin said with a small smile, he is a man that did not fail to find a route west. He will not fail to win a meager war with a people from a bygone age. Salin looked towards Arvin, and the quill was dipped into a pot of ink. Salin turned back towards the key holders and the Sea Lord, his smile growing slightly now. Shall we begin writing ourselves into legend? And as he said that, the varied looks of their partners shining through, he thought to himself, I should take the long route through West Eros to get back to the prince. Break. Late 112 AC Yunkai. Sir Ethan Celtigar POV. Their march was hard and slow. The towns and estates they passed by and liberated proved to be little distraction. 8 days they marched, and more than half a moon has passed since they began their campaign. On dusty roads and golden fields, they marched, and now through an outcrop of ancient birchwood forest near a crumbling sandstone bridge that passed over a drying river, a river that stretched out thinly on the same path to Yunkai. Nary much time was wasted even as they took short turns to rest. The huge train of supplies that followed their more than 30,000 strong army, food and water and weapons and much else, including hundreds if not 1,000 and more barrels of whetstone powder, stretched far behind them. 11,000 Elamarizians with half 1,000 archers and the summer Icelanders on board of the fleet, 16,000 unsullied, nearly 2,000 former slave soldiers, and 4,000 volunteering Astaporians were amongst the army, with another 3,000 non-fighting supporting men and women. Their forces could have easily ballooned to over 40, if not 50,000, had it not been for Prince Aegon's convincing of the Astaporians that the city had need of hard-working people eager to make a difference. Your duty, now as free men, is to rebuild this city and to train hard and train well, for it is on your shoulders that you will help carry the weight of freedom for the people of this bay. The convincing had taken root in the people, he mused to himself, the prince had too much sway in their hearts for them to refuse such a request. Ultimately, the prince took only 4,000 men amongst the Astaporians, telling the many other of the men to train with the unsullied in preparation should they have need of them. He doubted the ones that came with them would be much use in the fighting, no more than peasant levies, likely less useful, for they had much of their fighting spirit whipped away. Nonetheless, war changed the hearts of men, he expected that Yunkai would serve well in changing the hearts of the surviving men. Ethan knew from experience after all. Though he'd been knighted and blooded many years ago, fighting in Astapor had been something alike to that of freezing water dropped on you as you lay asleep. Chaos and mayhem had ruled for a night and a day, where blood of thousands had spilled freely. He'd never seen the like of it. Whilst the freed slaves had shed blood aplenty, much of the shed blood had been of the freedmen and the noble families of Astapor. Out of tens of thousands, there were less than a few thousand remaining in Astapor, many of them only women and children. And Yunkai? Yunkai would face the same fate. He still remembered vividly the ease with which Prince Aegon had spoken about the fates of the slavers and their families in this war. That none but the women and children were to live, and even then, they'd live without much of their wealth. The surviving noble class and freedmen and freedwomen would retain some of their wealth, and their manses, but much of it was contingent that they follow the new rules set for them, lest they find themselves subject to an angry mob that greatly outnumbered them. The old cannot be made to hinder the new, lest the old grow mighty again to make all of our efforts pointless had been what the prince had often said. None of the men protested to that. Ethan had not expected it. He knew that many of these knights were veterans of the war in the Basilisk Isles or had wished they'd fought there, but all were deeply hateful of slavers, so much so that none thought that the way they were going to fight this war in Slavers' Bay was dishonorable. This is not Westeros, Prince Aegon had said. In Westeros, we fight within the same rules. Lords against lords. Knights against knights. Submission and conquest. War in Westeros is a war amongst equals, for the most part, with the same overarching goals and the same codes of conduct. This is not the case here. They are not our equals. They are not fighting as equals. They do not fight at all. Their slaves fight. They fight with words and lies. You ask why this deception? Because they deserve no more. They deserve to come to an end through the means they so effortlessly practice. Through lies and through butchery, they live, and through lies and through butchery, they will come to an end. He was finding himself unable to protest against it. Not when the blood spilled of their men was lessened through deception, not when deception and dishonor was solely reserved for the slavers. The city of Yunkai loomed over the horizon as they stood atop the hill. The great sandstone mountain that lay on its west looked like a misshapen twin of the yellow brick city as they approached. And as they neared, they could see with the naked eye the gleaming golden harpy that stood at the top of the pyramid that dominated over the city, a symbol clear as any of the means and ways of Yunkai. Still, he mused to himself, the city was impressive as they arrived within 5,000 yards of Yunkai and its gates. Its high walls were impressive, like a ribbon tied around the bosom of a heavy-breasted whore, and its tall towers and buildings that lay behind it, gleamed under the morn sun like monuments of gold. On the eastern side, towards the ocean, he could see a few distant ant-like ships, and likely there were many more on the far side of the city. Yunkai had two gates, one at the ports and the one in front of them, the main gate, and, it seemed like their presence was not unknown to the Yunkai, for there were 3,000 men outside the gates of the city, waiting, watching. Their army took camp then, on the prince's orders, 5,000 yards away from Yunkai, close enough for any in the city in those towers to see, and the stream of their men setting up camp must have made their enemy wary and nervous, for he could see the gates opening and closing several times in the past hour. The sounds of the sea was distant but heard, even over the commotion of the camp, and he wondered where the fleet was. He knew that the fleet of 50 or so ships, armed with jarbolts and scorpions, were not far from their position, waiting as they were on a command from the prince through the glass candle. Hey! So the slavers want to fight then? Sir Muro commented gruffly as he put down the far eye, a small scowl forming on his face when he passed on the far eye to Sir Tratos, who took it to eye. Their party consisted of Sir Tratos, Sir Muro, Sir Galaenis, Sir Uthric, Commander Rhaegar, himself and of course, Prince Aegon. He doubted that the Yunkai wanted a fight. They would have seen their army of more than 30,000 coming, a difference to their own numbers that should make any, even the most foolhardy, tremble with wareness. And, of course, he mused, the fact that the prince had a dragon, a fact that must be known to the Yunkai, a fact that should doubly make them tremble with doubt and uncertainty about whether or not they even stood a morsel of a chance. They're no more than a cornered hog stamping its feet before a pack of wolves. Sir Makar Romari said with amusement in his voice. Just over a fortnight had passed since they began the campaign, and by the next few days, they would secure Yunkai and its hinterlands, leaving no chance of Mirian being able to muster an army save for one to protect itself. For there was no doubt that Mirian knew already or would know in the coming days. That the Yunkai soldiers were waiting on them was a hallmark that with certainty their deception and their conquest of Astapor would be made known to the rest of Slavers Bay in the next few weeks. Individually the rest of the cities were of no great concern, the chances that they could hire sellswords that still remained in the region were all but certain bought to bolster their forces, although, truthfully, it wasn't a big of a problem, not when they had a dragon like Miss Aragorn. The conqueror had proven long ago that dragons and a small army was enough to conquer an entire continent capable of fielding armies of hundreds of thousands, with all the luck and favor of the gods needed to fell a grown dragon. The sellswords would surrender before they let themselves be consumed in another field of fire, though, he could see the other Giscari die rather than surrender, once it was known that the war they were waging with Slavers Bay was one of annihilation, and chances were that they would spare no expense or effort to ensure their survival. For now though, he thought as he glanced at the prince, who stared at the assembled Yunkai forces with an indifferent expression, such knowledge would not escape, not with the way they put to sword anyone who was deemed a risk. Which would be doubly ensured with Yunkai. In many ways, the chaotic nature of their liberation of Astapor had played into their hands, with so many of the noble families and freedmen dying in the chaos. Only a few remained, fewer still were men. Few enough to be ensured that they could be controlled and their movements managed, even when the landowning and slave-owning families from the hinterlands were forcibly moved into the city. "We wait," Prince Aegon commanded after a few moments as he turned to look at Sir Makar before he looked to the others. "Have the men begin the scheduled rests. I expect we will have our answers come to day's close. At worst, by tomorrow morn," Prince Aegon said before he pulled at the reins of his horse and turned around, making his way back to the camp. And so they waited, and, come the afternoon, hours later, riders of 100-strong party made their way towards them, the guards dressed in the queer leather armor like that of the Astaporian highborn, and their hairs oiled up in similar elaborately fashions, though, their highborn nobles wore silk and linen dresses with all kinds of yellows dyes. What caught his attentions were the caravans that followed in pursuit of these men, caravans that promised tremendous amount of gold and luxury. The highborn in silk and linen yellow clothing were the ones who broke away from the party once they came at a stop some distance away. 3 of the 8 highborn introduced themselves by name, Sraknis Zopalak, Dramdik Mo Shetzizn, and Maimdek Na Keys. The looks on their faces were smiling, as were most of the other unnamed highborn, and if he were to see such faces in a tavern or in a solar, or in court in King's Landing, he would not have known it to be anything else but friendliness. "You've assembled a mighty army, Prince Aegon," the one named Zopalak said with a flattering tone, yet Ethan liked it not. Zopalak then looked towards the hundreds of men behind them, the Unsullied and their men and the Astaporians before the man then looked to Rhaegar, the smiling look on his face dropping. "Much of it through treachery," Zopalak said as he turned to look to meet Prince Aegon's gaze, who simply stared at Zopalak with the same cold indifference he'd looked when he watched their assembled forces, and though his body seemed languid, lazy, Ethan knew it was only for show. Long moments passed as the highborn slavers stared at Prince Aegon with smiling faces and penetrating eyes, none of it affecting the prince who simply stared through them, his body hunched atop the horse as if he had not a care in the world. "Why have you come?" The highborn finally broke, their impatience having crept into their voices, the light of the dying sun presenting in terrible August air to their fraying patience. None of their party answered. Prince Aegon had been adamant that they keep their silence, for the ruse would be in danger otherwise. The Yunkai had to conclude that they were here for opportunistic reasons. When none of their party answered, unsettling the highborn slavers ever more so, the man named Maimdek Na Keys continued, his voice harsher, but to Ethan it sounded no more like bluster and folly. "You will not find Yunkai as easily conquered." Na Keys straightened himself out as he sat atop his horse, and he leaned forward slightly, an angry scowl forming as he spoke. "We have survived countless hordes of enemies since before your sheep-herding ancestors ever managed to enslave those demon-cursed beasts you call dragons, and we will survive long after the rivers of Geese have run dry. Speak your terms or do not speak at all," Prince Aegon remarked indifferently as he leaned forward ever so slightly on top of his horse, and some of the highborn bristled at the disrespect. Dramdik Mo Shetzizn was the one who ensured none spoke out of turn and was the one who spoke for them. "You are wise to seek negotiations where is much to be agreed upon," Mo Shetzizn said with a smiling face. "We know of your troubles with Mir," and Mo Shetzizn said as he glanced towards the Unsullied commander, who met Mo Shetzizn's gaze with unblinking eyes, a mark, Ethan knew, of the growing defiance within the Unsullied. The less wine of courage they consumed, the more like men they became. I cannot conceive that you would be so foolish to harm and weaken the army you have gathered by attacking Yunkai, with whom you have no quarrel to settle. Prince Aegon glanced at Sir Gaelanis, Sir Muro, and Sir Tratas, the look on his face clear and understanding parted. None were to speak. If the highborn slavers noticed anything, Ethan did not know as Zopalak raised his hand and moments later goods and crates were lifted off of the backs of the camels and from the carriages drawn by their horses. It is why we offer you a gift on your travels to your enemy in Mir. And, as the crates were opened, gold bars aplenty shone, and the peels of silk and more was set before them. Mootjeman continued to speak though his words were far from the smiling kind with which he spoke before with. We will forget the treacherous transgressions you have committed against the good masters. We do not know why you have done so, Mootjeman said with forced calmness as he glanced at the Unsullied, the look all but confirming that their suspicions were geared towards the taking of the Unsullied. For it matters not, but no, Mootjeman said as he inclined his head faintly, the respectful gesture made irrelevant by the hard eyes and the tenseness in his body. That we Yunkai are wiser and far stronger than the good masters. You will find Yunkai far from the easy prey that proved to be Astapor. For every 1,000 men you sent against our walls, 2/3 will die a terrible death. For every Yunkai that falls in our streets, 20 of yours will die by our scimitars and our spears. Mootjeman vowed in a low but hard voice and Ethan found himself clenching his teeth at the challenge issued. Of course, Mootjeman said after the pause, his body relaxing and his smiling face returning. We need not blood ourselves in a battle that need not be fought, Mootjeman said in a placating movement of arms. The gift that is before you, is only a small fraction of the gift that we would deliver to you. You would receive 5 times that number. Your men, Mootjeman said as he glanced towards the arrayed men that stood watching not more than 300 yards behind them, will be granted the finest bed slaves to warm their beds, and every man amongst them will have 10 pouches of gold gifted as a mark of generosity of Yunkai. Generous. Prince Aegon said as he eyed Mootjeman. And in return. Mootjeman smiled. And in return, you will leave these shores for all time. You will also leave Astapor, the city, and its slaves, to be reclaimed by the people of this land, us, and you will never return there either, Mootjeman said in a fiery but calm and smooth tone before he smiled, and it was an oily greasy smile that made Ethan wish he could carve out of its copper skin. Of course, you can keep the Unsullied for your campaign against the Mirish. Interesting demands. Prince Aegon said with an acknowledging note, one that pleased a few of the highborn and angered a few others. Ethan wondered if there was discord amongst the highborn on how to approach this crisis. Likely there, he mused to himself. The Yunkai were said to be as cutthroat in their dealings as the Volantene were in their politics. But I wonder, why should I accept such terms? Prince Aegon questioned as he titled his head, a slow and small smile making its way on his face, a smile that was predatory and cold when we have such a welcoming city waiting for us. This reaction made some of the highborn Giscari unsettled, and Nakis scowled angrily and seemed to be ready at a moment's notice to draw his scimitar. Ethan glanced at the others amongst their party. He saw Sir Gaelanis watching carefully and doing so with a hungry on his face. You would rather waste the blood of your men on our glorious walls and weaken yourselves against the sell swords the Mirish have gathered for your arrival. Mootjeman asked harshly, but Ethan could see that underneath that harshness, there was real fear. As there should be. The Yunkai were outnumbered in every way possible. They knew how fucked they were if appeasement didn't work. Do not be so foolish, Prince. Let us part on good and friendly terms. The gifts we would levy on you would leave you far less bitter than your attempts to take our city would. Yes. Yunkai will not be as unprepared as Astapor was. Prince Aegon said with a lessening smile, his eyes unblinking. Like a stone in my boot, Yunkai will be irritating to tread upon. Prince Aegon's eyes turned cold, his voice descending in volume as he spoke further. Nonetheless it shall be removed with but a moment's pause. Prince Aegon raised himself slightly, his eyelids dropping, as he tilted his head slightly as he spoke further. And you misunderstand, Yunkai. What do we misunderstand? The prince smiled, and it was a cold, terrifying smile as his hand slowly rose, an open gauntlet hand, and, as his arm was outstretched fully into the air when he spoke. You misunderstand my humoring of you when I asked your terms. You believe that this is a negotiation when in reality. The prince said as he closed his hand. This is nothing more than you agreeing with whatever I bid you to agree. You dar anything, any insult or words of rebuttal, were cut short by a piercing roar that seemed to have blanketed the world. Its shrill and piercing screech dug into the ears and minds of all those that heard, a screech that scratched and gouged at the carefully constructed walls of arrogant security the highborn slavers built within themselves, he thought, as he watched the blood leave their faces, their mouths agape in horror and shock and some sense of twisted awe, and the dragon. Miss Aragorn, swept down from above the mountain, his large bulking form, larger than any carrack and larger still his form was than any ship with his wings so extended full. Heads were stuck to follow the trajectory of the dragon, a trajectory that arrowed towards Yunkai by the sea, and the horror at seeing Miss Aragorn made way for dawning horrible understanding, the gusts of winds that washed over them as impactful as the thoughts that they were insignificant before a dragon, What are you doing? This is a parley. You spit on every civilized conduct. Na Keys was furious and frightened in voice. We are not breaking parley. You still breath, slaver. Sir Baelon said in a grueling scowl before he laughed amused, and so does your pitiful army. The dragon is simply doing what a dragon does, what it wants. That beast is Attic. The slavers died down when the first bursts of flames were issued by Miss Aragorn at the ports, great bursts of blue flames rising high into the air as presumably ship after ship was burned down, rising about the city walls and city buildings. Cease that beast. Cease its attack at once. One of the highborn said in panic, his hand on the hilt of his scimitar, but before he draw it out, sharp sounds of swords unsheathed broke. If you want to make it back to your pissing city alive, you better remove your hand from your sword. Sir Murrow said in a dangerous tone, and Ethan could hear swords drawn by the men behind them, and it proved to be the cause of reason amongst the highborn. What do you want? Mootjeman spat out as he looked towards the prince, a bitter look on his face, though Ethan could see through the veneer of assuredness. Fear had crept in his bones, in all of their bones. You release every slave from your city come the first light of dawn with 10 days of food for each slave. Prince Aegon said, and the slavers quailed at those terms. You're mad. One of the highborn said, horrified. That's impossible, we'll never agree. No doubt they were also thinking about the slave soldiers that they would be forced to give up. If you don't agree, Prince Aegon said as he forced his horse to stamp its foreleg onto the dragon, rising as he was to his full height. My dragon will not simply burn down your ships. He will turn its fire and flame to Yunkai. Your strong and glorious walls will melt as easily as the flesh of yours and your kin will under dragon fire. Your city, of which you so pride yourselves so much on, will be nothing more than an example. Like old Guise and the Rhoynar were before the might of old Valyria. Prince Aegon's voice turned menacing, the sounds and flashes of burning in the far distance proving to be a terrible omen for the highborn slavers. Your city will be turned into a replication of old Guise, a hollow city with burnt-out husks of stone and ash, populated only with the wailing ghosts of the wise masters. That is my promise if you refuse my demand. Silence reigned for long moments, one that was only broken once another great flash of blue flame and smoke in the far distance made itself known. We cannot free all of the slaves. Not the soldiers. Na Keys finally broke the silence, his head shaking angrily. Every slave. No exceptions. Prince Aegon said coldly. What is to prevent you from attacking anyway? One of the highborn slavers behind the 3 envoys shouted angrily and fearfully. Only my words. Prince Aegon said as he leaned in, staring into the eyes of the highborn slaver before he looked to the others. And truthfully, count your blessings that Mir is my enemy and for which I need my army. For it does not matter if you had a few thousand more men defending you. You know it. I know it. Even the slaves who you make defend you know it. Prince Aegon's voice turned chilling. Only my words and my goodwill can save you and your families from death. And my goodwill is limited. The highborn looked at one another before Mootjeman spoke. For the slavers we need more than the time you have given us. There are too many and the amount of food you ask for will deplete our stores. It was a poor attempt to try and buy time. You have until the first light of the morn and no longer. Prince Aegon said coldly, and he leaned in slightly. Or do you refuse? Mootjeman swallowed harshly before he bitterly nodded. We have an accord. He spat out, call off your beast. Prince. He said with a bitter tone, and Prince Aegon brought down his arm and the screech of the dragon could be faintly heard even though it was at the other side of Yunkai. Only when the dragon came towards them, did the Yunkai retreat. They watched the retreating forms of the highborn slavers, the sun drawing to a close, and Prince Aegon spoke then. Prepare the men. We've pushed them into a corner by arriving sooner than they expected. They know how hopeless their situation is. They will abide by the accord, mostly, I expect. Still, expect treachery and ensure the men do not lose focus. The next 40 hours will be vital for the seamless success of our plans. The chaos of more than 100,000 slaves leaving Yunkai was going to be severe if it wasn't managed carefully. It was why they were camped here, at this hill, away from the open fields by the coast. The slaves would be made to camp out there, looked over by a small contingent of their army and their non-fighting men and women, so that when the time came, their large numbers wouldn't be a hindrance. Plus, there was also the possibility that the Yunkai were going to infiltrate the ranks of the slaves and cause trouble, though that was far less likely than the poisoning of the foods the Yunkai might do to the food. However, neither of those possibilities would matter anyway, not when they took the city and the rest of the hinterlands in short order. Night came and went. The high alertness in the camp was for naught, for the possibility of the Yunkai attempting to assassinate their prince in the height of night had not come to pass, and at the first lights of dawn, the gates of Yunkai opened, columns of 30 men and women pouring out into the sands outside of the city gates. Sir Baelon then looked towards Sir Baemond, a Lysane-born knight, and nodded to the horsed man, and soon a call went around for a company of 100 riders to go and escort the freed slaves to the designated area. They'd also inform the freed slaves who it was that was responsible for their freedoms, gaining a measure of their trust and their compliance in the process so that when the prince spoke with them, they'd be already aware of him. They were also required to pass their eyes over the slaves, just to check that they were what they seemed, enslaved peoples. The slave soldiers would be amongst them and they would be the most dangerous of the lot. Chances were, an assassin would be amongst that lot. They should be disarmed, swordless, but daggers were a weapon enough. More than a few hours passed as the freed slaves and their droves came out of the gates, caravans and cases interspersed amongst their numbers, and by the time noon was past, the freed slaves had been made to congregate in the area some 7,000 yards away from Yunkai, a few thousands of their army keeping order amongst the slaves. Get ready! Sir Baelon bellowed, and soon voices from the other senior commanders, and the feeling of anticipation that had been felt throughout the morn increased heavily, something that spiked sharply when they heard the distant roar of Miss Aragorn. For a moment a shadow dwelled over them, a shadow that was cast over hundreds, if not thousands of their army for that single moment, and his gaze went towards the skies, and he was greeted with sight that never failed to amaze him. Dark metal worn on its belly seemed to draw light from its surroundings, and Miss Aragorn with his wingspan of near enough 50 and 200 feet glided through the air like a sea serpent, his spike draconic longer than the height of the walls of Yunkai, twisting slowly as the dragon made way towards the freed slaves. He'd seen a few dragons in his lifetime, more so in the past few years, particularly Miss Aragorn. The dragon was a fearsome beast, comparable to the greatest of the living dragons, and it amazed him to know that the dragon's age was not yet 30. If the dragon lived 100 years more, it would not surprise him if he was to grow comparable to Viagar. Panic had swept through the ranks of the slaves, but the thousands of their army that was left to keep the peace had soon calmed them down, as was planned. Miss Aragorn landed before the backtracking freed slaves, and moments later, Miss Aragorn had stood on his wings with the small-looking prince on his back. Even from this distance, they could see the gleaming dark armor of the prince, helmet too, and though he could not hear a spick or spittle, he knew that the prince was now addressing the slaves. His hands tightened on the reins of his horse, a quick glance sent towards the army that stood ready. There were 6,000 riders now, a third being the former slave soldiers of the hinterlands of Astapor with the rest on foot. To cross the gap between the city would take several hours on foot, this far away from the city gates, however, that time would work in their advantage as the fires would dwindle by then, at least that was the hope given that their assumptions were based on the fact that there was little woodwork in Yunkai, not enough to cause a great fire to consume the city. The riders, himself included, would be used to clear the combatants nearest by the walls, the few that survived the dragon fire passes. A great roar of cheers knocked him out of his thoughts and his head swiveled towards the direction, towards the prince and freed slaves, and the cheers made way for chants that he could make out, save for the one Valyrian word. Freedom. Miss Aragorn's body then moved away from the slaves and shortly afterwards, the dragon, after a very quick crawl, was airborne, the signal that they needed to begin. Time to march, men. Let's not have the prince have to do the work all alone. Sir Baelon's familiar voice bellowed out and cheers rang around from the men. And, as they marched, his hands around the reins tightening further, they watched as the prince atop Miss Aragorn approached the city, and he could imagine the terror that must be going through the minds of the slavers. Great peals of blue dragon flame erupted from the maw of Miss Aragorn, flames that consumed the battlements above the gates that were blown apart by the destructive nature of the flame, and the dragon continued to sweep across the battlements, sweeping past like the stranger incarnate, and even this far away thousands of yards, the sounds of the destructive dragon flame rang like shrieking bells. It was awe-inducing and terrifying, to see what a lone dragon was capable of, he thought as he watched more of the city put to blue flame, smoke rising and rising, clouding the city under a haze of grey and ash. Though he knew that only some areas of the city were put to torch outside of the battlements, areas where the wise masters and their kind dwelt, it seemed as if much of the city had been burnt down. By the time they neared the city gates, there was not a soul that could be heard, only the sounds of dying crackling fire. Remember! Let only the women and children live. Sir Muro bellowed, and he was the first of the riders make it into the city, something that roused the men out of their shock, and a roar of voices roused like thunder as the men ran forward towards the gates, and soon enough he too made his way into the city proper, and he and his fellows rode in the streets by the city walls. Ash and smoke dominated for some time before it all cleared up, and finally, he could cries and shouts and blade singing, his grip tightening on his sword. 2 days. Heave. Was bellowed, and men pulled, sounds of exertion mixing with the sounds of metal scraping against stone. He watched on with morbid and wary fascination as the huge golden harpy that was mounted on the pyramid of Kagaz moved with the pulling. Gods, that thing is going to roll right out of the city. Sir Lomaris remarked, drawing his attentions, and he glanced at the bulky man before he turned his gaze back at the harpy. It's more likely going to collapse the pyramid. Ethan said with a grimace. He was rather glad that they were watching from the small pyramid beside the pyramid of Kagaz. That thing must weigh more than 20 times that of the prince's dragon, he was sure of it. Especially if it was really completely gold. He doubted it, of course, but you never knew with these Giscari. Good riddance. Sir Lomaris said with a scoff, so wasteful a building. A keep for just a single family. Well. And their slaves, I suppose. Still. You could build 10 towns of thousands each with the stone of this pyramid. That was true. It wouldn't be the worst thing if that thing collapsed. Ethan remarked as he turned his gaze around, towards the city below. The signs of burning and fighting still marked out much of the city. A great many of the pyramids, big and small, were half destroyed by flame and fire. The city walls too had suffered greatly. And in the streets, the bloods of thousands colored the yellow stones red. To call what happened a few days ago fighting, was mayhaps a great stretch of the word. Butcher was more of the right word. Prince Aegon's attack had decimated a great deal of the Giscari and their dwindled forces, and terrified the survivors, allowing their army to sweep through them with disturbing ease. They'd killed all of the men by the time night came, and by the time morn came, they found that many of the families had perished during the fighting, during the prince's attack, or during the fire that consumed the prison that many of the wise masters' families had been held in, a crime that had been done by a few vengeful former Astaporian slave soldiers. Tratas had hung the men for their crimes, and warnings had been issued to everyone that revenge crimes would not be accepted. Out of mayhaps 30 or 40,000 Giscari, less than 6,000 had survived, the majority of them being children, with the only men still living being those that had dwelled in the temples that dotted throughout the city, which were to be left untouched according to the prince. Sir Lomaris commented with a nod, allowing Ethan to wrench his thoughts away, and he looked towards Sir Lomaris, who grunted before he spoke again. Wouldn't surprise me if our prince made the administrators rebuild the city using the stones of these pyramids. A gnarly smile cut across his face. Like my brother's writings, the prince has a taste of symbolism about him. Ethan eyed the grim and gnarly man with amusement. Sir Makar's scholar-like nature was infamous amongst the knights, and the complaints of Sir Lomaris about his brother was just as infamous, and it was a source of great entertainment. It was a shame that Sir Makar was assigned to Illimaris instead of this campaign. A great noise echoed around them, and they sharply turned their gaze back towards the harpy, which was tipped from its base and on the cusp of falling. One more pull later, the harpy fell. And fall it did, for it rolled down the sides of the pyramids, breaking and crushing stone on its way down, tumbling and breaking apart, one wing first, and the other, before all that remained was a body and a head as it neared the ground. Ha! I knew. That thing was a fake. Sir Lomaris said exuberantly, as the sight of broken apart harpy had shown them that the insides were hollow, showing that the harpy had been nothing but a cast. It seemed fitting, strangely. The next few hours had gone by quickly. Most of the freed slaves had made it back into the city, and much of their help was solicited in clearing up the city. Some of the slaves, some thousands, left to make their own way. Many of them were Alhazarine, a people that came from Alhazar, a region beyond the mountains. The rest, though, remained. Soon enough, he was in the council meeting with the prince, Sir Tratas, Sir Gaelanis, Keller, and 3 of the Yunkai Regency Council. The first topic at hand was organizing the city. There'd be some 100 administrators left in this city, tasked to get the economy and a system of governance up and running. The slave soldiers that had been released by Yunkai had been identified. There had indeed been some amongst them tasked to kill Prince Aegon and as many others, though, once they'd seen the dragon and the city burning, they'd changed their minds and confessed and would soon be incorporated into the army, and in the city guard. This time, only 1,000 unsullied would remain in the city to keep order. There was lesser amount of concern of rioting and instability. The majority of the slaves were women and girls, bed slaves, dancers, weavers, and servants, with the majority of the men being menial workers of one thing or another, pottery, jewelry and the like. The rest were eunuch soldiers and servants. That, combined with the fear and awe most of the slaves had of Prince Aegon, one made greater with the sight of a burning city at the maw of a single dragon. The second topic was the division of the gold taken, and that would be taken, from the now, mostly, dead wise masters and other noble families. Tens of millions of golden marks were expected to be found within the now desolate abodes of these families, wealth that would be split in half, one half belonging to Prince Aegon and their army, and the other belonging to the Regency Council. The wealth that Prince Aegon and their army took, would be, at the end of the campaign, split with 40% of the pot split amongst the army, 40% for the treasury of Illimaris, and only 20% kept by Prince Aegon. There was a whole lot of complicated splitting, with regards to how much would be given to the men who joined after the campaign, but at the end, every Illimarisian man in their army would be a very wealthy man. The 40% that would be kept in the treasury of Illimaris was meant entirely for the settlement and their people, something that no Illimarisian in their army would disagree with. Though Prince Aegon only took 20% of the spoils, the Valyrian steel and the tomes taken, were all belonging to Prince Aegon, and it would not surprise him if Prince Aegon had enough to make a dozen swords from all that was taken in the form of daggers, jewelry, spearheads, and axes. The next topic was the next stage of their campaign. They could not expect as little resistance as they'd faced in Yunkai and Astapor, not by the time they were at the Mirianese city gates. Mirian as well, was a city that did not boast as few Giscari freemen and nobles, easily toppling more than 100,000, in a city more than 500,000 in people. It would be their greatest challenge, to take that city with the least number of deaths amongst their men. Prince Aegon had also considered that enough time had passed for the Myrianes to make scorpion bolts. It wasn't something that concerned Prince Aegon overly. They'd have to cover every roof and every battlement with scorpions for them to be effective, Prince Aegon had said in answer, but nonetheless, it was something to consider. After all, terrible luck had struck Meraxes down, and though the prince's dragon was fitted with armor that also covered its draconic head, a terribly lucky scorpion could worm its way into the skull of the dragon. There were a range of plans, depending on what their enemy would do, that they had prepared. Plans that once again used deception and subterfuge to take the city from within. They couldn't force the Myrianes, in the same they did with Yunkai. The Myrianes were many times more formidable than the Yunkai or the Astaporians. And though they took care not to let any escape Yunkai via ship or via foot, the chance still existed that their deeds in Yunkai would be known. They'd fight severely to survive, and it wouldn't surprise them if they took brutal measures to control their slaves. Prince Aegon decided to extend their stay in the city by another week, making them stay in Yunkai for the next fortnight before they marched again. Ethan knew that the decision would be well liked by the men who would like to seek willing comfort from the famed women in this city. Sir Baelon was however tasked to bring the hinterlands under control. The farms and the estates, taking with him 5,000 riders, 1,000 of which were Astaporian men. They'd also double the training of their recently freed men, to get them to be less of a doubt during battle. 300 had fallen during the attack, far more than any other losses amongst the army. They couldn't allow such a loss again, for their war in Slavers Bay was far from over. The meeting came at an end shortly afterwards, and he and the others left the prince alone with Keller, and, as they walked out of the council room, he was surprised by what he saw, and he felt a little struck by her beauty. Black silken hair flowed past her shoulders, framing a heart-shaped pale face, and he would thought her sick, if it were not for her vividly red lips and her onyx eyes of confidence and promised strength, dressed in crimson and scarlet robes. His eyes went to her bosom, her dress leaving much to be seen, a hexagon-shaped necklace framing her neck and some of her chest, though. He quickly looked up again as she moved closer to him, and as the men beside him made noises which he ignored, meeting her gaze, which remained unfazed and untroubled, before his gaze towards the guards by her sides, who walked with her. He and the others stepped aside, letting the woman and the guards pass. Only when the doors to the council room closed did any of them speak. "May the Father have mercy. Gods, that woman is deadly." Sir Baelon snorted. She likely is," Sir Uthric said warningly. "That's a red priestess all right." Ethan's eyebrows climbed. "A red priestess? Were all their priestesses like that?" Sir Uthric said with a frown. "They're dangerous. I'm not sure why the prince wishes to meet with their lot." No, he had no clue either. He did not think Prince Aegon would be swayed by her beauty. He'd not seen Prince Aegon act on the carnal side of things, despite being away from the princess for so long. And, given the way the prince adored his wife, he doubted he'd see him act on it now either. "If there is anything for us to know, the prince will let us know. Now come, let's have a drink, I'm fucking famished," Sir Baelon commented, and soon enough they all left, though, Ethan remained curious about that red priestess for some time yet. Break. A History of Planetos, the Alliances that Won the Great War for the Dons. Chapter 14, The League of Liberty Bay. The impact the armies of Liberty Bay had on the war for the Dons, referred to Twin Dons or the two fronts against the Dark Ones, cannot be understated. Had it not been for the Libertos armies, it is certain that Uti, a land that was in a civil war later found to have been instigated by the high priests of the Church of the Starry Wisdom, the followers of the Dark Ones, would have fallen to the Dark One in the east, and the cost to the world would have unimaginable. The Utish, once their civil war was ended with the aid of General Zokaro, was instrumental to the final destruction of the Dark One in the east, and it is not difficult to surmise that the fate of the world would have been dire had Uti, with all of its tens and tens of millions of people, had fallen to the unsealed Dark One. It is widely believed now, 50 years later, 359 AC, that Essos would have been overrun with the dead without the Libertos armies, and more importantly without their divine artifact, the Staff of Peros, an artifact that is only equalled by the Sword of Lightbringer in divinity and effectiveness against the dark forces. It is a remarkable achievement, how a once reviled region of the world, a place mired with slavery, corruption, and deviancy, had, in only a few centuries, become one of the pillars that saved humankind from eternal darkness and terror. The origins of their achievements can be directly traced back to their foundation. The liberation of Liberty Bay. This foundation is as much a cornerstone in the national identity of the cities in the League of Liberty Bay as the Red Faith is. After the Regency Councils ended a decade after the Archon of Illimaris, Aegon I, see Chapter 3 for Illimaris and its founder, departed Liberty Bay, several periods of difficulty and adversity was faced by these cities. 3 wars were fought with Karth, and raids from the Dothraki were frequent in those centuries before the Great War, and it is widely believed in Liberty Bay that these wars hardened the peoples of Liberty Bay just as the world and their Red God needed. There is much doubt about such a belief, just as there is much doubt about the belief that Archon Aegon I had seen the struggle for the Dawn's coming, but it cannot be said that the peoples that had come out of those wars were completely different to the peoples with the slave mentalities of the years, decades, and centuries before. A nationalistic dogma arose in the city-states of Liberty Bay after those periods of adversity. Chapter 26. Responses to CH25 Reviews. Truth Only Reader and Hey Stardust and Romano Michael 391 and 1, regarding KL POVs, Therrell slowly fed in. Next chap will have a small council POV. Cold Blue 2015 regarding marriage for Castaries, he has some ideas of who he wants for his son but nothing concrete. At the moment, too many things are happening for it be anywhere near defined as to whom Aegon will be able to get for his son. Regarding the Weirwood seed, at the moment Aegon is trying to figure out a way to get out of it. He really doesn't like the COTF. Tony McNuckles, yes, the Bravecy leadership were put into a bind, ironic, isn't it, given how they like to be the ones to put others in binds thanks to their bank and order of assassins that are way OP, they can't be too pissed off because the terms are way generous. Aegon knows very well that it is better to have begrudgingly happy partners who stand to make a lot of wealth and influence over pissed off partners who won't be able to forget that they were forced into acting for little personal reward. The envoy traveling through Westeros is more to do with him being afraid the Bravecy might take out their irritation on him, LMAO. It's a needless worry. And Aegon will return if only for a short while. Trudeau, regarding Castro's match, that is still up in the air. Aegon has a few candidates in mind but he isn't sure whom to select, which is ironic because he only really has a few choices that he can take. Like everywhere, some in Bravecy leadership are happy that some of the worst of the offenders of slavery are falling from a moralistic POV whilst others worry that it changes the game and what they'll need to do to adapt. Ironically, what's happening in Slavers Bay is only really the beginning of a great deal of change. H2O Hunter, Aegon doesn't know about the Pact of Ice and Fire. That only really happened after the bastard of Rhaenyra agreeing to it with Cregan. So that won't happen in this story since Baelon will marry to Rhaenyra who is not inclined like Laenor. Even when the War of Succession does happen, it is really inevitable with Viserys so stubborn and Daemon so invested in his son along with the Hightowers not willing to play ball who also simultaneously will fear Daemon and their faction. Cregan of the books will not be the same Cregan in this story as the circumstances will be very different. Scott, with what accuracy? LOL. Rarekickbutt 13, thank you, smiley face, restolen eggs, Aegon is a bit busy with a great deal of things, you know. Pansen the Panda, I'm sure there's like a quote somewhere about the Force being misunderstood as magic by the ignorant. The Dark One is just the name some call on the entity that attacked mankind. Solomon, ambition can be resolved by putting together the framework where it can be channeled. That'll be Aegon's and his children's responsibility. Alea Archer, it overlaps. It is unrealistic to let the same story play out when it was so disastrous for the family. If the OCSI had been from another family, i.e. the Baratheons for example, then it would have been another thing. Akoputurage, thank you. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on /boombox 117. Mid to late 112 AC The Citadel Old Town, Westeros. Aegon Targaryen POV. A quiet knock on his door broke him out of his thoughts, and a silent sigh of grievance escaped his lips, the quill in his hand tighter held. Come in. Aegon curtly said, his voice raspy from disuse, and he eyed the opening door with veiled disdain, the torches that arrayed evenly spaced across the 4 walls illuminating the worn and old door. It has been some time since anyone has dared to interrupt his solitude. All knew better than to interrupt whilst he'd busied himself to reconcile the disparate volumes on astronomy and improve on the broken theories of some of his misguided forebearers. The boy, for it was a boy, he thought as he squinted his eyes, barely able to discern the boy's features as he stood at the door's entrance, his eyesight stretched to its limits, was a shortly fellow, a sign that he was likely poor-born. Come closer, boy. Aegon got a better look at the boy when he was halfway into his chambers. Brown of hair, not a speckle of hair on his chin. The boy was young, quite young, mayhaps no more than 6 and 10 name days. Perhaps he was older, it was hard to tell with the small folk, especially those who may have come from the cities. From the looks of his clothes, of decent quality and worn but not quite so terribly worn that he was without means, he guessed that perhaps he came from a modest background, perhaps a merchant's son or a well-to-do shopkeeper's son. He eyed the link on the boy's small chain, the boy acolyte. It was silver, the soul link. A healer or one who interested in the arts of medicine. He eyed the boy more closely, before his eyes went towards the boy's hands, which were holding an envelope and a small wooden box. He set aside his curiosity on the contents and instead focusing on the hands. They were delicate hands, not one that belonged to a boy used to a hard life, or a life of sword and shield, and he was more assured this was a boy from one of the cities. Archmaester Aegon. The young acolyte said respectfully, and he heard a tang of nervousness in the boy's voice. How old are you? Aegon interrupted brusquely as he met the boy's nervous eyes which widened slightly. Aegon couldn't quite tell if the boy's eyes were brown or grey or moss green. There was little natural light in his chambers, not at this time. The light that entered from upon high from the far right small window that let in air and light was only sufficient during the morn, and the light of the flames distorted the colours quite displeasingly. E8 and 10 name days, Archmaester. Aegon could hear the Kingslander common accent in the boy's voice. Aegon hummed silently as he gazed upon the increasingly more nervous before he looked away dismissively, back towards his writings, though, he did speak up, a lazy gesture with his quill towards the far end of his table. Set it there, boy, and leave promptly. You've disturbed me long enough. Aegon said, and that was the end of it, as he returned back to his thoughts, and only faintly did he hear the boy leave. It was some time later, when he left his writings at a suitable ending, that he deigned to look upon what the boy delivered. It had been 2 and 10 years since he last received letters, and that had been from his father, who called upon his advice. Longer still, he thought as he picked the envelope, a curious look towards the box, that he received anything more than a single letter, which this envelope seemed to contain far more of. He hummed silently as he eyed the envelope. It was without a mark of any kind, no signet or sigil or addressing. He took a penknife and opened the heavy and full envelope up. Dearest uncle, he murmured quietly to himself, his eyebrows raising slightly at that address, but then he recognized who it was from, before he'd even read the name of the writer at the bottom of the last page in the dozen or so pages of letter. His nephew, Aegon. His eyebrow twitched in irritation, the twang of dislike he held for Alyssa's get still there, still breathing, though admittedly, a dislike that had grown significantly less over time, especially once that dislike had been overtaken by curiosity, a curiosity that stemmed from his observations of his nephew's interactions with his father, the old king, who Aegon knew thought lowly of his children's get, and yet he valued Aegon's advice almost as much as he'd valued Aegon's advice. He set aside the penknife, his eyes unfocused for a moment. It was curious thing, for his perception to change so much based on a handful of interactions, wiping clean years prior disfavor and disdain. For a long time since that boy recovered from whatever mysterious malady he'd suffered from, he'd been a bother. First, his sudden and impossible intuitive understanding of the noble art of mathematics, intuitiveness that the boy solved puzzles and problems that, over time, increased in complexity until the boy was sent problems that even archmaesters had difficulty solving, an intuitiveness that made a mockery of his and all other archmaesters' hard work and diligence in the noble art. Then, it was found the boy's talents was not simply constrained to mathematics, the hope that the boy's gifts were limited burnt away. He remembered the letters from his old mentor Elissar, letters claiming that Aegon could become one of the most accomplished archmaesters if he so desired, which, Elissar, irritatingly often bemoaned the boy had no interest in following. All of that natural talent, talents that fate had unduly granted him, Alyssa's get, would go all to waste in King's Landing, a pit that worshipped skill of arms and the luck of ancestry more than it ever did the sharpness of the mind and achievement. The boy would languish and wilt, he'd thought, in that court, as an unimportant son, wasted and adrift, without purpose and without the wherewithal to know that he'd be better served to take to the citadel where he'd have use than a third son and an adequate sword arm. Aegon's expression twisted slightly. His dim-witted family, especially Baelon, misunderstood his dislike, and wielded the boy's intellect as a weapon against Aegon. They'd grown an overinflated sense of pride and smugness, seeing his spawn praised as much as Aegon had been, yet still had been capable in arms and sociable, at least compared to Aegon anyway. It amused him greatly when word received back that the facade of courtly niceness had long since dissipated by the time the boy had left Westeros with his sister Gale. He hummed silently. And now, the boy has achieved something remarkable with the discovery of lands further west than Westeros, an accomplishment that none in the span of all history had accomplished. Of course, there were naysayers in the citadel, those who claimed that the accomplishment has not yet been verified by any of the conclave, comparing the discovery equal to the Grey King myth, but was a lowly opinion, especially once it was known that the majority of this Corinth had left for these lands, including his sister and her children. It was a desperate opinion, one made of scorn and envy. None of these acolytes and archmaesters enjoyed seeing a noble accomplishing a feat without the fingers of the citadel involved. Though mayhaps their scorn was also because it was a Targaryen that achieved it, he thought dryly and cynically. He shook his head, banishing away the bitter thoughts. Still, he mused, as he returned to his previous thoughts. He'd guessed the accomplishment was related to what his father had implied in those meetings with his nephew. He was certain that a major reason why his father had so favored Aegon was because he was a dreamer. Is this the start? Jaehaerys asked as he looked out towards the window. No. And yes. Aegon said uncertainly. The answer received a piercing disapproving glare. No as in the matter of the Valyrians ends here, but yes because Viserys will be pressured into having a male heir. Aegon said. Whether it is from court or the realm. Aegon added. Father had not deigned himself to answer the queries Aegon had posed to him, much to his irritation, claiming that matter was at hand and Aegon could not concern himself with the matters of the realm he'd so ably indisposed of himself. However, time has allowed him to slowly piece together what it all meant, more so in the past few years. The matter of succession. Looking back, now, he could clearer understand his father's determination in seeing Aegon rise to kingship. Only his promise to publicly embarrass father upon being named heir had made his father cease his attempts. Aegon sighed silently. He could understand clearer the weight of legacy that was on his father's shoulder once he'd pieced together what had torn at his father. Viserys was sowing the seeds for a crisis that would tear the realm apart, more so than the Valyrian Targaryen succession crisis ever did. Viserys was never the sharpest, but he'd been the most amiable, peaceable, and the most liked of the male Targaryens still left. He'd have been an adequate successor to the conciliator. But even Aegon could not have expected that he'd turned out into a fool that was sowing discord instead of peace, a man who had the simplest of tasks, in the simplest of times to rule in, yet was failing in his duty and failing to see that he was sowing the seeds, unnecessarily, for a civil war in his favoring of a daughter. He shook his head and dismissed himself from those thoughts that mused that his father would be as wroth at the irony of it all. Another sign of the dim-wittedness that was rife in his kin. Love and lust and self-importance had ruined many of his siblings, and it seemed like the curse had found favorable purchase in the next generation. Still, could that have been part of the reason why Aegon was adamant that the king's authority was to remain inviolate? That the Great Council was only meant and permitted to be suggestions rather than a binding decree? Was he hoping that Viserys' authority would avoid the succession crisis that'd happen as soon as he'd keeled over and died? If that was part of the reason, then Aegon was naive, and he doubted the boy who built a trading empire on the back of his discoveries of quality glass was naive. In hindsight, he could guess that the moves his nephew has made since, searching for a home, elsewhere, had made in mind with the coming succession crisis. He'd kept his ears open to news about his nephew, and he'd learnt that there was an arrangement with the Prince of the Summer Isles, a stay rather than permanence, which could only mean that eventually, they'd leave for elsewhere. The finding of Illymaris, and subsequent relocation without communication with King's Landing, made it clear that Aegon had no interest of returning to Westeros. So why expend so much effort, in building a new type of ship, of searching dangerous waters that has claimed and killed untold number of crews over thousands of years, when there was safety in a place of honor with a ruler, who is his forgiving and peaceable brother, of a powerful realm, with land still available to him should he wish it? It wasn't difficult to arrive at the conclusion that the succession crisis was going to be a disaster, and Aegon had no wish to involve himself or his family. Yes, he thought to himself, through these perspectives, one that showed that Aegon was living up to the potential that he has inherited, his opinion on his nephew had largely shifted. Only slightly, however. Whilst there was wisdom in the way he was using his gifts, intellect, and his dragon dreams, his decisions also spoke of a ruthless selfishness. There was little sign that Viserys knew anything about Aegon's dragon dreams. There was no reason not to share his dragon dreams with Viserys unless Aegon found no advantage in doing so. What kind of disadvantage there was, Aegon could not quite piece together. He could only guess. Viserys not believing that Aegon had dragon dreams, something that he doubted since his father had believed in Aegon, and he knew his father well enough that he wouldn't do so without sufficient proof. Viserys not heeding the warnings this was possible, or the worst of the bunch, Aegon sought to use the crisis for his own gains. The latter two were more likely. That throne in King's Landing made many a man green with envy, and it would not surprise him if Aegon had fallen to its seduction. Of course, Illymaris was the point that prevented reconciling that idea. Its distance, its supposed virginity and fertility, a land twice the size of the Reach. Plus, he mused to himself, Aegon's disinheritance was a large snag in the legitimacy of his crowning, if that was his goal. Viserys not heeding the warnings was possible, but he was skeptical of that idea. Viserys was a foolish man, perhaps, but he was not dull-witted. Even he would know better than not to heed warnings from dragon dreams. Their survival had hinged on such warnings, after all. Of course, there could also be the case that Aegon simply did not care to inform Viserys. He considered this to be a good distinct possibility. Like his other brother, Daemon, Aegon was not a forgiving man and remembered slights. Slights that he'd even be willing to go to war for, if the recent rumors of his youngest nephew preparing to go to war with Myr because of slights were true. It put further credence to the idea that Aegon had not forgiven Viserys for older, more severe slights. He'd heard enough from his father that the debacle with his sister had driven a wedge between eldest brother and the youngest brother. He shook his head. He found himself more and more thinking on his family over the past decade, more than he'd done so in the decade before. He returned his attentions towards the letter. Dearest Uncle Aegon Targaryen, Archmaester of the Citadel. Knowing you as I do, which admittedly is not as well as a nephew should know an uncle, I have no doubt you will have surmised who addresses you. I will be straightforward. We both know that you prefer curt and direct. I have want of you, uncle. I want you to come to Illymaris and help establish several institutions of learning devoted to knowledge, research, and teaching. Aegon scoffed. Why would he wish to uproot himself to move to a jungle colony in the middle of nowhere that would require decades of building? Before you tear the letter up in disdain and contempt before you've finished reading it, thinking that this is preposterous and beneath you, I urge you do not. Aegon narrowed his eyes but continued to read. Open the box that accompanies this letter and hook the hinges on your ears with the indentation of the frame sitting on your nose. Aegon narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the box. He was tempted to read the next page of the letter but he refrained. He opened the box and found another smaller box in between wood shavings, and he opened that smaller box and he was intrigued to find an odd contraption in the middle of a kind of mold, a mold that was strangely soft. What material was this, he wondered. He set the thought aside for now and he carefully removed the contraption from the mold. The contraption had two hinge-like space apart with two round pieces of glass in the middle, held in an iron frame of a kind with the indentation that was shapely made to sit upon a nose. The iron frame was delicate work, he thought as he felt the metal, which was smooth without dinks like he thought there should be if it was beaten into shape. He eyed the round glasses. It was obvious to know what the intent of it was. He placed it on his face and his eyes widened greatly. I see. Aegon muttered dumbfounded as he looked around. He could see clearer now. It has been years since he saw with as much clarity and just realized how much his eyesight had been betraying him over the years. He looked back towards the letter and he found himself disappointed that the clarity had not translated to reading. He leaned in slightly and he recognized that though the glasses did not return his ability to read from farther away, it did help a little. Still, the contraption was better suited for distance. He removed the contraption from his face and he resisted the urge to place them back on and he carefully set them into the smaller box. He'd have to study it. He couldn't believe that the Citadel had missed such a simple application of existing technology. He narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the piles of pages of letter. That nephew of his. Aegon found his dislike of Aegon more yet, there was conflict within. He set it aside and began to read the next page. I am uncertain if the reading glasses are well tailored to your eyes. There is a science to it, after all, for no two pairs of eyes are alike. If you're curious about the science behind the reading glasses, in summary, reading glasses are no different than far eyes though, as you have no doubt guessed, they are tailored specifically for eyes. In effect, as you well know, eyes can deteriorate with age though it is not because they are tired or worn over time. This is a misconception. One thing you must understand is that eyes are not dissimilar to far eyes. The structures responsible for sight in eyes are shaped similarly to how the lens of a far eye is shaped, concavely, and as light enters the eyes, it enters through a material that my scholars and I have chosen to call cornea, which functions like a door or window that light must pass through to form a visual perception. This light is bent much like the light in your reading glasses or far eyes is bent, and it helps the eye to focus. There is another layer of tissue within the eye, inside of the eye, that works with the cornea to help focus even more. This light is focused to the retina, another layer in the eye transforms visual perception into something else, we suspect, that allows the mind to understand this visual perception. Aegon paused in his reading as he considered the words. He had little knowledge in the matters of the body, he'd always been disinterested in people and that had carried over to their bodies too, so he could not adequately pose judgment on those assessment. But, he did know astronomy and he did know far eyes and how they worked and bent light around. It was one of the open questions at the Citadel, along with the matters of how light was refracted in gems and diamonds and glass. There were hypotheses but none that were accepted by the conclave as conclusive evidence. So, to think that Aegon and his scholars have made this much progress, supposedly, on the matters of the eye and on light and lenses. He was skeptical to say the least, yet. He eyed the small box again. The evidence was here. The culmination of their research. He continued to read on. We have found those whose eyes have deteriorated are oftentimes deteriorating slightly differently from one another, which has made creating standard reading glasses quite troublesome. The best we have come up with, is a means to test the deterioration in eyes which, of course, would request the physical presence of the individual. Aegon snorted as he eyed the page amusedly. The deviousness. In any case, should you choose to make the move, upon coming to an end of this letter, of course you shall have a pair that suit your eyes perfectly. I am sure that you have come to the realization that I have kept a close enough eye on you if I knew something as discreet as that of your ailing eyes. Yes, of course, Aegon thought with a sense of foreboding. He'd not told anyone. Was it that obvious? He'd not even noticed that he was being watched, let alone being watched by a nephew that he honestly never expected to see or hear or read from. A nephew that clearly had agents in the Citadel, he considered as he thought of that brown-haired boy. It was disturbing. Just as the thought was disturbing that he may well be watched by others too. He thought himself long forgotten by the realm. Even in the Citadel, he was known, yes, but none paid him any mind. The only time that he was consulted was when they were to elect a seneschal or a grand master. He stared at the letter. Aegon was a devious one, for sure, and he wondered what his other interests in realm still was, if he kept this close attention to a long-forgotten man, kin though Aegon may be. Have no fear, uncle. His eyebrows twitched though he continued to read through his irritation. I doubt there are that many who are paying you such close attention. You've admirably done well to keep yourself to yourself. Nonetheless, these reading glasses are, to be absolutely truthful, an insignificant invention in comparison to the research and development that is being conducted by myself, my scholars and other learned men. In the coming decades and centuries, Illumaries will be the center of knowledge, a beacon in an otherwise ignorant world. This is not a boast, uncle. This will be a reality. In the past few years since I have worked with my scholars, some of whom have better minds than I do for certain fields, we have established many theories and objective truths on the workings of the natural world. Some of these have concluded in inventions, such as the reading glasses, or the galleons, the large ships make travel to the west possible which were built using scientific principles, and these are but a small percentage of what is to come in the next decade. In less than a few years, my people have accomplished far more than the Citadel has accomplished in the past 50 years, and in a century, it will have outperformed the Citadel over its multi-thousand-year existence. Aegon looked at the pages with skepticism. The Citadel was a foundation in Westeros for over thousands of years. Throughout history, throughout idiotic and senseless wars, the Citadel has remained. It was pure arrogance to believe that these supposed centers of learnings could supplant the Citadel as the bastion of knowledge in the known world. Centers that didn't even exist except as a figment of imagination. Undoubtedly, you will doubt. You will dismiss. You will consider it the mutterings of an arrogant man-child that is dazed on his achievements. I will only direct to the 4 pages before the final page of this letter to help you understand the veracity of my words and the vision I foresee happening. Aegon mutely turned over towards the 4 pages and his eyes narrowed when he saw the first page, and, as he read on, his eyes began to stop narrowing, instead, they began to widen and his mouth slightly opened. The first page was a systematic study on the matter of lenses, optics, and refraction, where geometry was systematically used to describe the behaviors of light with geometrical diagrams used to connect with theories and applications, which he had no doubt were used in the creation of these reading glasses. The second page was no less shocking, though he had some difficulty understanding. It took him a while but he understood enough to know that this was a new kind of iterative method of mathematics to solve the problem. The third and fourth page were less groundbreaking than the previous 2 but still impactful in their own ways, with the third page detailing the science behind the phenomenon known as rainbows, atmospheric refraction, and the fourth detailing mutual beneficence of trade along with a theory behind trade politics. Aegon leaned back in his chair, staring at the pages, and he did so for some time. The first 2 discoveries were astonishing. And, in hindsight, he was more astonished that such discoveries weren't made at the Citadel. The foundations were there. The knowledge to make those discoveries were there. Yet, it was Aegon and his scholars that were making these discoveries, these connections. Far and wide, my men have sailed to. As far lang to all of the cities that lay on the path to Bravus. And, amongst the coin and wealth and goods my merchants have gotten, are also tomes and texts of all kinds, in the thousands, and more every day. Parcels of knowledge unique to these cultures and peoples. Wisdom and mathematics and alternative ideas that are unknown to Westeros. And this acceptance of wisdom and knowledge of different peoples is at the core how my people are able to come up with new ideas and new understandings with roots from many, many other sources. Amongst my people there are Yetish men, men who translate the philosophies of men who lived in times since before Garth Greenhand, granting fresh perspectives in life and of cultures. Amongst my people there are those who can formulate and express principles of the natural world with an ease greater than mine own, and like the roots of a tree, these formulations and expressions branch out to new ideas, new ways of thought and experimentation. Amongst the people I have taken to call my own, flexibility of mind is at the center of our identity. The Citadel is a center of knowledge, yes, but it is a rigid, unchanging institution that is also a political institution. And though men can learn at the Citadel, heritage matters more than intellect does. At the time of writing, the majority of the Archmaesters are kin to the Lords of the Reach, trueborn and bastards. Yet there are hundreds if not thousands of acolytes that stem from elsewhere. When the majority of Archmaesters are from one region of the realm, one must be critical to evaluate the merits through which Archmaesters are selected. When an institution becomes a place of politics, it also becomes a place where the search for knowledge is not the primary objective, but a place that rather uses, controls, knowledge to advance an agenda, a cause, or merely personal objectives. His eyebrow twitched at the comments. Setting aside the big question as to how Aegon can know the inner workings of the Citadel, he needed to find that boy again. There was truth in what he was saying. Aegon pinched his lips in displeasure. Aegon could admit that he wasn't the most sociable man in existence. He'd hated the Red Keep and its people, especially the boys that had been around his age, especially the likes of Corlys and the other notable heirs that had hung around his elder brothers. His sisters too, were an irritation that had irked him, though that was largely because of his father and mother who had been so set to match him with one of them. Vain and irritating Visera. Vain and cruel Sarah. Dimmu, simple Dahlia. Aegon thinned his lips before he sighed and shook his head. Even those who were family, he couldn't get along with, He'd thought that perhaps he'd find similarities with others like him, those who held passion for knowledge. He'd been quite wrong. Yes, he had many commonalities with the acolytes and maesters and archmaesters, but, beyond academics, there was nothing. Not that he particularly cared for it, nor did he want it, but, commonality seemed like it mattered greatly when it came to the social dynamics of the citadel, particularly within the conclave. He'd simply been left to his own devices, without regard to request his time to teach other students, or to even judge acolytes and novices if they shown enough knowledge to earn their links, and, at times, during moments of reflection, he'd contemplated whether or not he'd have earned his key, ring and rod in their eyes, or if they'd felt pressured into giving the archmaestership to the son of Jaehaerys. Perhaps they may have consigned him to a place of perpetual acolyteship like many others had he not been a son of a king, and instead a simple dragon seed. After all, plenty acolytes that demonstrated better mastery of subjects that certain archmaesters had not, and all of them were from regions not from the Reach, with the majority of them being from the north, Riverlands, or Dorne. His expression twisted with displeasure. He'd accepted the bias and the irritating politics, for there was some truth to it, he could admit, but it wasn't such a problem that it held back the citadel, like what Aegon was suggesting. Every element of human existence will have bias and politics. That was simply the way of things. It was to the individual to change matters into their favor. If they cared for it anyway. He continued on reading. And it is this that will always hold the citadel back from what it could achieve, and Illimaries and its centers of learning will not have this problem. The primary reason for that, is that knowledge will be freely granted to all. You may wonder how that differs from the citadel. The reason for that is that knowledge and learning will be embedded within the fabric of Illimaries. Every town and every village and every city, will be required, under law, schooling for children aged 4 to 6 and 10 name days. Schooling that will require children to attend 4 hours, minimum, worth of lessons, where they will learn their letters, their numbers, and philosophy. Of course, only a few are expected to proceed into higher education into the centers of learning, as sons will take up their father's trade more often than not, but these few who chose to proceed. They will be highly educated, highly exposed to ideas, and capable. And it will be these people who will be the foundation of research and development in Illimaries for the decades and centuries to come. Aegon stared at the letter, and should anyone see him staring, they might have thought him trying to burn a hole in the parchments. It was madness, what Aegon was suggesting. He'd never heard of such an idea before, to open up schooling for everyone, for peasants and the children of illiterates. Just thinking of what kind of effect that would have on the citadel, it would leave acolytes without a means to earn a wage for who would need someone to read their letters or to write them when their children or themselves could do it. The finances of the citadel would be strained, trying to support the acolytes, and the citadel would have to increase the coin that it gains from its lords, from the high towers and from the king. It would be a disaster. Yet, he was curious about the idea. The idea of opening up learning to the rest of a populace was intriguing, and rife with problems. Small folk had a place in society. They were the ones who tended to the fields. They were ones who mined. They were the ones who were the screw that connected the realm together. They had a place. Even in Essos, with all of their slaves, had a similar such structure, where slaves filled this place in their societies. What Aegon was suggesting would alter the dynamic of what that place was. He couldn't fathom what that dynamic would be like, only could guess superficially at it, nor did he know how Aegon planned to solve the problems. The institutions of learning will be funded by my gold and the taxes of Illimaries. There will also be heavy incentivization to the scholars to discover practical applications to their work. Similarly, there will be coin prizes and awards for firm theories and discoveries. I hope you are coming to understand what it is that I am proposing, and what social implications it will have for these scholars and the people as a whole. In Illimaries, those with gifted minds will be just as well regarded as those who perform feats of chivalry or secure victory in battles or tourneys. In Illimaries, uncle, your achievements would matter as much as the achievements of a knight. Aegon's eyebrows raised and his lips twitched in faint amusement at the thought of maesters, or scholars as Aegon called them, competing with one another like jousters in a tourney for a top prize. Curiously though, it wasn't a terrible idea. Presently, most maesters found validation in the number of links they forged. A rather useless endeavor that was egotistical in nature. What did it matter if you have 7 links compared to another who had 3? What mattered was the contribution, which was, admittedly, significantly less substantial than he'd liked. Which brings me back as to the lesser reason why I want you to join us in Illimaries. You have links in alchemy, astronomy, mathematics, economics, and the higher mysteries. With a doubt, you are amongst the finest minds in Westeros. And, without a doubt, you are also someone who understands the organization of a place of learning like the Citadel extremely, for it has been your place of dwelling for over 30 years. Your skills, your passion for learning, and your mind, all of it would prove to be useful in the early years of the establishments. There also will be tens of thousands of books and tomes centuries old, that no eyes from Westeros has seen, to organize and learn from. Yes, it will take years, decades even, for the centers to be established and flourish, but your influence in the centers will linger within the very stones of the institutions 1,000 years from now. A legacy worthy of a man such as yourself. Do not make your choice now, uncle. There will be time for you to choose whether or not you will take my offer. If you're still unaware, I am currently at war with Slavers Bay. Aegon's eyebrows climbed. Slavers Bay? He thought disbelievingly. Why was he at war with that cesspit of a land? He read further, though he was greatly disappointed that there was no further explanation on his 7 damned warring with Slavers Bay. I won't be returning for Illimaries for another 2 or 3 years, though I suspect that I may be returning for Illimaries after Daemon's Baelon's marriage with Rhaenyra. The knowledge that I have given is yours to do with. Should you decide to share it and use it to elevate your standing, it is up to you. Should you not share it, it is up to you. Consider it a gift from nephew to uncle. After all, that is the reason why I have exposed myself like this to you. I have no doubt you have many thoughts about how this letter has reached you. For all that I do not care about the affairs about the nobility in Westeros, I do have a vested interest in family, a family that you, despite your dislike for our family, a dislike that I can understand quite well, are a part of. Know that you have not been forgotten, uncle. By me or by your sister, who speaks of her clever brother to our children. I am aware you are not one of sentimentality though, and mayhaps I am wrong in my estimation of you, but I do not believe you are as unattached to family as you make out to be, uncle. A Targaryen alone in the world is a terrible thing, uncle, and I hope you decide to come to Illimaries, and build the centers of learning with me and my sons, one of whom shares a likeness to you, and be at rest and content with people who will accept you for who you are and respect you for what you are capable of. As you should have been by your brothers, uncle. Yours truly. Aegon Targaryen of Illimaries. Aegon leaned back in his chair, his hand gripping onto the letter, a contemplative look on his face, and he wearily flicked the page around for no reason, though, when found more written, his eyes widened and he read it. P.S. There are many, many, reasons for my actions, past, present, and future, and all of it stems to a single source. A source that you may have guessed, but, I assure you uncle, you are far from right. Mayhaps, one day, should we find ourselves in Illimaries, I can share that source and my reasons with you. Devious bastard. Aegon said with a scowl before side and leaned back in his chair, the page falling onto the table. Appealing to his sense of curiosity of Illimaries, inflating his legacy to its centers of learning, appealing to family. A Targaryen alone in the world is a terrible thing. Aegon muttered and he snorted. It was the kind of sentimentality that would have appealed to his siblings. Yet the appealing to his curiosities about Aegon and what secrets he may hold, why his father trusted Aegon's words, who, in most terms still a child. That was better. Devious indeed. The next few days was spent searching for that brown-haired boy and, finally, when he'd found the boy, alone, he'd cornered him. The look of nervousness and a glimmer of fear was curious to see. Why? Who are you, boy? Aegon asked sharply as he stared at the 8 and 10 name-day-old. My name is Raymond, Archmaester. The boy's eyes flittered around as he said so, speaking as quietly as he did. The boy really didn't want to have this conversation. No last name. No, Archmaester. The boy, Raymond, admitted, and Aegon narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Raymond quickly added, I'm just small folk from King's Landing. Your parents? Aegon questioned. What do they do? Father died year ago. My mother is a tanner. She paid my way. Raymond told him, and Aegon inclined his head curiously. That was interesting. How long have you been here? Aegon asked. 5 years, Archmaester. 5 years, 107 AC. Do you have siblings? Raymond looked a little dumbfounded and even a little scared, and his eyes flickered around, almost ready to jump at the first sign of anyone else. Archmaester. Answer my questions, boy, if you know what's good for you. Aegon said crisply, harshly, his eyes stern as he gazed upon the boy. The boy swallowed harshly and nodded jerkily, his shoulders deflating. 4, Archmaester. 3 sisters, 1 brother. All younger. He wasn't sure how much a tanner was paid, but it can't be much, not enough to pay the way for a son and have enough left to pay for the other children. Your mother can't afford to pay for your siblings on a tanner's wage. Aegon bluffed. He wasn't sure, but he guessed he was right. Your mother must whore herself. My mother. Raymond was indignant, angry even, though anger quickly made way for fear as his eyes widened, and he quickly subdued himself as he spoke further, though there was a note of frigidity in his voice. My mother is not a whore. She does not whore herself out to pay for anything. Then explain to me how and why you, son of a tanner woman, are here. Explain to me why you are bringing me things that you have no rights to even be close to giving. Aegon said with a stern glare, and the boy looked panicked, and Aegon saw that there had been someone coming their way. He pinched his lips before he looked back at the boy. Come with me. Aegon said brusquely, and he left without waiting for the boys' answers. Soon enough they were in an enclosed room, one meant for novices but was never really, for the air was stale and often left one sweating if one stayed too long in the room. Explain. I swear, Archmaester, I don't know what the thing or the letter was for. Raymond quickly explained, and the panicked way he was speaking made it clear that it was truthful. After another glare, Raymond's shoulders slumped. Please, you can't tell anyone, Raymond pleaded. Aegon wanted to snort. As if he'd tell anyone. He'd not subject himself to the inquiry that would follow. Heavens forbid, they may even demand him to give the letter and the glasses. I swear I will not divulge what you tell me or what you have done. Aegon promised, and it set the boy, even if slight, at ease. My mother. Raymond's expression was conflicted. Things were hard, after father died when I was 10 name days old. My siblings were young, all under 5 name days old, and now father, who was a shipwright, had died from fever. Mother had difficulty making ends meet. It was getting bad. His expression changed, as if he was trying to reconcile something. Until one day, mother no longer felt like she was withering away. I remember that well. It was the first time she looked like herself. She said that they no longer had to worry about coin. That she managed to secure a way to feed their family, and Raymond's mouth twisted into a half smile. And that she found a way to get me to learn my letters and a way to the Citadel, to learn to become a healer, which is work well paid in King's Landing. And this, way Aegon trailed off, connects to you bringing me a letter in a box. How? Raymond's expression dropped and he looked conflicted for a moment, but he'd relented as he spoke, almost defeated. My mother said sometimes she needed to have to ask favors of me. He hesitated for a moment but spoke further still. This, she called on my favor. Raymond then explained that he was directed by his mother to a neighborhood in Old Town, and it was there he was given the letter and the box. What else have you done? Aegon asked with a pinched mouth. Raymond was quick to shake his head. I swear, this is the first time I did anything in the Citadel. Aegon glared at the boy. I swear, truly. Aegon believed him. He was frightened enough to make any deception impossible. But you have carried out other favors? Not involving the Citadel. Raymond was hesitant, but after another glare, the boy spilled. Apparently the boy had only been sent out to carry one other favor. A minor thing, like helping a pregnant whore of insignificance recover, a whore that Raymond did not see again afterwards. Aegon pinched his mouth as he considered it. He doubted he'd learn that the whore was insignificant, like what Raymond was suggesting. He also doubted he'd learn whose bastard the whore was carrying, though, it'd have to be a relevant one. How relevant, he couldn't be sure. Bastards were rarely given importance, especially bastards spawned from whores. How long have you been spying on me? Aegon asked curtly as he removed his thoughts on the subject of the whore. Raymond's eyes widened and Aegon was disappointed before Raymond even spoke, the boy's head shaking. I never spied on you, Archmaester. I swear on my honor. Well, that was that, Aegon thought. There was at least one other in this scheme of Aegon's. Probably several others. He was highly doubtful that this boy was entrusted with anything more important than healing whores or dropping off things. He was far too painfully earnest. Please do not tell anyone. Raymond said, breaking Aegon out of his thoughts, and he looked at the boy. He looked terrified. The boy should be. He was not but a small folk and could easily made to disappear. He'd seen that the boy had few friends in the Citadel, courtesy of his background as small folk. A spy amongst their midst would not go well. I will not tell anyone. He said, and Raymond looked like he wanted to faint in relief. There was nothing to share, and it was that this boy was nothing more than an insignificant piece on the board. Thank you, Raymond said, his eyes closing. I'm glad it was true. What was true? Aegon sharply questioned. Raymond looked startled and looked down at the ground as he spoke. That you're a decent man. The letter mother sent me, it said that I should not harm you, and if you asked for information, to tell you what you wanted to know, as you'd not expose me because you're a decent man. Aegon resisted the urge to react. Come see me in 3 days. Go. Now. The boy quickly ran out of the room and Aegon grabbed the bridge of his nose. Devious bastard, Aegon muttered. There was a whole range of other words he wanted to use to describe all of this. This was unlike anything he was used to. It was obvious that the boy was an insignificant piece, and the warning given to the boy was to make it clear that Aegon was willing to give up important information and the boy just for his ploy with Aegon. He also wasn't sure if he was to be offended that he was being used like a piece like this boy was as well, regardless if Aegon had more value or not. He scowled to himself. How many pieces do you have, nephew? It was disturbing to consider that Aegon may well have many more pieces than he could reasonably guess it. The boy's mother, how many more mothers, or fathers, was being helped in the same way? How many of their sons were in the Citadel? And why? Aegon sincerely doubted that all of this was being done to get him to agree. Aegon was not important, and he doubted that Aegon, with his deviousness and admittedly clever mind, needed Aegon for these centers of learning. Given the discoveries that were being made, discoveries that would be made regardless if he was there or not, Aegon was certainly not important to its success. So why? Why reveal the depths of the schemes that exist? Aegon scowled and he left the room, the scowl mellowing out into a frustrated contemplation. It was irritating not to see what the full painting was. He doubted the boy Raymond would be much use any more to Aegon and thus to no more use to Aegon as well, not really. It would be foolish to use Raymond as a piece again for anything sensitive. The scowl made its way on his face again though, moments later, it made way for silent amusement as he pinched his mouth slightly. Breadcrumbs, he was enticing him to follow the breadcrumbs. Why father had trusted him dragon dreams. Illuminaries, his spy network, this source. Aegon was trapping him. And it was a good trap. He was counting on his curiosity, his need to know, and Aegon was possibly even relying on the 2 or 3 years of time to only increase his curiosity on all of this. His eyes widened slightly as he considered a sudden train of thought. Surely he wasn't also using the time to see how Aegon would react, if Aegon would disclose his discoveries, and see if he could be trusted? Aegon had the eyes around Aegon to make that choice. Aegon scowled before he sighed. He was tired. He was overcomplicating things now. A contemplative look came across his face as he settled into his room. He could simply ignore everything. That would, perhaps, be the wisest course of action. The instruction to avoid harming Aegon made it clear that Aegon held value, perhaps a little sentimental familial value along with general value, so if he did nothing, it would have no consequence. He could ignore what happened and in all likelihood, based on his estimations of the events of the past few days, it would have no impact on him. He'd be free to carry on as always. The question was, does he want to? Could he ignore the curiosities? Devious. How Baelon and Alyssa could spawn a man like Aegon, he'd never know. Aegon pinched his mouth. If Aegon hadn't revealed all of this, he'd never have thought him capable of deviousness, certainly not this level of it. Did father know of Aegon's deviousness? Aegon wondered. Aegon couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't. Because otherwise, mayhaps father wouldn't have bothered so hard to get Aegon to become his heir. Break. Late 112 AC King's Landing, Westeros. Rhaenyra POV. Have you decided on names yet? Rhaenyra asked as they walked through the gardens of the Great Yard, arms locked in one another, her eyes fleetingly looking towards the small bulge that peeked through her Myrish dress. It's been too long since she'd seen her 20-name-day cousin. Though it might have been less than a year since she'd seen Laena during her time at Dragonstone, but a moon in the Red Keep felt like a lifetime thanks to her former friend and her gaggle of lackeys. Laena smiled, her unblemished brown skin bending at the corners of her mouth. It was the kind of smile that radiated warmth and joy that shone beautifully in her pale purple eyes. Coming motherhood seemed to agree with Laena. She placed her hands on the lower parts of her belly, beneath the bulge. Corwin if it is a boy. After mine and Durin's grandsire. Rena if it is a girl. Good names. Rhaenyra said with a slight smile as she eyed her cousin intently, who had smiled more wider and fondly as she caressed her stomach. You seem to like being with child. Rhaenyra commented, and even to Rhaenyra her voice seemed a bit strange, something that Laena fortunately had not picked up on. Laena laughed lightly and she answered, smilingly. No woman likes being with child. Laena rejected as she looked down at her stomach. It's quite terrible actually. My feet feel swollen and I get sick so easily. Laena looked troubled for a moment. I can barely stomach more than a few minutes atop Viagar. You still fly? Rhaenyra's eyes widened in surprise. Not anymore. Laena's expression was one of immense disappointment, though it quickly faded as she looked a little sheepishly when she spoke further, and I daren't do it again. She smiled wryly. My mother can be terrifying when she wants to be. I would have thought Durin would have objected more than your mother. Rhaenyra asked more out of curiosity than anything else. It had been a minor scandal that Laena Velaryon, daughter of the Sea Snake and Princess Rhaenys, married a son of a second son of House Velaryon when Laena could have married an heir to any wealthy and powerful house in the realm. Some of her ladies had gossiped that it was because the faith had refused to allow the Velaryon siblings to marry, though Rhaenyra did not put much weight on that consideration. Why would the faith oppose if her cousins were to marry one another? The court rumored that her half-siblings Helaena and Aegon were to marry one another. If that is the case, then why wouldn't the faith allow the Velaryons marry sister to brother? Her half-siblings were only half Targaryens. Just like the Velaryons. No, the Velaryons had more Targaryen blood than the Hightowers had. In blood, the Velaryons were more Targaryens than the half-Hightowers were. And that showed itself in the fact that the Velaryons had dragons, and the Hightowers did not. If the faith had opposed, they could have been made acquaintances of said dragons. No, she thought to herself. There was no basis in that rumor. She thought that it was more likely that Corlys and cousin Rhaenys wanted to spare their children, unhappiness given Laena's tastes. And, Looking how happy Lena was, it was a good decision. She'd met Durin before. He was quite handsome with his crystal blue eyes and his silver hair. He had slightly darker skin than Lena, but it heightened the enchantment of his eyes. Not as dashingly good looking as her uncle was, of course, but then few were. Lena was well matched. At least when it came to stock and handsomeness. Lena gave her a look, and for a moment, Rhaenyra thought she could hold it in. She couldn't, and she let off a twinkling laugh, a laugh that Lena soon enough joined. Durin was many things. Handsome. A knight. Strong. Valyrian. But in comparison to Lena and her Viagar, and Rhaenys, well. Durin was not exactly capable of being assertive like some husbands ought they have a right to be. Rhaenyra missed this. Companionship. How has things been since you've returned? Lena asked meaningfully as they continued to walk through the gardens on the cobbled stones. Rhaenyra was silent for a few moments as she looked upon the well-kept hedges and flowers. The Valyrians had come to King's Landing ahead of the tourney throne in celebration of her half-brother's first name day. Father had given them high honor, and he wanted to rekindle the bonds of kinship with them. It was just another cheap ploy, one suggested by the small council now that the Valyrians had married into an alliance with a Lord Paramountship, with Laenor marrying Jane Arryn, her kinswoman. Not that she was complaining. It has been only half a day since Lena was here with her, and already she's felt light and happier than she has since she returned to the Red Keep. She turned to look at Lena and she smiled. Things are as well as can be expected. She answered. Which was to say, I wish I could go back to Dragonstone. She wasn't sure when the Red Keep stopped feeling like home. That was a lie. She knew exactly when the Red Keep stopped feeling like home. Lena made a noise as she looked at Rhaenyra, a little amused, and also a little expectantly too. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes. You know as well as I do how things are here. Lena hummed. Certainly. You've complained enough times about it before. She said a little wryly and with a great deal of amusement as her suffering. Rhaenyra glared at her a little, but it lessened rather quickly and her shoulders slumped a little. Lena had been a good ear to complain to. The last year she had. She wrestled her mind away from those thoughts. It's not as bad as it had been. Rhaenyra admitted. Largely because the Hightower cunt isn't here to torment me with his snide comments. She'd worn a smile for a fortnight straight when Otto Hightower had been dismissed. Father has even acquiesced to letting me observe small council meetings on occasion. That had been a victory in on itself. 6 times she convinced him that she was mature enough, old enough, to sit in the small council. After all, had Uncle Aemon not sat in the small council at a similar age? Was she not meant to be invested as Princess of Dragonstone in less than 6 moons' time, where she'd rule a fief of her own? That's good. Lena agreed. Laenor started sitting in Father's dealing by the time he was 3 and 10. They changed subject and turned to lighter topics, topics that they both found a common likes for. It was some time later, when they took a seat upon one of the benches in the gardens, that they compared gardens and keeps around the realm, and the topic of the gardens at the Eyrie came up, which then turned the topic towards the wedding. According to what she had heard, it had been quite the sight, to see 3 dragons fly circles around the Eyrie. It had left a lasting impression, it seemed, on the nobility from the Vale and elsewhere. It had been very well attended with lords from the Riverlands, the Crownlands, even the reach and the wealth that been on display had rivaled, they'd said, the marriage between Uncle Aemon and Aunt Jocelyn. Still, she'd thought it odd that the wedding was held in the Eyrie rather than Driftmark, and she knew Corlys well enough that it would have been a very unhappy decision to hold it in the Eyrie. But, then, the negotiations of the marriage had taken quite some time. Mayhaps Corlys yielded in this for something else in return. Baelon was there too, you know. Lena suddenly remarked, startling Rhaenyra slightly. If you're wondering, that is. Lena added innocently. I'm aware. It was to be expected. Lady Jane is his Lady Paramount. Rhaenyra said. Daemon had spoken enough of it when he'd been back for that week. She withheld her amusement at the words Daemon had spoken, words that would leave many a Valaman slighted at the colourful descriptions he used on them. Lena said, and Rhaenyra returned her eyes back at Lena, who was keenly looked at her. What? Rhaenyra asked with a frown, trying not to be defensive. I'm just wondering. Lena said innocently, and Rhaenyra narrowed her eyes and fixed the elder woman a mild glare, and Lena laughed a little. Just wondered about you. Whether or not you are looking forward marrying Baelon. Lena asked, and there was genuine interest in her voice. She'd been fortunate, before on Dragonstone, to avoid the topic of her pending marriage to Baelon, too busy as they were more often than not flying on Silverwing and Viagar together, but it seems like there'd be no such mercies today. He is a good choice. Rhaenyra only said as she looked away from Lena's eyes. As best a choice she could have, really, despite his age. She knew him through their exchanged letters. It was not much, and oft times neither of them shared anything of import, save for the few moons since Baelon's attack where they'd opened up to one another, but beyond that. Baelon. Baelon was a complicated subject. She knew that he was her best match. Gods forbid she was forced to marry an arrogant Lannister or a pompous Reachman. Baelon, he was kind and noble, she could tell that much from the letters they'd exchanged, and mother, Rhaenyra thought with some sadness, would have been very glad to call Baelon son, and he seemed like he was clever enough. He was Baelon. Baelon. A friend. Just that, a friend. Someone she'd always known and had always known she'd marry one day. A kind, noble friend. Granted, it was much better than marrying someone twice your age, and someone who only wanted you as a broodmare and your blood in his heirs, but it felt flat. Good choice. Lena repeated with some confusion that cleared up the longer she stared at Rhaenyra. You don't like the match? She asked surprised. No. Rhaenyra remarked and she quickly stopped. She looked around briefly before she met Lena's gaze again, and under those lilac eyes, she kind of deflated a little. I don't know. I haven't even met him yet. So? Lena asked with a titled head. How oft do any of us get to meet our husbands-to-be before they are our husbands the very next day? Lena hummed silently as she looked away. We're both lucky in that regard. I've known Durin all my life, and so have you known Baelon. Lena eyed her from the corner of the eyes. Granted, you have known him through letters. Lena turned her head and slyly smiled at Rhaenyra. But if you're concerned he's not adequate. Rhaenyra narrowed her eyes at the way she said that word. Lena continued. Have no fear. Lena said, and she smiled at Rhaenyra before she hummed. He's quite comely for his age. Comely. For his age. If he had Daemon's looks, which he didn't with his dark locks, that might have been something else. But no, he was more like his mother. She never admitted it to anyone, but she was very disappointed that Baelon didn't inherit the dashing of his father, nor his dangerous and boldness that enthralled her so. Baelon was just good. She sighed internally. She played with her rings as she looked away from Lena. And Baelon was also 4 years her younger. Whilst she was a woman grown, Baelon was still a boy. A boy she'd marry in just 2.5 years' time, when he'd be still 3 and 10 name days to her near 8 and 10 name days. Her expression twisted slightly. Unless you have your eye on someone else? Lena asked, full of interest. Rhaenyra glared at Lena. As if there ever could be anyone else. If Otto Hightower couldn't convince father, when the man's words had been believed by father as if they were spoken directly by the seven, she doubted there anything she could say that could make her father break the betrothal. Not that she really wanted to. At least, she didn't think so. Baelon really was the best option available to her. No. There is no one else. Rhaenyra said curtly. Lena hummed as she stared at Rhaenyra for a long moment before she smiled at Rhaenyra, full of amusement. If you care to know, he does look much older than his age suggests he is. There was a hint of amused laughter in her voice. It's not funny. Rhaenyra scowled as she leaned back in the bench and she whiningly threw her arms around. He'll still be a boy when we exchange our oaths. She sneered a little. Will his cock even be grown? Rhaenyra. Lena shouted out her name, scandalized, but she could hear the laughter in her voice. I know you're thinking it too. Rhaenyra said harshly as she gave the elder woman a scathing look. Lena rolled her eyes. Anyway. Lena sidestepped the accusation, but that was proof enough, Rhaenyra thought. He'll not be much younger than when your uncle Prince Aegon married his aunt. Lena paused for a moment. Now that I think back, I can see Baelon resembling Prince Aegon a lot when he's older, minus the hair. Anyway, it's not such a problem like you're making it out to be. That made her pause in surprise. You remember Uncle Aegon? She asked curiously. She didn't have many memories of her uncle, or her great-aunt. Her father rarely spoke of Uncle Aegon, and when she asked, he rarely said much about his brother. Talented. Gentle-hearted. A good man were the kinds of things her father used to say about Uncle Aegon, but any more than that? She knew just as little about Great-Aunt Gale. She learnt more about her from Cousin Rhaenys than she did from her father. I do. Lena confirmed. Didn't spend too much time with him though. Lena looked thoughtful for a moment. What was he like? Rhaenyra asked. She was more than happy to speak of something else than her future marriage to Baelon. And there was plenty to talk about when it came to her Uncle Aegon, especially since the rumors of war with Myr were actually not rumors but truth. Father had been irritable since it has been confirmed and hadn't allowed her into the small council meetings since, she thought annoyed. Lena hummed as she looked thoughtful. I remember him being kind. Yes, he was kind to me. Lena smiled a little. He always made a bit time for me and Laenor when he came to visit to Driftmark once a while. She smiled a little. This was in the latter times, just before he left Dragonstone with his fleet. She added. And now he is going to war with Myr over slights. Rhaenyra remarked dryly. It was quite funny. She remembered Daemon grimacing whenever she'd asked about her Uncle Aegon, the kind of grimace she'd make when she'd be asked about Alicent. Yet, everything she was able to piece together, her uncles were very alike in many ways. Dangerous when angered, and both did not forget slights. But, she supposed, both were also very different. She couldn't imagine Daemon wanting to build a trading empire like Uncle Aegon did, or attempt something outrageous like finding land in the west. It makes sense. Lena considered, and the remark surprised her greatly. How does it make sense? Rhaenyra questioned. Well, he was always very good to his small folk. Lena said with a shrug. Even in Driftmark, he was good to the small folk. Lena too leaned back against the back of the bench. It didn't surprise me that many chose to follow him. And how does that matter about why he's going to war with Myr? Rhaenyra frowned. So he clearly cared about the small folk. So what? Lena turned to look at Rhaenyra, a faint look of surprise showing, but it quickly disappeared as she spoke. If the Myrish conspired to enslave his people, then it doesn't surprise me that your uncle wants to make them pay for it. But going to war for a few people doesn't make any sense. Rhaenyra said with a heavy frown. A few people, mayhaps a few hundred at best. You'd lose at least 10 times that in a war. Likely 50 times or worse. Princess. Lena said, and Rhaenyra was startled by the formal address. Sometimes it can't be helped. My father went to war in the Stepstones because the pirates there became intolerable to Driftmark and really, to much of the realm. It is the same with Myr. Lena said with a frown. If the people of Driftmark were attacked in such a way, my parents would also seek retribution. They sat in a moment of silence. What do you think about this, Illimaris? Lena asked, and the question startled her a little. What was there to think about? It wasn't as if she knew anything about it. No one really did. Some claimed that there were giant eagles and all kinds of wild and dangerous beasts there. Grumpkins and snarks. I'm surprised. She said, and it was honest before she looked a little contemplatively. But it's a great achievement for House Targaryen. Yes, it was a great achievement for their house. To find a way west and find land there. No other house has ever accomplished that. Only House Targaryen. When she was queen, she'd heap a load of honors on her uncle and his family. She continued, I'm sure it'll mean great things for the realm once Illimaris has been properly brought into the fold. Rhaenyra paused for a moment. She'd heard that father was considering sending second and third sons to Illimaris to fill the empty lands. It wasn't a bad idea. Although she'd have to convince him to only send those that supported her. Yes, it'd be a good way to ensure their loyalties if she was able to convince her father of the merits of her suggestions. Although I suspect that'll have to wait until after uncle has returned and swears his oaths of allegiance to father. Lena snorted. Rhaenyra looked at her, and Lena was looking at her with raised eyebrows. Rhaenyra, I'm not so sure about that. Lena said a little cautiously. Rhaenyra frowned. What are you not sure about? About whether or not your uncle will swear allegiance to your father. Of course he will. Daemon had given up his crown and gifted her father the Stepstones. If Daemon would do that, then of course, her uncle Aegon would also. Lena hummed, and Rhaenyra knew that kind of hum. You don't think he will give it up? Give it up? Lena asked with a raised eyebrow. The crown or the land? Wasn't it the same thing? Father would confirm him as the ruler of Illimaris. But it would be Targaryen land. Lena pressed. A younger sibling can't come ahead of an elder sibling. Rhaenyra said pressingly, and Lena's lips twitched, but she kept her expression straight before she shook her head. I give in. Lena said as she raised her hands. Let's talk about something else. Lena said as her hands moved towards her belly. Valyrian blue or sea deep blue? Lena asked as she smiled at her belly. I'm thinking of having little fine leather boots made for the child. Rhaenyra stared at Lena for a moment. She knew that Lena wasn't so much tiring of speaking about what they were talking about as she was unwilling to truly say what she was thinking. She considered pushing. But, she knew that Lena would remain firm, and Rhaenyra didn't want to be left alone again. Valyrian blue. Rhaenyra said, almost in a grousing tone of voice. It'll be fine for both boy or girl. Lena smiled warmly at her, and Rhaenyra, despite herself, smiled a little too. Break. Mid to late 112 AC, Yunkai. Lorgan Keller POV. As the other men left, Lorgan watched Prince Aegon turn his gaze towards the city below, which was framed nicely from their location within the pyramid, a contemplative expression on his face, but Lorgan guessed that the prince was appreciating the city, if he interpreted the prince playing with his Valyrian steel dagger in his hands rightly. Despite its origins, it was a glorious city. The city was laid out almost like an oversized pyramid. The location the city stood on was atop many, many hills, hills that mayhaps could have once been a single large hill but carved out into small hills over centuries to suit their desires and affluence, with the pyramid of Kagaz towering above all of the other towers. From a certain great distance, and provided your eyes were spent and worn, it could even resemble a pyramid, such was the way the Giscari had built their city. It was a glorious city, even in its beaten, bruised, and burnt state, and he'd seen the city plans the Regency councillors had for the city. The city's glory days were still ahead, that, he was sure of. Still no problems with the collections or finding them. Prince Aegon asked Lorgan, and Lorgan placed his arms behind his back and he nodded, as he looked away from the prince's gaze for a moment, gathering his thoughts as he stared at the dancing flickering flame of the candle on the table where documents lay. He met the prince's gaze again. It is proceeding well. He'd informed the prince the day before yesterday last and had not spoken of it since. We've combed through the libraries of 6 noble families thus far. In the next week, we expect to have the rest of the libraries collected. Sir Uthric's reports had marked out all of the pyramids and estates of the noble families, including the lesser families, though there were suspicions that the noble families had hidden much of their wealth and familial treasures, much like the Astapori had done. Though the gold, the Valyrian steel and all of the other treasures and artifacts they'd even surprisingly found several glass candles were given higher priority to the army and their people to collect, the tomes, scrolls and texts were as equally as important, to him and the scholarly guilds, but also most certainly to the prince. The Giscari were an ancient people, and the 3 cities, Astapor, Yunkai, and Mirian, after the conquest of the freehold, had relatively remained untouched throughout the millennia. The freehold would not have tolerated anything less than perfect subservience, and according to all that was known of those eras, it seemed like Slavers Bay had largely kept their bow to the dragons of Valyrian Peninsula. Which meant that their teachings, their records, their knowledge, should be as pristine as possible, especially for a people who prided themselves on their ancient Giscari heritage. Lorgan's eyes gleamed at the thought of delving into those tomes, those scrolls, a gleam that lessened when he remembered that it'd likely be a long while before he'd have the peace to truly expand his knowledge and history of the world, as the Giscari knew it anyway. As soon as they were done collecting the tomes, and the golden eye-colored orphans who agreed to join them, they'd be on the move towards Mirian before moving again, after mayhaps a moon or two, towards the west, towards the last few mainland slaver cities. He only hoped he'd have enough time with some of the texts before the galleon fleet made its way towards them in mayhaps another 4 to 6 or 7 moons, which would collect most of their pilfered treasures and send them back to Illimaris, along with some of the people from Slavers Bay. Most of the people that'd go to Illimaris would be those whose skills were critically needed, such as miners, farmers, and weavers. Part of the tasks set by the Regency councillors would be to establish record-keeping of the people who dwelled in their regions and cities, and along with their names, their sex, their ages approximate in the instances they didn't know it, and of course their skills. The individuals would be paid a gold coin for their promptness and honestness. Still, they expected liars and overblown self-important peoples incentivizing people to be forthcoming with this information. This method of payment was integrated into the redistribution of the wealth obtained from the slaver families, which would also include a basic fixed economy and prices for the next few years about how much services, goods, and other things were all each worth, with sizes, weight and quality factoring in adequate scaling. Most of that fixed economy and prices was based on Corinth and the Summer Isles, and probably will require the Regency councillors to adjust it depending on the expertise and makeup of the economy of the individual cities and regions. In any case, by the time the galleon fleet came to the bay, they expected Astapor and Yunkai to have a good list of people to invite to Illimaris along with their families, and should they be without wife or husband, an equal number of women and men would be selected to pair these people up. They'd be paid a dowry of a kind to make sure they have little to complain about. And, given the package that'd be on the table, lands and coin, he doubted these people would have much to complain about. Good. I do not want to extend our stay here for any longer than we have to, Prince Aegon said as he turned to face Lorgan. The delay in the campaign was partially due to the needs of making sure they collected every tome and text and non-coin treasure in the city, though the main reason was to remove the hinterlands of any remaining noble families. In any case, just as the army needed more time, they too expected to need more time to make sure they found everything. The extra time should be sufficient. Should we need more time, we can enlist more of the army and the sailors, Lorgan answered to the prince. He continued, though if there is any reason for delays, I'd expect it will come as a consequence of our divided attentions elsewhere. He pointedly said. If you need more aid, let me know. Sir Uthric's men can take over some of the estate and pyramids searching, Prince Aegon said, and Lorgan sighed internally. He didn't know why the prince was so demanding that they, the scholars, discreetly, searched for as many orphan children with honey or gold eyes, the color of topaz as the prince said, as possible, and get them to agree to come with them, with the eventual goal to see them come back with them to Illimaris. As an orphan himself, one that hailed from King's Landing, who'd been lucky and given the opportunity to school under Edwin and the SSC learned men just before they'd left for Corinth, he initially thought that the prince was doing a similar thing he did with the street rats of King's Landing with these orphans. But the specificity of the eye colors had made him pause. Of course, he knew that these features, those eyes, were those found in peoples of naughty origins, but he didn't understand the importance he placed on these orphans, and not on any other. He could only guess that their supposed traits, of a clever people and a gentle disposition, could be the reason why he was so interested in having them count amongst their people, although, he could suppose that the war in the Basilisk Isles had him look upon the naughty favorably. Or mayhaps it could be linked to the answers the prince was searching for. For as much as this was a war of retribution and a way to enrich Illimaris, it was also another purpose to it. Lorgan was sure there was no doubt in that. He'd initially thought that it was a matter of magic and mystery, but he wondered if there was more about mystery than it was about magic. He was fortunate enough to know more than the average scholar, given his brother-like relationship with Edwin, and he knew that Prince Aegon was greatly interested in the history, natural and unnatural, of the known world, far more than most of their people thought or knew. He expected that was the primary reason why they were collecting all of these books, these pieces of knowledge, but he also was realizing that there was probably specifics that he wanted to get out of the knowledge. And mayhaps these golden-eyed children were linked to that searching. How it all fitted in, well, that was a mystery that only Prince Aegon knew, and he did not expect the prince to share that mystery with him, at least not any time soon. The doors to the council room opened and he spoke up whilst they still had a measure of privacy. I will keep you informed if that is needed. Lorgan said before he turned his eyes towards the doors. In between two guards, with another set of guards behind her, walked in a beautiful woman in crimson and scarlet robes. And beautiful she was, with her silken hair and her vividly red lips. Had he not known what kind of woman she was? Lorgan narrowed his eyes slightly. The Red Priestess had requested a meeting with the prince the day after the fighting had largely ended, a request that had her now here, with the prince. He knew that the prince had curiosities about magic. It was not surprising, knowing that the prince, and the royal family by extension, were blessed with magic from the gods. Curiosities that, slowly, was being disseminated and shared throughout their people, when it came to fire, at least. His collaborations with the Alchemist Guild and the facilitation of collaborations between the healers, the scholars, and the alchemists also made it clear that he expected magic to be studied, carefully. Of course, such curiosities had a distinctive limit. It was widely known that Prince Aegon had a vivid hatred for the dark arts and sorcery that used any kind of blood sacrifice, as a man of good faith should have, so much so that he enshrined any such usages of magic as immediate cause for the death penalty without any chance of leniency, a sentence that is only shared by kinslaying, treason and cold-blooded murder. There was some rumors that his hatred of dark magic stemmed from some kind of contact with the foulness during the Basilisk Isles campaign, though none of the guards nor Dorland spoke of it. In any case, their people greatly supported such clear distinction and sentencing. Everyone, including the people from Essos, held a great disdain for most forms of magic, and the magics of the royal family were the only kinds of exceptions that were permitted, magics that was part of the gods' blessings. Which made his agreeing to see this heathen Red Priestess all the more surprising, he thought as he eyed the prince curiously, who stood watching the Red Priestess with unblinking eyes. Their kind, were abominations, in the eyes of their faith and their morals, which were the same in this instance, these heathens who sacrificed people, practiced foul magics and practiced slavery like the rest of Essos. Red Priestess. Prince Aegon said with an cold but neutral tone of voice, the Valyrian steel dagger he was playing with in his hands slowing in their motion. Lorgan turned to look at the Red Priestess and saw her smile at the prince, her disturbingly large onyx eyes meeting the prince's gaze as she came a stop in front of them, the guards who escorted her, attentive and wary of her. You may call me Lesala, Prince Aegon of House Targaryen. Her voice was melodic, beautifully so, and the smile she offered was alluring and tempting. She tilted her head curiously, though, to Lorgan, it seemed more false than it seemed genuine. The blood of the dragon is strong. You are the very image of the Cavovi Hasser, one of the sons of our Volantine Triarchs. The remark surprised Lorgan, though he quickly realized that one of the claimants at the Great Council had been a son of a Triarch of Volantis, a bastard of Sarah Targaryen. He eyed the prince. The prince looked unbothered by the comparison. Speak of what you want, Red Priestess. Prince Aegon said curtly, sidestepping away from the topic of ill-reputed family, and the prince stopped playing with the dagger in his hand, his eyes hard as he stared at the woman. And cease your act. Your flattering means nothing to me. Tell me why you're here. The words did not seem to faze the Red Priestess, who only kept up the same smile, the same expression. He wondered if she'd prod further. It seemed like she wouldn't. Our Hiller has found it fit to forewarn us of your conquest of Slavers Bay, Prince Aegon. The Red Priestess said with an alluring smile, though for them, the guards, Lorgan, save for the prince, it was far from alluring. It seemed menacing, like the smile of a wolf towards a wounded sheep. Forewarn, what kind of foul sorcery was being used, he thought concernedly. You have no cause to fear us. She continued, her hands slightly widening as she inclined her head, and Lorgan's eyes widened when he realized that he hadn't seen her blink once yet. Your conquest is approved by our Hiller, Prince Aegon. Approved? Prince Aegon questioned, and though the word was stretched, Prince Aegon's tone of voice was calm and measured despite what should be surprise. Your visions from your flames speak of your god's approval of my conquest. Yes. She said with a growing smile, and he looked with disturbed fascination as he saw her expression contort with something akin to ecstasy. Prince Aegon said nothing for some time, and he started to spin the dagger in his hands, his expression hard and neutral as stared down at the Red Priestess, and to be truthful, the silence was making him nervous, and the guards also. The Red Priestess was the one who broke the silence as her eyes traveled towards the dagger for a moment before she looked back up at the prince. You have no reason to be wary, Prince Aegon. You are favored and touched by our Hiller, the one true god. This made the guards and even Lorgan bristle with anger. And I have come to aid in whichever way I can. Lorgan realized that this woman was likely not from the small Yunkai fire temple, not from the way she was speaking. He looked towards the prince, who kept his expression the same, and he wondered if the prince caught onto that as well. He considered speaking up, asking where she came from, but he wasn't sure if the prince wanted him to intervene. The decision to speak up was taken away from him when the prince began to walk towards the table and spoke up. You say I have no reason to be wary. Prince Aegon said as he came to a stop by the table and leaned against it, the tip of the dagger buried into the wood, a cold and harsh look leveled at the Red Priestess. I have every reason to be wary when I am in the presence of someone capable of using blood magic and foul ritualistic magics. She began to walk towards the prince, and the sharp clinks of swords being drawn echoed like the loudest explosion of a barrel full of wildfire, yet a lazy gesture of the hand by the prince stilled them. I am far more capable than that, she said with a smile as she gestured towards the flame of the candle, a flame that grew and grew, the orange-red light of the flame darkening and lengthening, until it reached several times its original height. Prince Aegon seemed unconcerned, though his eyes were glancing towards the candle. It couldn't be said for everyone else, however. One of the guards drew out his dagger and pressed it against her neck, which the guard angrily hissed out, and Lorgan could see a line of blood traveling along the edge of the blade. Cease your foul magic, witch, or I shall leave you a head short. The flame of the candle began to recede back. Sir Andrew, Prince Aegon called out, his voice gentler than when he spoke with the Red Priestess, yet it remained firm. The knight looked away from the Red Priestess and towards the prince, and a look of chastisement came across his face. My apologies, my prince. I understand, Prince Aegon said with a nod and a look that said that he should return back to his post, and the knight bowed his head before he stepped back, though not without sending one last vehement glare at the Red Priestess. The Red Priestess looked completely at ease, despite how close she was at dying, and she placed a thumb on her neck, and trailed along the length of the mark the blade made before she eyed her bloody thumb with an odd look before she looked towards the prince. I wouldn't try something like that again, Prince Aegon remarked, and the Red Priestess met his gaze and smiled. Of course, Prince Aegon, she said before she gestured with her hand. This is but a very small part of what I can do, what I can offer you, she said with a smiling face, her face a mark of utmost beauty, and for a moment, he thought her as beautiful as Princess Gale herself, an impossibility he could never have imagined. That is, of course, should you deign to accept me in your presence. The prince hummed as he got up from his leaning position, and he waved a hand towards the candle fire, and the flames responded. He quickly looked towards the Red Priestess, who, for the first time, had a look of something other than smiling. A look of shock. It was mild, granted, the look of shock, but it was plain to see. The guards, however, were not surprised by the prince's control over the fires that were now swirling under the command of the prince, fires that now lengthened and thinned and bent into swirls and loops that followed the prince as he walked towards the Red Priestess with a dagger in one hand and the other with fire. They all knew that the prince had command over the element of fire, as easily as the dragons themselves did. It was part of the reason why the controversial sect of the One Who Brought the Seven, a growing sect under Septenario, flourished. They believed in the new creation story, of the one who breathed life into the seven aspects in the world through his mind and song and, using divine fire, breathed life into the world. They saw the royal family as the chosen family to guide their people in all that has transpired, from the Andals who left Essos for Westeros under the guidance of the gods, to House Targaryen and Dragonstone accepting the faith as their own, all culminating in the eventual birth of the gods chosen, Prince Aegon and Princess Gale and their children, granting them the spark of creation fire, and who guided the gods' chosen people to a true land of plenty, a land without suffering. The finding of Illimaris and how pristine the land was had all but helped cement this idea in the hearts of many of their people. The controversial understanding of the faith of the Seven hadn't been a popular one, and it still wasn't, amongst many of the Dragonstonish and Westerosi faithful, but it was accepted. Prince Aegon making it clear that he wouldn't accept schisms amongst their people had certainly helped making the interpretation accepted. Lorgan also mused that the lack of Westerosi-born septons had certainly helped too. He snapped out of his thoughts when he saw the prince stand in front of the Red Priestess, the flames that followed the prince now spiraling around the Red Priestess, the orange-red flames now brightening to a cool orange as the spiraling fire shortened and climbed up to wrap itself around the neck of the Red Priestess. There had been a tinge of concern on her face, one that went away as soon as the fire had wrapped around her, before it had took hold of her neck. She'd looked confused for a moment, then, though that went away when it was around her neck. She gasped audibly, her onyx black eyes wide with surprise and shock and, he thought with widened eyes, a hint of satisfaction. No, he was wrong, he thought. Why would she be satisfied? She struggled to answer as the flames constricted her throat, yet, he thought amazed, there was no hint of burning, no smell of burning flesh. He hadn't known about this possibility, of fire that didn't burn. It doesn't burn. There was a note of shocked curiosity in her voice. Don't be so surprised, priestess. My family are fire-made flesh. We embody warmth, we embody temperateness, we embody its brightness, as easily as anyone breathes. Prince Aegon said to the Red Priestess, his eyes boring into her. The fires around her neck began to dissipate away, like ash or dust under a gale of wind, and she breathed easier though her chest moved more frequently, indicating her shortness of breath. Still, she stared at him with a look he couldn't quite understand, and stared still when the prince spoke further. We are a reflection of the god's brightness into the world, and we are tasked to light the way wherever and whichever our people need. Prince Aegon said as he leaned in slightly, and, as he spoke further, the last of the embers of fire was disappeared. After all, the night is dark and full of terror, priestess. Those words got a reaction from the Red Priestess, a larger one than when her neck was wrapped by a noose made of flame. You are truly touched by our healer. Your very words are touched by our healer. Now and then, bring the dawn. There was an inflection in her voice that mirrored the look of satisfaction she bore earlier ago, and he wondered, was the look and sound of satisfaction a type of confirmation of a kind? Prince Aegon looked at her unimpressed. Do not misinterpret my words, priestess. I am not an agent of your god nor do I keep to your faith. Nevertheless, it does not change the truth our healer favors you. She pressed on. That may be so, it will not change the fact that your proselytizing will have no impact on me, or my people. Prince Aegon said to the Red Priestess as he dove in between his breastplate and took out his necklace, a necklace made of blue dragon glass in the shape of a seven-pointed star, something that made the Red Priestess displeased as she looked upon it. I was born with my faith and I shall die with my faith. My men are the same. Gods that despise your family and your practices. The Red Priestess questioned with a tilted head, an engaging smile on her face. The gods don't despise anyone, it is the people that do. Aegon returned with a cold glint in his eyes. Ah, yes, I remember now, abominations your family was called. The Red Priestess said with a considering look before her eyes sharpened before, of course, they modified their faith to state your exceptionalism compared to other men. The Red Priestess stretched out her hands before she folded them in front of her. Though, I can't imagine thousands of years of religious belief can so easily be forgotten for the sake of one family. Nor do I think, if it mattered, that your gods would have been so forgiving of such sudden change. Lorgan narrowed his eyes. He knew what she was implying. That it was blasphemy what the faith had allowed to happen and if the gods existed they'd take an issue with it. Prince Aegon smiled and it was far from friendly. Given that the gods had found fit to ensure my family's survival from the doom, and guided my ancestor to Westeros and continue to guide my family, as they have done with me and Gale, I have full faith that the gods approve of my family, and our exceptionalism. Prince Aegon dropped his smile. Do not try your tricks or your words of division again, priestess. Prince Aegon's eyes narrowed dangerously lest we truly have problems. Or I might just forget that we have a common enemy in the Great Other. Great Other. Lorgan's mind quickly went to work. The enemy of our healer, he thought to himself. He hadn't paid much attention to the faiths of Essos, though he did know plenty about the Red Faith, mostly because of its connections to ancient history, particularly Old Valyria, the Dawn Age and even some links to the Empire of the Dawn. The Red Priestess' eyes snapped to meet the prince's gaze, the look of satisfaction now long gone and in its stead, there was a look of study, intense study, the likes that he could only compare to those found in the eyes of ambush predators, like the jaguars of the Summer Isles. What are you thinking? He thought as he eyed the prince with hidden wariness. Was this another deception of a kind, one now aimed to get the heathen sorcerers out of the way by appealing to their faith? He was sure that the prince did not believe in the nonsense of a supposed war for the Dawn, one that mirrored what happened many thousands of years ago. You're telling the truth. The Red Priestess said after a long moment of silence. You truly believe in the Great Other and the war that is to come. I do. Prince Aegon said as he sheathed the dagger as he stepped back from the Red Priestess. Ever since the doom, the signs have been there that the world is slowly heading towards a time when the cold darkness descends upon the world. When the stars bleed and the cold breath of darkness falls heavy on the world. The priestess recited, her eyes alight with something. That is said to be the final sign, yes. Prince Aegon said as he looked away from her and towards the now silent candle whose flame had been made cold and still. Prince Aegon took to sit at the edge of the table before he spoke. There are many such prophecies that speak of the coming war, and all of the signs that are to be before it arrives, priestess. The prince then looked towards the Red Priestess, an amused glint shining through his mismatching eyes. Even the Dothraki have a similar prophecy, though unfortunately misunderstood and twisted by time as could be expected of a savage people, that heralds the coming of a great champion, the stallion who mounts the world. Prince Aegon said before he shook his head as he waved dismissively. I'm sure the Yetish, the Lengese, the Hyrkonians and other peoples have similar such prophecies. Azor Ahai is mistakenly known by many other names such Hyrkon the Hero, Yntar, Nefarian, and Eldrick Shadow Chaser. The Red Priestess offered in answer, and Lorgan was curious to find that her tone of voice was subdued, her words no more given with the assuredness of before. Prince Aegon inclined his head before he spoke again. Even my own house has such a prophecy, one that stems from a vision seen by the conqueror himself, a vision that showed the end of the world of men, starting with a terrible winter that descended down from the north, a winter that carries within a darkness that hungered for the destruction of the living. It was partly his reason for the conquest, after all, to end the endless squabbling of nobles and prepare the land for the coming long night. Lorgan couldn't keep himself from reacting as he stared at the prince. He tried, hard, to see if the prince was sincere, or not, but he couldn't tell. Was the prince trying to tie in the liberation of Slavers Bay to the conquest? Or was he being sincere? Was this, the part of the unknown mystery that he felt the prince was after? He wanted to speak with Prince about all of this, once this meeting was over. Though he did not have high hopes the prince would bring him into his confidence. Not because the prince did not trust him, or the others, he thought as he eyed the guards who were keenly listening to the prince's words, but because he understood their prince had a penchant to only share what he felt like needed to be shared. It was frustrating sometimes. But he hoped, the prince would at least explain what was happening today, here, now. This was completely unexpected. Dragon dreams. The Red Priestess trailed off in contemplation before she spoke again. And is that why you're here? Ending the squabbling nobility for the same reason your ancestor did Westeros? No. Prince Aegon said in response. Yet nonetheless Prince Aegon smiled thinly, coldly, as he continued, these people will be far more prepared and willing to do their duty when the times comes once I and my men are done here. What was the prophecy? The Red Priestess questioned, and he realized that the prince had not actually said the prophecy, only told what Aegon had seen in his vision. From our blood comes the prince that was promised. Again, this caused the Red Priestess to look disturbed, and she'd looked away. He had the feeling that thus far, nothing was playing out as she had expected. Which, he imagined, for a dark sorceress who could see the future through flames, was discombobulating. Lorgan found it a little satisfying. Still, he thought as he looked towards the prince, who stared at the Red Priestess with a neutral expression, what was he trying to accomplish with these confessions? If they were even confessions? Somehow, he was getting to a point where he was believing they were a confession whilst at the same time confessions that were being used against the Red Priestess. Azor Ahai is to be reborn amidst smoke and salt, under a bleeding star. The Red Priestess said quietly but loud enough for it to be heard, and she looked back at the prince, the confidence returning to her eyes. Do you believe yourself to be Azor Ahai? It was a simple question, and it was said calmly, but there was an undercurrent to it that was undeniable. Are you the champion of my god? A prophet? A demigod? He wondered why she was even asking in the first place. Wouldn't her flames tell her? Prince Aegon shook his head. I do not. Lorgan looked towards the Red Priestess, and he saw her with a calm expression, an expression that didn't tell how she felt about those words. Was she disappointed? Or was she elated? It was a shame he wasn't able to tell. Neither do I believe mine own children or their future children to be Azor Ahai. Aegon's vision was over a century ago, and the time of the long night has not yet come to pass, nor do I believe it will come for a very long time yet. I do believe, however, that my descendants will play a role in the great war to come, when this world will need fire made flesh in its direst of times. Prince Aegon's gaze flickered to the guards behind the Red Priestess, and a small smile showed. Just as I believe the descendants of my men will play a role in the great war to come, who will be the new virtuous and heroic men, virtuous and heroic just like their ancestors, that this world will come to rely upon in its time of need. Lorgan was amused to see the men stand a little taller by the praise and faith within the prince's words, though he lost the amusement when he saw the expression of the Red Priestess shift dramatically. You're not here to conquer, not in the way I expected. She said with dawning understanding. I am not. Prince Aegon confirmed, and he tilted his head in plain curiosity. Your flames, what did they show you? The flames in Volantis had shown a sweeping fire over Slavers Bay, a crimson wave of fire that swept through the cities like great tidal waves, consuming and conquering the cities whole under the banner of Arhillar. You thought I was chosen of Arhillar, spreading your faith? The Red Priestess pinched her lips, the first time an obvious sign of annoyance crept on her expression. Yes. She looked towards the seven-pointed star necklace. Evidently, you are not. She then frowned heavily and deeply concerned. I must meditate on this. She made to turn, to leave, but the prince spoke up, stopping her in her tracks. I wonder. All eyes turned towards the prince, who frowned slightly as he met the gaze of the Red Priestess. I wonder if the purpose of your vision was truly about bringing you to me. The Red Priestess looked at him with a non-understanding look. Prince Aegon continued. You now know that the Red Faith is not the only who aims to safeguard the realm of men against the terror in the night. Prince Aegon then moved his hands towards either side of his body, gripping the edge of the table as he spoke further. But I do not think you have understood that fate of the world will not be decided only by the sword arm of Azor Ahai. The Red Priestess said nothing as she stared at the prince. Prince Aegon continued. The prophecies. The prince made a disdainful look before he spoke further. They are a call to arms. To men. To all men. A great hero will come, yes, but if he will have an army of all men or not, is not certain. That is something that is in the hands of men. Prince Aegon lifted his right arm and gestured in a wide breadth, his eyes boring into the Red Priestess. The faithful will answer the call of Azor Ahai. The Red Priestess answered unblinkingly. And our faithful spans across all of Essos, millions of us. Her expression twisted slightly as she spoke further. Azor Ahai will have no need for other, non-believing men. Perhaps. Prince Aegon acknowledged with an incline of the head, and he continued as he eyed her with a curious glint in his eyes that something in there. You have a flock of millions, and by far the Red Faith is the most followed religion in all of Essos. Prince Aegon then smiled thinly. But it is not true that the majority of your flock are also slaves. Our healer's light touches the heart of those who dwell in the dark the most. The Red Priestess said in answer, and Lorgan wanted to scoff at the nonsense. Of course. Prince Aegon acknowledged with a solemn face. It's quite a shame that our healer's light does not touch the hearts who keep your faithful dwelling in the dark. Prince Aegon remarked before he waved his hand dismissively. Nonetheless, it is that keeping, that will make Azor Ahai's task to stand against the darkness all the more difficult. Think, Red Priestess, faithful of our healer. Do you truly think that the world, as it is now, with the half, if not more, of the population of the known world enslaved in one way or another, weak and divided, with overlords like the good masters, the wise masters, the great masters, a gluttonous traitorous people, that this world will ever stand behind Azor Ahai? Prince Aegon posed to the Red Priestess, and he scoffed as he shook his head. Lorgan eyed the Red Priestess, and he saw her looking at the prince with a nondescript expression. It was unsettling. Prince Aegon seemed to be unbothered by it. The same could be said about you, your people, the Red Priestess said with a strange calm, one that almost bordered on curiosity. He wasn't sure. Your belief may be genuine, the Red Priestess said as she eyed the prince before she glanced at the guards surrounding her, and a strange smile grew on her face as she continued, but it cannot be said that your people will believe it, that your people will answer the call to arms as you so aptly described, no more than it can be said that the slaver cities wouldn't answer. Comparing my people to the Giscari wastrels, Prince Aegon said with a heavy note of disapproval, though the Red Priestess kept up that smile of hers despite the disapproval. Still, you do have a small point. My people are skeptical, as they should be, but when the ice falls and the cold winds blow from the north, I will be assured my people will know and understand the warnings. Prince Aegon smiled thinly. And my people's honor and duty will make them an untold more times likely to answer the call than the slavers of Essos. Prince Aegon narrowed his eyes as he spoke further. And the world, Azor Ahai, will come to have a need of my people's aid when the time comes, for no one person can save the world. All the damn prophecies say as much. No one people can save the world. Prince Aegon gestured again with his hand. Many peoples have variations of Azor Ahai in their myths and legends. It seems Azor Ahai fought against the darkness with many peoples in his army. Prince Aegon smiled thinly at the Red Priestess. As the world is now, that will never happen. It would not surprise me if the Great Other's influence thrives amongst the slavers, those who inspire darkness in the hearts of men, those who snuff out heat and life in the souls of men under the weight of their cruelty and corruption. Prince Aegon's expression shifted, almost looking hooded as he spoke further, his voice quieter but no less stern. And if they aren't, well, they are still far more likely to side with the Great Other than they are to pick up a sword for the dawn, just as others had done so during the time of the first Azor Ahai and became tools of darkness. The Red Priestess narrowed her eyes dangerously, and just as before, these dark forces will be defeated by the faithful who have chosen to side with our healer. Prince Aegon nodded silently. I also have such faith that good men triumph over evil ones. Prince Aegon continued. Yet, it cannot be said that wanting to overload the board with pieces is a terrible idea. Especially now that most of the powerful empires and kingdoms this world has yet known, the Sarno-Ryan kingdoms, the patrimony of Hyrkun, the Roiner, Valyria are gone. All dead. And in their places, are squabbling peoples and cities that are shadows of themselves. Prince stepped away from the table and moved to stand opposite the Red Priestess, the height difference forcing the Red Priestess to gaze up into the prince's mismatching eyes. The people of Liberty Bay, reforged in the sweeping fires of liberty, flourishing with a new lease on life. There was a flicker of something the woman's eyes as the prince spoke further. Shall be a new cornerstone of strength to be founded in Essos. The prince stared at the Red Priestess for a long few moments before he walked away, though not without saying one more thing. And perhaps that is what your God wanted you to see, understand. Something to think about, Red Priestess. Prince Aegon said before he eyed Sir Andrew discreetly, and the prince turned and walked away. Sir Andrew walked towards the prince, and the prince said something in his ear, something short, and soon the knight walked back towards the Red Priestess. Prince Aegon came to a stop the window and began stared out of it, his arms now behind his back, signaling that he was done with the conversation to all. Lorgan looked at the Red Priestess and saw her staring, hard, at the prince's back. It was unsettling. When she finally did turn around, did he unwittingly let off a breath of relief? Sorceresses. He'd be glad never to see one again. Yet, he thought as he watched the Red Priestess escorted out of the council room without a word spoke. He somehow doubted that he'd seen the last of that one. He walked towards the prince, who was still watching out of the window, though he could see that the prince was bearing a strange expression on his face. If only they weren't needed. The prince said tiredly, and he let off a heavy sigh before he turned to look at Lorgan, a heavy expression now on his face. How much of that was true? Lorgan asked tentatively. The prince looked at him somewhat amused before he lost as he spoke. Unfortunately, more than I'd like. Prince Aegon admitted with a grim note to his voice. Far more than I'd like, Prince Aegon said as he looked away from Lorgan and back out of the window. I had not expected the Red Priestess. Lorgan thought he saw a strange look pass on the prince's face. It complicates things. Lorgan did not answer immediately. Did you notice? The sudden question startled Lorgan slightly. Notice what, my prince? Lorgan asked with a mild frown. Prince Aegon turned to look at him as he spoke further. The flames. About her god approving of my conquest. Lorgan furrowed his brows. Sweeping flames, approving, offer aid. His eyes widened greatly. She knew we were coming, well before we came. A cold shiver traveled up Lorgan's spine. Not just her, likely the other priests knew too. Prince Aegon said through a thin, very grim, smile. It could have been over before it began, Lorgan said with a blanched expression. The good masters could have killed Prince Aegon at the very beginning of their conquest. It would have been a complete and utter disaster had the Red Priestess informed the masters. Yes, our gambits could have ended quite terribly. Prince Aegon said with a calm expression, a calmer expression than Lorgan thought the prince should have in all honesty, and I'm not sure if I have their misinterpretation to thank or otherwise. Lorgan eyed the prince. You believe that there is truth about holding our healer's favor? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Who can say? Prince Aegon said, and though it was calmly said, it was almost nonchalant. Prince Aegon continued. What does matter is that we were exceedingly lucky. The prince's expression turned hard, almost resentful, Lorgan thought. The prince sighed before he shook his head, and he turned to eye Lorgan, a shadow of a smile on his face. I'd prefer not to rely on luck, if possible. Lorgan nodded absent-mindedly. I'm not so sure that's possible, my prince, not when we have gods and visions and prophecies. Lorgan muttered, and he was startled when he heard the prince laugh. He stared at the prince for a moment. The prince had not laughed for a single moment since they left Corinth. Unfortunately, I think you have the right of it. The prince then stared at the ceiling. The fate of man is being played out on a board, and unfortunately we are blind and armless. Lorgan was surprised to see a strange look pass across the prince's expression. 1,001 eyes, of blood and of flame, I wonder if we'll ever know how many more eyes there are. Lorgan stared at the prince with wider eyes at his words. The prince shook his head, and the strange look passed and a gentler look formed on his bearded face. Ignore my ramblings, Lorgan, it's been a long day. Of course, my prince. The prince smiled at him, and he nodded his head slightly. Go on. Ask your questions. I have some time yet to answer a few of them. Your loyalty and hard work has at least earned you some answers. Lorgan didn't need to be told twice. The Conqueror's prophecy, it's really true? It being part of the reason why he conquered Westeros. It disturbed him to think of prophecies and fate and this great war. That is what my family believes. Prince Aegon said with a twisted smile. Whether or not it is true, who can say? I wasn't there when my namesake had his visions. Prince Aegon frowned lightly. Though, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a morsel of truth, of a kind, in it all. The prince looked at him, and Lorgan realized that he was frowning. Don't look so perturbed by the notion, Lorgan. Whether or not it is true, regardless what I or you believe, is the reason, the motivation, really that different from the motivations of, say, the ancient Andals? Prince Aegon posed to Lorgan. It is different. Lorgan protested lightly. He continued, the gods were. Lorgan paused in his words, and he understood what the prince was getting at. The gods had encouraged the ancient Andals to come to Westeros and spread the faith. In a certain point of view, Aegon the Conqueror could be seen to have acted out the task set by the gods to unite Westeros in preparation for this war. The prince smiled at him. When visions are reframed like that, when prophecies are understood through the perspective of gods and faith, it is not so outlandish. The question you must ask yourself is if you have faith in its truthfulness. Personally, Prince Aegon continued as he met Lorgan's gaze. I believe that there are dark forces waiting behind the wall, the same dark forces that many legends of many different peoples speak of. When there are so many coincidences. Lorgan nodded. From a logical perspective, there must be said that it all couldn't be so easily dismissed. Plus, he thought to himself, magic was very alive in the world. He'd seen it today, and he'd seen some of it before from the prince. If magic like that existed, was it truly so outlandish to think that much worse existed that spawned from evil gods and evil beings, worse than even that sorceress? You truly believe that, the others, exist? Lorgan looked to meet the prince's gaze. The prince made a rumbling noise as the corners of his eyes crinkled slightly. I do, unfortunately. The prince said with a grimace. I've had some experiences that have proven to me that this world of ours, Lorgan, has dark creatures and dark gods. The prince was grim for a moment. I met such a dark thing on Toadstone during the Basilisk Isles campaign. Lorgan's eyes widened slightly. There is a rumor. The prince nodded slightly. I'm gladdened that the other survivors like myself have not spoken much of it. The prince's expression darkened. It was not a pleasant experience. The prince shook his head. Lorgan could tell there was far more there than what the prince was saying. Nonetheless, it has left me more open to the idea of evil creatures that haunt the corners of the world, including the prophecy of my family. The prince eyed Lorgan pointedly. It is why I wish our people are not blind to these things. Otherwise, ignorance will destroy our people and our vulnerability. The prince took hold of his necklace. The gods can guide and defend us, yes, but we must be capable of defending ourselves too against dark forces. The prince finished. Lorgan nodded absent-mindedly to that sentiment as he considered it all. There was much to unpack in what the prince was saying, yet the main question he had. My prince, why did you divulge this to that red priestess? The prince smiled, and it was dark and grim smile, though not quite as severe as the expression had been when he seemed to recall the time of this Toadstone. The red faith is a dangerous faith. They see much and they can see moons ahead of time, it seems like. The prince narrowed his eyes slightly. They could easily complicate our endeavors in Liberty Bay, if they so wished. And by showing that you have a common cause with them, you seek to stay their hands. Lorgan considered. The prince nodded slightly and silently. I would have preferred not to have shared what I shared. Prince Aegon frowned lightly. Certainly not to someone not of our people. You intended to share your beliefs about this great war. Of course. There is a time and a place, however. Unfortunately, complications always prove to be hurdles to plans long laid out. Plans? I wonder how many other such plans you have laid out, my prince, Lorgan wondered. Lorgan shook himself clear from those thoughts and said, do you think she'll be an ally? And by extension the Red Faith? I don't know. The prince admitted before he turned extremely thoughtful. I hardly let her time to speak and her reactions seemed genuine when it matters, but she could be an excellent mummer. Lorgan made to speak, but the doors opened, and he glanced towards the door. He was surprised to see Sir Uthric arrive, and Lorgan realized that the prince must have directed Sir Andrew to call for him during that exchange. My prince. Sir Uthric said respectfully as he'd approached. Sir Uthric eyed Lorgan and nodded lightly, and Lorgan returned the acknowledgement. Sir Uthric. Prince Aegon acknowledged with a light nod before his expression shifted, darkening slightly. The Red Priestess may be up to something else. Something else? Sir Uthric asked with a frown. She mentioned Sarah's bastard son, one of the Volantine Triaches. Sir Uthric narrowed his eyes before he looked contemplative for a moment. A ruse to unsettle you. The prince shook his head. It may be more. She remarked in such a way that indicated that she knew him well. A lie, but perhaps not. She seemed to know him well enough to know that there are similarities to be found in my features. The prince paused for a moment. I don't think that Sarah's son is a follower of their faith, but I do think that they might be in league together. What would they be in league for? Lorgan wondered. Miss Aragorn. Sir Uthric said grimly. Lorgan's eyebrows climbed and he looked towards the prince, and the calm expression on his face did little to dissuade that the prince agreed with the answer. They seek to take your dragon? Lorgan questioned, surprised and wary. Sarah's son would be half Targaryen. The Valyrians were proof that was all that was needed. It is a possibility. Our campaign in Liberty Bay is progressing well and fast, faster than any ordinary army could accomplish. By the time the Volantine can muster their fleets and army, we will have taken as far as Tolos. Prince Aegon assessed. Dragons are an ultimate weapon of conquest. Sir Uthric agreed. The head of House Vhasser, though a member of the Elephant Party, has close leanings to the Tigers. It would not be difficult for him to switch to conquest of the other free cities if his son brought a dragon to Volantis. Why would the Red Faith want that? Why wouldn't they? If Vhasser promised the Red Faith to be the main religion in all of its conquered lands, well, that'd prove to an enticing offer, would it not? Prince Aegon further commented. Though I find this possibility unlikely given that she had an opportunity to have me killed in Astapor. Sir Uthric was startled at that, and Lorgan quickly explained. I see. Sir Uthric looked troubled for a moment as he eyed the prince before he shook his head and looked determinedly at the prince. I will have her watched more closely, and I will have the men keep an eye out on anyone who resembles you even faintly, my prince, for the rest of the campaign. The prince looked faintly pleased as he nodded. There may yet be other motivations. It would be better if we barred her from coming. Uthric pointed out. Lorgan was surprised that it was even considered that the sorceress was allowed to join them. It would be, but you know it's better to have potential enemies close by. Prince Aegon answered, and Sir Uthric looked conflicted for a moment before he sighed and nodded. Sir Uthric did not stay long, and after he'd spoken a little more with the prince on a few topics, he'd left the prince behind, sitting alone with his small little journal in hand, the small journal he'd kept in the inside of his breastplate, writing away. Chapter 27. Lord Darkness 89. Unfortunately, Rhaenyra is quite unlucky that she has a father like Viserys who is not preparing her at all. Rhaenys had Aemon as a father and would have likely been a good queen from what we can tell. Perhaps that was more Rhaenys, perhaps not, but I am leaning that nurture is more important than nature. Tony McNuckles, the topaz eyes are quite relevant, particularly to Aegon. Whether or not it is relevant to the story, who knows, smiley face. Yes, Aegon did alright in dealing with the Red Priests. Half-truths and twisting things into his favor is best way to go with prophetic vision addicts like the Red Priests. Sometimes, it has to be done. Shrugs. The Azor Ahai and War of the Dawn is part of it as well, of course, but that only became so pronounced after Aegon kind of winged it. Might as well get Slavers Bay up to speed with the aid of the Red Priests who do share the goal of wanting to stop extinction level threat. Regardless of whether or not Arhilla was real or not. Sarah's spawn being part of the story is to be seen. At this stage, Aegon is more or less paranoid to the nth degree. It's a good thing. He's not exactly amongst friends. Viagon being convinced will depend on meeting Aegon, I think, says the author. Even if Viagon dislikes some parts of the Citadel, most of it is to his liking. Whether or not it will be worth giving up the remaining parts, is to be seen. Rhaenyra is very naive at this stage of her life. She is after all a girl still in her teens. It will depend many factors whether or not she'll grow out of it. Laena giving up on trying to convince is kind of part of how much a challenge that will be. Zarias, Aegon won't have the might, or the lives, to be able to do something as crazy as the rupturing of the arm of Dorne, lol. Dotem GM, yup, having to watch your back from foes, and friends, is par for the course when you're as personally powerful as Aegon is, especially if you're upending entire structures of existence. The Red Priests are a great threat, yes, but Aegon knows he can't exactly not try and get amicable with them, otherwise, going to war with the Red Priests is just asking to get murked LMAO. And given that they'd seen Aegon to be important to their faith, well, scorned lovers are often the worst kinds of enemies you can make, you know. Mind Liger, all things considered, Aegon thinks, if the gods exist, that the 7 who are one are probably the best kinds of gods around. No sacrifice, no craziness. Whether or not they exist, Aegon isn't sure one way or another. He knows that there are things that seem as if they are gods but really aren't, but isn't sure if that is a blanket thing or if real gods do exist. He does believe the Christian god or some kind of god in his old world probably did exist, as he considers them the reason why he's in Planetos. He doesn't really want to think that the Planetos gods exist and definitely doesn't want them to be responsible for his existence. Cold Blue 2015, always thought Viagon didn't really deserve to be forgotten. Aegon does the same, haha. If Aegon is successful in recruiting him, he'll have a fantastic well of knowledge in Illymaris. The real challenge will be getting Viagon to teach LMAO, if he ever did accept Aegon's proposal. Aegon playing with prophecy and backfiring is very possible. In fact, it is almost guaranteed to backfire in some way. The Red Priests are fanatics. Crazy people. They're going to be a problem now that he's given an inch, almost certainly. But at that moment in time, getting them on board was the lesser evil. Aegon won't convert. He's too invested in the faith of the 7. Plus, he likes enough of the doctrines, which he will change a little to fit more into the orthodox doctrine he was raised in his old life. Note, I am not of this religion nor am I religious of anything, that he can't see Illymaris ever needing to not worship the one who brought the 7. Winky face. Oh, definitely Aegon feels vulnerability about magic, he hates it too. Part of the pillaging of tomes is to get all of the info he can on magic so that he can create something to defend his family and Illymaris from the shenanigans. BioRL, no, Daemon does not. He wouldn't really care anyway. Not really. The girl is a bastard. True, Viagon did leave an impression on Aegon, to be fair. Viagon is pretty much Aegon's kind of people, even if it doesn't seem like it. The kind that values one of the few things that is most important. Yes, Rhaenyra is pretty much F***ed. It's honestly kind of a tragedy, if you think of it. She is alone. That is undisputable. Viserys is absent and only sees in her his guilt. The nobles at court only want her for her position and importance, and even then, many think that she is usurping her brother's right. Daemon, well, Daemon is Daemon, and any connection she might have with him is not quite what she would think she'd need. He isn't much of an escape since she is betrothed to his son. And Baelon is young, and distant. So yes, Rhaenyra is playing life on hard mode at the moment, and no one has told her that simple fact. She feels it, but she deludes herself to keep herself strong. It is foolish. Her opinions on Aegon and Illymaris are born of this foolishness and naivety. Viagon is human. At least in my characterization. He does regret being as harsh as he was a child to Dahlia. growing older and wiser and being able to reflect on his relationships with his family. Dahlia was a victim if you really think about it. She had no right being married off to some old man, LMAO. Her characterization in the books seemed like she had serious mental problems. Of course, this is medieval times, but still, damn, her parents really did her no favors. Aegon realizes this. Dreaming of unrelenting storms, sad face, sorry, I don't think I can help it. It's a bad habit, I know, and my grammar at times, but I don't think I can fix it so easily. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on /boombox 117. Mid to late 112 AC, Yunkai. Horker, former Yunkai slave, POV. He watched on from the balcony, the chinks and the clamoring and the hooves along with the weeping and the cheering and the begging, all mixed together into a miasmic sound that drew one into all that was transpiring, leaving none in the city capable on focusing on anything else. The army was leaving towards Mirian today, a decision that left an undercurrent of anxiety and fear amongst the people. I understand your fear, people of Yunkai, the prince had said when he'd addressed 3 days before this morn. You fear that my and my men's departure means that the peace and freedom you have enjoyed is coming to an end. You fear that in our absence that the slavers will come and put you back into chains, and be more cruel and wicked onto you than ever before. Have no such fear, people of Yunkai. We leave you not unprotected, for the men we leave behind will strive to ensure the peace that your fellow brothers and sisters in the Regency councillors have worked to install remains in place. The prince had talked about how liberty was a right that had to be fought for, and though the prince and his men were fighting for them against the armies of the wicked slavers, the people of Yunkai would also need to fight for liberty. Liberty is not something that be granted. Liberty is as important to the spirit and soul as bread and water are to your stomach. It is something that must always be defended. It is not something that can be given or from you. It is, and always will be, something that must be defended. That must always be remembered needs a price. You feel now, do you not, people of Yunkai? You feel how easy it is to breathe. You feel how free your spirit feels without the weight of chains on your soul. And just like food and water must be paid for, in blood and sweat and coin, so too must liberty be paid for by your blood, sweat and coin. The flames of liberty must be refreshed every day in your hearts, in the hearts of your countrymen and countrywomen, and if necessary, when your enemies who stand against your liberty and the liberty of your people, the flames of liberty in your hearts must be roused and make you pick up a sword or spear and defend yourselves, your family and your city. So I ask you, I, Aegon of House Targaryen, your ally, that you grasp this chance that you hold and grow. Grow strong, grow smarter, listen and work with the Regency councillors, and pick up how to use a sword, for you must feed the flames of liberty in your hearts with blood, sweat and coin. This is how you can honor my and my men's battles against our common foe, the slavers, and honor me by becoming the best men and women I know you can be. That is all that I ask of you, people of Yunkai. Will you honor my request? Prince Aegon had asked them. A prince asked them, former slaves, to honor his and his men's efforts by working together with the Regency Council and the peacekeepers. No demands. No threats. Just a request made by a free man to other free men and women. The resounding cheers that day, cheers that had almost deafened him and many others, had answered Prince Aegon's question if they would honor his request. By the end of this year, the rest of all of Slavers Bay will have no more masters, and it is through the deaths and destruction of all slavers that Yunkai and its sister cities will know peace and will know freedom until the ends of time. And it will be through your work, through your sacrifices and your determination to see Yunkai flourish, to see Yunkai rebuild, to see Yunkai be strong and grow, that Yunkai shall be a beacon that is to be the envy of all cities in the known world. I believe this. I believe in you, people of Yunkai. So have no fear, people of Yunkai, and prove to me that my faith in you is deserving. The words of the prince that day in the main square had quelled many of the great unhappiness that was felt by the former enslaved Yunkai, and the words that the prince had spoke further had only emboldened the people. And it could be felt every day in the city. There were a great many opportunities for the people of Yunkai and the laborers who had come from the fields nearby. The shops and industries that had been owned by the freedmen and the nobility were now gifted away to the weavers, to the artisanry workers, to craftsmen and builders alike, all of whom would be given grants to hire and train some of the lesser skilled members of the city, those who had been servants or whores before. Guilds were to be set up, guilds for different kinds of crafts, guilds for farmers and guilds for anything that there was a need for. For scribes and teachers, like him, there was opportunity to learn the law or to become an apprentice in one of the government positions with the aim that they become, in time, administrators aiding in the running of the city and the hinterlands. There was also the military, where young men, often those who had been purchased from the Dothraki and decided to stay, had elected to join and undergo training under a famous gladiator and unsullied commanders. The pay for those men was the best amongst all of the new positions, though it was also the hardest. The second best paid work was the builder's pay. Those who were being taught the ways of concrete and the ways of building by some of the Regency councillors. Food was secured, it was said, by the agreements that the prince's army had gotten from the newly liberated laborers who were gifted the lands of their former masters. He remembered well what the news had been. That food was going to be at the same price as before. There was a great deal to be optimistic about, and it could be felt in the city too. There was even rumors that distant lands like the Summer Isles would be happy to trade with Yunkai and the other liberated cities. Will Big Brother return now that the bad men are gone? A childish voice broke him out of his thoughts and he turned towards the source of the voice. There, standing not far from him, was a young girl, about 5 days, olive-skinned with a head of hair the color of sunset orange, held aloft in her mother's arms, a young girl whom he had seen grow every day. Her mother, who the girl took after, wore a hard and almost contemptuous face, when their eyes met, a face that swiftly changed when she turned to look at her daughter. No, he will be away for some time yet. The woman said in a kinder voice, though the hardness was still strong on her face, not being quite to let go of the bitterness and anger that was still brewing inside of her. Dinette, was her name. A Giscari woman, aged in her late 30s, not quite noble but still a social rank above the common freedmen and freedwomen of before. Though now, he supposed, she was no better than anyone, something he knew rankled and terrified her, even if she never dared show her fear. Not in front of him, her lesser. Even if he saved her life, he had little doubt that she hated him and everyone else in the city for what has befallen her family, and her place in society. Dinette brought her daughter down from between her hands and, after patting the girl's dress down, she said, "Go back inside." Sha. The young girl groaned in irritation and a sharp look, a look once reserved as a promise of beatings now used to entice compliance of her own child, from Dinette silenced the groan ably. Dinette continued, "And do not leave your room." Dinette's expression shifted slightly. "If you behave, we can have honey breadsticks." The spark in the 5 days' eyes was adorable to see, and after hastily agreeing, the girl ran off inside. Dinette got back to her full height and turned her gaze towards him. The warmth that had shown itself momentarily in the presence of her daughter had been extinguished, and its place that was only coldness and contempt. He looked away from her eyes, an odd sensation of terror and submission blooming, and looked back towards the moving army. When the dragon had swept across Yunkai, burning palaces and pyramids and estates down with flame and fire, untold scores of families were burnt along with the buildings or died from the dark ash and the black smoke breathed in. When the fighting settled, and they, the now former slaves, returned to Yunkai, they were greeted by a sight of slaughter and death. The old nobility were all dead, and so too were many of the freedmen and the free Giscari. There were none of the men surviving. Even amongst the women and children, especially after the fire at the estate, there were few left. When he returned back he still did not understand what had driven him to return, not when so many other did not, to his master's, his former master's estate. He found the corpses of his master, Dinette's husband, her 5 and 10 day son, and many of the other members of the family, including a few of the women. He'd felt great sorrow for the boy's death, even as he turned out to be more like his father every day that passed. He'd seen him grow all his life. He hadn't found Dinette's or Sh's bodies, and a sudden thought had struck him, a thought that made him remember that his master had an old cellar that was well hidden. Though Yunkai was not often threatened, either by roaming Dothraki or Nugis or the other Slavers' Bay cities, there was still ways for his master and their family to ensure their survival, if they had need of it. Plus, he was sure that was also where they kept much of their valuables. He wasn't supposed to know, for he was merely his master's children and their cousin's teacher of numbers and letters, but he, along the other servants, had known nonetheless. There was few secrets that the slaves had not known about their masters. He'd gotten to the cellar, hidden behind furniture and more, and moved the furniture that entrapped the cellar door, and found Dinette and Sha there. His hand went towards his shoulder, and he winced slightly. Dinette had slashed at him with a dagger, and looked like a rabid animal. She could have killed him then. He'd been struck by the familiar terror that he always felt under his master's rage and had begged for mercy of her. She could have killed him. Yet she had not. Instead, she demanded to know what had happened, and he told her everything he knew. When she saw the bodies of her husband and her son, he'd never seen her cry. He'd seen her cry then. He'd not seen her cry since. He was startled out of his thoughts when she stood by the banister of the balcony, and he saw her gaze expressionlessly at the leaving army. When the soldiers returned, they had not returned alone. Slave servants, cooks and maids, who used to tend to this home, had come with them, and when they saw Dinette, she was taken away when slave servants told the soldiers who she was. He stared at her from the corner of his eyes gradually falling towards the brand on her neck. He did not know why he defended her so vigorously. He did not know why he even returned to this place. He considered that mayhaps it was because it was his place of birth, his own mother having given birth to him in this place as she'd worked as a maid. Mayhaps, it was more, as if blood was calling to blood. He doubted this otherwise. How could blood treat blood the way he'd been treated? The beatings, the castration. Mayhaps it was because it was all that he knew. In any case, he had to make a case with Regency councillors by the soldiers when they took Dina away, and left Sha to his care when he said he'd look after her. He'd feared that Dina had died with the rest of the nobility in that fire, but luckily she had not gone there, and he pleaded on her behalf that she was not a cruel slaver. It was not true. Yes, she was not cruel, not compared that of the likes of her husband. But she was cruel still, like his old master, Master Krolohar, the old patriarch of the family before Dina's husband took over, the one who had him taught in his letters and numbers, but also who had him castrated. In the end, it hadn't been needed, for they said that they would release her and pardon her, but that her properties and her wealth would be taken away from her. This home was the only thing left in Dina's name. All of the valuables, gold and jewelry and even the furniture, was taken away from Dina, with only a small portion of silver coins, several pouches worth, remaining with Dina. He eyed her cautiously, his eyes set on the still red brand that was on her neck, an ugly thing. They'd branded some of the freed women and the noble women, the ones that survived, with this brand. It was a symbol of two ripped harpy wings. A mark given to the women, by proxy through their families and husbands, had an active hand in the slave business. His former master had several slave breeding houses and traded with Astapor throughout the years. The brand was a mark to ensure that no one forgot those who profited from slavery, even if they were not responsible. Are you comparing my mark with that of your own? Her sharp tone of voice startled him slightly and, before he knew it, he was shaking his head. No. He said, a little more composed, his eyes cast away. She scoffed before she placed her hand on his chin and forced him to look at her, and he was gazing upon cold and unkind black eyes. She stared at him for long few moments, after which she pushed him away. He thought he'd heard her mutter weak. He was ashamed to admit that it was an opinion that many thought of him. Even the former slaves, others who had been in the home with him, thought that of him too, angered as they were that he'd defend her so. None of them would talk to him anymore, and he was sure if he'd not find any kind of work had he been not employed by the administrators to help teach letters and numbers to orphan children in exchange for pay. He was sure some of them would even want to kill him and Dina had it not have major repercussions for themselves. Under the new laws, there was no distinctions between the peoples of Yunkai. All had the same rights. Which meant that killing anyone would result in judgment, and if you were found guilty, you would be executed for committing cold-blooded murder. Even killing a former slave owner like Dina was not permitted. The soldiers who killed all those women and children in that fire were executed for their crime, and they had been the prince's men. If only I didn't need you to make sure she was looked after. Dina said with a bitter note to her voice. He knew what she meant. Dina was well aware that she was amongst the very few, less than 1,000 that was certain, women still alive that came from slave-owning or slaver families. With the army going, and with it going much of the power of the Regency Council, there was a good chance that revenge killings would happen. It also didn't help that it was unlikely that she'd be welcomed anywhere. Even her old friends, the few that still lived, did not want to be anywhere other than their homes. You could always go somewhere else. He said a little quietly, and she laughed harshly, contemptuously. As if anywhere else is safe. She said bitterly. With that sister fucking spawn, there was real hatred behind her voice as she said that, and his monstrous beast, there is nowhere safe. There was sorrow in her voice. Faint, but it was there. Everything that was worth anything, will be gone. You shouldn't call him that. You could get in trouble if someone hears you. The Dragon Prince was seen as a god by many of the people. Even he himself thought. I will call that evil spawn whatever I like. She said sharply, venomously, and she looked at him sharply, harshly. You're the only one here, and we both know you will not betray me. Not if you want Sha to grow up without a mother. He looked away from her gaze, and he found a small echo of courage as he spoke further. I won't say anything. But if you want Sha to be with you, then you still should stop saying things that will get you punished. Even as he said that, he felt a shiver of terror running down his spine. She laughed at his comment, and it was a bitter laugh. To have you, of all people, dare talk back to me. She said with a great deal of bitterness. It was more than he ever dared say before. Before the liberation, he knew that such talking back would see him caned, or worse, even killed if his master had been in a foul mood. And they both knew it. It can't be helped, can it? She said with sadder but still bitter tone of voice, and he glanced at her, seeing her stare hatefully at the army. He thought he understood. Everything she knew was dead and gone. No. He said quietly. He did not feel sympathy for her. Or her husband. Or the other slavers or slave owners. He did not understand why he kept staying, true. Nor did he understand why he felt like he should keep helping Dina. But he did understand that it was a good thing that things were different. Better. Riznal, Dina's 5 and 10 named a son, the son who died, was like Shay, once. But like many others in the family over the years, much like his father, he was beginning to grow into the skin of cruelty, much like his father had. Much like the rest of his family. Into the rest of the Giskari freedmen and nobles. Masters. Cruel and terrible. She did not need to be like her father. Or her family. Or like Dnet. Mayhaps that was why he was staying, he thought to himself. It made sense. He did see her grow. He'd have no children of his own, not with what was done to him. He shook his head slightly. Yes, things were better. The wise masters and the others were terrible and cruel people. Every generation grew to be the same as the one before, passing down their terribleness and their cruelty like how words and letters were passed down. He turned away from the sad, hateful bitter look of Dnet, back towards the army. So many people died. Always. Always. He'd seen entire cities worth of people pass through the ports of Yunkai in his many years of life, near 50 named days of life. Suffering. Dying. Begging. Many of them young and no more than children. Many of them children of the women of the pleasure houses of Yunkai, the sons and daughters born of the seeds of the freedmen and wise masters. Yes, things were becoming better. Not for those like Dnet, he knew, but sometimes. Sometimes that was better. Better for everyone else. Break. Mid to late 112 AC. Admiral Lutheri's POV. Ships ahead rang around the deck and around the ship, and Lutheri's was quick in his steps to get on deck, and as he got a far eye to his eye, horns sounded out, horns that came from port and starboard just as well as a horn sounded out from his ship. Through the lens of the far eye, he saw a fleet of more than 50 and 100, mayhaps a dozen or two more, cogs and galleys. Found you. Lutheri's said with slow crawling smile on his face. Prince Aegon had informed them, a day into their sail and 2 days into the army's march, that his dragon had seen there were no ships in the ports of Mirian, which had been alarming. No ships? At a city like Mirian, which was a trading city who depended on life and blood on the trade through ships? It could only mean one thing, that the Mirianese knew of their coming. How, he wasn't sure. He didn't know. And truthfully, he didn't care. He only cared that he found them, and he supposed, where he found them. He frowned as he squinted his eyes to notice the sails, but he only noticed the colors this far away, but that was enough, for only the Illyrians painted their sails with a purple dye that could only be found on their shores. He wasn't surprised to find Illyrian ships amongst the almost certain enemy fleet. They'd swung around the shores of Slaver's Bay and headed straight towards Tolos so as to hunt for the Mirianese ships. And, he thought as he tried to look further and further through the far eye by squinting more, it was likely that this fleet comprised of more than just the Mirianese and the Illyrians. After all, the ships were heading directly for them, from the direction where Tolos laid. Yes. It was likely that this was a coalition of fleets, Tolosian, Mirianese and Illyrian, mayhaps more if the small port towns and cities had joined arms against them. Prince Aegon had suspected that by the time they marched on Mirian that their enemy would know of their coming and would plan to do something about it, such as allying with the neighboring slaver cities and hiring sellswords from these places. Whether or not sellswords were aboard, they couldn't tell, and mayhaps they wouldn't be able to tell if things went perfectly, but they did know that the Mirianese had worked and worked well for getting the Illyrians and mayhaps others to ally themselves in just days. He honestly was impressed that they managed it. Weren't the slavers meant to be difficult? Or was that just to everyone else who wasn't a slaver? He set aside that thought. He supposed that you had to work fast and quick if you wanted to survive, which they would have come to learn they would need to do if they knew what happened to Yunkai. There was a chance that their fleet missed an incoming ship or two when they attacked Yunkai, busy as they had been then, allowing the Mirianese enough time, mayhaps as many as a fortnight or more, to use to gather their wits and plan. It didn't even have to be the ships, it could have been others, from the times they took Astapor or from the hinterlands, that rode for Mirian and informed them of what was coming their way. It didn't really matter. The only thing that mattered was their enemy knew they were coming and prepared for it. Unfortunately for the slavers, they were facing an enemy that had them in their grasps and plans for many moons, and an enemy who had Prince Aegon and a dragon. Admiral. The call of his title drew him away from his far eye and he gazed upon the worried but determined face of his second officer, Dale Longheart, and Lutherius knew what the glint in his eyes meant. Lutherius said with a firm sound the horn and signal the fleet. We'll work the plan. He said to his second officer, and a flicker of excitement showed itself in the man's eyes, the kinds of excitement that was oft found in the young men that never tasted battle on sea or on land. Yes, Admiral. And his second officer quickly walked away, his bellows and shouts of orders ringing out like the sounds of a hammer on steel. Lutherius looked from his second officer and looked back towards the enemy fleet. TCH. If only I had the 24 more ships. He muttered to himself as he looked through the far eye. He didn't like disparity in numbers. The enemy outnumbered by more than twice the numbers and likely had 3 to 5 times, if not more if they had the sellswords, the men aboard the ships than he had on his. Yes, their ships, discounting even the prince's flagship, Victory, a ship he captained, were, pound for pound twice if not more as heavy as the ships in the enemy fleet, but that mattered little for the enemy would seek to board them. Or at least that would have been so in the past, before they had the jar bolts. Still, it did not leave the problem of his sailors, the archers and the Summer Islander archers, having to possibly fight off the borders if things did not go to plan exactly. If they had more ships. A significant portion of the fleet had sailed back to Astapor, their port of safety and where the majority of their people outside of the army and volunteers were located, taking with them gold, coin, wealth, and their injured and the urns of their fallen, along with some children too, and with them went about 25 of his ships. Of course, their fleet was reinforced before they set sail and were made to go on this mission, with 40 ships from Astapor, making their fleet 65 strong, though he could but think that the 25, had they stayed with the fleet, especially the sailors, could have made a marked change to the battle to come. No matter. He shook his head. They'd win nonetheless. They'd drilled and drilled until their heads were as sore and burnt as their palms were when roping, far more than they ever did when they warred in the Basilisk Isles, a war where many of the captains and sailors had first tasted war and blood. The vigorous strategy lessons and matters of discipline were burned in their heads. Lessons that drilled into them the importance of order and discipline and not allowing the call of glory ruin the prospect of victory, the only important thing in the heat of the battle. Some had rebelled in their own small ways, captains that had grown too big of a big head thanks to their successes as captains of merchant ships, doing away with the naval standards and conduct the prince wanted of his captains, which included basic things such as to speak clearly, to speak with respect and honor to the sailors and to keep to the Coranthaw's naval doctrines, and instead, these captains did away with it all and thought their ships to be their personal fiefdoms. They soon came to know how terrifying the commanders and the prince could be when they were angered. Though none lost their lives, for they did not commit treason or any other such crimes that warranted execution, but they were demoted for their disobedience and now they were serving their punishment, no, their sentence, as common sailors. Do not see this as punishment. This is a way for you to earn back your place. Serve well and you will have the chance to become a captain again or even admiral should you serve well and true. However, should you forget that you have this second chance, should you decide that this is a slight instead of a reprieve, know that there is no place for foolhardy men in my navy, or in our lands. Just as it is in our navy, or in our army, it is never about the individual when it comes to the matters of our people. It is always about the people first. As far he could tell, the men were taking on board the advice and he had not heard the demoted captains, some of whom were serving his very fleet now, misbehaving or showing traces of treason. He shook his head and returned to the matter at hand and he eyed the men who were more alive now than they had been mere moment ago. Preparation, preparation, preparation. There is nothing more important than preparation before the battle, he thought to himself, and he quickly fell into his proper skin of admiral and oversaw the men checked over the scorpions, the ropes and the jigs one last time before the battle. It was possible that the Myrianese knew about the wildfire, or the jar bolts. After all, it has been many years since the Basilisk Isles and he knew for a fact that there were corsairs that escaped. Chances were that people knew though. He doubted they actually planned for it. The war was unexpected and so they had little reason to prepare for such a circumstance. Plus, he mused to himself silently. The fact that they thought ships of all things were going to matter, regardless if they carried 10,000 soldiers or more, when they were faced against an army that had a grown dragon in its arsenal? Well. He shook his head. He couldn't underestimate his enemy. There is no greater folly than underestimating your enemy. Never succumb to arrogance or overconfidence. Fates are decided by the smallest of decisions. Do not let folly and arrogance be the decider of yours and your men's fate. Dale. He bellowed as he walked towards the upper deck and the man turned his head towards him. Sound the horn again. The first horn told them the plan was underway and this horn told them to start the first phase of the plan. Aye, Admiral. They had 3 different horns, and each one had a different sound, a different pitch. The bull's horn was deep and low whilst the elephantine horn was high-pitched, the horn they used to make others aware of enemies sighted. The last horn was the loudest of them all, an elephantine horn though it was fashioned differently than the high-pitched one. This horn signaled general retreat. Only he had this horn and only he had the rights to use it, a responsibility he loathed as much as he liked. He hated the idea that it was needed, but to fight another day and to save the lives of the men was more important than his pride and honor. The horn, the bull's horn was blown, and so began their gambit. He mused silently himself, and it'd be blown a final time to signal the men to turn around and fight the battle plan truly, a plan he and Prince Aegon had agreed they'd use should they come across the enemy fleet if it outnumbered them. He'd sat down with his captains and told them that they were going to implement the hook, line, and sinker plan, a plan that the captains were well aware, for it was one of the ones that they were trained in performing. The first stage of the plan was to sail closer to the enemy fleet. Once he was assured the enemy was not changing course and had seen them, the fleet would suddenly change course, disarrayed, giving the appearance of panic at the sight of a superior fleet. This would embolden their enemy, especially the undisciplined slavers. The others, should there be any cautious ones, would have to follow despite their reservations. Those smart ones would probably be at the back. He hoped there were none such smart and cautious men captaining those ships. In any case, their fleet would allow itself to be caught up on, giving the appearance the enemy's fleet was faster and more maneuverable. They were more maneuverable, true, but they were not necessarily faster, not in the open sea. Still, they did not know that, nor would they get to know. Hours passed and just as expected, their baiting worked and now the enemy fleet pursued, slowly, but surely gaining distance on them. How much longer, Admiral? Dale asked and Lutherius looked towards the man who was peering the far eye. Lutherius looked back at the enemy fleet. They needed to allow for enough time for their ships to turn around and set their scorpions against their enemy with the enemy being well within range. Presently, he had calculated, at their speed, they'd have to wait for mayhaps an hour or more until the enemy was within range. They also couldn't drop their speed lest they make others suspicious since they giving the appearance of running and slowing down when there was no reason or cause was a suspicion he didn't want to risk. An hour. Mayhaps an hour and a half maximum. He said to his second officer before he glanced at the man. Mirror the other captains, the time to turn is soon approaching. The mirrors were the same tools they used in the Basilisk Isles War to signal one another, a small piece of glass with a thin and highly polished and oily sheet of silver. There weren't yet many different types of signals and those like hours and days were easy to indicate, but every captain and senior officers of the ship was required to learn the meanings behind the small blips and flashes. They had come a long way since those days, he mused to himself. The message spread amongst the fleet and, though it felt like an age, the hour and some more had passed and then the horn was blown, a deep and grumbling sound rippled through the ship and throughout the open sea, and soon, their ships began to turn, the sound of the creaking boards of the ship, and the sounds of the smashing sea against the hull was drowned out by the voices and shouts of the crew. Shouts that he heard even below the deck, where the men who manned the lower deck scorpions were. His gaze swept across the deck, falling on the men who commanded the scorpions above the deck, almost obsessively cleaning and preparing the jar bolts and the gears that fired it, before his gaze towards the archers. The archers, the Summer Icelanders and the Ilmaresians archers, who totaled 5 and 10 in total, a number similar to others on the ships in their fleet. They'd be the ones that prevented to keep the hordes of potential enemy boarders at bay and to strike at the enemy as they passed through. They were not meant to be too much of a dependence in this battle, though, he mused to himself, he'd expected the Ilmaresian archers to test out their new bows vigorously, bows that were almost as good as the Golden Heart bows of the Summer Icelanders. The bows were 6 foot long, taller than nearly all men, and were made of the redwoods of Ilmares, far better than any other type of wood, save for the Golden Hearts, to be used in bows. It could fire as far as 300 yards, a good distance though fell short of the 500 yards of the Golden Heart bows, and could penetrate through plate armor, though that was only possible if the archer was 100 or so yards from the knight. Soon enough, they were all turned and they were all in their positions, and he shouted at one of the boys, a ship hand, to make sure that he kept the flare candles safe and at hand. In the haze of battle, should they find themselves amidst failure and mired amongst the enemy ships, the flares would signal the men, wildfire flare candles that were dyed in red and yellow, the red to signal retreat and yellow to signal the next phase. He hoped he did not have to use, but hope was not to be something relied upon, not when you were at war. The time before the enemy ships came into range was short yet, it felt like an age still, an age that saw the ships turn to starboard, all of whom were in position in 3 collectives of ships, and they all opened their scorpion ports and primed the jar bolts, ready to fire. The range of the scorpions were improved over the years, now able to fire at 2 and 1,000 yards away. It was almost eerie, he thought to himself, as he stared upon the masses of enemy ships that still sailed towards them without a dip in their speed, the sound of the calm sea and the silence of the crew who stared at him with bated breaths. His arm fell almost without an effort of his own, and his words came out his lips, fire, long before he recognized he said them, and, in a flash, 3 jar bolts were fired and soared towards the targeted ships, and behind those jar bolts, was a scorpion bolt on fire, green fire. They watched the bolts soar and they watched the jar bolts hit the decks and hull of the one ship in front, and he could hear the faint traces of voices carried through the sallow winds, and, when the on-fire scorpion bolt hit the ship was engulfed in a sea of green fire, the flames and fire spreading like a fever across the hull and deck, the enemy men trying their best to drown the fires in water and cloth. Fire! He said again, fire at will. And so, a hail of scorpion jar bolts and fire bolts were launched at the enemy, first from his ship and then from all of the other ships, the skies blotted out by dozens, hundreds of scorpions the lengths of men and the weight of 2, and now, beyond the sight of whistling bolts and beyond the sight of his own men reloading and redoing the springs, he saw the panic that their actions had induced in the enemy fleet. One ship aflame became 2, and then 3 and a dozen more, so as they were greeted to a sight of green bonfires and the shouts and screams of the enemy men. The barrage continued for some time yet, and, when he thought that the enemy and the burning ships were too close, he decided then that the next phase of their plan needed to be brought to life. Boy! He barked out, and the young lad, his hands full with a box of candles, beckoned towards him with a falter in his steps, though he did not fall. He quickly undid the lever on the box and took out the yellow painted candle, and he pointed it upward before he, with the other hand, twisted at the base of the candle, and he heard a click and the turning of the small and strange gears as the bottom as he felt the candle heat up, and moments later, a small bolt of yellow light erupted from the top of the candle far into the sky before it exploded into a small deeply yellow sun. "We're turning! We're turning!" shouted the men, and Lutherys turned towards the helmsman, who turned the ship around so that they faced the enemy. All sails up! The men bellowed, and soon all of their sails were up and angled to catch the winds, and soon they sailed forwards, towards the enemy lines, who were breaking and breaking off. His own fleet had too broken off, more than they already, 3 segments of the fleet forming their own fleets now, and would be headed by the long-chosen captains who would act under their own agency. He and Prince Aegon trusted them to do their duty well, and they knew that. There was risk involved in this method, they knew that, but it also allowed them the initiative if they were the ones to act proactively. There was also the risk that they'd be mired amongst burning ships whose men who would be desperate in trying to board their ships, and so, it was better that they drive through the enemy's disarrayed lines and use the forward scorpions as they pushed through, and, at the same, catch the ones who may be trying to escape. Lutherys planned for total annihilation, and the men knew it too, wanted it too. Still, the next while was a time fraught with nerves as they waded through the first line of sinking enemy ships, their forward scorpions firing at will at whichever ship still stood floating, though it was a slower pace and more measured, for now they were in between foe and in between friend. There were some survivors on some of the first line of enemy ships, desperate men, but the Elamarizian archers quickly turned them silent through hastened arrow. The rear fleet, on his port side, was caught in a slugfest of a battle. He saw between green fire and mast and sail, though it seemed like it was nothing truly out of control. Still, he endeavored to turn around on the first opportunity and come from the back. As it was, his small fleet of 24 would need to contend with twice the number of ships that lay before them. As they ate up more sea, so the distance closed, and so did hails of arrows come towards them. The arrows were lacking in power, and most of them had hit the sea long before they arrived to the ships, yet some did manage to make the distance. Shields! Bellowed the men, and men took care to protect the scorpion bolt loaders from the arrows, whilst the other men took cover wherever they could. He too took cover. Yenda! Dale shouted from across the ship. Yes, we know. The tall Summer Islander said, and soon they returned fire just as the other ships had done with their archers. Come on men, get the 7 damned scorpions going again. Dale shouted out furiously, though it worked, for more jar bolts were being fired, and he saw the bolts were being fired more towards the decks than they towards the hulls, which had been previously the main strategy to use, to get the ships sinking. He didn't disagree with the decision of the loaders. They were too close now, and it wouldn't long before the archers were needed to keep the enemy bay. Hours later, the last lights of day bore down at them as he surveyed the fleet. Out of 5 and 63 and 10 of the carracks were lost, only a few men had been rescued. And, out of the remaining 2 and 50, there were a number of casualties, ranging from 1 to 5 and 10, on average about 4 men dead. He looked around at the sea, a sea that bore broken hulls and blackened wrecks. Not many of the enemy fleet managed to escape. From the accounts of the captains and the men, they guessed that mayhaps between 1 and 10 and 7 and 10 ships had managed to escape out of the 60 and 100 ships. A near total annihilation, but, he thought as he surveyed his fleet, his lessened fleet, it was a hard-won battle, and the losses left a bitter taste to his tongue. They won the day, true, and by numbers alone, discounting the size of their ships, they had no right to win so ably with only a sixth of the fleet lost, but nonetheless, it almost felt like a defeat. He looked towards Randall, the man who had led the van fleet, and said, "Take your ship and 3 others. Scour our wrecks one more time for survivors before the first of the morn." It was unlikely there were any survivors, he knew, but he still wanted to check one last time. He noticed the looks but said nothing of it, changed his expression not, and Randall nodded after a moment, his expression shifting slightly to one of deep understanding. "Aye, Admiral," he said before he looked to one of the captains, who nodded, and soon he stood up and they left. Soon enough, he was left in the captain's quarters, writing down all of the things that he and his captains who had brought points of discussions of the other captains in preparation for the meeting with the prince. He glanced towards the window. It was night now. He glanced back towards the glass candle that sat in front of him. It wouldn't be long before the prince would come calling. Always since the missing Mirianese ships was known, during the night, did the prince call. And this night, he thought to himself tiredly, there would be a great many things to discuss. Including the topic that their calculations had been almost assuredly right. For the enemy fleet almost certainly did carry sellswords or soldiers. Sellwards and soldiers that were now bloated meat for sharks to feast upon. Break. Mid to late 112 AC on the road to Mirian. Sir Trias POV. More of the poor bastards. One of the men riding beside him remarked gruffly but not without a hint of gloomy sentiment as he peered down the far eye. He and some of his men were scouting ahead of the army by half a day's march, and they were not far from Mirian now, mayhaps a day's march to the city. The other units, some more than 40 units, were all still scouring and taking the countryside, far from the beaten path. So, for them to find another group of wretches on the path between cities made it all very likely they were being sent directly to their paths now. He took one of the far eyes offered to him and gazed through it. In the distance, through the distortion of the sun and land, he saw a bunch of them coming their way. The first time he'd seen this. He grunted displeased as he looked away from the far eye. Ride back and inform our prince. Tartered said with a displeased note in his voice. This was the fourth time the Myrianese were doing this. Or mayhaps only the fourth time they were able to find such wretched people on their path to Mirian. It was likely others died along the way, walking away from the path due to their delirium and wrongness of mind. By the time they'd made it a day into the journey to Mirian, their scouts discovered that the Myrianese were not being idle at all. Their scouting riders had caught some of the Myrianese burning down several farms, and later, they discovered it was not an isolated instance. Entire fields of farm, plantations, and entire estates were being burnt down, and as they traveled closer to Mirian, they discovered that they were being more thorough than he thought them capable of being. They had to send out more of their cavalry to hunt down these men and further still towards the Ize Pass, and though they were successful in stopping more of the lands being burnt, it also exposed something else, something terrible. He rode towards the group of people and, as he neared them, he saw the similar depravity in which the Myrianese were willing to go to. The people, most of them young, children, even, naked and walked on bloody feet. Their arms were stubs, their wounds forcibly closed through fire or hot metal, such was the skin blackened at the ends of their stubs, and their faces. Their faces were sunken, grey, and with eyes mad with fever and delirium, though, to call them only mad would be wrong too, for they had the mind still to shout and cry and beg at him, please, turn back, they'll do this to everyone. My son, my daughter, father, mother, sister, brother. The Myrianese left behind slaves, butchered and maimed, at the estates and farms and plantations they successfully burnt down, like this, but since they largely scoured everywhere between Yunkai and Mirian, the distance between the cities was but 6 days' ride apart and prevented the slavers from doing it anymore. They were now sending out slaves like this on the main road between the two cities. He did not know what they had done to these people, to have them so devoted. All of them were like this in trying to get them to turn back, to leave Mirian alone, but it was honestly unsettling, more than the sight of such wretched innocence. Not even he, Tartered thought, had been able to get the pirates sing the tune he wished them to sing without a thought of their own. These wretches, they were broken. Without repair, he mused, as he met their gazes. Just like the ones before. He scowled as he passed them. These people didn't deserve this. It was evil. Pointless evil. He did not speak to the slaves, even as they begged, even as they fell to their knees from exhaustion and from their wounds. His wits and his eyes instead focused as he surveyed the surroundings, and when all of his men, some of whom had been sent to scout several leagues in a radius, returned, they waited day and night. Some of the men fed the 24 slaves water and bread, their kindness despite all that this war has demanded of them not yet burned out, and when midday arrived, they were greeted with the sounds of their army arriving long before they were seen with the naked eye. The slaves, like the ones before them, were taken to Prince Aegon, who listened to their begging and their pleas, and Prince Aegon, like before, empathized at them. I understand. Prince Aegon said as he sat in front of the slaves in his armor at one of the camps, surrounding by the men, his eyes flickering from one side to the other, staring into the tortured eyes of the slaves with sympathy, empathy, sorrow. The slaves were half dead already, the bloodied feet were half gangrene, their teeth bleeding. They were not long for life, not without a great deal of aid. Aid they could not reasonably provide. The volunteers with them had healers amongst them, yes, but they could not stop to march, and stop to march would be needed, for they could not leave the volunteers, nor could they spare some of their army to protect them. Bowls of hot soups was brought forth, and Prince Aegon personally took the bowls to each of the slaves, like he did for the ones before, and the slaves took the bowls with their stumps that were red-stained, leveraging the bowls in between them, and drank the broth greedily. This should not have happened to you. Prince Aegon said quietly, the familiar words said thrice before, no less sincere, and it was heard by the first and likely the second and third row of curious men despite the quietness, his eyes devoid of anything but sorrow and anger. Tartered looked around, and he glimpsed the angry faces of many of the men, even amongst the unsullied. This was the fourth time some of them had seen this, personally, the depravity the Myrianese were willing to show. The sound of a bowl falling made him turn back his gaze towards the slaves, and he saw one of the younger ones, a child of no more than 10 named days, fall, the remnants of the bowl of soup soaking his feet. It shocked the other slaves, but they were given little time to react, for they too were feeling the effects of the poison that was in the soup. Soon, they all fell into sleep, a sleep that they'd never wake from, and the prince walked towards them, and moved the bowls of soup, half-tipped, away from them, before he moved to lay them out with some level of dignity and closed their eyes, an act that quickly was followed by several of the other men. This is what we fight. Prince Aegon said as his gaze swept across the faces of the men, his expression hard and stoic, though his voice, solemn and ringing with quiet wrath, belied the intensity of anger that their prince must feel. This is what we face. This is the true face of the slavers. The prince said as he gestured towards the dead but sleep-seeming bodies of the slaves. What have these people done to deserve this? Nothing. They were seen as naught but tools of convenience. They were not given the dignity or peace that all men deserve. To the slavers, the fates of innocent men, women, and children is to be nothing more than tools to be made to endure their sick cruelty. The prince looked back at the bodies of the slaves. "We fight so that our people," the prince said as he glanced at their men, the Elamarizians, drawing back to the war of retribution, or any people, all of you men can live without the shadows of these evil men, false men who consider themselves masters and have no mercy, looming over the horizon. "We fight, my men, so that all can live freely from such remorseless evil." There was a long moment of silence as they considered the prince's words, a silence that was broken when the prince spoke further. "Prepare a pyre," Prince Aegon said, his voice solemn as he eyed the bodies. "Like the others, we shall have the winds of these lands take their poor ashes." They continued to move again, on a faster march, towards Mirian, which was no more than 1 or 2 days' march away. They all knew that the slaves the Mirianese were sending were aimed at sowing discord amongst the army, to question their prince, if not outright trying to change their mind on waging war on Mirian by attacking their morale. "This is what will befall the slaves and yourselves should you dare attack us. Fools," Tratos thought to himself as they continued to march towards Mirian, his eyes glazing over the sight of 30,000 men marching towards Mirian with several thousand more people following their army with supplies and more. Rather than demoralizing their enemy, they'd only solidified their own fates. They thought their cruelty they wrought onto people, cruelty they used to make their slaves, breaking them as though they were a horse, could be enough of a weapon to wield against them. He could understand why they thought it could work. It was a tool they had always used. Had always known to be capable of working just in the exact way they wished. And, he thought as he glanced at the men, he suspected they even know many of the people in the army were not born free men. Many of the men, nearly all of them, were from a slave background, this was true. Even amongst the Elamarizians, the majority were of a slave background. Yes, their background was easier, far easier than that of born of Slavers Bay, but the methods of enslavement was similar. It made him remember something that had stuck in his mind. Some of his nights, years ago, during some stupid night at one of the taverns where they drank to their heart's content, spoke to him about their early lives, their similar, almost exact same early life. They'd spoken of how their own mothers were crueler than their slave masters had been, in their early lives. They'd talked about how their own mothers would wilt and bow down their heads in front of the slave masters and happily comply with every command given, and hurt them to do the same. The men understood it now years after, most just shy of having half or even a decade of freedom, what it was that had made their mothers betray their own children to the slave masters. They'd been broken in, like horses, they'd said, drawing parallels to the horses that had, then, being broken in Corinth. A life of misery and a life being broken, with whip of body and with whip to make witless mind. The mothers were made to have broken minds that made them into accomplices of the slave masters. The perfect accomplices that aided the slave masters in making their children as mentally weak, compliant, and dependent as the mothers were. He could only imagine how much worse it was for the Unsullied and the 5,000 of Astaporian and former slave soldiers. And seeing the cruelty the Mirianese were willing to show. Mayhaps it could have worked. This display of cruelty. Of promise should the Mirianese get their hands on them. The only problem the Mirianese faced was that their prince was no ordinary leader. Not only because he had a dragon, a beast of legend to many of these people, a beast that the prince had complete control over, but also because of the way their prince simply is. The way their prince spoke to these men, the Unsullied and the other former slaves, with respect, with authority, none of which they had ever known, and there was not a single moment that their prince looked out of control, and that mattered. He'd known it himself, when they went to war in the Basilisk Isles, when he knew nothing, truly, about war and the shadow of death that loomed over one's shoulder. Their prince was that hand on their shoulder, to push them forward, onward, and, if need be, to lean back onto the prince's hand when they have need of it. For they knew, he'd keep them standing. And he'd seen them lean onto their prince more and more each day, their reverence and trust in their prince growing. The acts of compassion, releasing these poor wretches from the grasp of the slavers into the peace of death with dignity and compassion, silently shown the men the kind of man their prince was, who gave these people, these wretches, personally the means of their final freedom. They came to know who their prince was. Compassionate yet iron of heart when it was needed. And it was not hard to see that many of the men had taken such traits onto themselves, steeling themselves for the battle to come. Battles to come. Yunkai and Astapor had been easy. These cities had been taken through subterfuge and cleverness. Mirian knew they were coming. They likely knew they'd have to fight with everything to survive. There would be no easy win, there'd be no easy victory. Even if their plans worked perfectly, and chaos helped destroy them from within, they knew that they'd have a long and hard task at hand. They'd be quick, they'd have to be brutal, and they'd have to be merciless and ensure that none escaped the rope that they were going to pull around their necks. There could be no survivors. No nobility. No old slaving family. No slave owners. They'd all have to die to ensure that peace endures. The Giscari and their slavery must die, a final punishment that Tratos and many of their people thought was worthy of their want of retribution, he thought darkly as he remembered his old friend Jace, the brother he lost to the Corsair slavers, lost to wherever the fuck they took him, sold him to. He shook his head, removing his thoughts away that subject, and he grunted as he eyed the almost silently marching men. Yes, he thought, the fates of the slavers was also a punishment that was long overdue for their crimes against many a people. And, for thousands of their army, the thousands of former slave soldiers, it'd be the first time their metal and their iron stomachs would be tested. He wasn't worried. The men wouldn't disappoint, nor did he think they'd fail in doing what must be done. Yes, the men would have no mercy for the slavers. And, he thought to himself as his gaze went towards his own men, the butchermen as some of the men had taken to call themselves, he and his men would do the hardest part and clean Mirian thoroughly so that the olive trees can grow. He looked away from his men, back towards the front, his mind thinking back on how much his men, already been hard men with iron stomachs before they were called to duty, had grown in less than 2 moons. Astapor had been the hardest for the men. The first time they'd been called to duty. Every deed you do, is entirely on mine own soul. Your hand is not but performing mine own will. It is I who commands you. It is I who the gods shall judge for my deeds carried out on my behalf. Lie free of heavy heart, for your souls shall be pristine when the gods welcome you in their halls, for you have lived good and you lived to see wrongs righted. Such had been the words of the prince when he'd spoken with the men before their departure for Astapor, and after the deeds had been done, the prince once again had spoken to them, assuring them that they had no dishonor or stain on their souls. The sight of the freed slaves and the contentment they had at the disappearance of their tormentors had softened many of the men's hearts at the harsh acts, more than the words of the prince had, he was sure, yet still some could not be relied upon doing it again, like Sir Brun, and were made to reassign to another unit. Fortunately, the vast majority were steadfast in their commitment, though killing the bulk of the remaining members of the slaver families in the Great Fire in Yunkai, a dispassionate and distant act, made it easier, of course, something he'd hoped could be done again if only to lessen the burden on his men. Still, he thought, with the kinds of cruelty the Myrianese were willing to sink to, he knew that many of his units would have the weights on their hearts lessened even more. Just so evil as what they have witnessed would disappear for all time. For with a stroke of a sword, or a jab of a dagger, this generational evil would be made less possible, and Tratas would see it fully killed with the stroke of his sword, 1,000 times, root and stem if need be, just so that any such evil would not come again. That, he thought to himself, was a legacy he could proudly leave behind when it was time for him to be in the halls of the gods. Knowing that his deeds ensured that there would be no brothers, no families, separated from one another. He thought, that was a good legacy to leave. 2 days later. The sound of hammer hitting nails and wood and words of heave and push rang around the field, his eyes staring at the constructions, a good 5 dozen siege war machines, as he walked past them. The trebuchets were arrayed in a single great line, less than a third of a league away from the walls of Mirian, though some of them would be moved eastward. They were simple things, not capable of slinging great masses of rocks, and their construction was not complicated either, with much of the beams and structures long before having built in Corinth and during the campaign since. But, then, that was not their goal, he thought as he turned to look at the walls. Formidable, he thought to himself. The tall walls, taller than Yunkai and Astapor, were built atop a great ridge of rocks, all around, that were anchored by great defensive towers that allowed the defenders every possible angle to fire from. Towers that were all occupied on this southern wall of Mirian, he thought as he caught the glint of bronze and silvery steel from atop those towers, towers that also boasted bronze harpy heads with open mouths, known to be capable of squirting out searingly hot grease and oil against attackers. He understood why Mirian was said to have been unconquerable for centuries since the doom of Valeria. The other side of Mirian, where the river Skahezadhan hugged the northern walls, were said to be even more formidable, where the walls were 30 to 50 feet taller than the southern walls. His lips pulled to one side, a gnarly smile fashioned itself on his face as he looked upon those glinting bronze and gleaming silvery steel, and he swept his gaze across the walls, looking for the glints of scorpions that Prince Aegon said were mounted on some half a dozen of the towers, scorpions that were quickly and likely poorly built. This time, there were no jumped-up Giscari demandingly strutting around. No, gold and coin served up on a platter like they were whores to pay off. They knew they were fucked, and yet still they were relying on those walls, walls that no ordinary army, he could admit, could take, not without a great deal of death amongst a great host of invaders many a time larger than their own, and relying on the pitiful number of scorpions to defend them against Miss Aragorn. Delusion or desperation, it didn't matter. They'd die all the same regardless of whatever was the cause of their stubbornness. At their hands, or at the hands of their slaves, or their traitors. He turned his gaze towards the eastern side of the city, towards the parts of the land that led to the Izay Pass, a fertile region that was the most productive of much of Slaver's Bay. 4,000 of the cavalry, light and heavy, led by Sir Muro and several of his deputies, were sent out to secure the edges of the hinterlands. There were several Mirianese outposts there to protect the bridges that led to Mirian and through the Izay Pass. Taking those outposts was a priority second only to preventing the burning of the hinterlands. They'd be using the flare candles, the same kind of contraption used by Sir Gala Ennis and Astapor, to signal each other, for the men were not to be too far apart from one another, and the flare candles were capable to be seen from a league away, or more if the weather was rightly. He was not certain how it worked, only that it used some kind of version of wildfire and dye, different dyes used to mean different things, and some clever contraption inside to allow for the flares to shoot up on high, higher than even an arrow. Even arrows, the new kind of bow inspired by the bows the summer Icelanders was capable of firing, could fire. In any case, with Miss Aragorn flying all around the land, scouting for enemies and movement, with the dragon commanded distantly by the prince to destroy walls and fortifications of towns and outposts in the hinterlands, they were not concerned their cavalry units would be caught unawares by the slave and freedman soldiers. Beyond the outposts, the Myrianese hinterlands, which boasted wheatfields, olives, fruit plantations, pastures and much more, were very important to secure, especially after the attempts of burning and destroying the lands they'd witnessed. They'd considered it, but with how fast they'd been moving, the risk had been deemed too low and thus less of a priority to consider. They'd been wrong on that. It made sense, he supposed, that the Myrianese would see it happen so quickly. They estimated that it must be part of their defensive doctrine, to burn down as much as possible to deny their enemies food and water and force the enemy to abandon long sieges. It could also be that rather than the Dothraki being the ones that caused the lands north of the Skahazadhan River to be returned to wild grasslands amidst the ruins of cities and towns, it could be that the Myrianese went for a scorched earth tactic against the Dothraki, or other enemies mayhaps, choosing to defend lands south and west of the Ise Pass, the most fertile lands of this region. And given that these crops would feed not only their army, but also the people of the lands, they could not allow the Myrianese to destroy the land's productivity. He eyed the walls of the city. It was a good thing that the Myrianese did not have a standing army of any significant numbers, especially a standing army of freemen. From Sir Uthric's assessment, the total number of soldiers Mirian could boast of having was no more than 2 in 10,000, with only a fifth of that number being freedmen. With such numbers, well, it made taking the rest of the Myrianese lands significantly easier. Of course it helped, he mused, as he walked back towards the camp, away from the line of siege war machines, that the Myrianese did not have the time to assemble a fighting force capable of dealing with their army, and the dragon, of course. 3/4 of a moon, it has been, since they took Yunkai. Just shy of a moon and a sennight since they took Astapor. From the looks of things, the Myrianese only caught notice once they were on their way to Yunkai, likely bearing news of the fate of the slavers in Yunkai, and it did not leave them much time to get sellswords to Mirian. Not near enough time for companies of sellswords to make the journey east on land. Only by sea did the Myrianese have a chance, and that was gone now too. Sellswords, if they could guess rightly, were largely now at the bottom of the seas, if the estimations of Admiral Lutherius were correct. Over the glass candle, the Admiral had told their prince that the majority of the enemy fleet had been sunk. A great victory, given that their fleet was heavily outnumbered, and one that would be celebrated richly with ale and wine when they took Mirian. Though, he supposed, not exactly surprising. Wildfire was a dangerous weapon, and there were many a clever men amongst their people to maximize the use of the substance. They'd seen it during the Basilisk Isles campaign, and the veteran captains of that war had plenty of ideas themselves on how to use their ships and the jarbolts in the best way. It was at the time of Near Eve that he found himself in the prince's tent with Sir Uthric, Sir Gaelenice, Rhaegar, Deeker, one of the old gladiators, Sir Ethan Celtigar, and Sir Lomaris present amongst the prince, who stood a makeshift table with a city map on the table. A unit of the light cavalry had returned to the camp with word that the majority of the hinterlands were under control now, though there were some severe casualties wrought in one of the more populated towns left untouched by Miss Aragorn. Sir Moreau personally went to sort out the mess there. There could be no native Giscari leadership remaining in Slaver's Bay, not in the slightest. It was brutal, yes, but ultimately, the Giscari culture was not one to be allowed to survive, not in its present harpy shape. Prince Aegon made that explicitly clear, that there could be no victory if they only came and conquered. They must be able to set the conditions for a stable transition of slave-owning Giscari society to a more free society, which cannot happen if there are legitimate Giscari nobility that have causes to live and die for. And that meant wiping out as many of them as possible, at least all the towns and estates that were in the vicinity of the 3 slaver cities. Sir Moreau knew that, even if they stopped short of total elimination like the butcher men did in the cities. Sir Jace will shortly arrive with 2,000 cavalry to blockade the eastern roads. Prince Aegon said as he gestured towards the roads on the map. With the fleet positioning itself at the mouth of the river, not far from the Myrianese ports, the city will be surrounded, Sir Ethan remarked before he pressed a finger on a bridge, the sole bridge of Mirian. If it were not for the bridge. It was the only bridge that connected north of the river to the south of the river for many leagues. It was an impressive bridge, one that was enough to fit 3 elephants side by side, and it would be a cunt of a bridge to take with all of the defensive towers and its 3 gates. At least normally anyway. I still think we should destroy the bridge. Sir Lomaris said with a displeased expression. The slavers would be fools not to consider the bridge as a means to escape the city. Tratas would bet all of his share of the gold and coin that they were certain to use it to escape. If it becomes necessary, we'll do so. Prince Aegon said with a light nod before he looked towards the map. The plan was to take Mirian whole minus several of the pyramids, but, of course, there were contingency plans in place to avoid the number of the casualties amongst their men should the chaos of the prince let loose was not to be as severe as they planned for. Of course, there was no real need to spare the bridge. Their flank was secured in the south and it was the north that could be problematic. Tartaz eyed the prince. He was sure their prince had some kind of plan with the bridge, or rather the slavers. Did he want them to escape? He'd thought about it. Mayhaps, he decided. It wasn't as if the slavers would be able to pose a problem, not when they would have to travel light to stay ahead of their pursuing cavalry. He didn't like the idea of slavers escaping, or the thought of slavers being allowed to escape. Mayhaps the prince wanted them used to spread the news of their presence. For now the prince continued and Tartaz stopped and listened. There is no need to destroy the bridge. Not only because our plan has not needed to be adjusted, but also because it can cause the enemy to become desperate, more than they already are. Prince Aegon said as he turned to look at Sir Lomaris, who grunted. And desperate men can become unpredictable in their desperation. The man acknowledged somewhat grudgingly. Yes, there was that too. It was better not to make them too desperate, yet. It was why the prince had Miss Aragorn away from their army, scouting and aiding the cavalry and leaving no survivors to tell tale of his presence. Of course, the Mirianese knew the dragon existed, but, he thought to himself, it was one thing to know a dragon exists, and it was another to see it. With the arrogance he'd seen of the slavers, they were blind to their shortcomings and their insignificance. They thought themselves superior. Greater. And so, it was not impossible to come to understand that these kinds of people thought themselves capable of weathering an army and a dragon with only a few scorpions to be deemed enough to slay a dragon. Not all of them would be this arrogant, he knew, but enough likely were. That none decided to send an envoy to treat with them was telling enough that they believed they could win in some way or another. Mayhaps they even thought their fleet full of sellswords would rescue them. Fools. Prince Aegon inclined his head in agreement before he took to look at Sir Uthric. Are you and your men ready, Sir Uthric? Prince Aegon asked with a hint of commiseration as he met the gaze of Sir Uthric. Sir Uthric bowed his head slightly. My prince. When first light comes, we'll be ready to open the gates. There was determination in the man's voice. Good. The way the city gates were built into the ridge of rocks was truly terrible. For their army anyway. Using dragon fire to destroy the city gates would collapse large parts of the city walls, far worse than what had happened in Yunkai, where, ironically, the aged and decaying walls worked well in their favor. Dragon fire burnt stone and steel just as easily as it burnt wheat and grass, and the Yunkai walls had been as soft as clay with how decayed they'd been, allowing the gaping hole the prince had made in the gates to be relatively easy to rush through. Once the fires had died down. Such would not be the case with the Mirianese walls. The rocks were likely, the prince had said, be blown apart once the first layers of rock were burnt away by his dragon's fire, and cause a large cave-in. It would make it difficult for the army to get through into the city. With the gates built into the ridges of rock, and the walls on top of it, you'd be asking the men to climb over the ruins to get into the city. Yunkai fragile walls around the gates had largely been blown apart and away cleanly when Miss Aragorn had attacked. Miss Aragorn would have to melt the cave-in, delaying the attack, for they would have to wait until rock had cooled and that'd take far too long. And so, they needed a way to get around that unwanted problem lest they resort launching a naval attack, but Prince Aegon had long ago foregone that choice. So, Sir Uthric's role was the riskiest in the strategy to take Mirian. And the foulest. For many years, Sir Uthric had toured the Slavers' Bay cities, which Tartaz attributed greatly to his changes, seeing all of their filth and depravity, and in those tours, Sir Uthric had been tasked to discover the weaknesses of these cities. The walls. The gates. The means of invasion. The places where the nobility and other important people and families were located. The places that were necessary to capture. The secrets that these people may hold. And amongst all of that, was also finding ways to take the cities. And the sewers of Mirian were one of these ways. The sewers of Mirian emptied into the Skahazadhan River at several different locations, including not far where the fleet was stationed. Brick sewers, not unlike the kinds of sewers that would one day remove waste from their city in Elamares, lay beneath the walls. The mouth of the sewers were closed with iron grates, and though Sir Uthric did not know where exactly he may be able to get out from the sewers, as long as he was able to get out before the break of dawn, there was better than good chance that he and his men would be able to get in unnoticed. After that, the hard work would only continue, for they had to open the gates and had helped incite chaos and rebellion. The men and Sir Uthric, who'd number 6 dozen men strong, would be around the areas where they'd launch the artillery and help kick off the stampede as the prince destroyed the symbol of the harpy. Have you tested the suits? Sir Ethan asked with hesitation in his voice and a look of faint paleness and barely concealed disgust. Tartaz wanted to snort, but he felt like he shouldn't. At least not now. Later, when they took Mirian, he'd subject Uthric to all of the jokes that he'd kept to himself all of this time over casks of ale and sweet wine. I have. Sir Uthric said, and though he was straight-faced and without tension, Trataws understood that even if he did not show it in the slightest, that the man was certainly not keen to talk or to think about it. The suits were leather-skinned, made extremely soft through a means that he hadn't cared to learn about, though he knew that there was something about using coconut oils and the like to soften the leather so much that they were very easy to move around in, even if one wore chainmail underneath it. The face of the suit was more intricate. Much of the helm-like, helm, was made of leather, though, around the mouth, there was a kind of palm tree frame of a kind, built to be put around the mouth, with a pipe that snaked around the head and allowed the person to breathe in air, minted air, through the pipe to the mouth. Not that the minted air would do much, but it would reduce the risk of the men from getting sick of the smell. And the suits were to prevent the men actually getting sick. It was a shame that it was needed. Mirian, unfortunately, was a city far different from the likes of Yunkai and Astapor. The smaller cities were weak, incredibly weak, and unawares of their true intent. Mirian, unfortunately, was a well-built, well-defended city and not unaware of their schemes, or desires. Combined with that of the number of Giscari, which numbered 100,000, far more than the other two cities combined, such things posed many different challenges, not only on how they were meant to cull the noble families, but also how they were meant to control the city. The Giscari culture was far too strong in this city. There were simply too many people. Too many people to kill as well. So, they needed chaos to help do the work for them to soften and lessen the strain. Chaos that would incite the slaves within the city to rebel out of panic and want of freedom, a chaos that their prince would spark and enflame with Miss Aragorn, and a chaos their artillery along with Sir Uthric and his men's efforts would help fan. It works well enough. Though we'll still need the perfumed waters to cleanse ourselves. Sir Uthric explained with a hint of a sharpness in his tone of voice, subtle but distinct enough that he did not wish to talk further about the intricacies of the mission, or the ways to prevent the foulness of the smells to give them away. Your sense of duty, Sir Uthric, and that of your men, will not go unrewarded. Prince Aegon said, his expression unmoving, but there was a glint of appreciation towards Sir Uthric. No doubt that there was heavy appreciation from the prince. It was a tall ask, he thought to himself with some amount of disgust. An ask that may have been a long time coming, given what Sir Uthric had told him. Sir Uthric explained, not long after the plan for Mirian had been shared by the prince in Corinth, that he thought the prince may have deliberately asked him to look into the sewers of the cities and secret passageways. Given that Sir Uthric had been away years ago, long before the murmurs of war with Myr had even been shared, it was a tough thing to wrap one's head around. He shook his head slightly from those thoughts. If he's learned anything in the past few years, is that the prince worked in a way only the gods understood. Still, he mused to himself, he wondered if the prince's history with King's Landing sewage system had a finger on why he even thought of using the sewers. For the cause. Sir Uthric said with a smile, but to Trataws, it looked like a grimace more than it did a smile. Well, he thought to himself, it was well earned. He'd try and make sure that none of the men would mock the men volunteering on this mission. To literally crawl through shit and piss for the cause was nothing but admirable. Even Trataws would be hard-pressed to accept the mission, and his loyalty to their prince was unquestionable. They continued to talk throughout the evening, with more than a few of the subcommanders and unsullied commanders making an appearance to go through again the details of the battle plans, along with shoring up the patrol patterns to ensure that there wouldn't be any assassination attempts or sabotage in the dark. The subcommanders were those who had distinguished themselves during the campaign and who could be trusted, not only by the prince and the rest of the leadership, but also by the men themselves, to act responsibly with their lives and the cause. The unsullied commanders were less so distinguished, but then they were almost akin to a separate army, in many ways. They kept their traditional wares, quilted tunic, a short sword and their telltale plain spears. In comparison, the Astaporians and the other former slave soldiers were all granted the same standard armor as the Elamarizians, though of a slight difference in quality, largely due to the hastiness that they'd been made in the moons before their departure from Corinth. Nonetheless, the armor was far better than the worthless armor they had before. Deeply uncomfortable in this weather, true, but like the Corinth's army had gotten used to wearing it in hot weather, these soldiers would do the same, with time. Still, like the Unsullied, the Astaporians and the former slave soldiers, which had now been consolidated into a single unit, also had some distinctiveness about them. Their armor was painted with the symbols and colors of their homelands. Prince Aegon encouraged somewhat, allowing the men to form bands of brotherhood amongst themselves amidst a shared goal to see all of Slavers Bay liberated. An army united in goal, but an army with many roots, the prince had said. In any case, the meeting was a dull affair, despite the fact that come this time tomorrow they'd be fighting in the streets, in the pyramids and on the walls. Though, he suspected, he doubted that the division of their forces would be maintained all that much when they were in the city. And, like ink into water, their forces were going to fall into the chaos of the city. The subcommanders just had to make sure they kept their men alive through it all. A hard ask, to be sure. He'd eyed the men around the table. Everyone else got that sense too. Mirian was a different problem, a hard test, they all knew. Getting through it with the fortuitous few losses amongst their men like before was going to be a hard task. It didn't help that Mirian was a maze of a city, choke-full with narrow and twisty alleys, branching out from the wide brick streets that was littered with temples and granaries and hovels and palaces alike, all neighbors to one another with little sense or reason to their place. Though, Tratas supposed that was a lie, given that most of these places were congregated around the fighting pits the Mirianese so loved. Tikar, the old gladiator, had fought in those fighting pits, once upon a time. He explained that the fighting pits were like the heart of the city, where slave and freedman sat beside one another, though not literally, for the slaves could only seat atop the last few rows of the fighting pits to watch the games. The prince had used that notion, that idea that the fighting pits were the heart of the city, and divided their forces using the location of the fighting pits themselves. There were 23 fighting pits in Mirian, ill-spaced, but generally speaking, they could use the fighting pits akin to the stars and fight their ways to these pits to meet up with the others later on in the day or the next once the markets and other places of importance were secured, or cleansed. The markets were amongst the primary targets to secure. Not only had they open areas that they can control and navigate from, but also because they were the natural locations of the slaves in the city, particularly in the markets by the western gates, which held the bulk of the slave trading in Mirian. Freeing the slaves from their pens would greatly aid in the making of chaos, especially many of these people were likely only recently captured into slavery, and the expectation was that many of these slaves would be able to be some of the more effective contributors to the chaos. The pyramids of Mirian would be the most difficult to overcome. Unlike the aged and badly maintained pyramids of Yunkai and Astapur, if the gates of these pyramids were closed, they'd either need to use wildfire to burn down the wooden gates or they'd need to break them down. Neither option was well liked. So the plan, instead, was for Miss Aragorn to simply cook the families inside of the thinnest walled pyramids alive from the inside and destroy the buildings. Once that was observed by the city whole, after the destruction of the Harpy, the expectation was that the pyramids would be opened from the inside. Either through panicking slaves or by panicking noblemen, though, there was a hope that the slave soldiers would help slaughter the noble families during the chaos and panic. It was only a hope, and it would not be relied upon. Never rely on hope when you can plan. One of the many sayings the prince had. And another saying that the prince had was that no plan survives contact with the enemy, one that readily applied to the strategies for Mirian. Ultimately, the subcommanders and the unsullied commanders were to apply their best judgments once they were in the city, judgments that focused in ensuring the maximum number of their men surviving, whilst he and his butcher men would do the same, from neck to navel, root and stem. The first trickle of light crept up from beneath the horizon. The sun waking to wake the land of the living, though not for them, for he, and the rest of the men, were long awake, waiting, anticipating, their chests of steel fitted and tightened with cords of lint or rope, their hands clasped around the hilt of sword or shaft of spear, the song of blood and fire singing to the tune of their hastened heartbeat, a beat that called for their spears to taste blood and a beat that called for their sword tips to cut through neck and flesh. The night had been long, long to come and long to leave, and now, with the beckoning of the dawn, so too beckoned the day that would see their lust of blood sated and their bellies full from satisfaction found in the long-due retribution and slaughter, one and the same for many. Rows of men 1,000 deep were arrayed in the frigid and chill morn, only just beyond the reach of arrows and ballista, their gazes set at the skies, waiting and watching for the prince to beckon just as the dawn had beckoned, whilst others gazed at the top of the walls, watching all the same with bated hungry held breaths, gazing upon the shiny gleam of bronze, harpy heads with their blackened mouths, and tiny shiny shine of silver, helms of soldiers and tips of spear. Beyond the rows of men sat the rows of war machines, their long arms primed and readied, though, these war machines, unlike the rows of men tens of thousands strong, were far more spaced, matching the curve of the Mirianese walls and manned by only a few of their army. They were spaced to allow for more of their artillery, their delivery, to make it to all the corners this side of Mirian. Murmurs travelled through the army moments before the sound of a vicious roar drowned out all other noises, and all gazes, even those atop those walls he guessed, looked towards the direction from where the sound had come from. Though Miss Aragorn may well be leagues away in the skies, his presence, even from so far away, was daunting, a daunting presence that grew with every moment that passed. Every moment Miss Aragorn came closer towards them. The prince had purposefully hidden away Miss Aragorn throughout the way to Mirian, and still when they arrived at the gates, there was no sign of the great dragon. One other way of the prince to instill a sense of hope and a sense assuredness amongst the slavers, hope and assuredness that surely died the moment they saw and realized and understood the true size of Miss Aragorn, the dragon they thought their pittance of scorpions and bolts would be able to slay. There was nary a sound as they watched the dragon come closer, enraptured as they were by the sight of a beast that they all knew would do them no harm. He eyed the men for a moment that let him see the confidence and awe, particularly amongst the former slave soldiers, grow, before he looked back at the dragon that was only moments away from landing in front of them, the dragon's monstrously large wings seeming to be as tall as Mirian's walls themselves. Miss Aragorn landed with a thud, a rumbling noise coming out from his giant and snaking neck through his sword-teethed maw, and he gazed up with a craning neck at the dragon, the sight of the prince unseeable behind the form of Miss Aragorn. Miss Aragorn then lowered his head, and it was then that they saw their prince. Prince Aegon stood atop his dragon, a sword unsheathed and held low, at half-mast. Men. The word said by the prince was a bellow that echoed and carried far through the air by hollow whines. Look to your brother to your right. Look to your brother to your left. Do you see, men of this army? The words came fast and hard, though they rang long and still in the cool air. The pause by the prince was just for a moment, and, before the echo of his words died, he bellowed again, his sword rising as his words travelled and unravelled. I will tell you what I see. I see standing the great men who will accomplish what no other men have ever accomplished before. There were cracks in the prince's voice, cracks made as his voice grew in strength and volume, yet, despite that, the words sang true with a passion and a fury, and it almost seemed as if the cracks in the prince's voice were akin to rams beating down the walls of patience and calmness. I see standing the great men who have come as free men and dared to come to free all other men in this bay. I see standing the great men who chose to think and say and believe enough, no more, and chose to take arms. I see standing the great men who see those tall walls, who see the defiance of the slavers and have decided, you will all die today. I see standing the great men who see those tall walls and have decided no more will others be chained. By now, the prince's sword had risen to touch the sky, and just as the sword had risen, so too did the conviction of the men, and, just as the prince's sword touched the sky, so too did the passion and the fury in the prince's words touch their hearts and their minds. And I see standing the great men who live freely and who will die freely many years from now with a smile on their faces, knowing that you, the great men, struck off the chains all of those in this bay. I see standing the great men of this age. This is what I see. Do you see what I see? The prince asked of them, demanded to know of them. Yes, yes, we see. Were there hastened and tumbling words, words said in unison and words that rumbled like thunder on a dark night. Will you see to it your brother to your right, to your left, will die a fat and old man in his bed? Yes, my prince. Yes. Will you see to it that your sword will drown the streets of Mirian with rivers of slavers' blood? Once more their answer was resounding, though in this instance swords and spears and vicious roars were raised in answer, and only slowly did words make it through the haze and flight of roars, words that sounded like fire and blood, the hymn and omen of House Targaryen. And it was a hymn to which Miss Aragorn took flight to after a short but fast take-off, a hymn that roared stronger and fiercer with every flap of his great fleshy wings, and soon enough, Miss Aragorn flew high and far into the sky, and they lost sight of the dragon under a blanket of cloud amidst a still light-starved sky blotted with them. Long moments passed. Moments that led more of the sun to touch the land of the living, and soon, the skies, blue and red and orange, were made to take the light. He turned his gaze back towards the city, towards the walls that now bore few glinting silver moons and gleaming stars, he noticed, and soon the sight of Sir Baelon atop his horse strode forward, ahead of the army, his arm raised. The fervour died down greatly, a moment that he could call akin to that of the ends of a great song on a cheery drunken night of celebration at the tavern, a moment that stretched and stretched until it became a point of anticipation, eyes latched and searing onto the tall arm of Sir Baelon, waiting and waiting to fall. And fall it did. And so too did the mechanisms of the war machines fall down, and the arms that had been down were swung and its artillery was flung. A haze of whistles and chinks and rattling impregnated the cool and still air. Chains, they were. Chains of slaves of Yunkai and all others they found on their ways to Mirian. Chains that were flung over the walls and flung into the streets and rooftops and into the markets, a sight that soon would spell greater fear amongst the Giscari slavers and slave owners than 1,000 rocks against their walls would ever do. Fear. Fear was a powerful weapon. A weapon that can paralyze a strong man and a weak man alike. However, it is also a weapon the strong and the weak hated alike, and hated more so wielded against them. The Giscari slavers wielded it like an expert swordsman from the times of the Age of the Dawn, and now they would come to face an opponent that wielded a hammer of hope better than they could ever wield a sword of fear. From the corners of his eyes he saw something, and he quickly turned his head towards that direction, and up went his eyes that widened as the small but incredibly fast-moving dragon grew and grew in size, and it flew directly downwards. By the time the dragon could be recognized in his form, one could tell he was flying above the city, and, as time went on, they saw that he was at the edges of the city, and, with bated breaths they waited until they watched Miss Aragorn unfurl his wings and get pulled upwards, though his wings quickly were made smaller, tighter, and he proceeded to dive down in sweeping arc towards the walls and, Tratos, likely with all others in the army and on the walls and mayhaps in the city itself, watched. As Miss Aragorn swept down from above with tremendous speed, and it was a heartbeat later that a great shock of fire rupturing from out his maw that shattered the tower apart, and soon, Miss Aragorn swept within only just a few heartbeats across the walls, shocks and gushes of dragon fire exploding and melting one tower after another, the few scorpion bolts that were fired missing and pointless until none fired, for all of the towers those scorpions were mounted upon were destroyed. All of this took place in only a few moments. It took far longer to take a piss than it did for Miss Aragorn to destroy more than half a dozen towers. It left him in awe, and yet, he knew the best was not yet to come as Miss Aragorn swept above the walls by the gates, a trace of blue fire and flame rupturing from out his maw, though the dragon fire did not touch the walls, or the battlements, no, the dragon fire traced above the walls and, yet, despite that, the haunting cries of agony and misery that followed the path of that tracing fire, agonized and miserable cries that only lasted as long as an eye blink, cries and their shortness signified how hot the dragon fire was even if it did not touch them, even if it was spewed several man's lengths of height above them. He knew that dragon fire could melt stone and destroy steel as surely as it could destroy a man into ash. But to see men die simply because of the heat of the dragon fire that did not touch them. Truly, dragons were beasts unlike any other. Miss Aragorn then flew away from the walls that though melted were still intact though steaming. He suspected it was likely steaming flesh than steaming stone and left the gate untouched too, leaving it to Sir Uthric and his men to do their final part. Men. Ma-a-a-a-a-a-ark. Came the bellow of Sir Gaelanis, bellows that were soon followed by the bellows of the commanders, stirring all stupefied men from their stillness, and so they marched towards the gates, though their eyes were still yet fixed upon the figure of Miss Aragorn, who flew towards the pyramid that dwarfed all else in the city, the Great Pyramid of Mirian. It felt like time had slowed, the slowness in which Miss Aragorn flapped his wings, like witnessing leaves of a blooming tree shake and move under a gentle breeze, so mesmerizing was it to see Miss Aragorn hover and float towards the top of the Great Pyramid. And, as Miss Aragorn floated right next to the great and bronze harpy, a bronze beast that looked to be almost half the size of Miss Aragorn, time went dull and still as Miss Aragorn's maw opened. And then, time marching in lockstep with the march of the army, great fumes of blue and white flame spewed out of the maw of Miss Aragorn, flame that danced and roared with the ferocity that was unlike any other sound, where flame was made to sing as loudly as the ocean sang during storm and lightning, and it was a song that the foul bronze bitch harpy could not withstand, for it shrunk under the spell of roaring fire, shrinking and melting until it drowned the stepped pyramid with its foul bronze. Blood. The harpy is dead. Long live the dragon! Sang the men in merriment and with a thick touch of bloodlust. Miss Aragorn flew away, a triumphant roar that he imagined, for those in the city, for those who were in the great dragon's proximity, must feel like he was roaring in their very heads, and during this entire time, the flinging of chains over the walls did not end, did not stop. And as the army approached the walls, they could hear voices, loud voices, angry voices, and he knew that they were close to tipping everything over the edge, and, as he thought that, Miss Aragorn flew towards one of the smaller pyramids, one near the southern walls, and then he breathed out a torrent of death once more. Great fumes of blue and white flames were exhaled onto the pyramid as Miss Aragorn flew around the top of the pyramid in an arcing dance of death and fire, and the voices of discontent grew louder and louder, and by the time they neared the gates, the sounds of clashing became clearer and clearer. He eyed the top of the walls that no longer steamed but still did not bear a single glint of copper or gleam of silvery steel, and, by the time they arrived by the gates, they no longer could see Miss Aragorn spewing flame, but they could hear it clearly. When they were less than 500 paces away from the gate, the sounds of the gates opening, the sight of the gates opening caused a cascade of roars amongst the men, and shouts and roars and chants rang as the men began to run at the gate. And not long after, Tartaz too began to run surrounded by his units of men, and before long, he too found himself chanting alongside the army, a sweet chant, a glorious chant, the chant that was soon becoming a hymn of their army. Kill the slavers! They all chanted. A chant, Tartaz thought as he passed through the gates. A chant that was sung so as to write the future in being. Break. Mid to late 112 AC Temple of the Lord of the Light, Mirian. 3 days since the opening of the gates, 2 days since fall of Mirian. Lesala POV. Copper and soot and the smell of turgid foulness still stained the city. Its markets, its homes and pyramids and the mazy streets where the popular shops lay were the worst smelling, she thought as she eyed a corpse of a man, whose pink silken robes were riddled with bloody holes and stained with that of blood, lay on the ground on her way to the Mirianese temple. There were many such bodies. Many such deaths. Men. Women. Children. Entire families were slain as the thousands of Prince Aegon's men stormed through the gate that had been opened from the insides. The bloodletting had not stopped, not for a day and a night and a morn. Slaves rebelling against their masters, freemen fighting against everyone, Prince Aegon's army against the Giscari and anyone who bore a sword or weapon against them. It was fascinating, she thought as she stared with wide eyes at her surroundings. There was much death. She could taste it in the very air, she thought with a smile as she walked up the steps towards the temple. She walked into the temple, walking past devout men who mopped at the steps of the sandstone temple, cleaning off the blood and struggle that must have taken place here. She walked through the hall of the temple, smiling at the servants who remembered her and bowed to her as she walked past, servants that bore red and black flame tattoos on their faces, markings that signified their piety and their devotion to their Lord of Light. She arrived at the central chamber of the temple, licks of flame the color of gold and the color of dusk enriched the hallowed temple with its light. Tall and wide were the walls, grave and sensual flames were painted all across the pillars and the walls, beneath the burnt engravings of the excerpts from the scripture of Lord's bright wisdom, the hallowed tome that was written in the burning blood of the first high priest, the Nameless One, anointed by their Lord of Light Arhila himself. At the very back of the chamber kneeled a man on warm and bare stone in front of a dancing fire, his arms aloft as he took in the warmth and wisdom of our healer. Priestess. The word echoed against the walls of this domed temple, a word spoken by the man who still had his back towards her. She inclined her head slightly, eyeing the curve of the dome. It did not compare to the Volantis temple of the Lord of the Light, but it was finest temple amongst all other temples in Slaver's Bay. If it were any place where the wildfire would spread, it would be here, in this temple. Priest Crest Thor. She acknowledged as she continued to walk towards him, her hands back behind her red robes, walking sedately, her feet gliding across the floor. She turned her gaze towards the still kneeling priest, whose honey eyes were fixed and taken, his tattooed face twisted with lines of devotion and colors of enrapture. She turned her gaze away, towards the fire, and a shudder of a silent breath escaped her lips as she let the warmth and wisdom of our healer take her, warmth and wisdom that has been fed well and many, so much so she was gaining glimpses of our healer's truth in the dancing and teasing fire almost as soon as she let herself. Glimpses of the same truth she'd seen in the temple of the Lord of the Light, a sweeping pale fire with countless tails of emerald and violet that rode ahead of a sea made of light the color of dawn and our healer's might. You've been busy, Crest Thor. She remarked, her eyes wide-eyed as if to burn the wisdom of our healer into her very being. The opportunity was there. Crest Thor said plainly and she hummed agreeably. Yes, she thought, there were much chaos in this city, when it was falling. A few dozen taken in the midst of the chaos would not raise questions or worry. Though, she wondered as she returned her eyes towards the warmth of our healer, whether or not such noble sacrifices had been needed at all, given the death that surrounded them, many of the deaths happening by one touched by our healer. They both sat staring at the fire for some time yet, and it was only some time later that Crest Thor broke the silence. What he is like? His voice was flat but she could tell the curiosity, the interest, that lay in his voice. A heretic. She answered truthfully as she remembered the time that she spoke with him. Yet our healer favors him greatly. She said with a plain face though internally there was uncertainty. He burns brighter than any I have seen before. When she met him in that room in Yunkai, she'd seen it. There was a spark in him, a spark akin to a pyre stacked as tall as the Great Pyramid itself, and it was not even ignited. Her black eyes were left wide as they could go, at the remembrance of it all. None of them the high priest and two other priestesses could match the brightness that was within the prince and he was not even yet ignited by our healer's warmth, and those three had seen 7 or 6 decades of life, a life that took them half a lifetime to even ignite their spark by our healer, finally earning their lord's boon. Even with that unignited spark of his, he was able to affect the life and warmth of fire, a skill that only the high priest was capable of to that degree of skill. She shuddered to think what could happen if that spark, that pyre, was ignited by our healer. Though he was not to be the prince who was promised like some of them thought he might be, our healer had remained silent to that question, a question that even the high priest was not given an answer to, which they took to mean that he was not the prince who was promised but he was, significant. To our healer. To the true faith. He was a heretic and yet he'd be one of the greatest servants of our healer in the ages to come, one favored and one touched by their lord. A man who truly believed in the war for the dawn and was preparing his people for it. A dichotomy, truly. Yes. Miriam has felt his brightness. She turned to him, her black eyes almost shining with delight. Did you watch? She watched from afar as he burned the harpy, as he burned the pyramids and made fire dance to his song. And made it dance, he did. To the ignorant, they'd thought that dragon fire was meant to behave as it did. It was not, and certainly not in the ways the dragon fire had bent and weaved around the pyramids that were melted into pillars of blackened stone. I saw. He answered. I saw dragon flame bent to his will. Crest Thor then turned to look at her. I also saw dragon flame be as alive as the living flame in Volantis. There was a sense of travesty in the way he spoke then. She understood it. What he was implying. To command living flame. Dragon flame was not living flame. It was perhaps the closest approximation, yes, but it was not true living flame like their living flame in Volantis. But non-believer commanding even a facsimile of it was, almost heretical. No, it is heretical. A sacrilege. Yet Aegon was no ordinary man. A dragon lord with the blood of the last of their lord's most cherished and most wayward children, a man touched by our healer's flame and light, just a stretch and a push away from having his eyes opened to their lord and the truths he showed and whispered. Yes. She responded after a time. They fell into a moment of silence. It is quite the conundrum. Yes. She agreed as she stared into his honey eyes and she saw something in his eyes that she did not quite like. He is to be left untouched, Crest Thor. I do not plan to touch him. Crest Thor answered simply and she narrowed her eyes at him. Like all priests that were afar from the guidance of the high priests and the temple in Volantis, some priests and priestesses took their own guidance over that of the Volantis temple. They often turned a blind eye, allowing the priests and priestesses to operate with some amounts of impunity. So long as they did not commit heresy against their god or against their faith, much could be allowed. But this instance. She stared wide-eyed at him, her black eyes boring him, and only after long moments of silence she speak calmly but with a promise tainting her words. Kill him and you will go directly against the wishes of our lord, Thor. This caused a flicker of irritation and frustration to show on Thor's face. Finally, he acquiesced. I could never go against the wishes of our lord, priestess. Thor said as he turned his gaze back towards the flame, the flicker in his eyes burning to grow into a wildfire of devotion. Others, however, will not be so restraining of themselves if they see him command a likeness to the living flame. That was true. There were many priests and priestesses who were too, unshackled in their ways of things, she thought as she thought of the priestess who remained at the edge of the known world. She peered at their lord's light, fire dancing in her eyes. She wondered if that was why she alone was sent visions by her lord, visions of a shadow with veins of blood hooked into the dragon's claws and tail, threatening to subsume its pale light before the flames of their lord's light swept through the crowned ladies that stood apart to form the shape of a bird's beak. In these visions, in some of them, she saw a woman, shrouded in crimson flames and a mask made of blood with eyes as black as the starless night, ripping out the hooks of the shadow, piece by piece, though, an emerald gemstone was peeled off of the dragon's tail. She was meant to protect him from something, likely an agent of the Great Other who sought to kill Prince Aegon. She did not think that this shadow was ordinary. If Prince Aegon died in an ordinary way, by poison or by sword, did it truly matter? It was the cost of war. But if he died by magic? Yes, she thought, eyes would be on her and the faith as the ones who orchestrated the death. Even if there was no evidence, she'd seen the way Aegon's people looked at her, with suspicion, fear and with barely concealed hostility. She was an enemy, to them, and if Prince Aegon died through magic, so too would the faith become an enemy to these people, and through them, when they returned to Ilmaris, so too would the children of Aegon see them as enemies. And, she thought, if Prince Aegon was but a push and a pull away from igniting his spark, she imagined the children must be too. She couldn't be sure however, for Sarah's Targaryen's children did not have such a spark. Yes, they had a spark, and king's blood, but they were not exceptional. Prince Aegon however was. Yes, she thought. She understood why their lord wanted to protect him whilst he was in Slaver's Bay, whilst he was serving their lord. Even if she must protect him against one of their own. She did not see any visions that would pit her against brother or sister, so she relieved in that regard. Yet, she knew that there were many who befouled the Lord's gifts and who would not be pleased with the fall of Slaver's Bay, least of all to the true faith. She brought out a folded letter. This must reach the high priest, she said as she extended out the letter to Thor. The man looked at the letter with dispassionate eyes. It must be now and it must be as fast as possible. There's ways yet to get a few devoted out of the city unseen and unheard. Thor said as he took the folded letter, though he stopped when she took hold of his arm, her black eyes wide-eyed as she peered at him. This is for the eyes of the high priest alone. Thor looked at her hand for a moment long, before he looked to meet her gaze, and he dispassionately nodded his understanding. My devoted will obey. She nodded silently and she let go of his arm. Thor put the letter in his robes and she took to leave. 3 days later. She was wide-eyed as she stared at the dragon who had its claw atop the fallen bronze harpy, and all around her, people clamored and awed at the sight of the dragon, and at the sight of Prince Aegon atop the dragon who was to speak soon. She eyed her surroundings that showed her heads and bodies was as unending as the seas beyond. It would surprise her if this place was filled with every able-bodied person in Mirian. From what she understood, there was still a sense of fear around the Dragon Lord and his dragon. Even though the slaves began their rebellion once they understood, through chains flung over the walls and through the destruction of the harpy, that the army was not intent on harming them, only the slavers, they still had a sense of fear that the army would exact something, anything, on them. Days had passed since then. Days where they saw the army collecting bodies and sending wounded slaves to healers that had been part of the army. They understood now that Prince Aegon was not coming as a conqueror. Or at least not a conqueror like they feared he'd be. She turned her black wide eyes towards a woman and a child, both dressed in little better than rags, the child pointing excitedly at the dragon despite the attempts of the woman to try and control her excitable likely daughter. She veered her eyes around. Most were not as excitable as that girl, but enough were close to it, even grown men. Even old men. Tales of Yunkai and Astapor had spread amongst the people. Promises that scarcely real yet appeared to be, and now that they truly were free of their owners, it was clear to see that they were more eager to believe in anything that they were told. Already, she mused as she turned her gaze back towards Prince Aegon, already there was a legend building around him. The slaver's bane, Prince Aegon the Liberator, defender of Liberty Bay. There were many such epithets of Prince Aegon. And likely more, she thought, by the time the others were taken and remade into something else. People of Mirian. Prince Aegon shouted, though the shout was only little more than a whisper, and people all around urged and pulled and glared to keep their tongues so that they could hear, and soon there was only silence. 5 days have passed. 5 days since you no longer have any masters. 5 days since you have taken the right of liberty. This elicited a great cheer amongst the slaves, though a great hush descended down amongst the slaves as Prince Aegon raised his hand. You should know of my name now, and if you do not, I will tell you. I am Aegon, son of House Targaryen. I am of Ilmaris and the leader of the men who helped you gain your freedom that you always should have had. However, one thing that I am not, is your ruler. She was amused to see the deflation and confusion in the faces of many of these slaves. Some even had the look of anger and betrayal on their faces. The noises that escaped the mouth of the dragon stilled the crowd, and Prince Aegon stood higher atop his dragon, his left arm raised. She was curious to see how he would address this sense of betrayal from the slaves. For many, freedom was just an idea they heard but did not understand. What would they know what freedom was? People who only saw it manifested through their slavers, people who coveted this freedom but did not know what it was they coveted. I see your anger. I see your confusion. But, people of Mirian, you must know. I am not a conqueror. I am not here to rule over you. No, people of Mirian. I came to free you. To free all men. All women. All children from chain and from up beneath the boot of slavers. This was far better received, she could tell, as she eyed the slaves. What I am, people of Mirian, what all men in my army are, is a free man, and a free man who wishes for all men and all women and all children to be free. I am a free man who wishes all men and all women and all children to have choices that was always denied them. That is who I am, and tell me, people of Mirian, is that who you are? Yes. The slaves roared, and she doubted they truly understood what Prince Aegon was speaking of, but they fed off the energy, the passion, and the sincerity with which Prince Aegon seemed to speak with, not only with his voice but also his body. Chants of free man. Free woman. Sounded all around her. Again the slaves quieted down, eager as they were to hear Prince Aegon speak once more. Tell me, people of Mirian, who does the city of Mirian belong to? U.S. The people of Mirian. Me. Tell me, people of Mirian, do you believe that Slavers Bay should become Liberty Bay? Yes. Liberty Bay. Yes. Liberty Bay. Yes. Free all. Tell me, people of Mirian, do you believe others like you, still in the chains of slavers, shall all be free like your brothers and sisters in Astapor and Yunkai and in Mirian? Yes. Free all. Yes. Free all. Tell me, people of Mirian, will you do as I do, as all the men in my army do, and stand and pledge to deny the harpy and its foul ways? I pledge. Crush the harpy. I pledge. Death to the harpy. Tell me, people of Mirian, will you pledge in the name of liberty that you will rise and help all others in Liberty Bay gain their liberty? I pledge. I pledge. Liberty to all. I pledge. I am pleased to hear you pledge, people of Mirian, and I, Aegon, son of House Targaryen, will pledge to you that I will not falter to free all men and all women and all children in Liberty Bay. I pledge to you, I will not abandon you, nor will I allow chains to rattle around your necks. I pledge to you, people of Mirian, that I and my people will be a friend to Mirian and defender of your freedom. I pledge to you, people of Mirian, that if you stay true, if you stand with me against the slavers, I promise you that you and all peoples of Liberty Bay will see and bring a dawn that never ends. Her black eyes wide-eyed, staring at the sight of Prince Aegon through the maze of arms as men and women cheered and roared with words and pledges on the tip of their tongues, words that promised their devotion and their intent to follow Prince Aegon to the ends of the known world if it meant that slavers were all killed. Yet, for all that she was deafened with such words and such pledges, her black eyes gleaming like black dragon glass, she only had ears for a chain of words, a chain that contained a word almost as frequently said as the word liberty. Bring the dawn. And, she thought, as she let herself listen to the choir of slaves sing the chain of words that her Lord of Light must delight in, she never heard a sweeter thing before. Hearing, listening, seeing, the beginning of a wildfire that would sweep all in these lands into her faith, the true faith, and into the light of her Lord. Break. Late 112 AC King's Landing, Westeros. Lyman Beesbury POV. He glanced around the table, the tension thick and permeating throughout the small council chamber. Lord Lionel Strong, the Hand of the King, sat in the seat next to his Grace's seat, his expression nondescriptive. His eyes veered onto the next member of the small council. Grand Maester Melos was unusually tense, far from the calmness he typically exuded. The old Lord Mootjeman, the Master of Ships, looked grave-faced and uncertain, whereas Lord Eustace Darklyn, the Master of Whispers, was hard-faced and unhappy. It was not surprising he'd be hard-faced. That he'd be unhappy. Given how much he'd been led astray about the matters of Prince Aegon and Myr, how much he'd failed his Grace in his duties, he was not far from being dismissed from his position. His Grace was angry enough to see it through. Lord Jasper Wilde, the Master of Laws, was the only one who seemed unbothered by the tension, stiffly postured as he may be. The doors opened, the echoey sounds of moving oak wood scraping against the stone floor disturbing the tense air in the room, and they all stood up from their seats, their scraping chairs adding sharp sounds to the discordant melody in the air. The king walked in with Lord Commander Sir Harold Westerling in tow, the king's eyes radiating with a quiet fury that seldom several orders of magnitude worse than his anger had been for the past few moons. "Your Grace," they all said in differing manners, quiet or calm or begrudgingly. "Sit." King Viserys commanded, the usual levity in his voice absent. They all sat down as the Lord Commander took his place standing behind the king. "Lord Eustace," the king began, his voice calm but there was an undercurrent of fury in his voice as he said the Master of Whispers' name. "Have you learnt anything further about my brother and these Slavers' Bay rumors?" To say that it had been a shock to hear that the king's younger brother was in fact waging war in Slavers' Bay instead of against Myr, was an understatement. Several moons ago, they had delegations from Myr and the Triarchy come to King's Landing, all but demanding, just falling short, that the king do something to reel in his errant brother. Their audacity had rankled all of the lords of the small councils, including the normally calm hand of the king, and more importantly, it had sent the king into a spiral of fury, and only quick words from one of the delegations had soothed the tension that had been wrought. For a moment, he thought that the king may call back his brother and call the lords of the realm to arms for the audacity of the Triarchy. Calmer heads prevailed that day, but only just, and the fury of the king had still simmered, barely abated, when the shocking rumors came that Prince Aegon was warring with Slavers' Bay instead of Myr. The rumors had come from Brava sea merchants in King's Landing, rumors that quickly spread, and before long, much of the crownlands had come to know of it, and with them, the rest of the realm. They'd pieced together that Prince Aegon had sent an envoy to Bravus to request aid in liberating Slavers' Bay, and whose sailors of the envoy fleet had let it slip amongst the inns and whorehouses of Bravus. "Yes, your grace," Lord Eustace said with light incline of the head, his expression twisting slightly. "This morn, I received a raven from Old Town. The merchants of Old Town had long-standing trade with the Summer Isles, particularly Lotus Port. Merchants returning from those isles were well suited to bring back word of anything noteworthy. Corinth is abandoned, your grace. The city has been returned back to Prince Jala's possession. There is credence to the Slavers' Bay rumors." There was a delicateness in Lord Eustace's voice as he'd said that, and the king's expression darkened. Lord Eustace continued. "Word has spread that ships carrying freed Summer Icelanders from Slavers' Bay have been sighted at Ombaru, one of the islands in the Summer Isles, one of the last places Prince Aegon was known to have flown to." "So it is true then?" King Viserys only said, his voice flat, but it deceived no one. The king was on the precipice of erupting. "My brother is waging war against Slavers' Bay. The evidence seems to suggest so, your grace. And perhaps there is truth to the rumor that he has already taken Astapor and Yunkai. There cannot be surety of that." Lord Jasper denied as he stared at the Master of Whispers. "The rumors hint towards it, yes, however the distances that we spoke of prevent any knowledge that isn't moons old from becoming known." "You're not wrong," Lord Eustace agreed before he returned, "yet it is exactly likely that Prince Aegon has achieved what he has had his envoys boast with Bravus." Lord Eustace said as he eyed Lord Jasper before he eyed a few of the others. He misdirected everyone that his grievances were with Myr and Myr alone. And in the same instance make it easier for him to wage war against an unsuspecting enemy. Grandmaster Melas commented with a heavy frown. "It is dishonorable," he said with a distasteful expression on his face. "Where was the honor in waging a war with such cheap deception such as this?" "Dishonorable," Lord Eustace said with a raised eyebrow. "You speak as if he is breaking oaths or treaties or guest rights." "Wah! Enough." His Grace's sharp rebuke silenced them, and he looked towards the king. "I did not call you to discuss whether or not my brother's actions are honorable or dishonorable." There was an anger in the king's voice, an anger that showed itself on his face more so before it twisted and changed into a cool and hard look as he looked towards the Master of Whispers. "Lord Eustace!" the king called out once more, his voice far from friendly and on the precipice of taking this pent-up anger against the Master of Whispers. "Where are my envoys?" "Silence." "Well?" His Grace demandingly said. "Or will you tell me that your contacts in Old Town had nothing to say about my envoys?" "Your Grace." There was great hesitation in Lord Darkland's voice, and he was encouraged to speak faster as the king's eyes narrowed angrily at the Master of Whispers. "The ravens confirm that the envoys did make it to Lotus Port, however, they did not make it back from Corinth." The mood shifted once more in the small council chambers. He'd only known recently that his Grace had sent an envoy mission to his brother. Once it became clear that there was a great deal more involved in the happenings with the king's brother. The king had seen that it would do no good keeping it from the small council. There are confirmations that Prince Aegon's dragon, Miss Aragorn, had been seen to burn any ships that approached Corinth. The Master of Whispers paused for a moment, a look of great hesitation on his face, and the levels of tension grew dramatically as a dark look passed across Viserys' expression. This was the worst kinds of news he could bring to the king. That his brother had a hand in killing his Grace's men. "My brother, killed my envoys." There was a strange quality to the king's voice, and Lord Darkland was quick to answer. "No, your Grace, Prince Aegon was not seen back at Corinth Moons after the arrival of the envoys at Lotus Port. You're claiming that the dragon, attacked the ships on his own volition? Grand Maester Melas said with a skeptical note in his voice. Dragons do not have such agency, my lord. That is what the locals in Lotus Port have claimed. Lord Darkland said with a hard look to the Grand Maester. I can only bring His Grace the news that I have available. Of course, of course. Grand Maester Melas said with a slow nod before he looked to the king, who looked deep in thought, his hands tightened into twin fists. Your Grace, you cannot consider this rumor to be something to hold true. It is far more likely that the envoys have fallen to pirates, or worse, mayhaps fallen to Prince Aegon's men, who may have mistook them for pirates. There was dismissal in the Grand Maester's voice. Lord Jasper spoke up next. So the envoys are likely dead, he said in an uncaring tone of voice. And we do not know with any measure of confidence how, or why, they have died. Lord Jasper looked towards the king, who took to lean back in his chair, disquietingly quiet. Your Grace. Lord Jasper continued, if you wish to call back your brother, I recommend that you send Bartimaeus Celtigar and mayhaps even Lord Corlys, both of whom share blood ties with your brother. It was a good recommendation, and Lyman understood why Lord Jasper was recommending those two men. Yes, they did not know, not for certain, that the envoys were killed deliberately and were killed by Aegon's people, or dragon. But, those two men, with their fleets and their importance, not only to their houses but also to Prince Aegon, would ensure that they would have a thick cloak of protection against any, including, especially, Prince Aegon. And, if indeed Prince Aegon was going rogue, and refused the authority of the Iron Throne, a traitor, they'd have a better chance of learning of it through the two men who Prince Aegon would not harm or kill. A good suggestion, Lord Jasper. The king said before he turned his gaze towards the Grand Maester. Send a raven to Claw Isle demanding that they come to King's Landing. Your Grace. Grand Maester Melas said with a bow of the head. The king said before he added. I will speak with Lord Corlys on this matter this very eve. His Grace then turned his gaze towards the rest of the men. My brother has gone too far. Beyond too far. He is out of control. There was a great deal of anger in his voice. Not only has he embroiled the realm into a situation that nearly seen us on the precipice of war with the Triarchy, all because he could not let of an inconsequential grievance, an embroiling that was completely and utterly a dishonorable scheme of my brother's. The king's voice rose and tinged with anger, and he had to pause himself to get his anger under control. And now we learn his true goals, a war against an entire region of people he is certain to lose, and a war that see the entirety of Essos plunged into chaos. His Grace slapped the table with his hand, his face twisting in a great bout of fury. It is clear that my brother has no consideration of me and the Iron Throne. The words were squeezed out of the king's voice, and he took on a cool and hard look as he spoke further. Offer me solutions. Now. Lyman remained silent. So too did the rest of the small council. Because, to be truthful, what is there to be done? Even the envoys, with whatever instructions they were to have for Prince Aegon, would take near enough half a year to get there. By that time, it was possible that Prince Aegon was dead, or it was possible that he'd taken the bulk of Slavers Bay. And should Prince Aegon take Slavers Bay, what could be demanded of Prince Aegon? He'd now rule a land, barbarian savage desert lands, of course, but still a land that was equal in size to the Storm lands. Your Grace. Lord Strong was the man who broke the silence. Prince Aegon has left us in a difficult position. The hand of the king admitted. And so too have the rumors that taken on a life of their own in King's Landing, and beyond. Lyman kept a neutral expression, though inwardly he was concerned. He'd heard the kinds of rumors that were told in the inns, in the taverns, in the ports, and likely in the whorehouses. Everything between how Prince Aegon was doing the Seven's work in liberating people from the chains of slavery to how Prince Aegon was the conqueror reborn. It was unsettling, to say the least. Fortunately, he had not heard words of treason, but it would not surprise him if such words were uttered, words that cast the king in a bad light. He eyed Lord Japser. He knew a little of what the man was doing with the city guard, ensuring that the peace was kept and that tongues were kept from waggling. The last thing they needed was a mummer's show that mocked the king in comparison to his younger brothers, both of whom were more abled in war. Matters are under control, Lord Hand. Lord Jasper remarked calmly, and Lyman silently wondered how filled the prisons of speakers of treasonous words. Lord Strong inclined his head towards the Master of Laws and looked towards the king. From a certain standpoint, Your Grace, the Lord Hand continued, your silence on your brother and his war is perhaps the best course of action, at least until we can understand more of what is happening, of what Prince Aegon's true goals are. You want me to ignore my brother and his doings? The king sharply questioned, and from the expression on his face, it was something dearly did not suit the king. For now, Lord Strong advised. The ramifications of your brother's war in Slavers Bay is something that we cannot tell at this time. Lord Strong is correct, Your Grace. Lord Darkland agreed. The slave trade is a vital life's blood of Essos. If your brother is successful in taking Slavers Bay, there will be such ramifications of a kind that will leave Essos in great deals of chaos and instability. Lord Darklan paused for a moment before he continued. And then there is to consider what Prince Aegon intends to do with Slavers Bay. You're putting credence to the liberation rumors. Lyman stated, speaking for the first time in some time. Rumors that spoke that Prince Aegon intended for the cities not to be ruled over by him but instead liberated completely, and become true free cities like Bravus. Lord Darklan stated. But again, we simply do not know what Prince Aegon intends, nor will we, not until a representative brings back word. In any case, Prince Aegon's actions may well the cause of civil wars within many of the free cities. So, we may not even have to act or respond but just simply be vigilant. Lord Jasper said shrewdly, and both Lords Strong and Darklan nodded. So your suggestion, His Grace finally spoke, a hard look on his face as he eyed his hand and then towards Lord Darklan. Both of you, suggest that I, do nothing. For now, Your Grace. Lord Strong advised. Unfortunately, Your Grace, Prince Aegon's distance is a great inhibitor of what can be done. This did not please the king, they saw. And the rest of you? The king then asked as he looked around the table. No. The king's voice grew stern and low until, finally, the king scowled heavily and sat back in his chair, words on the tip of his tongue, but he found the control to keep his words to himself. You advise me to do nothing when you say that Essos will soon be embroiled in chaos by the actions of my brother. The king finally spoke up after a long moment of silence, and his jaw set for a moment before he relaxed, as he spoke. You, both of you, speak as if my brother has a chance of succeeding and throwing Essos into a chaos. The king remarked harshly. Your Grace. Lord Darklan glanced at Lord Strong before he took to look at the king again. I believe that there is a good chance that Prince Aegon will be successful in taking Slavers Bay. Why? The king asked, demanded, to know. My brother does not have the army or the backing of a kingdom to achieve what you're suggesting. Lord Strong was the one who spoke up. Your Grace, that is true, however he does have Miss Aragorn. One dragon cannot conquer. The king's rebuke was harsh. At most, my brother could have 5 or mayhaps 7,000 men under his command. That is not enough to take an entire region. Lyman kept his tongue silent. The conqueror managed to conquer nearly all of Westeros with just 3 dragons and 1,000 men. It was not so outlandish to believe that Prince Aegon could do something similar with just 1 dragon and a larger army, but Lyman knew that such words spoken would only be faced with an angry tirade. It was strange, the way His Grace was dismissive of his youngest brother. He understood, of course, Lyman thought. His Grace was under tremendous scrutiny. 2 brothers, and both of them were dragon riders, and both of them were capable warriors, and both of them could be considered to be leaders of men. No, Your Grace, Lord Darklan spoke up. A dragon cannot conquer, true, and nor does Prince Aegon have the men to hold the cities of Slavers Bay. However, these cities have one thing that make it possible. Slaves. Grandmaster Melos said with an understanding tone of voice. Lord Darklan nodded. It is well known that Prince Aegon buys the freedoms of slaves. Lyman eyed the rest of the small council. None of the men present here partook in the doubt that was casted on Prince Aegon's honor and his intentions. That, of course, has largely stopped, ever since the rumors about Slavers Bay. Lyman had no doubt though that some of the court were feeling concerned too, knowing there was an element of retribution in the Prince's war in Slavers Bay. And with the city's outnumbers 4 to 1, 5 to 1, even mayhaps 7 to 1, Prince Aegon will find no difficulty in gaining allies from the slaves. Lord Darklan said, and it was not an answer that the king wished to hear. Long moments passed. So. The king began. By the time the envoys make it to Slavers Bay, my brother may well have become successful. The word was said with a great measure of discontent. And by that time, Essos may well be stricken into chaos. The king was now looking at his counselors. And you do not know or even can guess how severe the ramifications may be to the realm. No, Your Grace. Lord Strong said as he looked at Lord Darklan. We cannot foresee the severity or what the ramifications will be. Trade with the free cities may also be severely affected, Your Grace. Lyman added to the conversation. Already they had little access. Your Grace. Grandmaster Melos interceded. There is one other option that you could take, one with various levels of severity. Lyman frowned. What could the Grandmaster be thinking of suggesting? Speak, Grandmaster. The king ordered. You could choose to publicly support your brother. The king's expression twisted darkly and the old man rushed to speak further. Slavery is a grave sin, Your Grace, and the prince's actions will be, and is, looked upon favorably by the people of the realm. The nobility, small folk, and the faith alike. By choosing to support your brother publicly, you would gain the support of many of the realm. It would also cause insurmountable issues with the free cities, the Triarchy in particular. Lord Strong said with a heavy frown. And can you reasonably state that relations with the Triarchy is not already beyond repair? Grandmaster Melos said with a raised brow. And can you also reasonably state that eventually, His Grace will need to make some judgment or comment publicly? Especially if it becomes as you believe it will be, a successful liberation of Slavers Bay. This made Lord Strong pause for a moment. I cannot. Lord Strong admitted. However, it validates the prince's actions that have been taken without the permission of the Iron Throne. Lord Strong paused for a moment as he eyed the king. It sets a dangerous precedent. A precedent that has already been set by Prince Daemon and Lord Corlys, has it not? Lord Jasper commented dryly. Yes, Lyman thought. It was a precedent already set by those two men. A precedent that saw no real consequence to them both. Daemon had my approval. The king was quick to deny that comment. For a moment Lyman, though Lord Jasper would not relent and say what his expression suggested he was thinking. That the permission had come after the deeds were already done, for the most part. Instead, however, he did relent. Of course, Your Grace. Lord Jasper bowed his head. And that is beside the point. What Daemon did was address a problem to the realm. Aegon is not doing that. He is, a prince of the realm, directly attacking a region that has no connection or no conflict with the realm. The king added with quiet fury laced on his face. The king then looked towards the Grand Maester. I will not validate my brother's actions. The king decided, and the Grand Maester bowed his head. The king continued, his expression darkened still. Nor will I condemn him, as much as I wish to. The king stood up, though he spared a look towards the Grand Maester. Send a raven to Daemon to come as soon as he is able. Lyman's brows rose. Prince Daemon and Prince Baelon were due to come to King's Landing in a moon's time. To ask Prince Daemon to come now. Your Grace. Grand Maester bowed his head, and with that, the king departed without another word said, followed by his Lord Commander out of the chambers. Lyman exchanged looks with Lord Darkland, whose expression was neutral, but there was something in his eyes that indicated exactly what Lyman was thinking. The last thing they needed was Prince Daemon taking advantage of the king's anger. Yet, he thought to himself, that may well be what will happen.